The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
To whom it may concern. I am recording these events in diary form prior to my departure for... what? I confess I don't quite know. Suffice to say, it should be an adventure and a fitting climax to the chase I so recklessly entered upon. The chase that led me to the monster. My name is Jeffrey Fairchild, recently a professor of zoology with special emphasis on ichthyology, the study of fish. Age, 47. Height, 5 feet 10, half inches. Weight, 160, with slim frame and small bones. I record these trivia with the thought that they may be helpful in identifying my body if and when I die, and naturally if my body is recovered. Although I must admit that no such thought even entered my mind on that early summer evening when I returned home from my classes and first broached the subject of our trip to my young and very beautiful bride. Georgia! Georgia, my dear, I'm home. Georgia! Darling, why are you sitting here in the dark? What?
Oh, don't put the light on, Jeffrey, please. Just go away and leave me alone.
Georgia, you've been crying.
Do you know why? Because I'm bored, Jeff. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm bored and I'm sated with life in this horrible little town filled with nothing but students and gossipy old women. And what do I do about it? I cry like a baby.
Darling, Georgia, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jeff, it's not your fault. I thought I knew what I was getting into when I married you. You warned me what life would be like for a professor's wife, and I accepted it. I just didn't know how dull it would actually be. How I'd long for just a few weeks in New York or Chicago or anywhere except this.
Darling, you're going to do better than that. We're on our way to Europe.
What?
Yeah, I've just been commissioned to go to Scotland. It's more or less a job of research, but we'll be able to spend a few days in London and Paris.
London, Paris? Oh, Jeff, I must be dreaming.
No, my dear, it's not a dream. We leave in 2 weeks. I booked passage. We'll have that belated honeymoon we've always promised ourselves. Now, does that make you happy?
Happy? I'm delirious. Oh, darling. Darling, can you ever forgive me for behaving like such a fool?
There's nothing to forgive, my sweet. Because I love you very much. Very much. I suppose I should have explained right from the start exactly why this sudden bonanza had occurred, but, well, I thought it would sound rather queer and worry her a bit. After all, she was hardly more than a child, just 26 when I married her, and she wouldn't relish talking about so unpleasant a subject as a sea monster, because that's why I was going to Scotland, to Loch Ness to be precise. I'd been commissioned to verify, if possible, the recurring rumor that a gigantic sea animal of a species hitherto unknown had managed to enter a Scottish Highland lake through a channel leading in from the ocean, and it brought with it superstition, fear, and sudden death.
We're sailing, Jeff.
We're on our way at last.
I still can't believe it. I don't think I've ever been so excited in my life.
Well, let's get away from this crowd before they smother us. Here, we'll make use of these deck chairs, huh?
Oh, it's like a dream. A wonderful dream. Now, don't pinch me, Jeff. I never want to wake up.
And the best is yet to come.
Oh, darling, I've been so selfish. In my excitement, I never once asked just exactly what you were going to do in Scotland.
Well, to be specific, I'm looking for a fish.
What kind of a fish? Goldfish? Herring? Little old eel?
You never grow up, will you? And I'll never want you to.
Very well, Grandfather Fairchild. But I still would like to know what kind of a fish you're supposed to look for. It must be a darling to give us the chance to get to Europe this way.
Well, frankly, I don't know the nature of the fish myself.
What?
Well, it's known to the Scottish Highlanders in the region simply as the monster.
The monster?
Yes. Are you cold, darling?
No.
You seemed to shudder for a moment.
Did I? I didn't notice. Go on, tell me more.
Well, there's a lake in the Highlands known as Loch Ness. It's about 25 miles long and 900 feet deep. And there are several so-called legends connected with it.
What kind of legends?
Well, for one thing, the lake's never been known to freeze. Every other lake in the vicinity freezes up tight during the cold Scottish winters. But Ness remains completely free of ice, and no one knows why.
What else?
Well, there were the bodies.
What bodies?
Well, people who drowned accidentally, and there have been many of them. But not one body has ever been recovered. Usually when someone drowns in a lake that size, the body's eventually washed ashore. But not on Loch Ness.
Oh, would that have anything to do with this monster you mentioned?
No one knows.
Well, doesn't anyone know what the monster looks like? Has anyone seen it?
Oh, yes. Dozens of people. That's just the point. Most of them are down-to-earth, practical Scots who wouldn't lie to save their souls. Yet they all tell the same story.
After how many native Scotch and sodas?
You're skeptical, huh?
Oh, darling, I'll believe in Santa Claus if it means a trip to Europe. But between you, me, and that funnel over there, I think monsters went out with witches and hobgoblins.
Well, all the same, it's quite possible it's something. Some strange, ancient animal has succeeded in entering the lake from the depths of the ocean. He may now be wallowing in the mud, 900 feet below the surface of Loch Ness.
Getting chilly, Jeff. Let's go inside. I think I'd be very happy with a drink.
Well, the monster was forgotten for a while, at least by Georgia. By the time we reached London, it was really beginning to feel like a honeymoon. We stopped at a nice hotel near Piccadilly, and then flew over to Paris for 3 quick and glorious days. From there, we went to Glasgow, where I rented a car. And a day or two later, we were motoring up through the Scottish Highlands, that fanciful land of lakes and legends where the talk is of the fighting clans, of Bonnie Prince Charlie, and the Campbell-MacDonald feud, and of the battle at Culloden, and the mysteries of the ancient Picts, and of the heather and the moors and Macbeth's blasted heath, and of monsters.
This country's glorious, Jeff.
Crammed full of history, too. In the old days, each clan had its own particular realm, and feuding was the order of the day.
How far up are we going?
Inverness, I think. That's the northern tip of Loch Ness.
Oh, yes, where our monster keeps house.
Well, let's hope he's in when we call. Hold on, what's this? Another sign, I think.
It says Drumnadrocket, 17 miles.
Drumnadrocket? Well, that's a tiny town halfway up the lake. Now, someone suggested we stay there and make it our headquarters. Good enough.
Well, do you know of any hotel, darling?
They tell me Drumnadrocket Hotel is a good angler's inn and food's excellent. I think we'll give it a try.
Angler's Inn? Well, you think we were going fishing?
Well, we are, in a way.
Jeff. You actually do believe there's some kind of a thing in that lake, don't you?
So do my colleagues. Or they wouldn't have sent me up here.
I'm almost afraid now.
No, there's nothing to be afraid of. Whatever's in that lake's just a fish, a big fish maybe.
Oh, Jeff, look at that herd of black goats on the hillside.
Where? Oh, yes. What's odd?
What?
Those goats. I don't see a goat herd around. They seem to be alone.
They look almost wild. Never seen black goats before. They must be... Jeff, look out!
Whoa, that was close. I went under the soft shoulder and right off the road.
We're at the edge of the cliff, darling. We could have been killed.
Georgia, look. There's the lake.
Loch Ness?
Yes.
Oh, Jeff, it's beautiful.
And strange. Stranger than I imagined. Doesn't look like the other lochs we passed on our way up.
No, it's much rougher. I don't think I'd want to swim in it.
No one swims in it, Georgie, not since the monster first appeared.
Jeffrey,
What is it?
there's something moving on the lake.
Where?
On the left, right below us. Oh, Jeff, I'm frightened.
Take it easy, Howard. Just a wake on the surface.
Awake?
Yeah, like a ship leaves.
But I don't see any ship.
Neither do I.
You think something else may have left that wake? I mean...
Now, you're going overboard, darling. Those monster stories have whipped up your imagination. All that is foam, a slight surf made by the wind, that's all.
Oh, it's all your fault. Next thing I'll be seeing ghosts.
But not before dinner. We're only a short way from Drumnadrocket. I'm as hungry as a bear. Let's go, shall we? The Hotel Drumnadrocket was a pleasant stopover, and we were glad to have the chance to relax. There were very few guests when we arrived, and we virtually had the entire lounge to ourselves as we settled down for an aperitif before dinner. The owner of the place was a Mr. Angus McIntosh, a hearty Scotsman with a sense of humor and a feel for the dramatic. He joined us in the lounge as we sipped our drinks, and when he heard what my mission was, he started to make the evening a most interesting one.
Oh, you're searching for the monster, are you?
Have you seen it, Mr. McIntosh?
No, I didn't see the monster, but there are some who have.
So I've heard.
Oh, he's here, all right, in the loch. There's no question about that, man. And the natives hereabouts, they like him. He brings bad luck.
Oh, really?
Aye. They say when you see the monster, disaster follows. And I believe it. And it's the same with the goats. And there I've got proof enough.
The goats?
Aye, the black goats.
Oh.
Aye, they come and go with the Highland mist, disappearing into the heather like wraiths. Aye, I saw them 3 weeks ago, and I forgot the cure for the curse. You see, you must dip your hands in the loch water right after you see them, or you're in for trouble. Well, I didn't bother to dip my hands. And look what I've got for my pains.
Oh, what a horrible scar.
Aye, I pushed my arm through a window pane 2 weeks ago, and it took 36 stitches. It was the goats that were to blame.
We saw the goats ourselves.
You did?
Yes. But I'm afraid I don't take much stock in the superstition.
Oh, I'd be careful, Mr. Fairchild, if I were you. Very careful.
Jeff, that near accident we
Accident?
Our car went into a soft shoulder and nearly went off the cliff.
Was it after you saw the goats?
Yes.
And you still don't believe the animals bring an ill wind?
Goats have brought an ill wind long before this, Mr. McIntosh.
Oh, Jeff.
At any rate, I'd like to make arrangements to go out in the loch in a boat.
Well, is it safe?
Oh, aye, it's safe enough. So long as you stay in the boat and the storm doesn't blow up.
And I dare say you'll find the fishing excellent.
Oh, Mr. Cameron, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. McIntosh. I hope I'm not intruding, but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation about the Loch Ness superstitions. It's all quite interesting.
Mr. Keith Cameron is one of my guests, Mr. Fairchild. Mr. Cameron, Mr. and Mrs. Fairchild.
A great pleasure. How do you do?
How do you do?
Will you join us?
Thank you, but I'm off to do a bit of salmon fishing. My gilly is probably waiting for me now.
What's a gilly?
A native boatman. They're wonderful fishermen.
Well, isn't this a rather late hour to go out in the lake?
Oh, no. It's best after 6 o'clock when the fish come up to feed on the surface. Mr. Cameron got a fine mess of trout the other day, and I'm hoping he'll be able to supply my kitchen with some salmon for tomorrow's lunch, maybe.
I'll do my best.
Are you Scottish, Mr. Cameron?
Scottish descent, yes. I've lived all my life in London, however. Well, I'd better be on my way. And if I sight the monster, I'll set up a flare.
Oh, good.
Please be careful.
You're very kind, Mrs. Fairchild. I have every intention of being careful, I assure you. I have no desire to add another grisly chapter to the legends of Loch Ness.
I spent the next few weeks moving up and down the loch, interviewing the natives who claimed to have seen the monster at one time or another. Their description of the animal varied only slightly, and they all struck me as being sober-minded, truthful folk. There was no question in my mind that something had been sighted on that vast sea-like lake. But although I spent hour after hour scanning the surface of the water from the shore, only the ripple of an occasional white cap and the calm serenity of a fishing boat here and there disturbed the smooth contour of the water.
Are you waiting for the monster to show his scales, Mr. Fairchild?
Oh, hello, Mr. McIntosh.
You'll only strain your eyes trying to look for him this way. He doesn't come up from the bottom on invitation.
Yes, I imagine he doesn't. Oh, this is beautiful country, Mr. McIntosh.
Aye, and the beauty is laced with strong tales. You know, they claim hereabouts to have seen ghost dogs and witches. And sometimes I think half the people are daft. But the big fish in the loch is something else again.
Yes, I suppose so.
Here. I brought a pair of binoculars along this evening. Have a look at the loch and see if there's something stirring.
Thank you. These are powerful.
Aye. A little German souvenir from the war. I was with the Black Watch, Mr. Fairchild. Yeah. See anything?
Just a small boat with 2 people in it. Man and a...
Huh? Something amiss?
I believe the woman in that boat is my wife, Mr. McIntosh.
Oh.
She seems to be with your guest, Keith Cameron.
Well, he's a nice chap, Mr. Fairchild. He's been teaching the lady how to cast with a fly
Here are
rod.
your glasses.
You leaving?
Yes, I haven't had my dinner yet.
Well, it won't get dark until after 10, and the evening's fine. Maybe there'll be a chance.
Good night, Mr. McIntosh.
Good night, sir. And good appetite.
I kept to my work for the next 10 days, completing my interviews, taking copious notes. But it occurred to me that now I had more to look for than the Loch Ness monster. Georgia was quite taken with Mr. Keith Cameron. And it seemed to me that she was showing an inordinate interest in the man, for a married woman. I broached the subject to her only once, but it was enough to convince me that my discomfort was not without basis.
Jeffrey, I think I saw it.
Saw what, Georgia?
Your monster. And it's not a monster at all. It's just an enormous carp.
Really?
We were out in a boat about 50 yards from shore when a large fish surfaced and came for my hook. Well, he didn't take the bait, but we had a good look at him. And he was definitely just an ordinary old carp who's outlived his time.
We?
Keith and I, he took me fishing again today. What? Jeff, you're not even excited. Or are you disappointed, darling, because your monster's turned out to be a fraud?
I have only one thing to say to you before we go into dinner, Georgia. You are never to speak to Mr. Keith Cameron again.
What?
You heard what I said. You're to keep away from him for good.
Jeffrey, you're raising your voice. Now, please try to calm yourself.
I am calm. Calm enough to realize that when a handsome young man of 30 meets a charming young woman of 27 who happens to be married to someone 20 years her senior, there can be complications. For your sake as well as mine, I want to avoid those complications.
Are you accusing me of having a love affair with another man?
Don't test my patience, Georgia. I warn you. There are some things a man will not take, even a mouse-like professor who is considered by his wife to be a fool. Who's there?
Mr. Fairchild, the monster's been sighted.
What?
Come with me quickly, man.
Look, the monster. Come along, Georgia.
I'll stay here, thank you.
But, Georgia...
Please leave me
Oh,
alone.
we haven't much time. He only comes to the surface for a few minutes when he shows himself.
All right, Angus, let's go. He led me to the shore of the loch where several natives had already gathered. There was quite a hubbub as they excitedly talked among themselves. The loch was rough, and a storm was in the offing. But as I stared out across the loch, I saw nothing except a slight disturbance in the water that may have been caused by the current.
Here, have a look through my binoculars, Mr. Fairchild.
Thank you.
What do you see?
I can't make it out. First glance, it looks like a strong current. That's all.
Let me have a look.
Well,
Aye, there's something out there, Mr. Fairchild. One of the men behind us said he distinctly saw the neck of the animal above the water. It may have just gone down a wee bit below the surface.
Well, people are leaving.
Aye, we're due for a storm. The commotion on the water's gone. He slithered down to the bottom again.
I wonder if they saw anything at all.
Mr. Fairchild, these people are honest, and they have the best eyes in the county. If they say they saw it, they saw it. Besides, the commotion on the water was no current. The current doesn't go out any farther than 100 yards or so. It keeps close to the shore. Oh, mercy me. Come on, we better get back to the hotel. Come with me.
By the time we returned, the storm was raging and the sky was as black as pitch. I started up to my room to change my clothes, but just as I reached the head of the stairs, my room door opened and Keith Cameron came out. As I flattened against the wall, halfway down the stairs, he crossed the hall and went up to his own room. And then something happened to me. I felt as though my reason had left me, as though I had suddenly lost all control of my senses. But I managed to keep a calm exterior as I continued upstairs and entered our room.
Did you see it, Jeffrey?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, darling, you're soaking. You were caught in the rain.
Doesn't matter. A drink might help, though. Will you join me?
Of course.
Like a man in a daze, I walked to my suitcase, took out a flask of scotch. My back was to Georgia. She didn't see me reach farther into the bag for some strong sleeping pills I kept for emergencies. As she busied herself with her lipstick for a moment, I quickly dissolved 12 capsules in a tumbler of whiskey and poured another drink for myself. Then I handed her the drugged potion and made a toast. To the happy marriage we've enjoyed, Georgia, up to now. Insane? Yes, naturally I was insane. Insane with jealousy and hatred and a sickness in my soul that threatened to crush the life out of me. But first I was going to see that someone else's life would be forfeit too. The pills took effect very quickly. And as her mind became numbed, I coaxed her into leaving the room before she fell asleep. No one saw us as we crossed the empty lobby and went out into the rain toward Loch Ness.
Jeff, where are you taking me? It's pouring rain.
Come with me, Georgia. This is most important. Please don't argue.
Something's wrong with me. I'm going to fall asleep.
You must keep awake, Georgia. This is very important. Here, take my arm here. So follow me, dear. Halfway down the path that led to a boat tied up on the shore, she suddenly slumped, and I carried her unconscious the rest of the way. A few minutes later, we were out on the lake, rowing against the storm, alone on Loch Ness, where no dead body had ever been recovered. The rain and the darkness made a perfect camouflage for my work, and after a while, I stopped rowing and picked her up in my arms, and then I pushed her overboard into the boiling waters. I watched her for a minute as her body floated on the surface, but then suddenly my boat began to shake. It was as if some gigantic creature had suddenly gone wild underneath the water and was thrashing the sea with its enormous tail. Then abruptly, as quickly as it came, the turmoil ceased. But when I looked around, Georgia's body had disappeared. Half an hour later, I was back in the hotel lobby, and the first one I saw was Keith Cameron with a suitcase in his hand.
Mr. Fairchild, I've been looking for you.
Have you?
I'm going back to London this evening, but there's something I want to say to you first.
I'm listening.
Well, I'm afraid I've fallen madly in love with your wife. But she won't have me. I must be honest with you for her sake, in case this ever comes to your attention. I wanted her to leave you, but she refused. She said her loyalty and her love was yours, and yours alone. And that was that.
She said that?
I wouldn't blame you for hating me enough to want to kill me. I'd feel the same way. I've been a cad, I know, and I'm very ashamed of myself, but... Well, Georgia taught me a great deal. She's a wonderful woman, Mr. Fairchild. And I envy you, because her faith and her love will never weaken. Goodbye. And good luck to you both.
I'm jotting down the last of these notes now, sitting in a boat in the middle of the loch. It's early in the morning, and the dawn is coming up clear and fresh. The water is calm, and so am I. Calm enough to realize exactly what I have to do. Life holds no promise for me anymore, but I'm not the kind to end it in a cowardly fashion. I was sent here to do a job, and I intend to finish it. In just a moment, I'm going to invite the Loch Ness monster to make an appearance. I'm going to slip over the side of the boat and swim half a mile toward shore. If I don't reach shore, however, I can always look forward to joining Georgia. In any event, this will be the beginning or the end of my chase.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this half hour of music on the BBC Live program for a brief announcement. A small empty boat was discovered on Loch Ness yesterday morning containing a man's cap and diary. The cap is believed to have belonged to Professor Jeffrey Fairchild, an American tourist. And the police are examining the diary, which is attributed to the professor, who is presumed to have been accidentally drowned. His body has not been recovered.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Heard in the cast were Nelson Olmsted, Andrea Wallace, Stuart McIntosh, and Ivor Francis. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a man finds himself pursued by a fate more ominous than any he could imagine in The Chase.
Tonight, listen to Bob Considine on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. The motives that drive the murderer in pursuit of his victim are threefold. There is murder for passion, be it anger, love, or hate. And there is the mad, unreasoning urge to kill blindly that propels the homicidal maniac to his nefarious work. But it is the most blood-curdling motive of all that sends the last of our trio into his frenzied chase for an innocent victim. Murder for profit.
Come in. Welcome to Bass's Wax Museum. Oh, mind the gate. This elevator is a bit old, but still serviceable. Surprised we're descending? You see, the coolness, the dampness, and the half-light of the cellar is necessary for the preservation of the most extraordinary collection of hand-carved celebrities it has ever been your privilege to see. Ah, here we are. Now, mind the step now. It's in need of a bit of oil. And our floors could do with a new board here and there, but what we lack in decor, we make up for in interest. Morbid interest, so to speak. Murderers all. And long since resigned to dusty death, but their waxen counterparts are here, as big as life. Now, on this rack, sir, is a book, a fat book, complete with case histories. This page belongs to Albert Hawkins, the Lancashire Menace. That's Albert over there in the corner, with the trowel in his hand. Oh, he doesn't resemble a menace, I know. As a matter of fact, the description of Albert, which was given the court by a real estate dealer at the turn of the century, described Albert perfectly.
Albert Hawkins? Yes, your lordship. I met the man 6 months ago. But if he was fixing to be a ruddy killer, he didn't show it. A bit runty he was, sir, with no hair on the top of his pate. And he looked kind of peaked without the strength of a rabbit. And when he called at my office, he was wearing a suit of clothes 3 sizes too big for him. Yes, sir?
Are you Mr. Willis, the house agent?
I am, Matt.
My name is Hawkins, Albert Hawkins.
What can I do for you, Mr. Hawkins?
I've been told the Windhaven house is for sale.
The Windhaven house?
The large one on the moors.
Well, it's for sale, all right, if anyone's fool enough to buy it.
Sir?
Now, look here, Mr. Hawkins. The Windhaven mansion's a pile of rotten beans, and I haven't shown it to a customer in years.
It's the Windhaven house that I want, Mr. Willis. No other. Providing the price is right.
Oh, it's as right as rain, sir. Just 500 quid and you've got it. Lock, stock, and cellar.
500 quid? Well, that's a proper sum for an house that size. When can I see it, Mr. Willis?
Now, if you like. The day's still young. But are you sure you want to buy?
Positive, Mr. Willis.
The Windhaven mansion, my friends, was once the property of an English earl. By the year 1901, when Albert first laid eyes on the house with Mr. Willis as his guide, the heavy beams that lined the ceilings were rotting in disrepair, and the stout stone walls in the cellar were showing large chinks between their edges. But this seemed to suit Mr. Albert Hawkins' purposes, because he closed the deal with Mr. Willis on that very day.
Now be careful, Mr. Hawkins. This cellar's wet with slime.
And roomy, too. What was that?
A rat, no doubt. Boarders you'll have to dispossess before taking over.
I'll manage, Mr. Willis.
Now, I can still show you something much better and a lot nearer to town and civilization.
No, thanks. This suits me fine. When will you have the papers ready?
In about a week.
I'll pay you 50 quid down and the rest inside a month.
Only £50 on the line, Mr. Hawkins.
Well, you'll get the rest in due time. Don't fret about it.
Well, when do you plan to move in?
In a fortnight. With my new bride.
Oh, honeymoon, eh?
Yes, and Annie'll love the place. It should suit her fine.
Annie Butler was Albert's first wife. The middle of the three wax ladies standing with him on the platform over there. She was fair, fat, and 40. And she'd inherited a little nest egg of £3,000 just before Albert popped the question and made her his bride.
Oh, Albert, you're a card.
You're a cream puff, Annie girl, a blooming cream puff.
Will you always love me like you love me now?
Always, Annie, until the day you die.
Oh, Albert, is that the house up ahead?
That's her.
My, but it's big. Are you sure we can afford it?
Positive?
There isn't a neighbor around, is there?
Not a soul.
It might get lonesome.
Not for us, darling. Not for us. We'll be snug as two bugs in our love nest.
You don't know how happy you've made me, Albert.
Well, you have had an hard life, Annie.
I'm not only an orphan, but I haven't a relative in the world, no one outside of you, who cares whether or not I live or die.
I'm aware of that, Annie.
But now I've got you, and things will be different.
Quite different. Which reminds me, my pet, did you draw your money from the bank as I suggested?
Yes, Albert, I did. But remember, it's not to be spent.
Of course not, Dub.
You swept me off my feet when you courted me. You know, you're not handsome, Albert.
Beauty is only skin deep, my love. Only skin deep.
A few minutes later, Albert Hawkins carried his bride across the threshold. And that was the last time Annie Butler Hawkins was ever seen alive.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hawkins.
Mr. Willis, you're a treat for sore eyes. Come in, sir. Come in.
Well, I see you've made a few repairs here and there on the outside. You seem to be doing a champion job of patching up a sorry mess.
Well, I'm a jack of all trades, Mr. Willis. And two of my specialties are carpentry and masonry. I can handle a trowel with the best of them.
Well, and how's that little bride getting on?
My wife has left me, Mr. Willis.
No.
Yes, she up and moved out. We couldn't get along. She says I was critical of her cooking.
Well, I am sorry to hear that, Mr. Hawkins.
Yes, she's gone back to her family in Australia, and her marriage is being annulled. It's how it goes with a man whose love life's always been unlucky.
You've got my sympathy, Mr. Hawkins. I hate to bring it up at a time like this, but I've come for the balance of our contract.
Oh, I have it right here already for you, Mr. Willis. £450.
Well, you're a man who keeps his bond, Mr. Hawkins, I must say that.
You can count it if you like, to make sure it's correct.
Oh, I'm certain it is, sir. I'll be off now. And it's too bad about your wife.
Isn't it a shame?
But then, some men are better off when they live alone. I'm a bachelor myself, you see. Well, good day to you, Mr. Hawkins.
Good day, Mr. Willis. And a pleasant journey back.
And so, with no further question, Mr. Willis climbed into his carriage and drove off. But if he had waited a little, as he left the house, he might have heard the sound of a trowel coming from Albert Hawkins' cellar, as Albert put the finishing touches on his late and lamented wife's, Annie's, tomb. Six months went by before Albert entered the matrimonial chase again. And this time he picked himself a younger bride, Her name was Bridget Clydesgate. You can see her there, my friends, in wax, standing next to Annie Butler, a plain little miss in the housemaid's uniform. As you can judge for yourself, Bridget was a pinch-faced lass with mouse-colored hair and heavy braces on her teeth. But the £1,500 she acquired in life insurance when her older sister died made her a natural beauty in Albert Hawkins' eyes.
Oh, Albert, let's have a ride on the merry-go-round.
Wouldn't you prefer the tunnel of love, Bridget?
Oh, how you do go on.
Merry-go-rounds may be a bit queasy, Dove.
Oh.
Here, let's get away from the bustle of the amusement park and have a quiet chat on that bench over there.
Okay.
Here we are.
Have a sweet, Albert.
One sweet's enough for me, Dove. And I've got you.
Oh, go on.
Bridget, I've got a little something to tell you, and I hope you'll take it well.
Oh, Albert, what is it?
I've fallen madly in love with you.
Albert!
Oh, I know there's a bit of difference in our ages, but that doesn't matter. An older man, steady, more reliable, and a sweet, attractive young thing like you would be in better hands.
Oh, Albert.
I want you to be my bride, Bridget.
But this is so sudden.
I want you to marry me. You'll make me the happiest man in the world.
Well, I just don't know what to say, Albert. You take me by surprise.
Say yes, my dove, or I'll have nothing left to live for.
Oh, you're so poetic. To look at you, a body wouldn't think you were that type at all.
I have hidden depths, Bridget.
Have you?
And you won't regret your choice if you promise me your hand.
To be honest, you know, I was always open for a younger chap. A romantic type, so to speak, who'd carry me away on his white charger. But any port in a storm when you're turning 29. And I guess you'll do.
Then we're to be married.
Yes, Albert, whenever you say.
Tomorrow's as good a day as any.
My, but you are the hasty one.
We'll want to invite your relatives, of course.
My relatives? But I have no relatives. Everybody's gone. I told you that the other day.
Of course. How forgetful of me.
My older sister was the last to die.
Yes. She left you a bit, didn't she?
1,500 quid. Why did you ask, Albert?
I want you to put that money in trust for yourself, Bridget. Suppose you take your money out right after we're married, Bridget.
Right after?
I've got a strong box in the mansion. It should be safer there.
I don't think so.
Bridget.
What's the matter?
You don't trust me.
Oh, of course I trust you, Albert. But I don't see where a house is safer than a bank. And there's no reason for my taking my money out.
Now, look here, Bridget. If you're going to be my wife, I want one thing understood. I know much more about money matters than you do, and I'll handle the purse strings.
Well, if that's how you feel, we can skip the wedding.
No. It's quite all right, my love. I ought to be ashamed of myself to talk about money at a time like this. Look, you do whatever you like with your own funds, my dear, and I won't mention it again.
Well, I don't know now. I really don't.
Now, forgive me, Dove. Now, there's a good girl. Lift the chin up a bit. Come on, now. I'd like a bit of a kiss from my beautiful bride.
Not here, Albert. Oh, Albert. Albert.
5 days later, Albert Hawkins carried bride number 2 over the threshold of his home. And as Bridget looked around her for the first time, Albert was making mental notes about her future.
My, but this is a gloomy place.
It'll grow on you, dearest.
We'll have to shine it up a bit, Albert.
How, my love?
Oh, a little chintz here and there. A new rug. Oh, we can improve it all right.
You're mistress of my castle, Bridget. Your word here is the law.
You make it sound like I'm a countess or something like that.
Duchess would be closer.
Oh, Albert. Albert, close your eyes.
What for?
I've got a surprise for you.
A surprise? All right. They're closed.
Tight?
Tight.
Now off them, Mo. Open them, Albert.
What's that in your hand, Bridget?
1,500 quid.
No.
I thought it over, and then I felt a bit ashamed of myself. After all, you're my husband, and the least I could do is to put my trust in you. So I decided to take my money out and let you keep it for me.
Bridget, my pet.
Albert.
You don't know how this affects me.
Oh, you're crying, Albert.
It's just that my heart's so touched by your faith in me, I can't control myself. Please forgive me, Bridget.
Oh, Albert. My own little boy.
Forever, Bridget. For as long as you live.
Now, there was no such thing as a casual passerby in the vicinity of Albert Hawkins' lonely house on the moor. But if someone had happened to pass that night around 11, he would have heard a strange noise coming from Albert's cellar. And if he had known Albert Hawkins intimately, he would have recognized that sound to be the scraping of a trowel over wet cement as Albert laid his second bride to rest. Now, my friends, if you'll cast your eyes on the next two wax figures in Albert's group, you'll see the last of the actors in our little drama. On the extreme left is Kate Pincher. She was well named. Next to her is Mr. Bristol, an inspector from Scotland Yard. Albert met Mr. Bristol at his home just a short time before he sued for Kate's hand in marriage.
Yes?
Mr. Albert Hawkins, I presume?
The same.
My name is Bristol, sir.
Bristol, I'm afraid I don't place it.
My card, Mr. Hawkins.
A Scotland Yard inspector, how exciting. Please come in, sir.
Thank you.
What do I owe this unexpected visit, Mr. Bristol?
I would like to see your wife.
My wife?
Known before her marriage to you as Annie Butler.
Oh, Annie.
Is she here, Mr. Hawkins?
No, Inspector. As a matter of fact, we've been divorced.
Really?
Annie left me months ago.
And where has she gone?
To her relatives in Australia.
Australia? That's quite a distance from here.
Quite, Mr. Bristol.
Where did you obtain your divorce, Mr. Hawkins?
Why, Annie said she was getting it herself in Australia. She wrote to me a month ago and said the decree was final.
Do you have the letter?
No, it's been destroyed.
Too bad.
Why?
I have unhappy news for you, Mr. Hawkins.
You have?
There's some indication that your wife may be a bigamist.
No.
Yes. She's wanted for questioning in that regard. Did you know that she'd been married before to a man named Croydon?
No, I did not.
Her divorce from Croydon was never fully legalized. Of course, she may have been completely innocent of having broken the law deliberately.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, Mr. Bristol. Annie should be punished.
What's her address in Australia?
I'm not quite sure. Unfortunately, Annie left me after a violent quarrel and didn't tell me exactly where she'd be.
Well, I shall contact the authorities there and see if she can be located. Yes, quite a place you have, Mr. Hawkins. Do you live here alone?
Quite alone, Mr. Bristol.
Do you ever have visitors?
Never, sir. You're the first one to come here since Annie left me. Outside of the house agent.
Then, this scarf here that I found outside...
Scarf?
It's a woman's scarf, with the initials BC embroidered in the corner. So, it couldn't have belonged to your wife?
Decidedly not.
Would you know whose it is?
Not at all, Mr. Bristol.
Well, I'll say good day to you then.
Oh, Mr. Bristol.
Yes?
If you do manage to reach my wife, I hope you'll let me know.
Of course, Mr. Hawkins. Good day.
Good day, sir. And a good journey to you.
Well, my friends, a more nervous man than Albert Hawkins would have let matters rest where they were. But Albert, as you know by now, had a burning desire for money, and he was already planning his third whirlwind courtship. Her name was Kate Pincher, the widow of a miser. Albert's courting tactics were a bit different with Kate than with the others, because he soon found out that Kate was just as interested in money as he was.
You want to marry me, do you?
More than anything in this world, Kate.
Don't be ridiculous.
What?
Why should I marry you? Look at you. You're even skinnier than I am, and your head's as bald as a mummy's.
You're not exactly a rival of Miss Lillian Russell's yourself, my dear.
I know I'm not, but at least I have something to offer a man.
Have you?
You know very well I have, Albert Hawkins. My husband left me a small fortune in gold pieces, solid gold, Albert, and I adore every one of them.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, my dove.
You most certainly do, and I'm not your dove. At least not yet, my boy. Not until you can match my gold with something just as valuable.
£500,000, for instance?
$500,000. Oh, Albert, you're dreaming.
Yes, of course, according to you at any rate. However, I'm not very interested in a mercenary woman, Kate, and I'm glad I discovered your intentions in time. I'm leaving.
Oh, wait, Albert. Perhaps something can be arranged.
Oh?
I'm a businesswoman with ambition. If I marry a man, he must have money, too. But first, you must prove your point.
How?
Where is this £500,000 you're talking about?
2/3 of it's wrapped up in foreign investments, rubber plantations in Malaya.
Oh.
And I can prove it's there, my dove, with contracts and certain bank deposits.
Can you?
If I do, will you reconsider my proposal?
Yes, Albert, I will.
Then you can also consider yourself Mrs. Albert Hawkins. As of now.
For a man as clever as Albert, forgery was no problem. In a very short time, he had produced enough fraudulent papers and bank statements to satisfy his newest love. And they were married forthwith, after which they proceeded to Albert's mansion on the moors for their honeymoon. But on one point, Kate still kept Albert guessing. He still didn't know how or when he could get his hands on Kate's gold.
I won't tell you where it is, and that's final.
Then you're not keeping your end of the bargain, Kate.
No.
You said we'd merge our fortunes.
We will in due time. But you won't lay eyes on a single piece of gold until I decide the time is ripe.
And so the weeks went on, with Albert becoming more and more unhappy with Kate's attitude. Finally, Albert was called to London on a business matter. He was gone 2 days. And on his unexpected return to the household, he was greeted by a strange noise emanating from the cellar.
Kate! Kate, I'm back! Kate! Good heavens, a cellar.
With his nerves on edge, Albert bounded down the steps leading to the cellar to come upon a strange and worrisome sight. Kate, with a pickaxe poised above her head, was just about to break open Albert's cellar wall. But at the same moment, another arresting sight caught Albert's eye. At Kate's feet was an open brass-bound box, filled to the brim with glittering gold coins.
Kate, what are you doing?
Albert, you said you wouldn't be back for a week.
Put down that pickaxe. May I ask what you think you're doing?
Burying my gold, that's what. I brought it up by carriage with me today. Wasn't safe in my old house with no one there to guard it.
So you thought you'd put it here? An excellent notion, my dove.
It was an excellent notion until you walked in. But now that you know where it is, I warn you not to touch it.
How lovely they are.
Keep your hands off my money, Albert.
So cool to the touch.
I said hands off!
And so's your scrawny neck, so cool to the touch.
Albert! No!
There was no time now for the niceties such as the poison Albert used on the others. He had what he wanted, and in an hour he could be on his way, independently wealthy for life, so he struck quickly. But just as the deed was finished, Albert heard the sound of horses' hooves, and he knew he had a visitor. Quickly, Albert picked Kate up in his arms. The cellar was too obvious a place to leave her, so he trundled Kate upstairs to the room just above his great hall. Then, as he rested the body on the old beam floor, he noticed something else. In her last paroxysm of rage and fear, Kate had grasped a handful of gold coins. And try as he might, Albert could not loosen that steely death grip.
Mr. Bristol.
For a moment, I thought there was no one at home. May I come in, Mr. Hawkins?
With pleasure, sir.
I just stopped by to inform you there was no news of your wife whatsoever.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
We're still attempting to locate her, of course, but it's proving rather difficult because of the distance.
Yes, I understand.
Are you ill, Mr. Hawkins?
Ill?
You seem to be a bit on the pale side.
Oh, it's my liver, Mr. Bristol. I've been having a few attacks.
You better take care of yourself. The liver is a delicate thing.
Yes.
Well, I'll keep in touch with you, Mr. Hawkins.
Please do so, sir.
Good day. Why, what's this?
What's what, Mr. Bristol?
This gold coin. Why, here's another. I see. You have a hole in the beams above on your ceiling, Mr. Hawkins, and it appears to be leaking gold coins. Perhaps we'd better go up, you and I, and investigate.
What had happened was obvious, of course. Kate's lifeless hand had relaxed its grip on the coins, and as they fell one by one from her fingers, they rolled through the crack in the ceiling to Inspector Bristol's feet. It was a sound that brought a chill to Albert's heart, but that chill turned to ice a few weeks later when the scaffold was dropped below Albert's feet as he stood on the gallows.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Heard in the cast were Doris Smith, Kathleen Cordell, Ivor Francis, Leona Powers, John Stanley, William Podmore, and Ted Osborne. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a story of violence and pursuit on The Chase.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
No chase is more urgent than the one man has pursued relentlessly since the beginning of time. The chase to uncover the secrets of outer space. It goes on now. It will continue in the future. The National Broadcasting Company brings you George Lefferts's famous story, No Contact. It was in the year of 1982 that advanced pilots of the U.S. Air Force trying to reach the planet Volta first discovered the Great Galactic Barrier. 5 exploratory ships went out, and none came back, each in turn disappearing mysteriously at the same vanishing point. It was on June the 2nd, 1987, that the rocket Star Cloud made ready for takeoff.
Now hear this. Condition green. 2 minutes till blast off. Now hear this. Condition green. 2 minutes till blast off.
Well, Lewis, this is it. I don't suppose you'll be needing the ship's doctor up here on the bridge during blast off?
I think not, Smitty. There's little chance of acceleration bends in these new overdrive ships.
I'll be in my office counting vitamin pills if you need me. Only a few steps. Good luck, Lewis.
Thank you, Smitty. Lieutenant Collier?
Yes, sir.
You're relieved. You'd better get down to navigation control and take over.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
We've never flown together before. This is your first flight in a space vessel as big as the Star Cloud, isn't it?
Yes, sir, but I was trained in oversized jobs at the Naval Academy.
Well, if you're half as good a navigator as your father was, you'll do fine.
Did you ship out with my father, sir?
I served under him on one of the first rocket runs to the moon. We flew that trip in a tin can not much bigger than the first guided missile.
Yes, I know, sir.
I almost went along on his last trip to the barrier. Too bad about that.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Collier. Buzz me when you get down to nav control.
Lieutenant Paulson.
This is Captain Thorson. Get me the ground control tower on the field. I want to talk to Colonel Harrison.
Yes, sir. I'll patch in your bridge speaker. Go ahead, sir.
Colonel Harrison?
Yes, Captain?
We're standing by for takeoff in 30 seconds.
Good. The field is clear of all personnel. We'll try to reestablish radio contact immediately after takeoff. In any event, there'll be a 24-hour ground monitor.
Fine.
And good luck. Hope you make it.
Thank you. Bridge to navigation control.
Nav control, Collier.
Ready, Lieutenant?
We're ready, Captain. The course is in the integrator for takeoff at 1200 hours.
All right. Stand by for blastoff. Bridge to engine room. Fire up your rocket chambers. Take off at exactly 1200 hours. I'll read you off. 20 seconds. 19, 18, 17, signal.
Condition red.
Hold it. Revoke all orders. Who turned in that alarm?
We've uncovered a stowaway, sir.
Stowaway where?
Hiding in sick bay. Dr. Smithson found him.
Have him brought up to the bridge. Engine room, kill your rockets and stand by.
Dawson, this is Colonel Harrison at ground control. What's holding you up?
Trouble.
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? There's a stowaway aboard.
Stowaway?
Yes, I thought your men were supposed to police this base. What's the matter with everybody?
All right, Captain, take it easy.
You know what this delay can do to us, don't you? 1 minute late at takeoff can throw us a million miles off course. We'll have to reintegrate the whole works.
Well, look, how long do you think it'll
Don't
take?
bother me for a while. I'm busy. Stupid idiot.
Captain Thorson?
Come in, Smitty.
Here's your stowaway.
I'll court-martial the... Charlie!
Can you use a good radio man, Skipper?
I see you two have met.
Met? The skipper and me made 50 trips to the moon together. Didn't we, Captain?
Charlie, if you wanted to come along, why didn't you volunteer?
I did, Skipper. Now they turned me down.
What's wrong with you?
Acceleration bends. They said my arteries wouldn't stand another trip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But they're wrong. Now listen, Captain. I got one more good trip in me. You know these green kids don't know the first thing about space radio operation. You put a man like me on, and I'll be getting you bedtime stories from Mars.
But Charlie, you know the regulations as well as I do. I can't take you much as I'd like to.
Colonel Harrison will murder me for this.
I'll talk to him by radio once we're underway and fix things up.
Yeah, you won't take me, huh, Skipper?
I'm sorry, Charlie. I'll have to put you aground. I'll tell you what. I'll ask Harrison to put you on his ground radio contact. It'll seem as if you're right here with us.
He won't do it, sir.
Well, he'd better. I'll have him busted to corporal for letting you sneak aboard. You'd better be off, Charlie. Paulson.
Yes, sir?
I'm sending this man aground. Give him time to clear the launching platform.
Yes, sir.
So long, Charlie. I'm sorry.
Well, good luck, Skipper.
I thought you were going to have him drawn and quartered.
If it had been anyone else, I would have, Smitty. But Charlie, well, he's kind of special. He's been with me since my first command, when we began the regular run to the moon. And if he wanted to come along this time, well, it's only through loyalty to me.
You know, Lewis, I didn't realize it before, but you're almost human.
All right, Doc, all right. Navigation. Lieutenant Collier, are you there?
Nav control, Collier.
Lieutenant, how badly are we fouled up? Can you recalculate the course, or shall I cancel the takeoff?
I've already plotted a new course on the indicator, sir. If we take off in exactly 2 minutes, we'll need to correct for only 1 degree deflection. I can do that before we reach the stratosphere.
Well, that's quick work. Are you sure?
Positive, sir.
All right, Collier. I'm putting it in your hands. We'll blast off on your signal.
Lewis, isn't that a lot of responsibility for a young green officer?
Yes. But if he can't do his job, I'd rather find out now than at the galactic barrier. Bridge to engine room. Prepare to blast off on navigator signal. How are we doing, Collier?
Coming on the bearing, sir. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We've intersected the course vector.
Good work, Collier.
The course is corrected, sir. Ready to go into atomic overdrive anytime you say.
All right, stand by. Now hear this. Now hear this. Prepare for maximum acceleration. Bridge to engine room. Kill your rockets.
Rockets out.
Fire up number 1 cyclotron.
Number 1 ready.
Fire up number 2.
Number 2 ready.
Withdraw your dampening rods.
Fission chamber ready.
Blast tubes cleared.
All generators operating at capacity.
Right. Go into overdrive on count of 0.
4 seconds, Captain.
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1,
1,
0.
0. How are we doing, Collier?
On course, sir. She's running hot and true.
My compliments, Lieutenant. This job would have done your father credit. And he was the best navigation officer I ever saw.
Thank you, sir.
Start your gyros and put her on robot control.
Right.
All right. The bridge is yours, Mr. Collier. If you need me, I'll be in Dr. Smithson's office.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lewis, I see you got us off the ground.
You can thank young Collier for that. Chip off the old block.
You knew his father?
As a matter of fact, I knew him very well. First-rate spaceman.
Is he the one who...
Yes. He was lost in the galactic barrier on the second ship we sent out to Volta.
Lewis, just what do you think this galactic barrier is?
Hey, your guess is as good as mine, Doc. All I know is that 5 ships have gone into it, and none of them have come back out.
How about Mostrovic's theory that it's a time warp in space? That the ships reach in and slip into another dimension?
Rubbish. My theory is that the galactic barrier is nothing more than a radioactive layer of some kind.
What makes you say that?
We know that radar signals bounce off it like they were hitting an invisible glass wall. And we know that it destroys our ships and crews in some way. There's no other logical explanation.
What makes you think we can get through it, Lewis?
Because we're ready for it and the others weren't. The entire hull is completely shielded with lead. We can crack through any radioactive cloud ever detected. Besides, we're equipped with some new UHF radio devices that should enable us to maintain radio contact with Earth. Nothing can happen, absolutely nothing.
Who are you trying to convince?
Myself, I suppose.
Then why are we going?
We haven't any choice, Smitty. We're in a race. The kind of race where men and ships are expendable. According to the Interspace Code, the first nation to reach Volta can claim it.
Well, at least it won't be boring. I'll have to play physician morale builder and mother substitute for 112 slightly nervous men.
Your morale doesn't sound too good, Doc.
As morale officer, I can state without fear of contradiction, it is terrible. And something tells me as we approach that galactic barrier, I'm not going to be alone.
Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth. Captain Thorson of the Star Cloud calling Earth. Star Cloud to Earth. Can you read me?
Hello, Star Cloud. Hi, Captain.
Charlie, well, I see they haven't court-martialed you yet.
No, sir. Thanks to you.
Well, it's good to hear you. You can read us the funny papers on Sunday morning. How's our signal?
Strong. Clear as a bell.
Here's our log report for Colonel Harrison. June 2nd, 1987. 4 weeks out from Earth. Running true. No radiation. Operation normal. Still making our approach to the galactic barrier. That's all, Charlie. See you later.
Good luck, Captain. I sure wish I was with you.
How's the morale, Smitty?
Well, the men know we're getting closer to the barrier. They're beginning to show a little tension, Lewis.
Now, how's their physical condition? Any sickness?
About half the crew has come down with space blues.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Are they bad?
Same as usual. Lips and hands with a bluish cast. Eyes are sensitive to infrareds.
I don't know. When I first started flying these tin cans, nobody ever heard of space blues.
Well, there's a new theory. It's caused by the terrific acceleration of these atomic overdrive ships. The change in gravity affects the circulation.
What do you think?
I think it's psychosomatic. I've noticed that the same men who get space blues under tension on a ship tend to get blue coloration back on Earth when they're upset. I guess it's an occupational disease of space navigators.
You think it's just nerves, then?
Young Collier's got a bad case. Yes, I think it's tension from overwork.
Maybe you need some vitamins.
Lewis, when will you realize that vitamins are not a panacea for all the troubles of mankind?
Sir, I understand you relieved me from duty.
Dr. Smithson says you aren't looking very well, Collier. I'm giving you a rest.
I feel perfectly able to continue, sir.
Your lips are as blue as Minnetonka.
Captain, I'd like to remain at my post.
Don't be foolhardy, Lieutenant.
I'm not being foolhardy, sir. Don't you understand? I have a special personal reason for wanting this expedition to reach Volta.
Your father?
Yes, sir.
You think he might still be alive?
I have to find out what happened, sir.
Yeah, I think I understand. Very well, Collier. Report back to duty. What's the reading, Paulison?
We're getting a +5 radar bounce now. Coming off the barrier almost as fast as we can send it out.
What's the interval?
0.3 of a second, shortening steadily. This rate will hit the wall in the next few minutes.
All right. Alert the crew. Sound general quarters.
Now hear this. Condition red. We are now approaching the galactic barrier. All hands to stations. All radiation detectors to be fully manned. Full security will prevail until further notice. That is all.
Paulison.
Aye, sir?
The radar bounce is up to +6. We'd better try to make final contact with Earth. Is Sparks still trying to raise the base?
Yes, sir, but he's not having much luck. There seems to be some interference that he can't... Oh, there's the radio room now. Yes? You've got him? We'll cut in on the bridge speaker. The captain will take it from here. I'll cut out the beeper speaker.
We got him. Hello? Star Cloud to Earth. Can you hear me, Earth?
Hello, Skipper. I can barely read you. We're getting heavy static from sunspots.
That's not sunspots. We're right on top of the galactic barrier. Getting a +6. No. +7 radar bounce. Expect to hit the barrier almost any second now.
Good luck, Skipper.
Look, Charlie, stick with us, will you? We're switching to the automatic sender now so you can track us in.
Okay.
If we crack the barrier and come through still in one piece, I'll try to get back to you on the high-frequency band.
Gotcha, Skipper. Don't worry. I'll be waiting.
So long, Charlie.
So long, Star Cloud.
Turn on the beeper speaker.
He must be be getting awfully close now, Captain. Echo's bouncing back so fast, it's almost beating the signal.
And when they coincide, hold on to your hat. That's when we run into the wall.
Any second.
Hold on.
Well, here goes nothing.
Here it comes!
Captain.
Nothing happened.
We made it. We made it, Captain. No radiation, no time warp, no nothing. We made it. Crew's gone crazy, sir.
Let them. They earned it. Say, Doc, can you break out a few bottles of snake bite serum for medicinal purposes?
I sure can, Lord.
This calls for a celebration. How's your morale now?
Couldn't be better. How's yours?
Couldn't be better. What the?
Condition red. Condition red. Radiation detected. Condition red. Radiation detected.
Holy mackerel, look. Look at the needle.
Paulison.
I see it, Captain. We're picking up radiation like crazy.
What's it like?
It's a strong impulse.
What kind?
Well, I don't know. It's too long for a cosmic ray, too short for UHF. Ship is lousy with it.
Man battle stations. Track it down. Triangulate it and make it fast. I want a directional fix. Engine room.
Yes, sir?
We're picking up radioactivity. Is it the fission chambers?
No leak here, sir.
Check your gauges.
Nothing here, Captain. Must be coming from outside.
Damage control.
Yes, sir.
Is our lead shield leaking radiation?
Haven't found anything yet, sir.
Keep at it. Paulison, how you doing?
Well, I've got a fix, Captain.
What is it?
Well, I'll have to recheck my figures.
Hurry up.
The angle is correct.
Come on, man, for Pete's sake. Where's the radiation coming from?
It's coming from inside this ship.
Well, that's impossible.
No, sir, I've checked it twice.
It's got to be the engines.
If it is, we're finished.
Engine room. Engine room!
Yes, sir.
That radiation must be in the overdrive pile.
No, sir, it isn't here, sir.
Are you certain?
Yes, sir.
All right, keep checking. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Paulison, get a Geiger counter. We're going to start combing the ship inch by inch.
Yes, sir.
Turn it on.
Yes, sir. All right. Ready, Captain.
We'll check the atomic guns first. Come on. We'll cut through the officers' quarters to ordnance. Through here.
Yo, wait a minute, sir.
What is it?
The signal's slower here.
Yeah. Let's go back. Hold it. Seems faster right about here.
That doesn't make sense.
Whose cabin is this?
Lieutenant Collier's.
Collier?
Oh, he's down in nav control, sir.
Try the door.
It's not locked, sir. Yeah, it's in here, all right. Listen to that counter. It's fastest over here.
Shut off that Geiger counter.
Yes, sir.
Open that wall cabinet.
It's locked.
Smash it. What do you make of this, Paulison?
Oh, it looks like some sort of portable transmitter, sir. Must be foreign manufacture. I don't recognize the calibration symbols at all. I've never seen anything like it.
Which raises a small question. What is Lieutenant Collier doing with a transmitter in his cabin?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I intend to find out, Paulison. Get down to nav control and bring Collier up to the bridge on the double.
Well, hadn't we better find some way to shut this thing off first?
I know a way. Lieutenant Collier, I'm going to ask a few simple questions, and I want a few simple answers.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with the transmitter in your cabin?
Transmitter, Captain?
You know nothing about it?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you recognize these calibration symbols?
No, sir.
Can you think of how it might have been placed in your cabin without your knowing it?
No, sir, unless someone came in while I was on duty.
Would that have been possible?
Well, I suppose so, if someone had a key.
I found your cabin door unlocked.
Well, I meant a key to the wall cabinet.
I didn't say the wall cabinet.
Well, sir, I...
You what, Lieutenant? How could you have known it was in the wall cabinet?
Well, sir, I just assumed...
Lieutenant Collier, I find it hard to believe you would lie. Having known and respected your father and having observed the way you handle your job... However, I intend to get to the root of this thing. May I have your wristwatch, Lieutenant?
Sir?
Your wristwatch.
Yes, sir.
Paulison, turn on that Geiger counter.
Yes, sir.
Hold this watch next to it.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Lieutenant, if you hadn't any close contact with that transmitter, how do you explain the radioactivity of this watch?
I don't, sir.
Well, I think you'd better. To whom were you sending those signals?
Condition red. Condition red.
There's your answer, Captain.
What is this, Collier?
Alien spaceship approaching. Alien spaceship approaching.
Sound battle stations. Collier, who's aboard that ship? All right, now talk.
Very well, Captain. My mission seems completed.
Your mission? Are you admitting that you're an agent of a foreign power?
I am stating it.
What nation?
No nation, Captain.
What?
I am an agent of the Voltan government.
The what?
The government of the planet of Volta.
Well, you're crazy.
Are you so stupid that you think that your people are the only ones who can invade another planet?
What do you mean?
We have had agents operating on Earth since 1955.
I don't believe you.
What do you think happened to those 5 ships, Captain? Where do you suppose we got our information? Your language, your culture, family background.
But your appearance, you look like...
Like Commander Collier? Is that so surprising, Captain? We had a living model.
I ought to kill you.
That would be very foolish, Captain. I would advise you to surrender without delay.
Alien ship now coming into ordnance range.
I'll deal with you later, Collier. Paulison.
Yes, sir.
Put this man in irons. Take him away.
Don't worry, sir. We'll take good care of him. Carpenter, Robinson.
Take your hands off me.
What's the range?
10,000 meters. They're closing fast.
Put your guns on radar tracking.
Tracking. Coming on the bearing.
Fire! Fire! Richardson, did you hear me? Fire! What's the matter down there? Did you hear me? Richardson, answer me! Collier, how did you get loose? Where's Paulison?
Lieutenant Paulison is dead.
All stations, Lieutenant Collier has escaped. Seize him.
Don't waste your breath, Captain. Your men can't hear you.
What?
Those still alive are my men.
You're lying.
No, Captain. Every ship that has ever left Earth was controlled by a Voltan crew.
Commodore Robinson, Haley, report. Commodore Robinson! Haley, report!
You see, Captain, it is quite useless. I am in command now.
Very well, Collier. Of course, there's one thing you hadn't reckoned on.
And what is that, Captain?
This? Commodore! Are you in there, Lieutenant Commodore? Commodore! They can't all be dead. There must be one alive. Smitty, Dr. Smithson! Smitty! Smitty, what have they done to you?
Lois,
Those dirty... Don't talk.
I must. Not much time, Lois. Space blues.
Space blues? What is it, Smitty? What are you trying to tell me?
All men with space blues. Voltans.
Let me help you, Smitty.
No, Lois, get message back to Earth. Voltan 5th column. Watch out for space blues.
Smitty. Smitty!
Captain Thorson! Captain Thorson! You can't hide from us now. Come back to the bridge and surrender, or my men will come and get you.
Hello? Hello? Star Cloud calling Earth. Please, God, let me get through before it's too late. Hello? Star Cloud to Earth. Come in, please. Come in, please.
Hello? Hello? Star Cloud to Earth?
Skipper, is that you?
Are you getting my signal?
It's coming in a little louder now, Skip. Keep sending.
Thank God, Charlie. Now listen to me. Not much time. Get word to Colonel Harrison. Crew mutinied. Most of crew members Voltan.
What?
They're Voltans.
Spell that.
V-O-L.
Voltans?
That's right. They're from the planet Volta.
Skipper, are you all right?
Charlie, this is serious. They'll be here any second. Now listen. They have a fifth column on Earth. They're planning to invade you.
You mean that?
Of course I mean it. Tell Harrison, posing as humans, you can detect them by space blues. You got that? Only Voltans get space blue. Charlie, did you hear me?
Space blue. I get you.
They're breaking in, Charlie. I'm depending on you. Warn everybody.
Captain.
They've opened the door. So long, Charlie. Tell Harrison.
Captain. Captain Thorson. Hello. Hello, Star Cloud. Come in.
What's the trouble, Sergeant?
I was just trying to raise the Star Cloud, Colonel.
Had any luck?
No, sir. No contact.
No contact?
No, sir.
Nearly an hour since they hit the galactic barrier. Well, I don't understand why they haven't tried to get a message back.
No, sir. Neither do I.
All right, Charlie. I'll take over for a while.
Oh, yes. You do that, sir. It's all yours.
Right. Charlie, you better go out and get yourself some coffee. You look a little blue around the gills.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted. Hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Today's script was written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were George Petrie, Bill Smith, Donald Buca, Bill Griffiths, Matt Crowley, and Cameron Prudhomme. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a wealthy widow is pursued by an unscrupulous heel with a taste for arson in The Chase.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Counter Spy Dragnet and Barry Craig on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
As an associate professor of psychology at the university, I'm not considered to be a frivolous person. As a matter of fact, my students refer to me as Mr. Practical. For my entire life, in and out of the classroom, has been precisely that. I'm 39 years of age, married, no children, don't drink or smoke, and in general lead an extremely placid existence. all of which cannot account for the fact that I have just undergone an experience so horrifying and revolting that it has aged me 20 years in mind, in body, and in soul. It started on a winter afternoon, right after I'd finished a lecture to my class on the so-called split personality aspects of schizophrenia, a mental ailment that can often have bizarre manifestations. So, we have what we call a split personality. Two sets of desires, emotions, characteristics in one person. And they are constantly in conflict with one another. A perennial chase, as it were, as to which shall be the dominating force. Well, I see that our time's up, ladies and gentlemen. You're dismissed.
Professor Calvin?
Yes, Miss Reed?
Your wife just telephoned, sir. She said she'd meet you here in your lecture hall in half an hour. You're going to have dinner out tonight.
Oh, half an hour. Well, I suppose I can pass the time by checking over tomorrow's lecture. Thank you, Miss Reed.
You're welcome, Professor.
Now, let me see. I sat down at my desk and began to sort my notes for the following lecture. The subject we were dealing with at the moment was an interesting one to me, and I was always certain that at this particular period I'd have no sleeping students on my hands. The split personality, the idea of one man's character and habits actually changing continually within his own mind, like a modern Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, was a fascinating topic long before the science of psychiatry named it for what it was. And my students were all ears whenever I broached the subject. I must have been working for over an hour in the warm, drowsy confines of the room when Miss Reed appeared again with another message from my wife, who could be as irritating as the next one when she decided to be.
Professor Calvin?
Yes, Miss Reed?
Your wife just called again, sir. She said she's decided to cook dinner after all, and she wants you to go home.
Oh, very well. Thank you. I'd better leave directly before she changes her mind once more. Nancy's sudden shifts of mind and plans were always irritating. But for some reason, they were especially aggravating on that particular evening. I suppose that accounts for the ridiculous whim I had to keep her waiting, for I decided to forego my usual bus ride and walk instead. As I strolled along the crowded avenue, I'd stop occasionally and glance into the lighted shop windows, particularly the jewelry stores with their expensive baubles, which I've never wanted, much less could afford.
Neat, huh?
I beg your pardon?
The stuff in the window. Slick.
Do you think so?
Sure. So do you.
How do you know what I think?
I know you like a book, mister. Like a regular book. Them diamond cufflinks now, you'd look pretty swell dolled up in those. And the wristwatch in the corner with the emerald numbers. Neat.
I'm glad they please you.
Just a minute, mister.
What is it you want?
Come off your horse. The life is better down here in the gutter where I am. Unbend, mister. Relax, you like.
How dare you to talk to me like that? Get out of my way, you ruffian, before I call the police. As he stepped to one side, I walked quickly up the street. But I couldn't resist a glance behind me as I reached the corner. He was still standing by the lighted shop window, a hard-looking, unshaved character with a battered face and ragged clothes. And as he saw me turn, he started slowly in my direction. For a moment, I had an undignified impulse to run like a rabbit, but I controlled myself and walked directly north to a spot where I knew a traffic policeman had his post. From time to time, I glanced around and saw my pursuer moving faster with quick, impatient steps, as if anxious to overtake me, but unwilling to risk a scene. As I neared the policeman's post, I had a moment of panic because I thought at first he wouldn't be there. And then we suddenly ran into each other head-on as he turned the corner. What? Officer!
Oh, take it easy, mister.
There's a man back there, a thug. He's been chasing me for the last 5 minutes.
Where?
Right behind me. He was only 10 or 15 yards away when I... What?
Well, I don't see any man, mister.
Neither do I. I'm sorry to trouble you, officer. He must have walked the other way. I suppose my behavior was idiotic under the circumstances, and I felt rather sheepish after my pursuer had disappeared. He may have only wanted to beg a quarter from me, and I actually had little to fear in a crowded avenue in the central part of town. These were my thoughts as I made my way home again, and the shops and apartment houses slowly gave way to the more remote suburban dwellings in the modest section Nancy and I had chosen for our own. But as I neared my house, I noticed a solitary figure leaning against a lamppost, and I knew immediately exactly who it was. What are you doing here?
What took you so long, mister? I've been waiting for hours.
I suggest you move on your way before I call a policeman.
You can't do that, mister. I'm your friend.
My what?
We're buddies, ain't we? Give me a cigarette.
I don't have any cigarettes, and what's more, I don't smoke.
You ought to try it sometime. Here, have one of mine.
What do you want with me?
Nothing.
Then why have you followed me home?
Because I want to get to know you better.
We have nothing in common.
You'd be surprised.
What are you grinning at?
I'm looking at your clothes.
What's the matter with my clothes?
They're corny, mister. They date back to 1892. Why don't you wise up to yourself and get some snappy duds?
Oh, like yours, for instance.
At least mine fit my personality.
Yes. You've got a personality like a barnyard hog.
You better go inside, mister. Your wife is waiting for you.
Now, look here. I'm telling you once and for all, I won't tolerate being followed. You'll either leave me alone or I'll swear out a warrant for your arrest, and that's final.
See you later, mister.
And you'll also see... He was gone. When I turned, he was gone. I left him standing near my gate as I hurried up the walk, and only 3 seconds later, he wasn't there.
George!
Yes, Nancy.
Why are you standing there alone in the cold?
I wasn't alone.
What did you say?
Nothing, Nancy. I'll be right in. Now, let me say right here that if you think my stubborn follower was a ghost, get it out of your mind immediately. Not that I believe in phantoms. I'm much too practical a man. But even if there were such illusions, I doubt if they'd smoke cigarettes or smell like Bowery sliders. No, my man was real, at least to me. But what he wanted and why he was after me was something else again.
George.
Yeah, yes, Nancy?
What's the matter with you?
With me?
You haven't even touched your dinner. Are you ill, dear?
No, I'm not ill.
Well, did something go wrong in class today?
No, everything's fine.
Then what is the trouble, George?
Nothing, Nancy, nothing at all.
Why are you sulking like that?
I'm not sulking. I'm merely deep in thought.
About what?
Various things.
Well, can't you think and eat at the same time?
I'm afraid I'm not very hungry, dear.
George Calvin, I spent half the day shopping for this meal and the other half cooking it. You have no idea how high asparagus is this time of year. Yet I managed to buy some because I know how much you like it. Now, George,
If you'll
really...
excuse me, Nancy, I'm going for a walk. There's nothing wrong with Nancy except the fact that her mind functions in minute circles that only center around such things as asparagus and ripe tomatoes. She has very little wit and even less imagination, and I knew if I discussed my problem with her, I'd end up nowhere. So I took to the street again, walking south toward the river and the warehouse district. Don't ask me why I walked in that direction, or why I wasn't afraid. But I suddenly grew bolder, for I'd made up my mind to get to the bottom of this curious situation just as soon as it arose once more. I didn't have long to wait, moreover, before my uninvited bloodhound made his third appearance.
Walking, Professor?
Yes. I thought I'd get some air.
Mind if I walk along with you?
You'd only follow me if I object.
I've got a proposition I want to make to you, Professor. I think it's one you like.
What kind of a proposition?
Not here on the street. Let's find a cozy little corner where we can talk.
All right, suggest one.
See that bar and grill across the street?
What about it?
It's Charlie's joint. He's got the best beer and booze in town.
If you think I'm going to be seen inside a broken-down meeting place for drunks and tramps...
Come off it, Professor. You know you always wanted to go in and see what it was like.
What? How did you know that?
It's true, ain't it?
No.
All right, no. But you'll meet me there anyway.
Meet you there?
Order me a Boilermaker and buy one for yourself. A double Boilermaker, Professor. For me and my pal.
There was a mist blowing up from the river as he backed away from me. And a patch of fog suddenly enveloped him like a shroud, and he faded into the mist. And like an automaton run by remote control, I found myself walking across the street and into Charlie's Bar and Grill.
What's your pleasure, chump?
My pleasure?
What'll you have?
A Boilermaker.
Boilermaker?
Yes, a Boilermaker. In fact, I want two of them. The second one's for my friend. Just put them on the counter, barkeep, side by side. The place was empty except for one lone seaman who finished his beer a moment later and sauntered out. The barkeep poured 3 fingers of whiskey in 2 glasses, then set them side by side with 2 beers on the edge of the bar. He looked me over for a moment, as if trying to make up his mind to say something, while I stood with my eyes glued to the whiskey, wondering what on earth I was doing there at all.
You never been in here before, mister?
I know I haven't.
Maybe you ought to be home in bed.
Now, what do you mean by that remark?
No offense, mister, no offense. It's just that you look a little tired and sick, maybe.
Are you here to serve drinks or give your customers the dubious benefit of your philosophy?
I'm here to serve, mister. Suit yourself.
That's telling them, Professor.
How did you get in here?
I walked in the way you did. Here's mud in your eye.
Wait a minute. We came here to talk, not to drink. You said you had a proposition for me.
And I have, Professor.
How do you know that I'm a professor?
I know you like a book.
There's something weird about you, something unholy. Why do you keep disappearing like some kind of a wraith? You're no ghost. Why do you act like one?
You know how real I am, Professor. You know I'm not a ghost. Feel my arm if you...
I don't want to touch you. Get away from me. I don't want any part of you, you filthy tramp.
Hey, what goes, mister?
Throw him out. Throw him out of here. Tell him to leave me alone.
Tell who to leave you alone, mister?
Tell who?
Look, you better be on your way, chum, huh? The air will soap you up.
It was true. I buried my face in my hands. When I raised my eyes and the barkeep hurried up, the tramp was gone. But his glass, the one that was standing in the bar in front of him, was empty, while mine was still full.
Is that you, George?
Yes, Nancy, it's me.
Oh, just a minute. While I get into a bathroom. Now, where on earth have you been?
I took a walk. as I said I would.
Until 2 o'clock in the morning?
It's 2 o'clock?
Yes. I've been worried sick about you.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
I should think you would be sorry. George, what's the matter with you? You've never behaved this way before. What's gotten into you?
I'm beginning to wonder myself.
Who have you been seeing, George?
Who have I been seeing? How'd you know I've been seeing someone?
Because he called.
What? He called? On the telephone?
You know who I mean?
No. Well, you tell me, Nancy. Who was it that called?
Well, he wouldn't leave his name, but his language, I've never been so shocked and disgusted in my life. He sounded like a gutter snipe. He said he knew you intimately. Where in heaven's name did you meet a man like that?
Oh, then he is real. Oh, thank goodness for that much.
What do you mean he is real? What are you talking about?
Tell me when he called and what he said, Nancy. It's very important.
Well, half of what he said was unintelligible, but he certainly felt he could twist you around his little finger. I think he called about 11.
Just after he left me on the street when I went into the bar.
What bar?
Well, it isn't important.
George, have you been drinking?
Don't be silly. I was in a bar, but I didn't touch my drink. He downed his, though, like the tramp he was. Well, I can forgive him anything now. At least I'm all right.
And what do you mean, at least you're all right?
Well, I thought for a while that... Oh, let's not talk about it anymore. It's late, Nancy. I've kept you up long enough.
Well, you're aware of that much.
I'm sorry, dear. Here, a kiss goodnight.
George.
What?
You lied to me.
What?
You lied. You said you hadn't been drinking, and you have.
What do you mean?
I can smell the cheap whiskey on your breath.
No, Nancy.
Oh, George.
Say you're joking. If you love me, Nancy, say you've only been joking.
George, it isn't as bad as all that. One little drink. Well, you look as if
But don't you see? I've never taken a drink in my life, Nancy. And I swear I don't remember taking one tonight. I had to find out the truth once and for all, now that I realized there could still be a chance that... Go to bed, Nancy. I'm going out.
You're what?
I'm going out, I said.
But it's after 2 o'clock.
I don't care what time it is. Stop arguing with me and go to bed.
George, what's wrong with you?
Nothing.
But you've never talked to me like that before.
Now listen, Nancy. Please do as I say and don't worry. I'll be back shortly, I promise you, but this is important. And one thing more. You mustn't forget this, Nancy. For heaven's sake, please keep it on your mind.
Mustn't forget what, George?
Don't open that door to anyone but me. Even if somebody says it's me, be sure you hear my voice.
But I don't understand.
Don't try. Just do as I say, please. Here's my key. I'll leave without one, so I can't get in unless you open that door yourself.
George.
What?
Please tell me what this is all about. I'm terribly worried about you.
I'm not so sure I know myself, Nancy. But I intend to find out. Right now. I headed for the waterfront and Charlie's bar. I knew he'd follow me again, tag my footsteps like a shadow. But I walked for several blocks, and nothing happened. Then suddenly I sensed he was behind me. I didn't have to look. I just knew. And without stopping for an instant, I passed the bolted barroom door and headed for the wharf. When I reached the wharf, I hesitated, then leaned against a stanchion and waited until I felt him near me. Here again?
Here again, Professor.
I guess there's no eluding you.
No.
Give me one of your cigarettes.
Pleasure, Professor. How's about a drink, too?
Charlie's bar is closed.
I got the fixings right here in my pocket. Here's looking at you. Not bad.
Don't think you're fooling anyone. I know exactly who you are.
Yeah? Who?
You're me.
That's right, Professor.
You're actually a delusion. I've gone insane, and you're my second self, my alter ego, so to speak. The other half of my split personality.
I don't get all that fancy lingo, but it's okay if you say so.
You actually don't exist. And if I try hard enough, I may be able to erase you completely.
All right. Try.
What do you want?
I want to make you my proposition.
Then make it and be quick about it.
Take it easy, Professor. I'm calling the shots from now on.
What do you want?
I want to make you over, mister. I want to fix it so you do what you want to do. Go where you want to go and live like you always wanted to live.
I'm living that way now. What are you laughing at?
You chump. Look at you. You're not a man. You're a hunk of cabbage. You hate your work. You hate your way of living. And most of all, you hate your wife.
That's a lie.
Don't hand me that, Professor. I'm one guy you can't kid, remember?
Why don't you go away and leave me alone?
Because we're going to do business together.
No!
Yeah, you'll listen and you'll like it.
Go on.
Your wife's got money, Professor.
What money?
The 30 grand her grandpa left her 5 years ago.
That money's in trust. It can't be touched.
She's also got 20 grand in life insurance.
What about it?
50 grand. That's a lot of cash, Professor. And when you figure you don't like her anyway.
What are you driving at?
It'll be the easiest cinch. You open the window and push her out. It'll look like an accident. Remember that spiked railing you put around the garden right underneath your bedroom? If somebody fell on
Shut your mouth! Shut up! Do you hear?
I was just suggesting.
I won't listen to any more of your rotten talk.
Don't go yet. Wait. It ain't only the money.
What?
You're doing it for something else.
I am?
All your life you lived like a jerk, Professor. You know you never had any fun. This dough can get you one big fling. Wine, women, and song, Professor. All the booze you can handle. And every cutie in town dying to put their arms around you. How's the picture, Professor?
Get away from me.
What's the matter, going chicken on me? How many times did I hear you wish for a different way of living? How many times did you watch the next guy having his fun while you sat around like a plaster idol afraid to make a move because of your reputation? How many times, Professor, have you wished for a chance like that?
Never.
Never. In a pig's eye, never. All right, listen. Maybe you don't like the iron railing idea. I got another gimmick. Remember the gun you bought that time you heard there were prowlers in the neighborhood?
Be quiet, I tell you.
It's still in the desk drawer where you left it. If you shot her, you can say you made a mistake. You can say you thought she was a burglar in the dark. It's happened like that before, and nobody will suspect the story's a phony. After all, why should they suspect you, the hard-working professor who never made a funny move in all his life? And everybody knows how much you love your wife, mister.
If you don't get away from here, I'll...
You'll what? You ain't got guts enough to spit hard.
Get away from me! Get away! I struck out with my fist with all my strength, but there was nothing. Nothing. I started to run like a man possessed until my lungs were burning and I choked for air. And then I was home again, in front of my door.
Who is it?
It's George, Nancy.
Oh, George.
Nancy, I have something to tell you.
Well, what's happened, George? You're all perspired and out of breath.
I've been running.
From whom? From what?
From myself.
George, what are you saying?
Nancy, don't argue with me. Call the police.
But why?
I can't explain. It's too involved. That phone call before. It was I who called you, Nancy.
You?
My other self. The other me. Don't you see, Nancy, I'm ill. I'm two different people. I need help.
Oh, George, darling.
Nancy, call the police. Wait.
George. What is it?
It's too late for the police. Put down the phone. Now, quickly. Go to the desk drawer. Yes, that's right. Take out the gun you'll find there. Now, Nancy. Shoot me.
What?
Shoot me, Nancy. Before it's too late. Before...
It's too late. Yeah, too late.
George!
Give me the gun, baby. Come on, like a good little girl. Give me the gun.
Keep away from me!
Hand it over, baby. Listen, forget George. Hand it over before I...
Professor Calvin, wake up.
What? What? Oh, Miss Reed.
Well, sure. What'd you think it was?
Well, I'm still here in my lecture room. I didn't leave school at all.
You fell asleep while you were working on your papers. Your wife's outside.
Nancy?
Uh-huh. She's waiting for you.
Oh, Nancy, waiting for me. Tell her I'll be right out. Yes, tell her, Miss Reed, tell her. Well, that's all there was to it, except for one minor item. A few minutes later, Nancy and I were walking up the street together, and I was just about to tell her of my dream when she stopped at a jewelry window to admire the display.
Aren't those cufflinks beautiful, George? I wish I could afford to buy you a pair just like them.
They're very nice.
Neat, huh?
Nancy.
I beg your pardon?
The stuff in the window. Slick.
Nancy, do you see him?
Of course I see him. He's got a nerve breaking into our conversation
Well, that's all
like
I want to know. Come on.
Oh, George!
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast were Nelson Olmsted, Ann Petoniak, Ken Lynch, and Larry Haynes. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, the exciting story of a killer at large and a statewide pursuit in The Chase. The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
Yes?
Dr. Harvey?
Yes?
This is the floor nurse in Ward 8, Doctor. Edward Kirk is being escorted to your office.
Thank you.
Doctor, one moment, please. Dr. Benson asked me to advise you against being alone with the patient for any length of time. He says it may be dangerous, sir.
Well, Kirk's behavior for the past 3 or 4 months has been exemplary, and the shock treatment seemed to be doing him some good. I won't have his confidence unless I talk to him alone. Please tell Dr. Benson I can handle the patient.
Very well, sir.
Here they are now. Come in. Hello, Kirk. You can leave us alone, orderly. Come over and sit down. Cigarette?
No.
How do you feel, Kirk?
Great. Nothing like being shut up in a nut house to make a man feel just great.
You were sent here, Kirk, because you attempted to murder a man. You weren't sent to prison because you were ill.
There's nothing wrong with me.
I'm afraid there is.
Why didn't they ship me to jail instead of here? 2 years with a bunch of lunatics? Who says I'm crazy? Who?
Kirk. One more outburst like that, and I'll have to send you back upstairs.
Sorry, Doc.
I want to help you, Kirk. You must believe that. One day, when we feel you're completely cured, you'll be a free man again.
Yeah.
Now, let's go over a few things once more and see if we can light some dark corners in our minds.
We're going to talk again, Doc, about the guy I nearly croaked?
Yes, we are. Now, why did you try to strangle him?
Why?
Yes. Why?
Maybe I didn't like his puss, Doc.
Is that the only answer you have for me?
Yeah.
You hated that man for a reason. Can't you remember what that reason was?
No. All I know is I don't hate him no more, Doc.
You don't?
You see, I got somebody else to think about now.
Who?
You really want to know, Doc?
Yes.
His name is Melville. Doc Melville.
The man who testified at your trial?
Yeah. That's the guy. He's a cutie, that one. Told the judge I was off my conch. Said I was a dangerous maniac. Needed to be put in a joint like this.
And you feel that he's the cause of all your troubles, do you?
Who else? He sent me up here for life, that's what. Who asked him to open up his lousy yap? If I ever get my hands on Melville, What are you doing, Doc?
Perhaps we'd better have our interview some other time. You're not in a very good mood today. I'm going to call your orderly.
Just a second, Doc.
Well?
You've been okay to me.
I've been trying to help you, as I said before.
You've been the right guy. That's why I want to ask you to do me a favor.
What is it?
I want to send a short note to a friend of mine. They won't give me no pens or pencils upstairs. They don't even let me have any laces in my shoes. Would you write the note for me now?
Yes, of course.
Thanks. You sit down at your desk over here and let me dictate.
Very well.
I'll, make it short.
I'm ready, Kirk.
Dear Mary.
Dear Mary.
When you get this note.
When you get this note.
You'll have something to celebrate. Because I got news for you, baby. Big news.
Celebrate. Because I've got news for you.
Baby, big news.
Baby, big news.
I'm getting out of here now.
You're?
Sorry, Doc, but this is how it's got to be.
I'm leaving, Ellen.
Well, let me look at you, Dad.
Right. Do I pass inspection?
I think you're going to be the handsomest man in that lecture hall tonight.
Oh, sure. I don't mind telling you that, I'm rather nervous.
Nervous? The eminent psychiatrist, Dr. Richard Melville, nervous? Darling, you'll be a sensation.
Yeah.
I wish I could hear you make your acceptance speech when they give you the Dakin's Award.
Why do they always insist on making these things stag?
Because, my darling, even a doctor needs an occasional rest from his family.
Dad, that sounds suspiciously like insubordination.
Well, I'd better hurry. I'm late, Ellen.
Have fun, darling.
Lock the doors before you turn in. I'll be home around midnight. I have my key.
All right. Night, Dad.
Bye, dear.
Hello?
Is this Dr. Melville's home?
Yes?
Dr. Harvey speaking. I want to talk to Melville at once.
Oh, he's gone, Dr. Harvey. This is his daughter, Ellen. Can I give him a message?
Where did he go?
He's attending the Dakin's Memorial Award banquet this evening. Is something wrong?
I'm calling from a state mental hospital. A patient named Ed Kirk escaped about an hour ago. He almost strangled me to death.
Ed Kirk?
Yes.
You mean that psychotic Dad testified against 2 years ago?
Yes. He's sworn to track your father down if it's the last thing he does.
Oh, what?
He's a dangerous, homicidal maniac, Miss Melville. And he'll never give up the chase until he sees your father in his grave.
You say he escaped an hour ago.
Time enough to get to your home if he managed to steal a car. I was only found in my office unconscious 5 minutes ago, or I would have called before this. I'll try to reach your father at the banquet immediately.
All right.
You'd better call your nearest police precinct. Ask them to send a guard around.
I'll call the police right now. Dr. Harvey.
Try not to worry too much. With adequate protection, your father will be safe. Goodbye, Miss Melville.
Goodbye. Oh.
Put it down, sister. Put it down.
What do you want?
Get away from that desk. I never did like telephones.
You're Ed Kirk.
Where's Melville?
You're the man who...
Where's your old man?
He isn't home.
Don't lie to me, sister.
You're breaking my arm.
Where is he?
I told you. Out.
When does he come back?
Very late.
You all alone here?
Yes?
You're his daughter, aren't you?
Yes.
For 2 cents, I'd choke the life out of you first.
Please. You're ill. You need medical
Shut up.
attention.
I'm as sane as you are, sister, as anybody. It was only your old man who didn't think so. He put me in that asylum. It was his testimony that did it. So help me, I'll squeeze the life out of his throat with my bare hands.
No.
You're scared, aren't you?
Why should I be scared?
Because you know I mean every word I say. I'll make him crawl the way I crawled. Killing is too good for him. I only wish...
What are you staring at?
You.
Don't touch me.
I'll bet your old man's nuts about you, huh? I'll bet you even mean more to him than living.
If you're wise, you'll give yourself up, Kirk.
Sure.
They won't hurt you if you
I
do.
can hit him harder through you, sister, and make him wait for it, too. I'll show him what it's like to eat his heart out. Sit down.
What?
I said sit down. Now, pick up that pencil and a sheet of paper. I'm in a regular letter-writing mood tonight, sister. Only I like to dictate my letters. Now, put this down. Dear Pa,
Dear Pa.
I'm going for a ride
Right.
with Ed Kirk.
Kirk.
It'll be just a short ride for maybe 2 hours because at 10 o'clock sharp, he's gonna kill me. Write it?
All right.
I got my car outside, Princess. Let's get started.
precinct, Sergeant Hallinan.
Sergeant, this is Dr. Richard Melville, Holly Road. I was notified a few minutes ago that a man named Edward Kirk had escaped from the state mental institution.
Yeah, Doc, we got the description half an hour ago. We're on the lookout for him.
Yes. Well, he's got my daughter with him.
What?
Yes, I just came in and found a note here. He says he's going to kill her at 10 o'clock.
I'll send out another alarm, Doc, right away.
Hurry, please.
You like the ride, sister?
I can see that you're enjoying it.
Why not? With a doll like you at the wheel, it's a pleasure.
What have you got against my father, Kirk?
Are you asking stupid questions?
All he tried to do was to get you medical care. You'd have been sent to prison instead.
Shut up and drive. I got my own way of squaring accounts.
What's the matter?
It's my head. Every once in a while, it starts to ache. Keep both your hands on that wheel.
Don't you realize that there must be a statewide alarm out for us now? Every highway patrolman within 50 miles will join the chase.
You think I can't outsmart a cop? Just you watch.
Yes. I know you're smart.
You do? Huh?
You must have been. To escape from that institution.
Oh, it wasn't hard, sister. Not when you got a medic who's dumb enough to trust you. His office was on the ground floor and it was dark. It was easy to slip on that white coat of his, hop out of his office window, and then walk across the grounds and out the gate without nobody paying much attention.
That was very clever of you, Kirk.
Yeah.
But you won't be clever enough to get away with murder.
No?
No.
Who says I want to get away with it?
You mean you're going to release me?
Sure. But you won't be alive to know when.
They'll track you down, Kirk.
Sure they will. They'll send me back to that crummy pen. I got nothing to lose, see? And a lot to gain. Yeah, a lot to gain. What's the matter?
Something's wrong with the motor.
You trying any tricks, sister?
No, I swear it. It must be the gas. I think we're running out of gas.
There's a filling station on the right. Drive in quick. I just made it. Look, I'll do the talking, sister. One wrong word out of you, and I'll bury this knife up to the hilt.
Evening, folks.
Fill her up.
Special?
Yes, special.
Right.
Don't look around like that, baby. There's nobody here but that station attendant. And I can take care of both of you if I have to.
Want me to check your oil?
No, the oil's okay.
Yes, sir.
What time does it say on that watch you're wearing, sister?
20 minutes past 9.
Mm-hmm. You got just 40 minutes more.
You folks figuring on going much further up the road?
Why?
It's blocked.
Who's blocking it?
The state troopers. They're looking for a guy and a girl who...
A guy and a girl who what?
I don't know. There's... that's 557, mister.
My wife will give it to you.
Your wife?
Go on, honey. Pay the man.
Yes, of course. Here.
Thank you. I'll get you change.
Get out of this car, sister, quick. You and me ain't going inside that station.
What are you going to do?
Shut up and move.
I said an emergency operator. This is Joe Moore at the Walker gas station. Get me the state troopers, Barrett, quick.
You dirty stoolie.
No, Carter!
Back to the car, fast. We're getting out of here.
What time is it, Harvey?
9:45.
They've got to catch them. 15 minutes. They They've got to find them.
Get hold of yourself, Melville. The police won't fail us. They've got every road blocked from here to the state line. 200 troopers have been alerted. Kirk can't get through that cordon.
Well, he may not even try. He may kill her in the car before they can stop him.
It's all my fault. I grew overconfident with Kirk. I thought he was on his way to a cure. We'd gone through everything. Shock, pentothal, hypnosis.
Hypnosis?
Yes, to try to get him to talk more freely, to probe into his subconscious.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. The only results we got were with a rather unimportant post-hypnotic suggestion.
How's that?
He'd obey the suggestion on a given signal, but that was all.
Oh, that may be the police. Hello?
Dr. Melville?
Yes?
Sergeant Hallinan.
Any news, Sergeant?
Well, yes, but not actually good.
Oh, is she?
Your daughter's still okay as far as we know, Doc. One of our troopers just picked up a gas station attendant about 20 miles from here. He was slugged with a heavy can of oil.
By Kirk?
Must have been. We figure he's heading back this way again.
This way?
The road was blocked by our boys about half a mile from the gas station.
I see.
Unluckily, the attendant mentioned it before he was hit. Kirk must have made your daughter turn the car around.
Yes.
The attendant said she looked all right, though, when he saw her.
Oh, thank heaven.
We'll keep you alerted, Doc. You'll stay there at your house, won't you?
Yes, of course, but hurry. There are very few minutes left.
Keep that needle at 45, sister. No more or less.
Whatever you say.
Time's getting short. Your old man must be chewing his lips off by now.
Can't you possibly understand that he's not your enemy, Kirk? He wanted to help you get well.
He hates me. He hates my guts. They all hate me. The whole world, they got it in for me.
Head hurt you again?
Getting worse.
You want me to stop the car so you can rest?
You stop this jalopy, sister, and I won't bother to wait until 10 o'clock. Somebody's following us.
I don't see him.
Keep your eyes on that road ahead. One light. Must be a motorcycle cop. But they ain't looking for a girl alone. I'm getting in back. On the floor. One peep. One false move. If he asks you a question, and I'll jam this knife through the back of your pretty neck. And remember, get rid of him.
Fast! Pull over, miss!
Driving a little fast, weren't you, miss?
I thought I was under the speed limit, officer.
Where'd you just come from?
Hanksville. Live about 10 miles north.
Where you going?
Scarborough.
You see anything of a lone couple in a car on your way down?
A lone couple?
Yeah, the man may have been wearing a white coat, the kind a doctor wears.
No, I didn't see them.
You sure?
Yes, quite sure.
What are you so nervous about?
Nervous?
Well, your hand's shaking on the wheel. Say, you haven't been drinking, lady?
Drinking?
All right, let's have a look at your license.
Here's the wallet.
Yeah. You're another one of these cocktail drivers, lady. You're going to be sorry. We got a test at the barracks that can spot... Hey, is this your license?
Yes.
You mean your name is... Step on the gas or I'll give it to you. Hey, stop or I'll shoot!
Faster! He aimed away from us. He wouldn't take the chance of hitting you. Turn off to the left here. It's behind us again. Drive faster. You better pray you don't catch up with us, sister. That's all I got to say. He's gaining. There's a shack up ahead on the left. Stop the car in front of it, sister. We'll see who makes the last move. We'll see.
Harvey, it's 1 minute of 10.
Easy, old man.
Well, why don't they call? Why don't they tell us what's going on?
I'm sure you'll get some good news any moment now.
I can't answer it, Harvey. I can't face it.
Stay where you are. Hello?
Dr. Melville?
This is Dr. Harvey speaking.
Sergeant Hallinan.
Have you found them?
Yes,
Is the girl all right?
so far.
Good work.
Wait a minute, Doc. The danger isn't over yet.
What do you mean?
One of our troopers cornered them in an abandoned shack about 5 miles from here. They're both inside. We've got 20 troopers surrounding the place.
Then why don't you close in?
He yelled out he'd kill her if we made a move. I think the only reason he hasn't done it yet is because we've cornered him. He knows we won't close in while he's got the girl and she's alive.
What are you going to do?
We know how to deal with the usual type of criminal, Doc, but this guy is insane. We figure you and Doc Melville may have some suggestions. After all, you're the psychiatrists.
Exactly where is the shack?
4.5 miles up Route 17, you take a right turn. You'll hit a second-class road. The house is half a mile up on the left.
We'll be there immediately.
Right, Doc.
She's all right, Harvey?
Yes, but from here on, it's up to us. Let's go.
Brock, turn that light on full on the window. You men on the right, don't make a move unless you get an order.
Sergeant.
Yeah.
How much longer are we going to wait?
Well, Dr. Harvey and Dr. Melville should be here any minute now.
Yeah, Kirk may not wait another minute.
We're holding our own so far. Did you send Jones and Murphy around the back with the tear gas?
Yes, sir. They're waiting for an order now.
Sergeant Hallinan?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Harvey, and this is Dr. Melville.
Is my daughter all right, Sergeant?
As far as we know, Kirk had her show up at the window just a few minutes ago.
You've done everything possible?
We've got the house completely surrounded, Doc. There's a tear gas squad in back, and 2 of my men are covering the door with Tommy guns.
I see you're using searchlights.
We have the whole area lit up like a circus. Everything's set, and yet we can't move in.
Sergeant, let me go in and talk to Kirk.
Are you crazy, Doc? Excuse me, sir. I mean, well, he hates you more than he does your daughter. All he's looking for is a chance to take a crack at you both.
I can't stand around and wait like this. We've got to do something.
Let me talk to him, Sergeant.
You, Dr. Harvey?
I don't think he hates me in spite of what he tried to do to me. Perhaps I can get close enough to reason with him.
Well, if you want to try, it's all right with me. But you'd better walk in across the lights where he can see you.
All right.
Come with me.
Stay away from the window, sister. Look at that production. Lights and all. We're getting to be big shots, ain't we?
Kirk! Hey, Kirk!
It's Doc Harvey. You must have come here with your old man.
Kirk, can you hear me? Sure, Doc. What's on your mind?
Release the girl, and I'll see that no harm comes to you.
That's rich, Doc. You're making me laugh my head off.
You have nothing against the girl, Kirk. It's her father you hate, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, you sure hit it on the head that time, mister.
Oh, Kirk.
Hey.
What?
Maybe I can get the 2 of you at once, sister.
Oh, no.
Hey, this is great.
Hey, Doc.
Yes?
You want the girl? Send Doc Melville in instead.
Kirk!
You heard me. Turn him in and she goes free. But make it fast. Getting tired of playing cops and robbers. I'm liable to make up my mind to let her have it inside of 2 minutes.
No, wait, Kirk. I'll tell her father.
Yeah. Tell him to join the party. I'm just itching to say hello. I tell you, it's a trick, Doc. He'll kill the 2 of you.
I've still got to try. I'm going in.
Melville, wait.
I just remembered. You said you'd given him a post-hypnotic suggestion once. What was it, and how did he respond, Harvey?
It was a simple test to see how deeply the hypnosis had affected him. We told him to obey an order to turn to the wall whenever he was asked.
Turn to the wall. I'm going to try it.
It may not work anymore.
But if he's still under its influence, it's a suggestion he can't stop himself from obeying. It's my one chance, Harvey. I'm going to take it.
Here he comes, sister. Your old man in person. He fell for it.
You're not going to...
I've been waiting for this break for the whole 2 years. I don't care what happens to me anymore. All I want is a crack at him. Shut up or you get it first.
Kirk? This is Dr. Melville.
Hiya, Doc.
Send my daughter out, and I'll come in.
First, you come in, Doc.
All right.
Use the door. And walk slow. And listen, I got your girl in front of me. You got a gun in your hand, or a cop with you. She goes.
I'm alone and unarmed, Kirk. I'm coming, Kirk.
Wow. At last. Been a long time, Doc.
Release my daughter.
Sure. Right after I pushed this sticker through her chest.
You hear, Doc? You're going to wait right there until I reach you.
Turn to the wall, Kirk.
Huh?
Turn to the wall.
What are you talking about?
You've got to obey me, Kirk. Don't try to fight it. You were given an order. You can't refuse. Turn to the wall.
No. No. I...
Grab him.
Let go!
Take him outside.
Let me go! Let me go!
Dad.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Daddy.
It's all right, dear. It's all right, Ellen. It's all right now.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast were Joe DeSantis, Jane Webb, Paul McGrath, John Stanley, Ken Lynch, and Merrill E. Joels. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a frightened New York housewife runs directly into danger as she joins the chase.
Listen to Mr. President this evening on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join the chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. Sometimes our very pursuit of safety and security leads only to destruction. For one of the most exciting chase stories ever written in radio, the National Broadcasting Company now brings you Joseph Ruscall's famous thriller, The Creeper.
New York. The unknown killer, called the Creeper, has struck again, adding a third female corpse to his toll. Virginia Peters, a comely waitress, was found strangled to death in her third-floor apartment early this morning while her radio blared. As in the previous murders, a note was found scrawled on the wall with the victim's lipstick and the plea, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." Police
Hey, why'd you turn it off?
No, it's awful. It's right here in this neighborhood.
Well, let's see the rest. It intrigues me.
Now, don't go turning that radio on again, Steve Grant. I've heard enough. I go out of my mind, for heaven's sake.
That's it. It's a good, solid clue.
Oh, what is?
For heaven's sake. How many men ever use that expression?
Oh, shut up.
Okay, Mrs. Grant. Pass the biscuits, my little pigeon.
Pass the biscuits. Eat, eat, eat. 3 women in 3 days murdered in cold blood, and right here in Washington Heights. I'm too sick to go out, and I'm too scared to stay in, and the lock's broke. And you sit there saying, pass the biscuits.
Well, there's nothing wrong with my appetite, my love.
Oh, no, of course not. That's what cost you your job at the police force.
Some men drink to escape. I eat.
Escape what?
An ugly tongue, a beautiful face, and a roving eye. In short, a wife.
Oh, so you're starting that again. You and your crazy jealousy.
Maybe that's the creeper's way of escaping. Who knows?
Oh, go ahead and get a divorce. Go ahead. Can I help it if men look at me? I don't know why you come home at all. Where do you go? What do you do with yourself? And where were you this morning? Why'd you come back?
To eat. But someday I'll lose my appetite for that, too. And when I do, my dear, there'll be no escape. Now I'm off again. Kiss? Still using stage lipstick. Wipe it off. How many times must I tell you? You're married now, remember?
Steve, wait.
Yeah?
At least go buy me my medicine.
Sorry, no time.
Oh, don't leave me here alone. Stay home this afternoon. Please. I'm afraid.
Don't be silly, pet. Nothing'll happen to you. You've got a doorman here, an elevator boy, Mrs. Stone across the hall, a phone. You're safe enough.
Yeah, but the night lock, it doesn't work.
I know. Now you can't lock me out anymore.
Well, it doesn't catch. Something happened to it since last night. Steve.
Get a new one.
I can't get a locksmith. I've tried all morning. Steve, please. Well, if I want to phone you, where will you be?
Oh, goodbye, sweetheart. Take care of your cold.
Steve Grant.
Huh? Why, if it isn't old Pearlie Morgan.
I hear you got thrown off the force, Steve.
Here, you got thrown off the news, Pearlie.
Well, you heard wrong. I wasn't fired. I was just warned.
I wasn't fired either, just suspended for 3 days. Eating a lamb chop at Casey's at the time I should have rung in from the box at 162nd with all that trouble up there. And I'm away to headquarters now for reinstatement. I eat too much, my trouble is.
I drink too much. I hear you're living up in the Heights, Steve.
Yeah.
That's funny, me too. Here you're married now to a beautiful and lovely young...
You can say that again. Used to be on the stage, you know.
Yeah, I think I knew her. Wasn't her stage name Georgia Dixon?
That's her. I love that wench, but... women. How does a guy handle them? Maybe the creeper has the right method.
Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. Who is the creeper, Steve? Any angles?
You tell me. I'll split the reward with you.
Okay.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an announcement from the New York Police Department.
Hey, wait a minute.
Officials at Center Street have just released Jim Ellis. Jim Ellis, who was arrested in suspicion of murder yesterday, was the doorman on duty when the unknown killer, who has been named by the newspapers as the Creeper, strangled his second victim. Since the third killing took place this morning, while Ellis was held in the city jail, Police Inspector J.M. Bradley ordered the Ellis release. Bradley warns, however, that he is still convinced that the killer, the Creeper, is someone who either lives or works in New York's Washington Heights section, the scene of the crime in all 3 killings. New York residents are warned to lock all doors securely and to notify police of suspicious characters at once. We return you now to our program of music.
Some panic, huh?
Yeah.
So what do you think of Inspector Bradley's inside job theory?
Nuts. Every janitor's a creeper. And as for that doorman, Jim Ellis, pure coincidence. Anyway, they've released that Ellis. One thing, though, and I don't think even Bradley's put it together yet.
Yeah?
In all 3 cases, just before the creeper struck, the door locks had already been tampered with.
You don't say.
You got a theory?
Well, sure. I mean, Take that note on the wall. For heaven's sake, in every case, for heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more.
I cannot control myself.
Right. What man uses an expression like that? My dear fellow, the long and short of it is this. The creeper's a woman.
A ruse. Just like the height of the message on the wall. A ruse. 6 feet. And yet I'll lay odds the creeper's no more than a guy your height, say. Or mine. 5'9", just like us. You or me. Only crazy.
How do you figure that?
How do I figure lots of things? How do I happen to figure where the creeper's going to strike next?
How do you?
Well, the creeper's not smart. He's crazy. You play along crazy and you're one jump ahead of him. That's the trouble with Inspector Bradley, wise up a tree. You expect logical clues from a madman? You play along crazy, make out you're the creeper. What's your compulsion?
Go ahead, let's see.
All right. The victims are all redheads. Everyone. You've noticed that, of course. 3 in 3 days.
Well, now that you mention
They
it...
all lived in the Heights, right? Agnes Martin, Jane Krutsky, Virginia Peter.
Right.
What was the number of the apartment in each case? Agnes lived in 1A. Jane, 2B. Virginia, 3C. Don't ask me the why or wherefore. Don't ask me the logic. Just play along crazy, see what I mean? And see where he's going to strike next?
You mean...
The next victim of the creeper lives in the Heights. She's a redhead. Her nightlock's been tampered with. And she's going to get hers today, and her apartment number's 4D. Well? What are you staring at me for?
My wife's a redhead, Pearlie. We live in the Heights. Our apartment numbers... You're just a boozy reporter.
Your apartment number?
That's 4D. I told you.
Oh, 4D, of course. I'll have it delivered. I was busy admiring your lipstick, Mrs. Grant. Nothing like it in stock. 4D, I should have guessed it anyway.
Why?
Face is a number. Believe me, since you've moved into the neighborhood, Mrs. Grant, for me it has a very special number. Like Double Dandy Delicious Dream. 4Ds, you see?
Oh, go on. I'll bet you tell that to every customer. Female.
I? A ladies' man? Oh, like the creeper? I'm sorry. Say, what's going on in this block anyway? Raw nerves, you can't joke. The creeper, that's all I hear all day. It's mass hysteria. There ain't any such animal.
Oh, you don't think so?
Of course not.
What about the note that was left in the apartments of those dead women?
What note?
You know, one that said, for heaven's sake, stop
I
me
assure
before-"
you, Mrs. Grant, it is a fairy tale for circulation of the tabloids. I'll send your prescription up with the boy.
No, I'll just wait here for it.
Well, it'll take some time. You should go right home and stay there if you're just getting over the flu. I'll deliver it myself. It'll be a pleasure.
No, please, no, I don't bother.
Oh, it won't be
I'll-
any bother. Believe me, Mrs. Grant. It won't be a bother at all.
No, I'll wait. I may not go right back. I don't want to be there all alone.
Very well. Suit yourself. Have a seat.
Yeah, thanks.
For heaven's sake, stop me before I kill more. I cannot control myself.
No!
Wait, that was the note I had reference to. Wait, Mrs. Grant, your prescription.
Mrs. Grant! Oh, Mrs. Grant!
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Stoner.
What's your hurry, dear?
I just got scared, I guess. Well, since all these awful murders in the neighborhood.
Yes, isn't it terrible? I'm simply frightened to death myself. Oh, you walking home?
Yeah, I guess so.
Fine, I'll go with you. Good we live in the same house.
Yeah. least if I had a double lock, but, well, the night one doesn't work.
Oh, really? I have a chain lock besides, and still I'm
the way
scared.
it is, I just sit and shiver when there's a sound at the door. I can't get a locksmith. They're all so busy. Mr. Frank on the corner promised to, but he didn't seem to know when. And why are they all so busy?
Well, my dear, because every woman in the neighborhood's changing theirs, too. It's simply a nightmare. But don't you worry. We'll stay together this afternoon till our husbands come home. Think of it, we've never visited, though we live right across the hall from each other. Now, isn't that like a big city, for heaven's sake? Yes. Or would you rather I dropped in on you?
Oh, well, I
Make
don't...
it yours, then. My, isn't it horrible? The ghastly things they're saying, the theories. One doesn't know what to think next. Oh, you believe the latest?
The latest?
That maybe it's a woman, the creeper.
A woman?
Can you beat it? I can't imagine how in the world the police figured that, for heaven's sake. Can you? Can you, Mrs. Grant?
Well, I don't know. I was just thinking of something that my husband said.
Oh, I can see where a married woman now. If her husband was faithless, say, or perhaps only weak and had no will of his own against a vile, cheap thing in skirts. And if the wife, say, was merely getting at those female homebreakers now. Well, I can understand such a theory, because you take my husband now. You've met Mr. Stone, haven't you? Mrs. Grant. Why on earth are you staring at me like that, for heaven's sake?
I don't feel well. I gotta get home at once. I feel faint.
But Mrs. Grant, for heaven's sake.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Out shopping?
Oh, you're the new doorman.
Just relieving the regular man. Nice weather out.
Yeah.
Help you with your packages?
No, thanks.
Well, let me ring the elevator for you.
Oh, no, you don't have to trouble.
Oh, no trouble, ma'am. There.
What happened to Charlie?
Charlie?
Yeah, the regular man.
Oh, I'm just helping him out. I'm from the next building down.
The next building? I didn't know they had a door. I never...
Yeah. Funny how folks never notice some people who are around all the time. I noticed you. I guess everybody does.
When will the elevator come?
You better let me take those packages up for you.
No, I can manage.
Here, I think that milk bottle may slip out. Let me give you a hand.
No, don't touch.
Gee, I'm sorry. Well, it's nothing to be frightened about, ma'am. I just wanted to help.
No, I'm all right. Gee, what a mess.
Oh, I can clean that up in a minute. There must be a mop in this broom closet here. Don't you worry. I can get this fixed up in a minute. Say, the grocery delivery man should be around soon. Should I send him up with another bottle of milk?
No, I don't want him to come up. I don't want anyone. I just want to be left alone. What's keeping the elevator?
You're in apartment 4D, aren't you?
Yeah. How do you know?
Doesn't take long.
Why doesn't this elevator come?
It's coming now. Terrible things, ma'am. The happenings.
What?
The creeper, you know.
On up. Yeah. Oh.
Up and down. It's just the ups and downs of life.
Yeah.
And I'm a living milkshake, Mrs. Grant.
Well, what's wrong, Jimmy?
I'm stuck. Imagine getting stuck between the third and fourth floors with a production like you.
What?
Yeah, this is something every elevator jockey dreams about. Especially me.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm just trying to return the spirit of that little smile you give me all the time. That's all.
Oh, get this elevator going, Sonny. You want me to report you?
Okay. Can't you take a joke?
No.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood that smile you always give me. Maybe I shouldn't ought to smile that way. Well, fourth floor.
Well, let me out.
Huh?
Let me out.
Now, listen.
I know.
You don't say anything
You
to
let
boss.
me out.
Okay. Hey, if I drop in later, will you be more receptive?
Thank goodness at last. I must be going out of my mind. Oh, where's my key? Where is it? Oh, darn lock. Oh, golly. Hey, hello, is the locksmith in yet? Well, I want to know how soon I can get my lock changed. Yeah, of course, I left my order. This is Mrs. Grant. Yes, in 4D. Yes. Look, yes, I know you just explained to me, but I know he's very busy.
Hello, George.
I fool, it's me. You want the whole house to...
Yeah, that's better.
What are you doing here?
I'm playing along crazy.
Oh, what are you talking about? How did you get in here?
Alias Pearly Valentine. Now, don't worry. You haven't a thing to worry about now. I've come to protect you. Now, give me the phone.
Hey, listen.
Hello? Never mind about the lock. Thank you. All right. Sit down. Make yourself at home. I've been waiting here for you. Long time no see, Georgia.
What do you want, Pearly?
Me? A headline. Your husband wants to. Wants I to keep an eye on you.
What's that?
Sure. You didn't think Steve and I were acquainted, did you? Oh, yeah, from way back. I just met him at a bar.
I don't believe you. What do you mean, keep an eye on me?
Oh, just in case the creeper...
No, I don't...
You heard of the character?
You're mad. You've always been mad, Pearly Morgan. Where is Steve? And why should he send you here? Hey, well, what are you doing here?
Told you. Playing along crazy. You got a drink?
Oh, you're drunk now. And you're getting right out of here. Nothing but a no-good rummy.
And you're nothing but a no-good... you finish it. When I took to drink, it was to drown you out, and you know it. Well, I'm still a rum pot angel, which means I haven't got rid of you. Yet.
Get out.
You little two-timing redhead. You're all the same, you redheads. Haven't changed, have you? Even a wedding ring can't do that to you.
Why, you...
Oh, don't play the innocent.
Look, I'm warning you. You get out, or I'll call the police.
Stay where you are.
Hey, Pearly. What are you doing with that gun?
I wouldn't pick up that phone if I were you. You see, there's a big reward for the creeper. And a heck of an exclusive. And I don't want to share it. Sit down, darling. Just play along with me while I play along crazy. Sit down! There. That's it. Like we're expecting company. Oh, I must be crazy doing this. Why wait here for the creeper? Why not 100 other streets, 1,000 other apartments, 1,000,000 other dames? Because I'm riding my hunch. Let's have some music. Well, don't just sit. Let's have some music. Turn on the radio. Let's dance. That's it. Now, let's dance. Give me your arm. Let's dance. Like old times. Around and around like my brain. Why are you trembling? I still love you, you little fool. Ask me why. I love you, you lovely redhead. I could kill you and you deserve it. With the radio on, you could scream and no one would hear. I could put my hand on your throat like this and I could strangle. Why are you crying? Now, stop it. I'm here to protect you. Now stop crying. Cut it, I say. Cut it out. I can't stand it. I never could. Oh. Okay, you want me to leave? All right, I will. It's your funeral. Where's my hat? No.
In a few minutes, there'll be a knock or a ring, or the door will just open. And you'll be lying in a pool of blood like the other three.
No.
Goodbye, my worthless. Give my regards to the creeper.
Look in his eyes. It's like a madman. What if he comes back? He wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Someone wants to kill me. I gotta lie down my head like head splitting. Just trying to frighten me. He's jealous. Spite, that's like... Yes, that's what it is. Like the other three in a pool of blood. Any minute now there'll be a knock. Or a ring. Oh. Yes?
This is the doorman, Mrs. Grant.
Yes?
The druggist is here with the medicine. Shall I send him up?
My medicine? Why, yes, No, don't let that man up.
Want me to bring it up?
No, I'm perfectly all right. I don't need it, you hear? Don't you dare come up. Don't anyone. Please, I must have it changed right away, my door lock. Yes, and this is Mrs. Grant. Yes, I do want it, of course. Like anyone can get in, anyone, and they want to murder me, but I don't know who. It's the creeper. Oh, you come right away. Thank you so much. Thank you, but hurry, please. Hurry or I'll just go out of my mind. Oh, thank God. Like the other three in a pool of blood. Any minute now, a knock or a ring. Who's there?
It's me, dear Mrs. Stone.
Oh, what do you want?
I've been worried about you. Are you ill?
No, I'm all right, Mrs. Stone. I'm feeling fine.
Open up, dear. Don't you want me to keep you?
No, thank you. I was just stop it.
Oh, do let me in, silly, and we'll talk.
No, go away. I'm going to sleep. Just go away. Hello?
Hello, Georgia. Are you all right?
Oh, Steve. Oh, gee, Steve. I've been frantic. It's so good to hear your voice. Well, where are you?
At headquarters. I'm coming right home. Sweetheart, is anything wrong?
No, not now. Not when I hear you, Steve. I don't know what came over me. All day I've been imagining things. Silly. It's my nerves, I guess.
Forgive me for this morning, darling. I wasn't myself. My job had me down, but now everything's okay.
Of course. Forgive me, Steve, huh? But, gee, if you knew what I've gone through today, the most dreadful state, and then that... Hey, Steve, did you send someone here today?
Pearlie Morgan?
Oh, well, then you did.
To keep you company. Isn't he still with you?
Well, no, I just got rid of him.
I wish you hadn't. He's an all right guy, smart reporter. Lives in the neighborhood, too. Honey, it sounds cockeyed, this fellow's theory, but I was a bit worried when I got to thinking, so I... Listen, Georgia, Don't let anyone in the house till I get home.
Oh, I won't, Steve.
Not anyone. Do you hear? Not anyone.
Locksmith.
Oh, wait a minute, Steve. I'll be right back.
Georgia, hello.
Locksmith.
Oh, Mr. Franks?
Yes, Mr. Franks.
Oh, thank goodness you've come. Please step in. It's this door, the lock on this door that I want fixed. Yeah, and just a minute, my husband's on the phone.
Surely.
Oh, Steve.
What happened?
Yeah, it's all right. Everything's all right now, Steve. You needn't worry.
Didn't I just hear you talking to someone?
Well, it was no one, Steve. It was just Mr. Frank, the locksmith.
The locksmith?
Yeah.
Georgia, listen,
Huh?
Georgia. That's what I was going to tell you. The police are on a new trail. They think maybe a locksmith. Georgia, you listening? That maybe the creeper's a locksmith. Get him out, quick.
What nice lipstick you use, Mrs. Grant.
Quiet. For heaven's sake. For heaven's sake. No.
Georgia. Hello. Georgia.
Hurry.
Hello.
Stop me. Stop me before I kill more.
Hello, city desk. Pearly Morgan rum pot. Still drunk, so what? Oh, shut up and listen. On that creeper story I just gave you, add this dope. The reward for his capture goes to the elevator boy. He heard Georgia Grant scream and called a cop. The creeper was shot running from the building. Ironical, wasn't it? Imagine, the locksmith was the killer. The one man Georgia chased all day thinking he'd protect her. What an ending to a lovely, lovely redhead.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast were Jan Miner, John Raby, Leon Janney, William Keene, Sylvia Lee, and Donald Bucher. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a man in search of a missing corpse finds himself in pursuit of frustration in The Chase.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Counter Spy and Dragnet on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There's always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme.
But always, there is the chase.
The name? Philip D. Cortland. You've probably seen it in the society columns. The D stands for Dexter. Mathilda Dexter, my maternal great-great-grandmother, a good friend of Betsy Ross. The background? Elliott Prep School for Young Gentlemen. Harvard, the Sorbonne. Age 36, deportment acceptable. Proficiencies, polo, tennis, dancing, and spending money. A pleasant occupation for a man who lives on the income derived from a $20 million inheritance he never earned and believed would remain with him forever. Am I intruding, Carver?
Oh, not at all, Philip. I've been waiting for you. Please sit down.
Well, I don't have much time. Got a date to go shopping with Irene. She's selecting a wedding dress today. We're taking the plunge in less than a month.
Yes, I know.
Well, I must say you look like an honorary pallbearer this morning. Why so gloomy, Carver? Or don't lawyers ever smile?
I have bad news for you, Philip.
Oh? What's up? My creditor's misbehaving again? I meant to tell you that I overdrew this month, Carver, and I'll need an extra $20,000 to tide me over.
I'm afraid I can't give it to you.
Well, then there's the wedding, of course. What did you say?
I said I can't give it to you, Phil.
Well, why not?
Because I don't have it.
Well, I'm not asking for a loan, old man. Just $20,000 of my own hard cash.
I should have said you don't have it. Cigarette?
No, thanks. What's the joke?
There is no joke.
I'm worth $20 million, and you tell me I can't get $20,000. I'm waiting for the point.
The point is, Phil, you're broke.
And you're crazy.
Here, read this. I received it this morning just before I called you.
Oh? Oh, it's from Malaya.
Yes.
What's all this about communists and rubber?
You've always been unconcerned about your business affairs, Philip. But surely you must know where your income came from.
Well, naturally. We own half the rubber on the Malay Peninsula. There's a $20 million investment. Hey, what is this? Now, stop stalling, Carver. Give it to me straight.
There was a battle in the jungle. The communist guerrillas couldn't win it, but they managed to set fire to thousands of acres. It was an inferno, Philip, and there's nothing left.
You mean it was our property?
Mostly.
Well, what about the land? They can still grow rubber, can't
The
they?
land was flooded. A dam was opened to stop the fire from spreading. There's nothing there now but charred tree trunks and slime. And it would take millions in money and years of labor to even partially restore it.
In other words, I've been wiped out just like that.
I'm afraid so. Here's an inventory of the salvageable equipment, worth about $7,000 in the open market.
$7,000? I owe my creditors $70,000.
What'll you do, Phil?
Get myself a tin cup and a box of pencils.
Phil!
What do you expect me to do? Never worked a day in my life. I've lived like a Maharaja's favorite son ever since I can remember. Get a job? Sure. But doing what? I can't even type. And how long do you suppose it'll take me to pay back $70,000 on, say, $40 a week?
Why, you're young.
And useless. It's a great combination.
You've still got Irene.
Yes. Yes, I've still got Irene. And that's just about all. But it never rains, friend. It pours. And I'm the original fall guy who forgot his umbrella. 1 hour later, in Irene's apartment, I got the final score.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Cortlandt.
Afternoon, Hazel. Will you tell Miss Osborne I'm here?
Miss Osborne's gone.
Well, when will she be back?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, where'd she go?
Europe.
She what?
She left this morning, Mr. Cortlandt, and told me to give you this note and her best regards.
The note was short and to the point. The wedding was off. She couldn't marry a man with no ambition, no matter how much he was worth. She didn't say it, but what she meant was, once a bum, always a bum. Cafe society wasn't her idea of an intelligent marriage, no matter how much he was worth. That was the biggest laugh of all. The next few weeks, I don't remember. There were phone calls. Speaking. Yes, you'll get your money. Give me time. I know how much I owe you, but I'll pay off. Just give me more time. I told you I'd pay you. Then go ahead and sue. I'll vacate the apartment tomorrow and leave me alone. How far do you go before you reach the breaking point? How high is up? What do you do when you're too old to begin all over again, too inept to hold a job, and too scared to put an end to it? Where do you travel when your ticket's all punched out? I don't recall exactly how I got his name. There was a conversation somewhere in a gin-scented bar. The name was dropped and someone swore in a whiskey bass. Then I overheard an address and ended up at 1 o'clock in the morning in the back room of a pool room where a scar-faced hoodlum sat at a pockmarked table fooling with a pack of greasy cards. Are you Mr. Monks?
Why?
I'm looking for service.
Who sent you?
Well, I can't mention the name, but he recommended you highly.
What's the story?
Well, I'm not I'm not sure yet whether it's tragedy or farce.
Huh?
But I want to hire you.
For what?
To kill someone.
Who?
Me.
You loaded, chum.
You deal in that sort of thing, don't you? For a fee, say, $2,000?
What's the gag, chum?
No gag. No gag. I want to get rid of myself, but I haven't the nerve to do it myself. Then there's my insurance.
Your insurance?
Almost $80,000. It'll pay my creditors and preserve the family honor. Only, you see, there's a suicide clause in it. That's why it has to be done by someone else.
And where does the $2,000 come in?
Oh, I have that right here. It was all I could borrow on the insurance. Will you accept it? It's in $100 bills.
Put it down. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It has to be done within the next 2 weeks
6,
before the insurance
7,
premium comes due.
8,
I can't
9,
pay it, you see.
10. 2 weeks, okay. 11, 12.
And I
13,
mustn't know it's going to happen.
14,
Do you understand?
15,
I've got to be taken by
16,
surprise.
17, 18, 20. You won't know it's coming, mister.
You'll do it yourself?
No.
Oh, then you'll delegate someone else to kill me.
Yeah.
What'll he use? A gun or a knife?
Maybe he won't use nothing. Maybe he'll just kind of push you easy like in front of a truck or get you in a subway train.
I see.
Anyways, don't ask no questions. You said you didn't want to know when it hit.
Then you'll take care of it.
In style, chum. In style.
I was half in a stupor when I walked out the door, and I wandered around for several hours without knowing exactly where I was. It was just after dawn when I got home, and I settled down in my hole in the wall to await the coming of eternity. I was sitting in my shirt sleeves, staring at the wall, when Carver came in.
Philip. Are you ill, Phil?
Oh, I'm just waiting, Carver.
For what?
The Iceman.
What?
I'm dressed correctly for the occasion, I believe, in an open shirt, a cigarette dangling from my fingers. Isn't that traditional for an execution?
Phil, snap out of it. I've got great news.
Great news?
You're rich, Philip. I've just received word your plantation's intact. It was someone else's property that was ruined.
I'm rich, you say?
I've been trying to reach you for hours. Look, I want you to sign this contract. You're selling out, Phil, for $22 million.
Huh?
Yeah, we're not taking any chances from here on in, my boy. We're selling out.
Selling out? No, don't lie to me, Carver. For heaven's sake, don't tell me this is a joke.
You're back on your millionaire feet again, Philip, and bigger and better than ever.
Phone. That's the phone.
I'll take it. You'd better sit down before you collapse. Hello.
Is Philip Cortland there, please?
Who's calling?
Just tell him it's Irene.
Just a moment. Phil, it's for you, Irene.
Irene?
Well, I'll be on my way. It looks as though your luck's completely changed, old man.
Irene?
Oh, Phil, darling. How are you?
Well enough.
I just heard about your losing the plantation. Oh, darling, I'm so sorry.
But I thought you were on your way to Europe.
That was just a bluff. I thought that if I pretended to leave you, you might get some ambition.
Pretend?
Oh, darling, I couldn't leave you ever. Oh, please forgive me for being such a fool, I beg you.
Forgive you? Oh, if you only knew how easy that is. Irene, something's happened. The plantation isn't gone. I'm still rich, Irene. It's wonderful, isn't it?
Phil?
No.
Phil, you all right?
Oh, I've got to stop him. I've got to.
Phil, what's the matter?
Everything's happened so fast I'd completely forgotten. Monks. I'd made an arrangement with Monks for my own funeral. I have to get to him fast and call it off. I hurried out and hailed a cab. I gave him the address of the pool room and settled back in my seat, confident that Monks would be happy to keep the money and forget about the crazy arrangement I'd made. Oh, I must have been insane. But it wasn't too late. Or was it?
Well?
I'm looking for Mr. Monks.
Who?
Monks. He has a small office in the back of this pool room.
Not here, mister.
What?
Nobody here by that name.
Oh, no, you must be mistaken. I tell you, I spoke to him last night.
I'm sorry.
Now, just a minute.
What?
Let me in. Don't tell me that Monks isn't... What's happened here? The billiard tables, the walls, they're all charred. The place smells so smoky.
Yeah, well, if you give me a chance to talk instead of pushing your way in like that...
Tell me quickly. Has there been a fire?
Joint near burned down last night.
But Monks, where is he?
I tell you, I never heard of the guy. I'm just the caretaker for the owner of the building. But, maybe the police can help you, mister.
The police?
Yeah, they're looking for the guy who run this pool room. Found out he was a bookie. Maybe this fellow Monks was one of his pals.
Then there's no one left who can give me any information at all.
No. Hey, what goes, mister? You look like you're ready to keel over. You need any help?
There's no one who can help me now. Gone. I'd made a pact with a man who was going to kill me, and he was gone. And I didn't even know who my executioner was going to be. He told me he'd use someone else, and I wouldn't know what hit me when it happened. Everyone was my potential enemy. There was no place for me to go, no place for me to hide. I was marked, like beef on the hoof in a stockyard. I was marked for slaughter. I turned and stumbled out of the evil-smelling place. Carver. I must see Carver. He'd tell me what to do. In a feverish tension, I started to cross the street, my thoughts confused, my senses deadened. And I didn't see the truck as it turned the corner and roared in my direction. Halfway across, I raised my head, but it was almost too late. It was on top of me, bearing down like a juggernaut of death. By inches. It missed me by inches. Was it an accident? Or was it the first attempt to mark my account with Monks? Services rendered in full. Philip, I need a drink, Carver.
Hey, what's the matter with you? You look...
A drink, quickly.
Yeah, or right behind you in the sideboard. Hey, careful, you're going to drop that decanter. What's wrong, Phil?
I'm frightened, Carver. I've never been so frightened in my life.
What?
I'm being followed. I swear there was someone behind me all the way over here to your flat. 20 minutes ago, I was almost run down by a truck. Deliberately, Carver. He tried to run me down deliberately.
But who, Phil?
Who?
Yes.
I don't know.
You don't know?
They never told me what he'd look like when I made the deal.
What deal?
Carver, you've known me for 20 years. I'm completely sane, am I not?
Oh, of course.
Well, if I go to the police, they may not think so. It's so fantastic, I can hardly believe it now myself. I'm caught in a chase, Carver, a chase with death.
Oh, for the love of heaven, what's happened?
I paid a professional murderer to kill me.
You what?
I struck a bargain. I've got 10 days to live at the most.
Sit down, Philip. Just try to relax.
Well, you act as though it's unimportant. Don't you understand, Carver? I've paid for my own execution. Why are you looking in that phone book?
Just take it easy, Phil. There's a doctor I know, a psychiatrist.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Well, the loss of your money, your fiancé, well, those things can come as a shock. Phil,
You idiot, it's all true. Now get away from that phone before I should have known. He was looking at me with the condescension one reserves for excited children or the insane. That's how the police would see it, too, and why not? The thing was so fantastic, even I wonder whether it actually happened, whether I'd made such an incredible bargain. But he was reaching for that phone again, so I stopped him. Oh, now can't you take a joke?
A joke?
I'm afraid my sense of humor is getting rather morbid, Carver. I was just feeling kittenish, that's all. Now, don't embarrass me by carrying this nonsense too far.
Well, you gave me a turn there for a moment, Phil.
Did I?
Please, now, I know your reputation for practical jokes, but don't ever do that to me again.
What I actually came here to talk to you about was my money.
Oh, well, no problem there. I cabled an acceptance of the sale a little while ago. The amount will be placed to your credit at a bank in Singapore and then transferred here to your account.
How soon?
Oh, well, I should say the deal would be consummated within 2 weeks.
But that's too long.
Well, you need cash immediately?
Well, naturally.
Well, I'll arrange for the bank to advance you $5,000 or $10,000. Oh, excuse me. Hello. Who? Oh, yes, he's here. Hello. Hello. That's odd.
Well, who was it?
Well, someone asked for you and then hung up.
Someone asked for me. But I told no one I was coming here. No one.
Phil.
There's a service entrance to this apartment, isn't there?
Yes, but...
Where is it? Tell me.
Well, it's through the kitchen, the back stairs. Phil, wait! Phil!
The stairs led down to an alleyway that led in turn to the street. I stopped at the entrance, then looked left and right before pulling up my coat collar and hurrying towards the corner. Suddenly, I glanced behind me and saw a shadow near the entrance to the house. The shadow moved, and so did I. There was no time to look for a cab, but I saw a subway kiosk. Without thinking clearly, I ran down the steps and into the cavernous gloom where I waited like a hunted rabbit for the next express. I pushed in with the crowd and found myself wedged inside the vestibule as the subway started to leave. The car was stifling. I was jammed in so tightly with the rest I could barely move. At that point, I heard a heavy breathing right behind me, virtually on top of my neck. I twisted my head a bit and saw I was squeezed in next to a heavy-set thug who seemed to be pressing something hard against my spine. He wouldn't dare. Not in that crowd. And then I remembered.
Maybe he won't use nothing. Maybe he'll just kind of push you easy like in front of a truck. Or get you in a subway train.
I started to sweat. My lungs were burning and I couldn't draw my breath. Was it coming? Was I going to get it here, surrounded by dozens of people who couldn't raise a finger to save me? And then the train reached the station, the door sprang open, and with my last ounce of strength, I lunged.
Let me out of here! Let me out!
Hello, this is Mr. Cortlandt speaking. Your next boat, when does it leave? I don't care where it goes, just when. Oh, midnight? Well, is there a single booking available? Yes. Cortland, Courtland. Yes, I'll pick up the ticket at the pier. Who's there?
Philip, it's Irene.
Oh, is there anyone with you?
No.
Come in quickly.
Phil, what's the matter? I've tried to call you for days. Where have you been?
Here, I didn't answer any phone calls.
Oh, your room. Empty food tins. Bottles. What does this mean, Phil?
I've been eating indoors, that's all.
But why?
Because I wanted to. Does that answer your silly question?
You're ill, darling. You need a rest.
Is that what Carver told you?
He said he hadn't been able to reach you in over a week. Why have you been hiding, Philip? Why have you been living here like a hermit
Will
when
you do me a favor, Irene?
Of course.
Get me a taxi.
A taxi?
Yes, but not in the ordinary way. Go east 3 blocks, then turn west on the avenue. Hail the third empty that passes and give him this address. Tell him to come upstairs here and knock twice. Offer him this $20 bill and say there's 50 more when he gets here.
Phil, why all this childish...
Childish, is it? Will you do as I ask?
Yes. Yes, of course I will. Will you tell me first where you're going?
I'm leaving the country. For good.
Alone?
Alone.
I see.
Forget about me, Irene. Find someone else. You'll never see me again.
Good luck, Phil.
Sure.
And goodbye.
So it was finished. But I didn't care. She'd have been a widow even before she was a wife. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on my door.
unhacky she called had arrived. Who's there?
Mr. Cortland?
Well?
Got my cab downstairs.
Oh, come in. Were you followed?
Followed?
Did anyone see you come up here?
No.
Well, I'll be with you in a moment, just as soon as I close this suitcase. There. What are you staring at?
Nothing.
You were staring at me just now. Why?
Look, I ain't got all day, mister. You coming or ain't you?
Take my suitcase down. I'll follow you. I was suspicious of everyone, but I had to trust him at least until I reached the pier. Oh, the cabbie was safe. Of course he was. He had to be after all the instructions I gave Irene. I tried to get hold of myself. Just 20 minutes and I'd be on my way to freedom.
Where to, mister?
The pier, 107. And hurry, will you?
There's a lot of traffic, but I'll do my best.
Driver.
Yeah?
Look behind us in your mirror.
And what gives?
That car, the one with the bright headlights, is it following us?
Are you kidding?
I tell you, it's been behind us for the last 2 blocks.
So what?
Turn left at this corner.
Thought you wanted to get there in a hurry. That's out of our way.
Turn left, I tell you.
Okay.
No, I was wrong. He kept on moving.
Oh, now what?
To the pier direct.
I know a shortcut.
Oh, you do?
You may as well take it.
He turned off the avenue and cut through a warehouse district I didn't know. The streets were dark and empty, and the unlighted windows in the deserted buildings looked down with vacant, brooding eyes. Then, for the first time, I noticed the slot above me, where the driver's identification card should be, and saw that it was empty. Driver.
Yeah?
Get off this street.
Get what?
Get back on the avenue in the traffic.
But the pier's 6 blocks away.
Never mind the pier. Do as I say. What are you stopping for?
For you, mister. You're getting out.
I'm what?
You're either cockeyed or nuts, and I ain't buying any part of neither. Now start walking, pronto.
I stepped out of the car and walked up the empty street. But he wasn't fooling me. He wanted to get me out of the cab so he could finish me off. But this time, I was 1 step ahead of him. Sure enough, I heard him behind me, following slowly in his hack, waiting for the right moment to strike. But just as it came abreast, I stepped into the shadows out of sight against the wall in what looked like a parking lot. And waited. He stopped the cab and stepped out on the walk. He looked around for a moment, opened and closed the rear door, then moved in my direction. My foot pushed something heavy. I bent down to pick it up. It was a rock, the size of a melon, and I held it poised above my head as I heard him moving closer and closer to the wall.
Hey, mister. You there, mister? Hey, mister. Oh.
I caught him squarely, and he dropped like a log. But when I bent over him and raised his head...
What? Why'd you do it, mister? I only wanted to tell you... You forgot your bag?
The trial was held inside a week. And I didn't bother to tell my story because I knew they wouldn't believe me. They called it murder in the 2nd degree, and they sentenced me to 20 years. A few days later, I was on board the train, handcuffed to a detective, headed for the state penitentiary 50 miles away. But at least it was over, and as I stepped inside the prison yard for the first time, I felt a sense of relief. It was late afternoon, and the inmates were all in the yard, the free period, they called it, when I heard a voice behind me, a familiar voice, a voice I never hoped to hear again.
Ain't your name Cortland, mister?
Monks.
I thought I recognized your pan. How you doing?
Monks, you're here in prison, too?
Been here since the day we made that deal.
But you tried to go through with the bargain, didn't you? You sent that cab driver?
What cab driver?
You mean it wasn't?
You ain't getting that 2 G's back because I'm in here for a long, long stretch. Yeah, they grabbed me half an hour after you left the pool room, mister. I never had the chance to put the finger on you at all.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast were Benton Hayworth, Kenneth Lynch, Rita Allen, Richard Newton, and Bill Quinn. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Ed King.
Tonight, attend Theater Guild on the Air over NBC.
The Republican National Convention has not yet reconvened in Chicago, but NBC will switch to Convention Hall as soon as the first gavel falls. NBC Radio will provide its millions of listeners with complete coverage tonight of the important nominating speeches, and then tomorrow will be on hand for the balloting for the Republican nominee for president. Stay tuned to NBC for all the convention news.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted. Hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
Me? I'm a writer. The name is Burton, Doug Burton. Whodunits, weird stories, creepy gimmicks, stuff like that. Never heard of me? Well, naturally. I write like crazy, but I never sell anything. I've got the biggest collection of rejection slips in the Authors League. My stuff isn't hot enough, they squawk. No excitement. Get some action into it, Burton, they keep telling me. Give it the fast 1-2 with a chase at the finish. Well, I gave it the fast 1-2 this trip, sweetie pie. But I didn't dream this one up. It happened. So help me, Hannah, it happened. It was in Havana, Paris with a Spanish accent. Oh, what a town. I fell into a fast 400 on a first-rate story in New York. It was a honey, sweetie pie, an original with maybe a little twist here and there I stole from Ambler and E.A. Poe. It was enough to take me down to Cuba where I figured I'd get some inspiration and new background material, but the weeks rolled by and the dough ran out and the great American whodunit didn't register. I started bumming singles from tourists, and after a while I was down to quarters, and then it was just cadging drinks. I finally ended up the way they said I'd end, a broken-down hack in a dirty guayabera, leaning across a pockmarked native gin mill bar, telling the barkeep what a great book I could have written. Hemingway,
Listen, I could have given Ernesto cards and spades, and that goes for Faulkner, too. Un otro daiquiri, amigo, see?
You are a writer, senor?
Sure, I'm a writer.
Forgive the intrusion, but I could not help overhearing your conversation with the barkeep. Will you join me in a drink?
Well, I don't mind if I do.
No la quiere, Pedro. My name, senor, is Fernando.
Mine's Burton. I come from the States.
Obviously, senor. You are well known there as a writer?
Well, more or less.
And what do you write?
Mystery stories. Now, don't laugh. Poe wrote them, didn't he? Masterpieces. So did de Maupassant. And I got a novel in mind that'll cop the Pulitzer.
A mystery novel, senor?
Sure.
When will you write it?
Well, just as soon as I get an idea.
I only ask because we are both in the same profession, senor.
Oh. You scribble, too?
I am a publisher.
A book publisher?
And my specialty is detective stories.
Holy smoke.
Senor?
I mean, what a break. The two of us meeting at a bar. Hey, this might turn out to be a deal.
Well, I hope so, senor. Please, my card. You must come to see me when you have something to offer.
Sure, I'll come. Give me a day or two, Mr. Fernando. I'll dig up a yarn.
I would be delighted to hear about it, Senor Burton. By the way, do you have a card for me?
I just gave my last one away. But I'll give you my address. I got a room on the Malecon, number 12.
Número 12. Bueno. Perhaps I will get in touch with you, Senor Burton. It has been a pleasure to know you.
Oh, leaving already?
See, I have an important engagement with my printers.
Oh.
Ay, caramba.
Well, what's the trouble?
This letter. I was to have mailed it yesterday. But like a fool, I have forgotten and carried it with me. It's too late now to mail, and I cannot deliver it in person because of my appointment.
Well, you want me to do it for you, Mr. Fernando?
No. This is too important. It is a letter to one of my clients.
Oh, come on. Let me have it. I'll be careful.
Can you leave right now?
I got nothing else to do.
Well, you are very obliging, senor, and I am grateful to you. The address is on the envelope. Please make certain it is delivered promptly.
I'm on my way.
Take a taxi, senor.
A taxi?
Of course, I must pay for the fare. Here is $5, Senor Burton.
Oh, that's okay.
No, please, you must accept it. And let me thank you once again. Why not drop into my office? I should be there in perhaps 1 hour. We can discuss a projected story, and it is quite possible we can make a tentative deal.
Oh, I'll be there, Mr. Fernando. You can count on it.
And I will be waiting for you, senor, after the letter is delivered.
He passed me a narrow manila envelope sealed on both ends with wax and addressed to a Senora Natasha Vashnik. Then he pushed a $5 in my hand and left the bar. I finished my drink and hit the street, but instead of hailing a cab, I figured I might as well take the bus and eat for a couple of days on the difference. That was when I got my first hint that the errand he'd sent me on had a label marked lousy. In Havana, a bus is called a wah-wah, and it shouldn't happen to a dog. The chassis is put together with scotch tape and chewing gum, and the passengers are packed in like anchovies, breathing down each other's throats. I was jammed into the rear with a garlic-smelling boy on one side and a fat duena on the other, while right behind me was a guy I didn't notice until I felt his fingers frisk the pocket in my pants. Hey.
Well, excuse me.
You're looking for something, mister?
It was a mistake. I assure you, the bus is so crowded.
You were trying to pick my pocket.
Oh, no, my friend, you're in error.
I got half a mind to call a cop.
I suggest, my friend, that you keep the other half on something else.
He had a German accent and a thick red beard, but the most significant part of this gorilla's personality was the point of a knife he held pressed against my spine. For a second, my throat went dry. Then the bus gave a lurch, and I was thrown forward through the mob, putting 3 or 4 people between us. As the bus stopped, I jumped, and I was running up the avenue while Redbeard was still trying to push his way through the crowd. I figured him for a dip with an eye on my poke, but half an hour later, I knew my wallet wasn't what Redbeard had been interested in.
Si.
Senora Vashnik?
Si.
I got a letter for you.
A letter for me. How nice.
Please come in.
She had a Russian accent and a shape she didn't get from eating borscht. And when she smiled and showed her pretty dimples, it made me feel like warbling, "Oh, Chichornia." She led me into an overfurnished living room and pointed to a table and 3 chairs. I sat down on one of them. She took another, while the third was occupied by a dozing Maltese cat who raised his fur and spat as soon as he laid eyes on me.
Quiet, Boris. He is not used to strangers. Signor...
Burton. Doug Burton.
An American? No?
Yeah.
You say you have a letter?
Right here.
But it was very kind of you to deliver it. You must stay and have a drink.
Well, I've got an appointment.
Just one, Mr. Burton.
For the road.
For the road. Rum Blanco, da?
That suits me fine.
Boris, be quiet. You must be nice to our guest, Boris. And mind your manners. Here you are, Mr. Burton. Good health?
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it was my fault.
I spilled some liquor on your carpet.
No matter. Drink up, Mr. Burton. Boris. Boris, keep away from there. Boris!
When I spilled the drink, the cat stretched himself, then jumped down to the floor. Before she could stop him, he was lapping at the liquor, his tongue darting in and out like a thirsty barfly. 5 seconds later, he let out a whine, and his tongue stopped moving. Then his eyes glazed like 2 marbles, his tail started to quiver, and he slowly rolled over on his back, his legs stiff in the air, stone dead. Your cat.
Boris.
What was in that drink you gave me?
Drink?
The cat lapped it up, and it finished him.
But you must be mistaken.
Mistaken? Look at him. That drink was poisoned, lady. You don't mind if we swap.
What are you doing?
You drink mine and I'll drink yours, baby.
But this is ridiculous.
Is it?
And I am giving the orders. Here, you are going to finish your drink, Mr. Burton.
Oh. At the point of a gun.
You have your choice. The drink or a bullet in your stubborn head.
Well, what's the big idea? Why pick on me? I never even saw you before I came here with that letter.
And I will make sure, Mr. Burton, that you will never see me again. Drink, or I shoot.
It was crazy. I deliver a letter to a dame I never met, and she tries to dose me with cyanide. Then she pulls a rod as big as a cannon and shoves it in my face. And she wasn't waiting too long for me to make up my mind either. A glass of poison or a slug. I had my choice. You must be nuts, lady.
Drink, I tell you. No? Then I shoot.
I grabbed the letter, then kicked over the table a split second before she fired. She was on the floor, groping for the gun when I dived through an open window and tore up the street. I was still trying to figure what hit me when I glanced up at a lamppost sign and saw I was on Avenida Calzado, the address on Senor Fernando's card. His number was 87, and I was in front of 96. 95 was a butcher shop. 89 was a laundry, and a moment later I saw that what should have been number 87 was an empty lot. I stood there like an idiot looking across the open space, then pulled out the letter. But as I started to crack the sealing wax with my fingernail, I heard footsteps behind me, and I turned and met Herr Redbeard again, face to face.
This is a coincidence, my friend.
You think so?
Imagine us meeting here on an empty street.
That's a small world.
May I trouble you?
For what?
The letter, my friend.
What letter?
The manila envelope you just put in your shirt.
You sound anxious, Barbarossa.
I am, my friend, most anxious. Anxious enough to use this knife.
That won't be necessary.
I was hoping you would be reasonable.
You've been looking for it, and now you can have it in your pussy. I nailed him on the kisser, only it wasn't solid. He staggered back, but not completely out. I saw his hand go for his pocket, and a knife blade flashed, but I was on my way before he could get himself to lunge. This time I I wasn't fresh, and my wind was bad, while he was only 20 yards behind me and gaining fast. As I turned the corner, I saw a double pair of glass doors under an awning on my left, and I ducked inside to find myself in a tourist dine and dance joint called the Capitolio. I went through the lobby just as he came after me through the door and reached the main patio of the restaurant. The dance floor was out in the open, jammed with tourists, and as I snaked my way along the sides, I glanced back and saw Redbeard behind me, casing the crowd. At that point, I stopped at a table, pulled an overweight dame right out of a chair, and tried to lose myself by doing a Roomba through the mob.
Well, I declare.
Remember me?
Well, you must be out of your mind, young man.
The name's Doug Burton. I'm a friend of your husband's.
You are?
Oh, you must remember.
Oh, well, I must say I have a very poor memory for faces.
Oh, but I haven't, especially a face like yours.
Oh, you're very flattering, Mr. Burton. I'm sure my husband will be delighted. We just arrived in Havana this morning, and we don't know a soul. But I wasn't worried. Oh, no, I told Orville that we'd meet someone. I declare.
I thought it might be better if we danced on the other side.
Well, you needn't have pulled me that way. Why are you looking around like that? Oh, now, really, Mr. Burton, are you quite sure we've met before? Our name is Owens.
Oh, no doubt about it. Let's dance over there near the kitchen door.
The kitchen door? Oh, there's Orville. He just stepped out to make a phone call. Come back to the table with me, Mr. Burton. He'll be so happy to see you.
Keep dancing, lady.
But my husband...
Keep dancing and shut up.
Oh.
Her mouth popped open like a fish out of water, but my mind was something else. Old Redbeard was moving across the floor, one hand in his pocket and his eyes glued to mine.
Oh, that man! Stop him! He's got a knife! Stop him!
I was halfway through the kitchen when she started to yell, and the confusion on the dance floor gave me a 30-second start. That was all I needed to grab a cab and direct him to my roach-ridden flat on the Malecone. As I climbed the stairs, I tried to put the thing together in my mind, but it just wouldn't make sense. The answer, I thought, must be inside the manila envelope, and I was planning on having a look just as soon as I reached my room, but I hadn't figured on unexpected company when I opened my door.
Senor Burton?
Surprised, Fernando?
A little. I must confess.
Why? Didn't you expect to see me alive again?
Senor,
Don't senor me, you double-crossing weasel. They tried to poison me, shoot me, and stick a knife in my liver. I've been chased from one end of Havana to the other. Now I'm finding out why.
Senor, please, you are joking me.
Stand still.
I'm not armed, senor. I have no weapons.
Then start making with the answers.
What would you like to know?
You're no book publisher.
Agreed, senor.
You sent me up to that Russian dame, and she tried to kill me.
Also agreed.
Why?
You were taking my place, senor. You see, if I had delivered the letter, she would have killed me. This was a very uncomfortable thought. So I sent you in my place, naturally.
Naturally.
I was warned, senor, that the bearer of that letter would be automatically liquidated, so he would be unable to ever identify the lady again. I have a great love of life, senor, and I decided to give you the honor of dying in my place.
Thanks.
Don't mention it, senor.
And now I got a little surprise for you, sweetie pie.
See?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna beat your brains out with a coat hanger.
Don't touch me, or I will call the police.
That'll be just dandy. I can tell them you're a housebreaker, and I set you up for the cooler just before they came.
I did not break into your room, senor. The door was open.
Which brings up another point. Why did you come here?
Why, senor?
And make the answer a good one while you still got your own teeth.
I just wanted to call on you, senor.
Come again?
Senor, you make a big mistake.
Once more, and make it sound better this time.
Don't hit me again. I tell you all, I came here to see if you got any papers. Identification, a passport, perhaps. I thought I could use it to get in the United States.
Pretty sure I wouldn't show up alive, weren't you?
Si, senor.
Why?
I told you. I knew that the man who delivered that letter would not live to talk about it. I received $500, senor, to make the delivery.
You turned it over to me for a fin. What's in that letter that makes it so important?
I don't know, senor. I was warned not to break the sealing wax.
Okay, let's have a look.
Senor?
Well?
This may not be wise.
You got 500 and they tried to knock me off to keep me quiet. I've written a lot of mysteries, mister, and this one takes the cake. But there's a payoff to every whodunit, and I'm getting that payoff now. watched me like a hawk as I opened the flap and slipped out a single sheet of paper. I unfolded it, took one good look, and then stared at Fernando, too stupefied to talk. The sheet of paper I took from the envelope was completely blank. One of us must be crazy.
Si, senor.
Look at this paper.
I am looking, senor.
It's blank.
Si, senor.
You mean this envelope was worthless?
Perhaps.
And you got half a G to deliver it?
A joke, no?
No.
It is one of those things that cannot be explained. You cannot get blood out of a stone, senor.
But you're no stone.
Senor.
You got the answers, Fernando, and you're giving them to me.
No, senor. I have no answers. I have told you all. I swear I have told you. Senor.
He was standing near an open window, and whoever fired must have aimed from across the street. Both bullets went right between his shoulder blades, and he was dead even before he hit the floor. I didn't dare go near the window, and I knew I'd be taking a chance if I used the door. Before I even had time to turn him over, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, and a few seconds later, Redbeard waltzed in with the gun still in his hand. Greetings.
We meet once again, my friend.
Come in and make yourself at home. Sorry I can't introduce you to my other guest. He's indisposed.
I will not stay long.
Oh, incidentally, we've never been formally introduced.
This is not necessary.
Oh, but if you're going to shoot me, you ought to do it on a friendly basis.
You are a cool one, my friend.
The name is Burton.
If it'll make you feel any better, you may call me Fritz.
German?
Yeah.
Germans, Russians, Spaniard. This is getting to be an international Kathy Clutch.
The letter, please.
The letter?
Please.
Well, help yourself. It's on the table.
The envelope is on the table, but you have the paper in your pocket. Give it to me.
Come and get it, Fritzy.
Must I remove it from your body?
I'll make a deal with you.
You'll make a deal with me?
Mm-hmm.
You're forgetting that I have the gun, my friend.
Oh, my memory's not what it used to be.
The letter, no more talk.
It's all yours, Fritzy. Here. I found out he was a sucker for a left hook the first time I clipped him, and he fell for the same lead twice. He fired as he staggered, but his shot went wild. And as he tried to catch his balance, I clamped a wrist lock on one of his arms, twisted him around, and sent him right over my shoulder in a flying mare, right through the window. By the time I reached the entrance to the building, a crowd had gathered, and the cops were on the way. With a corpse in my flat and another one under my awning, explanations would have been hard to come by, so I sidled around the jabbering group on the sidewalk, strolled up the street, then broke into a run as I turned the corner. There was still one party left alive who knew the score, and I headed in her direction. But this time, I didn't use the front door to get in. I climbed through a kitchen window in the back, then walked softly through the hall and found her pacing the floor in her overfurnished parlor, biting her nails in frustration. Hello again.
Phew.
Don't move any nearer to that desk, baby. This time I'll hold on to the artillery just to change the plot.
Very well. What now?
I got a proposition to make, Natasha.
Da?
Let me in on the secret, and we share and share alike.
What a secret, darling.
The one connected with this blank sheet of paper.
There is no secret.
No?
You have been made the victim of a bad joke.
Do I look like I'm laughing?
That the paper in your hand is worthless. As you can see, it is merely a dummy. The real formula has long since been sold.
What formula?
You don't know?
I only know I'm holding the gun, baby, and you'd better talk fast.
I have no objection to telling you whatever you want to hear, my handsome friend.
Who was Fritz?
Fritz?
Mm-hmm.
The German. He was an agent, like I am.
A Russian agent?
I work for whoever will pay the most, my boy. And frankly, my fellow countrymen are the cheapest of the lot. Fritz was also a freelancer, and we were both after the same piece of merchandise.
What about Fernando?
Who is Fernando?
He was the guy who was supposed to deliver that letter to you originally.
Oh, yes, you took his place. He was hired to bring the letter here from Buenos Aires. He was unimportant.
Mm-hmm. Now we come to the jackpot question.
Da?
This blank sheet of paper.
I told you, it is a dummy. You are wasting your time. I have already sold the formula to a foreign power for a handsome sum.
And just what is the formula?
A bomb which will make the atom bomb and even the hydrogen bomb look like toys, my friend. It was developed by a scientist who has since, shall we say, passed away.
So many guys seem to be doing these days.
So you would be just as wise to leave and forget the whole affair. What are you looking for?
Just wanted to make sure this paper was worthless before I set fire to it.
Set fire to it now?
Sure.
Why bother to do that?
Maybe I'm an incipient pyromaniac. As long as the paper's useless, we get rid of it. Da?
No. Put the match out, you fool. Put it out.
As the edge of the blank sheet of paper started to burn, her face turned green, and she almost scorched her fingers off trying to reach the flame. Just an inch or two was damaged by the time I doused it, and as she stood there glaring at me, livid, I noticed something else. The edge of the paper that was nearest the fire wasn't blank anymore. Well, what have we here?
Now you have all the answers you require.
Hey, not a bad gimmick. The paper's been chemically treated. Heat brings out the invisible ink.
So?
Looks as though I'm holding all the aces now, baby.
But not for long. I do have an ace, my friend, with a gun in his hand who's standing right behind you.
Don't turn. Take his revolver, Natasha.
Da.
The Formula 2.
Da.
Now step aside.
Don't shoot, Ivan. Not here.
Then where?
The goat field. We can leave him there.
The car, Natasha. Let us get this over with. Quickly.
I was cornered and I knew it, so I didn't say a word. They shoved me outside to a closed sedan and dumped me in the back, while Natasha drove and he held the rod against my ribs. 15 minutes later, we reached an open garbage dump with nothing and no one in sight except 2 goats.
Wait here, Natasha.
Hurry, Ivan.
You, Mark.
Yeah, this place smells like a sewer.
The odor will not trouble you for very long.
Can't we talk this over?
There is nothing to say. We've gone far enough. Stop here.
Before you pull that trigger, you might satisfy my curiosity.
In regard to what?
That paper in your pocket. How much will you get for it?
As much as the market will bear.
Couple of thousand?
Thousands for this? The price will be in millions.
And you've got the only copy?
Here in my hand.
Ivan, hurry.
I'll be with you in a moment, Natasha, just as soon as I feed our friend to the goats.
Hey, don't look that hungry. I took the only chance I had left and lunged for the gun, but this trip my luck didn't hold completely. I felt the sting and heat of the slug as it passed right through my shoulder, but I managed to get one arm and a stranglehold around his throat. He dropped the gun in surprise as he struggled for air, and I could feel the last of my strength begin to leave when his windpipe snapped. He was flat on his back as I turned to face Natasha, who had left the car, and I knew I was even too weak to hold her off as she tried to tear me apart with her fingernails, but she wasn't watching me or her sidekick. She was staring at one of the goats, a stunned expression in her eyes and her jaw hanging open like a lavalier.
The paper.
He was holding it in his hand. Where is it?
The goat. Look.
The paper had slipped from Ivan's hand as we struggled, and it had blown a few feet away across the dump. One of the goats had started to chew it, and I turned just in time to see him munch the last of it and swallow it whole. Well, that's the story, sweetie pie. Except for an addenda or two. The Russian recovered, and they jailed him as a foreign spy along with Natasha, while I holed up in my flat and worked like mad. I put the entire yarn on paper, twist for crazy twist, and sent it to New York for publication. And this is the topper, the thing that's got me nuts. My story just came back to me as usual with a rejection slip pinned to the flyleaf marked unbelievable.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. In tonight's cast were Vinton Hayworth, Jan Miner, Louis Van Rooten, and Roger de Koven. Next week, a suspenseful story involving a song from the grave and a man who tried to escape from his conscience on The Chase. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. Fred Collins speaking.
Attend the Republican Convention on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And what chase is more pressing than the well-known struggle to get ahead at any cost?
Mr. Doyle?
Yes?
You understand that I can't prepare a proper defense unless you tell me everything.
I understand.
A lawyer who does not enjoy his client's fullest confidence.
Mr. Johnson, I understand, believe me. Just tell me what you need to know.
Well...
I won't hold anything back.
All right. I want to know how you got involved in this thing. Oh, I don't mean the money angle. I can understand anyone wanting more money, but how... Well,
How
frankly...
could a small fry like me get tied up with a big man like Elliot Bonds?
I guess that's it. You were just one of the accountants there, weren't you?
Yes, just one of three.
And then, in a period of 18 months...
I was vice president of the company.
Yes.
How did it happen,
How or why, Mr. Doyle?
Yes, that's better. Why? I wanted to get ahead. I could have let it alone. I didn't have to do what I did.
That is what I am trying to get at.
I wish I could answer you, Mr. Johnson, why I did it. I guess there's one time for everybody when there's a chance to get ahead the easy way.
Yes?
Time when you've got a choice. Stay where you are, $5,500 a year for the rest of your life. Skimp, save, work your eyes out,
Or take what you want, like Elliot Barnes.
That's it.
Go ahead, please.
Well, I got that chance 18 months ago. I was wrong to take it. I know that now. And I did fight it for a while. But it looked too good, too easy. Every time I went over my account books, I realized I was on to something big. Kept saying to myself, go to the police. Tell them. It's the only honest thing to do. But I didn't go to the police. I went to Mr. Bonds' office instead.
Yes?
Mr. Bonds, I Like to talk to you for a few minutes, please. I told your secretary it was a personal matter, but...
Mr. Doyle, the question of raises is handled by Mr. Heller. The question of working conditions is handled by
I didn't come to talk about a raise, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Doyle, I'm due in a meeting in exactly 5 minutes.
I came to talk about the Bridgetown Supply Company.
What about the Bridgetown Supply?
I know who owns that company, Mr. Barnes, and why it was organized.
Do you?
Yes, sir. I know that the company is only a front, an empty warehouse on River Street.
I see. Go on.
I know that every contract we get from the government is padded up to 30%. Bridgetown Supply bills us for materials we never receive. $500,000 worth in the last 6 months.
Mr. Doyle.
$500,000 in the last 6 months, and $300,000 the 6 months before that. And the company is owned by your brother-in-law, Charles Dodson.
Mr. Doyle, I'm going to give you exactly 10 seconds to get out of this office, and I'm going to call Mr. Heller and tell him you're through as of now.
Oh, I don't think you will, Mr. Barnes. I think you'll call Mr. Heller and tell him that I'm to be made chief accountant at a salary of $15,000 a year.
Get out.
No, sir, I won't. I've taken all I'm going to take from you and the rest of the stuffed shirts in this organization. I've been here 10 years, Mr. Barnes, with only one raise. I'm tired of chasing that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I'm tired of being a clock-punching nobody. You're getting yours, Mr. Barnes. I want my cut.
Miss Holly, make out Mr. Doyle's paycheck.
I'll go to the police if you force me to.
The police? Never mind that, Miss Holly.
I thought you'd be reasonable, Mr. Barnes.
What proof have you got of all this?
Bills of lading. I took the entire 1948 file and had it photostated. I can prove that every building we put up for the government is only 80% equipped. The other 20 went into your pocket.
Uh-huh. You, want the job of chief accountant, Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
I believe that job pays $10,000.
Now it pays 15, Mr. Barnes.
Mr. Heller's office, please. 15.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Jim. Can you come up to my office right away? Yes. Yes, it's important. Jim, we're going to make some changes in the accounting department to take place immediately.
And they made me chief accountant at $15,000 a year. Sure, I was a crook now, just as much as Barnes and his brother-in-law. I was knee-deep in the whole crummy setup, but I didn't care. I was getting to be somebody important in the community. The Doyles were going places.
Well, I'll tell you one place they're not going, and that's the country club.
Daisy, I wish you'd try to understand. This is a matter of business.
You keep your business down at the office, Elliot. I'll run our social life the way I want it.
Daisy, I'm going to propose Doyle and his wife for membership in the club, and we're taking them to the dance tomorrow night.
Are we?
Yes, we are. And they're having dinner at our table.
Oh, how nice. Paula, darling, I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. Doyle. Mrs. Doyle designs all her own clothes out of potato sacking. Isn't that just fabulous?
That's enough, Daisy.
Oh, no, it's not. If you think I'm going to make a fool of myself to promote some sleazy business scheme, you're wrong. You've always used my position, Elliot.
Shut
this
up.
is one time...
Shut up, do you hear me?
Elliot.
You and your position.
Elliot, you can't talk to me like that.
Who do you think makes your position? I do. My money, my sleazy business schemes. That's what puts you where you are.
I've got a headache, Elliot. I'm going to lie down.
You can lie down as soon as you've called the club and made reservations.
And if I refuse...
Then you'd better tell your brother Charlie to take a trip to South America.
What?
Doyle knows all about the Bridgetown Supply Company, Daisy. He has photostats of the files. He knows the tie-up between Charlie and me.
Elliot.
That's why I made him chief accountant.
He knows about Charlie.
And me. He could send both of us to jail.
But how is
I don't know. I thought we had everything covered. Jim Heller says Doyle used to work late nights. I guess that's how he got to the files.
Oh, Elliot, that's awful.
Yes, it's a mess, all right. But luckily Doyle won't talk as long as we play ball with him.
Play ball?
Uh-huh.
You mean as long as you consent to blackmail?
Call it whatever you want.
Well, isn't there any other way?
No.
You're sure?
Positive. Charlie and I have gone over it from every angle.
All right, Elliot. I'll make the reservations for tomorrow night.
Thanks, Stacey. I knew I could count on you when it came to a pinch.
And 6 months after that, the treasurer of the company left to take another job. And I forced Barnes into giving me the position. Oh, I was riding high, all right. New house in Crestwood Park, Cadillac convertible, just like Barnes was driving. And my wife was taking golfing lessons at the country club. It was a perfect setup, and I thought it could go on like that forever.
John Cooper, Inspection Division. Yeah, that's right. The Army specified copper leaders on that job, and the contractor tried to put in galvanized iron. One of our inspectors caught it, so it's okay now. Yes. Right, I'll be in touch with you. Ask Sam Davidson to come in.
Hello, Chief. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Sam. How's the FBI in Washington?
Just fine, sir. What's the job here?
A little chisel. Did Mr. Andrews tell you anything about this?
No. He just said to work with you. He did tell us it had to do with some construction work over at the Navy Air Base.
That's right, the Post Henry base. The Elliott Barnes organization has the contract to build the runways. One of our field men says the Navy is getting shortchanged on the deal.
That's a pretty serious charge.
Yes. The trouble is, the job's already completed. Runways are down and it would cost a fortune to tear them up and prove that what our field man suspects.
What's that, sir?
Well, here are the contract specifications for the job. We can go through them later. The point is that these runways are built on wet ground, and the contract calls for a complete drainage system underneath. Now, we believe that only about 3/4 of that system was actually installed.
But you can't prove it.
No, the last big rainstorm gave us the idea, but it might take 6 months or a year before the cement would begin to go and confirm our guess.
But you've still got to investigate.
Uh-huh.
Any ideas?
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to tell you your business.
I'm not afraid to learn something new.
Now, this is only a suggestion, but the way I'd tackle it would be from the supplier's angle. The contract called for a certain number of feet of drain tile.
We find out if the tile actually arrived at the job.
Well, it's only a suggestion.
It's a darn good one, sir. We'll hit it 2 ways. On that job and inside the Elliott Barnes organization.
Well, that's the way I do it. Of course, it won't be easy getting inside the barn setup.
You leave that to us.
Okay, I will.
We'll get in, don't worry.
I bet you will at that. Once you do, I think you're going to uncover plenty.
I hope so.
I'm sure of it, Sam. We found out one thing in this department that's almost a rule. If a contractor chisels on one job, he's pretty sure to be trying it on another.
And I knew that Barnes was cheating on every contract, but it didn't make any difference. My chase was bright, and I was getting my share. Then one night, after I'd been treasurer for almost a year, I came home with the biggest news of all.
That you, Matt?
Uh-huh.
Wherever have you been? It's almost 8 o'clock and dinner's practically spoiled.
Is it? That's fine. Give dinner to the cat. We're going out.
Why, Matthew, the girl cooked your favorite dish. Put me down. What is the world the matter with you?
Nothing, Ella. Not a single solitary thing.
Matt, you've been drinking.
I have, my dear, 2 sidecars with my employer and friend, Mr. Barnes.
Matt?
With my benefactor, Mr. Barnes. And I'll have you know it's Elliot and Matt from here on in.
Really, Matt?
Yes. And you're going to call Mrs. Barnes Daisy. No more of this formal stuff at the club.
Well, for goodness sake, when did all of this happen? I don't
Oh, you haven't heard the half of it. Here you are, my love. My new business card.
What?
My business card. Read what it says.
Huh?
Read it. Out loud.
Oh, Matthew.
Matthew, read it.
I can't really.
Ella.
Mr. Matthew Evans Doyle, Vice President. Oh, Matt, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Oh, it's all right. You don't have to bawl.
I knew it would happen, but I just can't believe it, that's all.
Well, it's true. It'll be in all the trade papers tomorrow.
Matthew Doyle, Vice President. Oh, Matt, there's nobody that deserves it more.
Oh, now, wait, darling. There's no use of going overboard.
You worked so hard, Matt. I knew they'd have to put you on top.
Okay, I'm a great guy. Now let's go out to dinner.
You are, Matt. The greatest guy I know.
All right, Ella.
Maybe I don't always tell you so, but
Sure, you tell me all the time, and I don't deserve it. Oh, here, use this.
I'm very happy, Matt.
Are you?
Very. I'm Mrs. Matthew Doyle.
Wife of the Vice President.
Matt,
Yeah?
you wouldn't be joking, would you? It is true.
The truest thing you ever heard, Mrs. Doyle. And it's not over yet.
I'm satisfied.
Sure, you are, but not me. Took me a long time to find out how to get ahead in this game. But I've got the idea now. I'm going to the top of the pile, the very top, Ella, and nobody can stop me. Just you wait and see.
And all this time, Mr. Doyle, the Barnes organization continued its illegal padding on government contracts.
Yep, it did.
And you knew about this?
Yep. I guess there's no use denying it when we get in court, is there?
We'll talk about your defense later. You were made vice president, and then what happened?
Well, everything went fine for a while. I worked harder than I'd ever worked before, but I didn't mind because I was somebody important. They were talking about me in the trade papers, how I'd made such a sudden rise. And ever so often, Ella and I even got in the social column. But it didn't last long. All of a sudden, something happened that none of us could foresee. Right out of the sky and in our laps. And there was no way we could cover. You wanted to see me, Elliot?
Yes. Sit down, Matt. You know my brother-in-law, Charlie Dodson.
Oh, sure. How are you, Charlie?
I'm lousy. Come on, Elliot. Get this over.
All right, Charlie. Matt, we've got bad news. For all of us. I called you in here so you'd know where you stand and what you're to do.
What's the trouble, Elliot?
You read about that Navy bomber that came in for a belly landing at the Port Henry base yesterday?
Yes, I did. My paper said it was quite a job of piloting. Nobody hurt, was there?
Nobody but us.
Huh?
Nobody was hurt but you and Elliot and me.
The bomber ripped open about 50 yards of the north runway, Matt.
Just across the area where we were supposed to have put a drainway.
The north runway?
Uh-huh. Captain Collins, chief of maintenance, was in here just a few minutes ago. The Navy is starting to ask questions.
Oh, well, what do we do, Elliot?
What we've got to do is find some way to explain the lack of a drainage system.
Well, couldn't we blame it on one of our engineers? Say that he read his specifications wrong?
Don't be a fool. We're dealing with the government.
Maybe we better get out of the country, Elliot. We went to South America or Mexico.
Sit down, Matt. You're getting excited.
Sure, I'm getting excited. Why wouldn't I be?
Sit down.
Look, Elliot, why don't we burn up Charlie's warehouse, have an accidental fire, and get rid of all the bills of lading from Bridgetown Supply?
Charlie.
Yes.
I think Matt's too upset to talk right now.
I'm not too upset. I'm just trying to find some way out instead of sitting here and doing nothing.
All right, Matt. We'll talk later in the day when you've had a chance to think this over.
I am thinking right now.
Don't raise your voice, please. It's unbecoming in an executive.
But...
We'll have another meeting at 3 this afternoon, Matt.
I told you he'd go off the handle.
You were right.
He's scared to death.
Uh-huh.
We've got to shut him up somehow, Elliot. With a smart lawyer like Gordon, you and I could beat this thing. With a frightened fool like Doyle tagging along,
Yeah, I know.
We'd better work fast, Elliot.
Yes. I thought maybe we could take a chance on him, but I guess we'd better not.
Of course, if he did skip out of the country, we might pin the whole thing on him.
Huh? Oh, no. No, that isn't practical.
Well?
I've got something in mind if we get in a tight corner, Charlie. It's pretty drastic. It would take a lot of nerve.
What?
Charlie, have you got nerve?
I don't intend to spend the next 10 years in jail.
How far would you go to stay out?
As far as you will, Elliot.
All right, just let it ride for the present. We may not have to do anything about Doyle, but if we do, I think I know how to handle it.
And I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. There was no one to turn to. Elliot didn't seem to have any plan, and the Navy inspectors were asking more and more questions. Then the whole thing collapsed all at once. The FBI came into the picture.
Matt, this is Agent Sam Davidson of the FBI.
How do you
Mr. Doyle.
How do you do, Mr. Doyle?
The government is making a check on our construction work at the air base. Mr. Davidson's going to ask you a few questions, Matt.
Oh, yes, of course. Anything I can do to help? We aren't under arrest, are we?
Matt. Of course not.
Oh, I'm sorry. All I meant to say...
No one is under arrest, and no charges have been made yet, Mr. Doyle. You don't have to answer anything you don't want to.
Oh, just one thing, Matt. Mr. Davidson says that one of their agents has been working here in our office for the past few months.
We know a good deal about this organization, Mr. Doyle. We tell you this so that you can avoid any replies that might be at variance with the facts.
Oh, yes. Yes, I see.
I'll talk to Mr. Doyle alone, Mr. Barnes.
Oh, of course. Matt.
Yes.
You heard what Mr. Davidson said. No charges have been made yet, and I'm sure that none will be. The government is going to give us a clean bill when the investigation is over, Matt, so don't be nervous about anything.
Yes, Elliot, I understand.
Good. Well, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Drop into my office when you're through, Mr. Davidson.
I will, Mr. Barnes.
Well, won't you sit down, Mr. Davidson?
Thanks.
No calls for the next hour, Miss Rudby. I'm in a very important meeting. All right, Mr. Davidson, I'm ready.
Hello?
Hello, Charlie. This is Elliot. You better come over here right away to my house. Remember what I told you? Well, I think we're in that tight corner right now.
But, Elliot, how did you find out?
How do I always find out? Money. His secretary wants a new fur coat. All she had to do was hold down the key on the intercom. Here's a transcript of the whole conversation.
Oh, you're very clever, Elliot.
Thank you, Daisy. And so is Doyle. He's still trying to get ahead at any cost. Just read that thing, Charlie. He's trying to make a deal with the government. He'll tell what he knows in return for immunity.
He wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't he?
Well, it seems to me, Elliot, that he's involved as much as you or Charlie.
Well, of course he is, but we'd never be able to prove it. He'll accept a small portion of the guilt, sure. And he'll throw us to the wolves.
What a sneaky little character.
Can't you do anything about it, Elliot?
I think I can, Daisy. That's what Charlie is here for. Suppose you go and mix a couple of highballs while Charlie and I talk.
Of course. A double for you. And Charlie?
Yes, thanks, Daisy. With water.
I know.
Charlie, is your boat still in commission?
My boat?
Yeah.
Sure, it's over at the yacht basin. I won't take it out of the water for another 2 weeks.
Good. I'm going to invite Doyle on a fishing trip with you and me.
What?
A fishing trip. I'm going to tell him we all need a little vacation while this investigation is going on. 2 or 3 days on the water will do us all good. He's enough of a snob to go in your boat anytime.
I don't understand, Elliot.
You remember last week I asked you if you had nerve?
Yes, I remember.
Have you got nerve enough to let your boat catch on fire?
What?
I've been down to the beach with Doyle, Charlie. He can't swim more than 10 yards.
Elliot.
I know, I don't like it any more than you do, but what can we do?
No. You got me out of
You
this.
said you didn't want to spend 10 years in jail, Charlie.
I couldn't, Elliot. It's too cold-blooded.
All right, then we'll just have to face the music. He's going to blab the whole story to the FBI.
There must be some other
There isn't,
way.
believe me. It's him or us, and we haven't got time to waste, Charlie. It's either him or us.
Well, have you decided anything?
I don't know, Daisy. Have we decided anything, Charlie?
I don't know either, Elliot. I'll have to think it over.
And when they invited me on the fishing trip, I decided I'd better go. Elliot said he wanted to talk over our plans for heading off the investigation, and we'd be better off where no one could possibly hear us. We left the Westport Yacht Basin on Friday afternoon, heading for the fishing grounds off Cape Harrington.
Well?
Elliot, I don't like this.
I didn't ask if you liked it. Did you fix up the forward hull?
Yes.
You soaked the rags in gasoline?
Now, listen, Elliot, there must be some other way.
There isn't. Wait a minute, I cut this motor. Now, Charlie, I'm tired of watching you shake. Can you make it from here to the shore?
Elliot, maybe if we told
Don't
Matt...
be a fool, Charlie. Nobody'll ever know what happened. The boat caught on fire. We tried to rescue him, but we couldn't. It's the only way out.
I know.
He asked for this, didn't he? He's been blackmailing us for a year and a half.
All right, but I'm saying...
What?
He's coming up.
Okay. If you lose your nerve now...
Don't do it, Elliot. I'm asking you for the last time.
Hey, Skipper. Oh, what's happening? Are we dropping anchor here?
Yes, we understand there are sea bass off these shoals.
Well, good. I'll break out the tackle. What kind of hooks, Elliot? When I was a kid, we used to use... what's the matter, Charlie? Do I look funny or something?
Never mind the tackle, Matt. We won't need it.
Huh?
We won't need the tackle.
What? But I thought... Charlie,
Yes, Matt?
what's wrong?
I'll tell you what's wrong, Matt. You're wrong. You're just about the rottenest little conniver I've ever dealt with.
Oh, come off it, Elliot. Well, what's the joke?
This is a joke. This transcript of the conversation between you and that FBI man on Monday morning.
What?
You were going to make a deal with the government, weren't you?
No, of course not. You're jumping to conclusions.
Am I?
I wasn't making a deal, Elliot. I was just trying to fix up something for all three of us.
Sure, I'm quite sure you were trying to fix up something.
But you gotta believe me, I wouldn't turn state's evidence.
You won't have a chance to.
Elliot.
Matt, we're having an accident. The boat is going to catch on fire.
What?
Charlie is going below to set it off in about 1 minute. A very unfortunate accident. Happens all the time on pleasure cruises like this. You can't swim, can you, Matt?
You wouldn't go that far.
You don't know me. I'd get rid of you as easily as I would a sneak thief that broke into my house. All right, Charlie, go ahead. Charlie, do what I say.
No, Elliot, I'm not going to do it.
Charlie.
Not for you, you cheap chiseler. I'm not going to commit murder, that's all.
All right, Charlie, I'll take care of it myself.
I'm not going to let you, Elliot.
Take your hand off that door.
No.
I'm warning you, Charlie.
No.
All right, you stupid fool. No. I'll handle it myself. You understand? I'll do it myself. No. Matt, there's a gun in that locker. I'm not spending the rest of my life in jail. Do you hear me?
Matt! I got it, Charlie.
You hear me, Charlie?
Elliot, let him go or I'll shoot.
Charlie, you...
Elliot, let him go. Oh, Elliot, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pull the trigger. It just went off.
Your aim is as lousy as you are.
Give me that, Matt. All right, Elliot. We'll head back to Westport.
You're making a big mistake, Charlie.
I suppose I am.
They'll give us all 10 years, Charlie, maybe 20.
That's better than the chair. Matt, take the wheel. Head back to Westport.
All right, Charlie. All right, I've got the wheel.
Yeah, Matt. You've got the wheel, all right. You wanted to get to the top. Here you are. Isn't it wonderful, Matt? Here you are, at the wheel of the president's yacht, steering us all into prison.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. This script was written by Jack Fink. Heard in the cast were John McGovern, Paul McGrath, Sylvia Davis, Natalie Priest, William Keane, and Louis Van Ruten. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a strange concoction known as Tiger Lily transforms a mouse into a lion on The Chase.
This afternoon, it's Adventure with Counter Spy on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There's always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme.
But always there is the chase.
I've never been blessed with more than just an ordinary memory. But I know I shall never forget the date, the exact hour and minute and second when I made up my mind to end it with my wife. It was in Istanbul, of all places, on a trip around the world. I had managed to sneak away from Martha, my wife, for another clandestine meeting with a girl I adored, Sybil, the most graceful creature who ever walked this earth. And as we sat in the shadows of a small park, our hands clasped, we could hear the voice of a muezzin calling from some nearby minaret.
George,
Yes?
what are you thinking?
I'm thinking of the day that I first met you, Sybil.
It's only been 3 weeks since I joined the boat at Southampton.
3 weeks.
They've been glorious.
And I objected when my wife proposed this trip. The tour around the world with Martha, what could be more boring? And then we met aboard the boat. And here we are.
Yes, here we are. Where do we go from here, George?
Go? We don't go anywhere.
You mean you're not going to tell her?
About us?
Naturally.
Why, I can't do that, Sybil.
Why not?
Well, I just can't, that's all. And there's no need to. You said you were coming to the States when this trip is over. We can see each other freely, darling, without
George.
Well?
Your wife's very rich, isn't she?
Well, I told you that...
And you hate to lose her money.
Oh, now, Sybil.
If you divorce her, she'll cut you off without a cent. Does it mean so much?
I don't quite follow you.
We can get along without her money, can't we? You're intelligent, attractive, and I can find a job of my own in your United States.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it?
Now, let's not be silly about this. Darling, Where are you going?
Back to the ship. Alone. And I think it's time you went back to your wife and her money for good.
She just didn't understand, that's all. One does not leave a woman like Martha very easily. And besides, Martha depended on me. She had not been well, and she... Oh, why lie to myself? Martha's feelings didn't enter into it. Sybil was right. It was Martha's money I hated to lose. Martha was waiting for me in our stateroom as usual, with her mouse-colored hair done up in curlers and an inch of cold cream smeared over her sallow, homely face.
George,
Are you still up, Martha?
where have you been?
Just seeing the town, that's all. You said you didn't want to leave the boat this afternoon. Do you expect me to remain here on the ship and bore myself to death?
Oh, now don't be angry.
I'm not angry.
My headache's gone. I'll be fine tomorrow, George. Then I want you to show me the city. The ship doesn't leave until midnight, and I've arranged for a guide. I want to see the mosques and the minarets.
Well, then you won't need me. A guide can show you around satisfactorily.
Well, if you're going to be difficult about it, very well, then. I was thinking of buying you those cufflinks you wanted, but I'm in no mood to go shopping alone.
The sapphire cufflinks, Martha?
Yes.
You always take me so seriously. You know very well I'll go with you tomorrow.
Do you know what I want to see most, George? The red minaret. The one that Sultan built 500 years ago. They allow visitors to the top, and you can get a marvelous view of the entire city.
Well, I saw it from the outside this afternoon. It's never used anymore. Looks as though it's on the verge of crumbling. Typical tourist come-on. I don't think it'll be very interesting.
But they say it's so high.
About 5 or 6 stories. You got to climb on foot all the way. Frankly, it's...
It's what, George?
Now that I think about it again, of course, why not? We could get some good pictures from the top.
That's just what I'd love to do, George.
Do we actually need a guide, though?
Well, could we see it alone?
Well, it might be fun, just you and I, Martha, with the romantic view of old Istanbul. Let's go up together with no one else, shall we?
I love you when you're like this, George. So thoughtful.
Yes. I'm very thoughtful, Martha. When it comes to you.
How much longer, George?
Well, I can see daylight above us, Martha. Just a few feet more.
Oh, the steps are so steep. They're easy for you, of course, but... Well, there's 15 years between us.
Oh, well, you're a lot younger than I am in every way but years, Martha. Come on, we're nearing the top. 2, 3, 5, and here we are. The view was breathtaking. Below us was Istanbul, with its hundreds of mosques, lovely harbor, and it was wonderful to see, providing you didn't let your eyes look down below the minaret to the street, because the effect was startling. It was at least a 200-foot drop, and the short stone shelf around the top only came to one's knees. A stiff breeze was blowing, and it almost seemed that if you got too close to the edge, the wind could send you hurtling down, down, down.
George!
Yes?
Oh, isn't it magnificent?
Yes.
We seem to be all alone, high above the world. Oh, I must take a picture. This seems like a likely spot.
That pillar is in your way, Martha. Don't you think you'd get a better shot if you stepped closer to the edge?
Here?
Yes, there.
Oh, the wind's so strong. Maybe you'd better come and hold me, George.
You'll be all right. Just take the picture from there.
All right, George.
As she placed the camera to her eye, she inadvertently moved to the very edge of the short protecting ledge. She didn't see the loose stone, just an inch from her left foot. But I saw it, and said nothing. At that moment, a gust of wind, stronger than the rest, whistled through the minaret. She moved her foot to regain her balance, and it came in contact with the loose stone. As the stone gave way, she tripped and started to topple.
George!
She tried to regain her balance, but couldn't. Frozen, I watched her twist around and face me, her features agonized with fear. And then...
Save me, George! Save me!
I didn't push her, did I? Even if I had the idea, I did not go through with it. It was the wind and the loose stone, I tell you.
Save me, George! George!
I'll admit, that was something I didn't bother to do.
Mr. George Thurston?
Yes.
I am Captain Mohammed Bej, Turkish police. I know this is no time for questions, but routine is routine. You understand?
Yes, of course.
You were alone on top of the minaret when the accident occurred.
Yes, we were.
Without a guide?
Yes.
You were standing how far away, may I ask, when the accident occurred?
About, as far away as you are now.
And you couldn't save her?
But don't you think I would have if I...
Of course. I'm merely trying to get the precise details concerning the accident.
Why do you keep repeating the word accident like that?
It was an accident, was it not?
Naturally.
Your wife was rich, Mr. Thurston?
What has that got to do with it?
Please, don't take offense. This is an unpleasant task for both of us, and I dislike it as much as you do, my friend.
Well, then let's get it over with.
It is over, Pasha.
What did you call me?
Pasha. A term we Turks often like to use in connection with foreigners. It is an honorary title, and we find you Americans are amused by it.
Is the interview over, Captain?
I think so.
Well, then I'll get back to the ship.
One moment. Haven't you forgotten something?
Forgotten something?
Your wife must be buried. She's still in the morgue.
I'll arrange for that. No.
And then you will leave with your ship when it sails for Beirut at midnight.
Well, of course. Nothing to keep me here, is there?
Nothing. Bon voyage, Pasha.
He bowed slightly and smiled. A short, fat man with a large mustache and skin like horsehide. And then I suddenly discovered I hated the very sight of him. And that he frightened me, too.
We're moving, George.
Oh, thank goodness. I am so glad to get away from Istanbul.
I guess you'll want to leave the boat at Beirut.
Leave? What for?
Surely you won't get very much pleasure out of the trip after what's happened.
There's no need to leave, Sybil. Just as soon continue. I've cabled my lawyers in New York, and they're going to have the will probated and settle Martha's estate. It'll take a little time, but it'll be over when I arrive back home. Or, I should say, when we arrive back home, Sybil. What are you looking at, my dear?
That man behind you. He's been watching us for the past 5 minutes ever since we came out here on deck.
What man? Mohammed Beige, the captain. What was he doing aboard the ship? For a moment I felt weak, helpless. Then I remembered. I had nothing to fear. My hands are clean. The entire affair was accidental. Sybil, would you mind going into the salon for a few moments? I know that man, and I'd like to speak to him alone.
Who is he?
He's just an official. Please, I'll see you later on.
It's after midnight. I think I'll go to bed. Kiss me goodnight, George.
For heaven's sake, not here, you fool.
George! I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good evening, Pasha.
Just what are you doing aboard this ship, Captain?
Sailing like you, Pasha.
Are you trying to be funny?
As a matter of fact, I'm attending a conference of police in Lebanon, Beirut to be exact, and as I have some time, I decided to travel by boat and relax.
Well, I hope that you have a pleasant trip.
Pasha.
The name is Thurston. George Thurston.
And that attractive woman I just saw.
Mind your own infernal business, do you understand? Good night.
Good night, Pasha.
I behaved like a fool and I knew it. You think I had some kind of a guilt complex the way I let him bait me? I was innocent, wasn't I? I never touched her. Well, I don't have to prove that to myself. That night, I couldn't get to sleep. It was hot inside my cabin, and the fan barely stirred the stifling air. I took a sleeping pill, and it finally calmed me down. As I slept, I dreamed. If I had known before just what that dream would be, I'd have been happy to spend a sleepless night. I dreamed of Martha and the way she looked at me before she died. I saw her again on an empty street, and I turned away to hurry in another direction. But she was following me, chasing me, with her arms outstretched and agony of horror on her face, and I ran faster, until I thought my heart would burst. And then...
Save me, George. George!
I woke in a pool of perspiration, and yet I felt as though my body was sheathed in ice. Good morning, Sybil.
Good morning, George.
May I sit here and have breakfast with you?
If you wish. Did you sleep well last night? You look so tired.
I slept very badly. I had a dream.
A dream?
I just as soon not repeat it. At any rate,
Good morning, Pasha.
Good morning. We'd rather be alone, if you don't
I
mind.
am Captain Beige, mademoiselle. I'm afraid your escort has forgotten the amenities.
This is Miss Sybil Smith. Sybil Smith.
A pleasure, Miss Smith.
How do you do, Captain?
Have you finished your breakfast, Sybil?
Why, yes, George.
Let's go out on deck, shall we?
But your coffee.
I'll have it served out there. Come along.
Nice to have met you, Captain.
The pleasure was mine, Miss Smith. I'll see you later on, Pasha.
Come on, Sybil. Let's get some air.
What's the matter? Are you ill, George?
I'm all right now.
Why did you do it?
Why'd I do what?
Tell him my name was Smith.
Oh. Well, I thought he had no right to barge in on us that way, and I just wanted to bait him.
Who is he?
He's just a Turk.
An army captain?
Yes, Army captain. Let's not talk about him anymore. He's a very dull subject for conversation.
George, I know what you've been through during the past 2 days and how Martha's death upset you, but is there something else?
What do you mean?
You seem to be so nervous, so jumpy. Is there something worrying you?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Let's take a turn around the deck, shall we? Nothing. Nothing was bothering me except... My hands were clean, I tell you. I did not kill her. I did not touch her as she fell. Not saving her was a negative action, not a positive one. It is not the same as deliberate murder. Or is it? Scotch and soda, steward. Make it double.
La même chose, s'il vous plaît.
Mohammed.
Well, we are becoming friends. You have never used my first name before, Pasha.
What is your game, Captain?
My game? I'm sorry if you feel that way. I assure you, Oh, by the way, this might interest you, Pasha.
What is it?
A picture postcard for tourists. Here, look. It is a photograph of the Red Minaret.
What are you trying to do to me, Beige?
Pasha, please, the other passenger.
I'll tear this thing to shreds. From now on, keep away from me, do you hear? Keep away!
It was a stupid outburst, I'll admit, but the fellow drove me to it. A moment later, I hurried out of the salon and back to my cabin. I stripped off my coat and tie and lay down on the cot. I was exhausted, spent. And a few minutes later, I was fast asleep. Again, I dreamed. This time I was on a Turkish roof high above the city. Suddenly, Martha appeared. She floated toward me, her arms outstretched, and I stumbled backwards, back to the edge of the roof. And she followed, staring at me with those remorseful eyes. And then, just as I reached the edge, I stepped aside, and Martha floated past me and over.
Save me, George!
George, darling, wake up.
Oh, Sybil.
I was looking for you on deck, and as I passed your cabin, I heard you scream.
Oh, Sybil.
George, what is it?
I've got to leave this boat.
Leave? How can you?
As soon as we reach Beirut, I've got to get off, Sybil.
All right, darling, of course. I'll leave with you.
Yes, and we'll fly. Which we will do. We will fly back home. I'm sick of this trip, and I'm sick of Captain Beige.
What's Captain Beige got to do with anything?
Did I mention his name? I didn't mean to. Sybil, I'm tired. I want to rest here alone. Do you mind?
No, of course not. If You're sure you're all right?
Oh, I'm fine. Just leave me for a while, my dear. I'm sure that everything will work itself out. I lay on the bed for hours after she left. Not daring to shut my eyes, I heard the ship's bell at 2, again at 4. I struggled against falling asleep. I knew that if I saw her again, if Martha chased me once more in a dream, I might crack completely. I stayed awake all night. Early the next morning, half numb with fatigue, my legs dragging, I pulled myself out on the upper deck and collapsed in a deck chair near the stern.
Good morning, Pasha.
You again?
You look tired today. Have you been getting enough sleep, my friend?
What do you want? Why don't you leave me alone?
Oh, I have news for you, Pasha.
News?
The ship is putting into the port of Izmir this evening. I have just spoken to the captain.
She's putting into port? What for?
The captain has just received word that there is a violent storm brewing in the southern Aegean and moving north. He will tie up in port for 48 hours until the storm has passed.
I see.
It will be dull, no doubt. But I shall remain on board and continue the journey. What about you?
I'll remain on board, too, naturally.
Yes, naturally. How far did you say you were from your unhappy wife when she fell, Pasha?
That is none of your confounded business anymore.
But it will remain your business, my friend, till the day you die.
What do you mean by that remark?
Here comes your charming companion, Miss Smith. I leave you alone to bask in her charms. Au revoir.
Wasn't that the captain?
Yes, but forget about him. Sybil, we're going to put into port tonight.
Tonight?
See, there's a storm coming up, and we're going to ride it out in Izmir. But I am leaving the ship. I want you to stay on board until tomorrow morning and then join me in Istanbul.
Why do you want me to stay?
To keep the captain from following me. Now do as I say, Sybil, and meet me at the Mosque Hotel tomorrow.
Then you are running away from him.
Sybil, look.
You lied to me about his being an army officer. Discovered he was actually with the police. Then you lied about my name and now...
Stop talking like that. I know what's on your mind.
George!
You think that I killed her, too. I swear that I didn't. She fell. I didn't have to save her, did it? Suppose I did let her... Sybil, I didn't mean that. No, Sybil, come back. Come back! All right, she knew, and I'm glad she knew. She'd stick by me or she wouldn't. I didn't care anymore. All I cared about was getting away and keeping myself awake. I forced myself out of the chair and back to my cabin. I sat down on the edge of the bed. Bed looked so inviting, so pleasant, so... Oh... I've been asleep more than a few minutes. And she came to me, Martha, her arms outstretched as before. This time, her head, her face, it's like I saw her in the morgue, lying there, shattered. I tried to run. I tried to escape. My legs were useless. I could only wait, pinned to the ground, while her hands got closer. Her twisted mouth began to utter,
Save me, George. Save me.
I awoke on the floor where I'd fallen, and then I knew. Never again would I be able to sleep. Never would I close my eyes without seeing the horrible specter of Martha closing in on me, accusing me, asking me with her eyes why I let her die when I could have saved her. The ship docked at 7. 2 hours later, I was aboard a train bound for Istanbul. Why'd I return to Istanbul? I really don't know. I think I had to go back. There was no other means of transportation to any other place. Yes, that must have been it. What other reason could I have? As I sat in the dusty seat, I only thought of one thing. I must not fall asleep. I must keep myself awake. How long was it since I slept? A day? 2? My head felt heavy and my eyes. I couldn't do it. I had to sleep.
May I share this seat?
Mohammed.
So we are returning to Istanbul, Pasha, together.
Yes. Returning.
And what will we do when we get there?
What will we do?
Will we proceed to my office and make a statement?
Statement?
Yes, a full confession, as it were.
I have nothing to confess. I did not touch her, do you hear?
No?
No!
Good enough.
What?
I said good enough. If that's the way you prefer
But
it...
you are trying to hound me into admitting that I killed my wife. Well, nothing on earth can do that. Do you understand?
I understand perfectly, Pasha. It was an accident. Tired, Pasha? Rest your head against the cushion and sleep, my friend. The sleep of the innocent, The sleep one deserves when the mind is free and the conscience is clear.
Look, get away from me.
Sleep, my friend. Sleep. Sleep.
Oh, she's here again. Martha. I can see her. I can hear her. Where can I run? Where can I go? Where can I escape from the voice that calls? I'm sitting alone in my hotel room now, and I can hear the muezzin again, calling his flock. I have set these events down as they happened to me, for the record, so that I may be judged fairly by those who may be interested. In a few moments, I intend to see for myself whether or not I am really guilty of a crime. I will return to the Red Minaret and reenact the scene. Something, someone, draws me there. Who? Or what? Can it be? I'll know very shortly.
Pardon the intrusion, mademoiselle. If you recall, I'm Captain Birch.
Well, Captain,
You have heard about your friend George Thurston.
I was notified an hour ago.
An unfortunate accident. He fell from the minaret the way his wife did.
You were there?
I followed him when he left this hotel, and I saw him climb the minaret. It was very late, and the night was dark, but I hurried up after him to see what he was up to.
And?
Just as I reached the top, I saw him totter. He walked like a man who is dragged, who suffered from the loss of sleep. Before I could reach him, he lost his footing on a loose stone. And
That was all, Captain.
except for his last words, I heard them clearly. As he fell, he said, "Save me, Martha, save me."
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast were Carl Swenson, Lucille Wall, Joyce Linden, and Danny Acco. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Ed King. Fred Collins speaking. The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And the desperate pursuit of money and a career can be the most terrifying chase of all.
You sent for me, Lieutenant? My name's Hicks, Eddie Hicks, the publicity agent. Where's the body? I've never been inside a morgue before, Lieutenant. Is she, under that sheet? Yeah, that's Gloria Hastings, all right. Even a murderer's bullet couldn't change that beautiful face. She was hard to top when it came to looks, Lieutenant. But she was only good to look at on the outside. On the inside, well, that was something else again. Suspects? Why, I can give you a list of suspects as long as you're armed, Lieutenant. When you're out to hit the top and you don't give a hoot who you step on as you travel up the line, you make enemies. Ever chase a buck, Lieutenant? Well, Gloria did. A fast buck and a big career. She chased them both like a bloodhound follows a scent. Yeah, I remember the first time she walked into my Broadway office. She was fresh from Milwaukee, and her name wasn't Gloria Hastings then. It was Anna Crow. But when I changed her moniker, I didn't know I was putting a label on a walking powerhouse. Yeah, sure, I'll handle the publicity for you, Mr. Regan. I'll give it the works. Maybe I can get a spread in one of the big picture magazines to start with, and we'll go on from there. Yeah, well, you just leave it to me, Mr. Regan. You've just hired yourself the biggest press agent in the business. Bye.
Hi there.
Well, who let you in?
I just walked in.
Well, you can walk right out. There's a sign marked private on the door.
Don't be difficult. One day you'll thank your lucky stars that I strolled by.
Well, and who are you?
My name's Anna Crow, but you'll have to find me another one. It's a little too plain for a girl who's going to wind up famous.
Got it all figured out, have you?
To the last dollar, Eddie.
The name is Mr. Hicks, and furthermore...
Please don't be difficult, darling. I'm going to make you $1 million. And you're going to make me the talk of the country. They said you're the best publicity man in the business, and nothing but the best is good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you want to be a movie star.
It's not a bad beginning.
Beginning? Oh, and then what?
I want to be the greatest thing since Cleopatra. I want to be everything, Eddie. The most beautiful, the most talented, and the richest girl in town. I want a career, a big career. And I don't care how I get it. I want my name in lights, not only on Broadway, but on Park Avenue and Palm Beach. I want to be toasted by men from New York to Rio. And I'll get what I want, Eddie. If I have to chase it from here to kingdom come. I'll get what I want if it's the last thing I do.
See what I mean, Lieutenant? She had a cash register where her heart should be and a one-track mind. The career was everything, and she did everything to get it. Well, I got her a job as a model first, and then I changed her name. I never took anyone on that fast before, and no one ever tried to work me so hard. But I did it because she fascinated me like a cobra fascinates a bird. Whatever she said, I did it, and whatever she asked for, I got. Oh, hi, beautiful. How's the big career, girl?
Ready to move on.
What?
Modeling's all right for a country bumpkin, sweetheart, but $90 a week won't pay for my stockings the way I want to live.
Hey, take it easy, baby. I'm breaking you in for bigger things. You'll get to know a lot of people around town while you're posing for those advertisements, and we'll go on from there.
I'm ready to go on right now, Eddie. I want you to enter me in the Miss Venus contest.
Miss Venus? Wait a minute, honey. That's way out of your line.
Is it?
Well, sure. First of all, it's not open to amateurs. They're using Miss America and Miss Universe entries only. Why, even movie stars are entered in that shindig. They're only going to hold it once.
And they're going to advertise the winner as the most beautiful woman who ever lived.
Sure. It's a press agent's pipe dream.
There's $20,000 in it. And the winner can practically write her own contract for movies or the stage.
Yeah, but there's a catch, baby.
What?
The entry fee. It's 1,000 clams.
You'll put up the money for me, Eddie.
I'll what?
Eddie, darling, don't make me unhappy.
Oh, baby, look, I don't even own $1,000 right now.
If I don't have this, Eddie, I'll kill myself.
Gloria.
I swear I will. I swear it.
Now, put that letter opener down, you little idiot. Put it down. Holy jumping Jupiter, you meant it. How do you know you nicked your throat with that knife?
I don't want to live if I can't get what I want, Eddie. If you ever refuse me anything again, you'll have my blood on your hands for the rest of your life.
All right, take it easy, honey. Just take it easy, huh? I'll hock my car and dig up the dough. Then I'll put your name on the Miss Venus list. Well, don't think she was kidding, Lieutenant. She meant every word. She was chasing that career right down the line for everything it was worth. And she'd have cut off an arm if she thought it could push her 1 inch forward. Well, I entered her in the Miss Venus contest, but I didn't think she had a chance. She was bucking the pros in that one, gals who'd won contests before by the bushels. Gals who were already signed up to fat contracts by movie outfits. It was the biggest publicity stunt in 40 years, and $1 won it would be on her way to the top. No, I thought Gloria was reaching too high for that one, but if I knew what was under that mop of flaming red hair of hers, I might have changed my mind. Well, there were 3 judges in the contest, but the big boy who pushed all the weight was Old Man Winters, a retired widower with a grown child. Gloria found out he lived in a midtown hotel suite all by himself, and one afternoon she moseyed up there and knocked on his door.
Yes?
Does Mr. Hammond live here?
I'm afraid you have the wrong apartment, young lady.
I'm looking for...
Are you ill, miss?
I feel faint.
Oh, my dear, here. Take my arm. Come in, my dear, come in. I better call for a doctor.
No, please don't. It isn't necessary. I'll be all right after I rest a while.
Well, sit down over here.
Thank you. That's better. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I inconvenienced you, Mr.
Winters, and it's quite all right.
It was just a fainting spell. Guess I haven't been eating as regularly as I should lately. My money's run out.
Well, you poor child. Let me get you something from the restaurant.
Oh, no, please
now,
don't.
I insist. I'll call down immediately. Now, you just stay right where you are and relax. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. You know, you remind me of my father.
Do I?
He was just as kind as you are, and... Well, if I'd taken his advice, I wouldn't be in the fix I'm in now.
Well, perhaps I can help you.
Help me?
To find a job or something.
Oh, but you're doing so much for me.
Oh, nonsense. We've only known each other for a few minutes. But still, I feel I've known you longer. You said I reminded you of your father. Well, you remind me of a daughter I had years ago, Evangeline. She died at the age of 19.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I have another daughter. She's 21, a wonderful girl. Unselfish, unspoiled, and she worships me. Here I am talking too much. Let me order some dinner for you, child, and then I want you to tell me all about yourself. I think we're going to be friends. Good friends.
I'm sure of it, Mr. Winters.
Fast work, Lieutenant? Oh, you didn't know Gloria. Why, in no time at all, she was calling him Daddy, and she had him jumping through hoops. Oh, it was all legitimate on his side. He actually thought he saw his dead child in Gloria's face, and for a while, she made him happy. And then one day, she sprung the contest on him, and that was that.
Well, Gloria, my dear.
Hello, Dad.
Well, I'm so glad you dropped in. I have wonderful news.
Oh?
My daughter Mary arrives home today from school in Europe. You'll meet her for the first time. I know you'll be crazy about her. I've already written her a great deal about you.
Won't she be jealous?
Jealous, Mary? Bless your heart. There isn't a jealous bone in her body. I've told her how I've virtually adopted you, how close we are now, and she's thrilled. You see, she's always known how miserable I've been since I lost Evangeline.
I'd love to meet her, Dad, after the contest.
After what contest?
The Miss Venus beauty contest.
What's the contest got to do with it?
I'm entered,
You're entered?
and I'm going to win.
Well, you never told me you'd entered that contest.
I'm telling you now.
Did you know I was going to be chief judge?
Do I know when Christmas comes around, Daddy boy?
I don't quite follow you.
I want to win that contest, and you can help me do it.
Well, you'll have as fair a chance as any other contestant.
I'll have a better chance, Daddy boy, because that contest is going to be rigged.
What? What do you mean?
You're not only going to vote for me, but you're also going to influence the other two judges to make it unanimous.
Well, you must be joking.
I was never more serious in my life. Both those judges are friends of yours. You can talk them into anything, and you know it.
But I have no intention of talking them into anything, Gloria.
No.
All my life, I've been a man of honor. I don't intend to change that now.
You'll do as I say and like it. You understand? I mean business, Daddy boy.
It's amazing. In the space of 2 minutes, you've changed from a sweet, lovable child to a predatory, vicious woman. I can hardly believe it.
I don't care what you think of me, as long as you vote for yours truly. I want that contest title, and I'm going to have it.
On the contrary, you're going to get out of here right now.
You asked for it, you old fool. Now you're getting it. If I don't win that contest, I'll give your daughter an earful that'll make her hair stand on end. I'll tell her about her darling father, her lovable dad, and me.
Well, there's nothing to tell.
No? Well, you hear my version. How do you think your daughter will feel when I tell her that her father's chased after a girl her own age, and... I'll even take that, Daddy boy, and let you get away with it. But if you and your pals don't vote my way, I'll spill enough to your daughter to drive her away from you for good. And if you don't think I'm a fancy liar, try me. Well...
You're an evil woman, Gloria.
Don't make me laugh.
I can see now. It was just a trick. A ruse.
It's dog eat dog in this world, Daddy boy, and I'm having you for lunch.
A woman like you has no right to live. You should be eliminated. Stamped out. Like some evil disease.
Do I get first prize? Or do I take that finishing school daughter away from you for keeps?
You'll get first prize.
And she did, Lieutenant. But old man Winters never forgave her. Well, you asked for a suspect, and there he is. But he's not the only one. Now, take Paul Bixby, for instance. 6 weeks after Gloria won her contest, she was on the move again. A movie contract came with first prize, but was that enough for Gloria? Not on your life. She didn't want to make one movie. She wanted to take over the studio. And when she outlined her plans in a Hollywood hotel, I knew she was chasing that buck again and that big career right into the ground.
longer must I sit around in this stuffy hotel room, Eddie, waiting for those idiots to call me from the studio?
All right, take your time, kid. We'll be hearing from them. They've got to find the right picture. Meanwhile, you're sitting around for $500 a week under contract.
$500 a week. What do I care about peanuts? They ought to pay me $5,000.
Hey, hold on, baby. Only the big stars get that kind of lettuce.
Then make me a star.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Who's head of the studio?
Arthur Summers is vice president in charge of production.
But who's his boss?
Paul Bixby, he runs the works.
He married?
Yeah.
Any children?
Well, he's got a 22-year-old son in his last year at college. Oh, now, look, Gloria, you've got no more chance of meeting Bixby than a snowball on the Sahara.
It isn't Bixby I want to meet, darling. Much more interested in his son.
I don't get it.
It's just a joke. Forget it, Eddie. I suppose I'll just have to be patient until that phone rings and I've got myself a job.
She was lying, and I knew it. But there was nothing I could do. Oh, she was cooking something up in that brain of hers, and whoever she'd set her sights on this trip didn't have a chance. Well, first she did a little research, and she learned that Bixby's kid was taking a pre-med course at UCLA. And then she got a good idea of his regular habits. And one sunny day, she parked herself in front of the college library where young Johnny Bixby spent his afternoons.
See you later, Frank. I'm on my way home. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming. There was quite a collision.
My ankle.
Oh, did I hurt you?
I'm afraid it's sprained.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. What can I do?
It was just an accident. If you'll call me a taxi.
Well, I've got my car right here. Let me drive you home, please.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I insist, Miss...
Gloria Hastings.
My name's Bixby, Johnny Bixby. Here, let me help you to the car.
Oh.
Does it hurt that bad?
I'd better put my arm around your neck.
Yeah.
Like this. You put yours over here. Now, I'll try to walk. It's very, very kind of you to do this, Mr. Bixby.
Kind? Gosh, after I bumped into you like an overgrown hippo, it's all my fault.
But I'm not sorry it happened. Are you?
Not on your life, Gloria. I mean, Miss...
Please call me Gloria, Johnny. Your car's so nice and comfortable. This is one ride I think I'm going to enjoy.
Oh, it didn't take her long to have him eating right out of her hand. And inside of a week, the kid was hopelessly in love. He'd never met a dame like Gloria before. A woman who knew all the answers even before you asked her the questions. And when she wanted to put on the siren act, well, she was second to none.
You're a sweet boy, Johnny.
I love you, Gloria. I love you more than anyone or anything on earth. You're beautiful, Gloria. You're breathtaking.
Don't say any more, dearest. Just kiss me. Hard.
And after she'd hooked him solid, Lieutenant, she used the gaff. He begged her to marry him, and she laughed right in his face. And then she started to get him crazy jealous, and he began to drink. Why, he changed from a clean-cut kid to a drunken slob. And he was still sliding downhill when his father paid Gloria a visit.
Yes,
Are you Miss Gloria Hastings?
I am.
I'm Paul Bixby, Johnny's father.
Oh, please come in, Mr. Bixby. Johnny's talked so much about you, I've always wanted to meet you.
I've been told you're under contract to my studio.
Yes, I've been sitting around now for the past 3 months, just twiddling my thumbs and waiting for a call. Oh, my goodness, don't tell me you've come in person just to say they found a part.
That could be. But first, I've come to talk about my son, Miss Hastings.
Oh? I'm sure he'll make a wonderful doctor.
He would have, perhaps, if he hadn't been expelled from school.
Expelled?
Don't pretend you don't know anything about it, Miss Hastings. John's been doing nothing but seeing you for the past 6 weeks. He's neglected his studies. He's become a heavy drinker. I understand that it's all due to your encouragement.
Now, please,
Let me
Mr.
finish, please. John's madly in love with you. You seem to be driving him out of his mind. I don't know what kind of a hold you've got over him, but I want it broken immediately.
Are you giving me orders, Mr. Bixby, or asking for a favor?
I've had a private detective look into your past, young lady. It's not a very savory record. If you have any ideas about getting John to marry you,
Just what do you think you could do about it?
I could see that you'd never get a job in pictures as long as you live.
But you won't.
No?
Because you know I can break your son in two. The way I snap my fingers. You think he's drinking now? Wait till you see him in a couple of weeks. I can make a tramp out of that son of yours in no time at all, Mr. Bixby. So handle me with kid gloves.
You must be some kind of monster to want to do a thing like this. What do you want from the boy? What do you want from me?
I'll let you know when I'm good and ready. And when I think you're good and ripe. Meanwhile, let me show you what I can really do with your beloved son.
Cute, Lieutenant? Well, that was Gloria. She was chasing that buck real hard, Lieutenant, and her conscience was frozen solid in a hunk of dry ice. Well, 2 weeks later, Johnny Bixby was pulled out of his car on Sunset Boulevard where he tried to make it climb a tree. He was drunk when they grabbed him, and he got off lucky with just a busted arm, but it was enough to bring his father back to Gloria on his hands and knees.
You've got to give him up, Miss Hastings. That boy is killing himself because of you.
Are you willing to pay for it?
What do you want?
I want to be starred in pictures. I want $1 million worth of publicity and a nice new fat contract to go along with it. I want to be the biggest name in show business. And you can turn the trick.
If I notify my production chief to star you in our next film, will you break off with my son and promise never to see him again?
I'll tell him I'm married, Mr. Bixby, and I'll handle him carefully. Don't worry about that.
If you fail to keep your word, Miss Hastings, I warn you, don't try it.
Is that a threat?
I'll make it even clearer. You're not a human being. You're more like an animal. And I'll treat you like one. I'll give you your new contract. But if you dare to see my son once more, it may be your last act on Earth. And I mean every word I say.
Well, there's suspect number 2, Lieutenant. You want some more? Well, I've got another one to hand you, and this one is a dilly. You'd think Gloria would have been satisfied with a juicy contract and her name in lights, but, well, you don't know my girl. The sky was her limit, and she wouldn't settle for second best. I suppose the psychiatrists have a word for what was wrong with Gloria, what made her run like a doped-up filly in a phony race. The chase was never over as far as she was concerned. The faster she ran, the more she wanted. Well, it was 3 or 4 months after the Bixby episode. I was waiting in a dressing room on the lot until she finished a scene. The minute she walked in, I knew that something was up, because she had that crazy light in her eyes. A light that reminded me of the glint on a $20 gold piece.
Eddie,
Hello, Gloria.
I didn't know you were going to meet me here.
Oh, I thought I'd give you a little surprise. All right, what's up, Gloria?
Nothing.
Oh, come on now, you look excited.
Do I? Must be this picture we're doing. It's got me all in a dither. I'm going to be the biggest thing since Garbo, Eddie.
Mm-hmm. And then, will you be satisfied?
Satisfied?
You know what I mean.
Eddie. Who's there?
It's Herbert. Herbert Fondley.
Give me 20 minutes to change, huh?
I'll be waiting for you, Miss Hastings.
And who is Herbert Fondley?
You don't read the papers, Eddie. He's here on a trip with his wife.
I see.
He's real nobility, Eddie. His family dates back 1,000 years. He's not one of these nouveau riche American millionaires you can get for a dime a dozen.
Well, you seem pretty impressed.
Don't get any ideas in that silly head of yours. He simply invited me out to dinner.
Well, he was supposed to go out with me.
Oh, be a darling, Eddie. Let me out of it. It isn't often that I get to meet a British title. And besides, it's good for my career. Think of the publicity I'll get when I'm seen in his company.
Yeah. I'm thinking of everything, baby.
Oh, let me have my fun and don't be a meanie. He's perfectly harmless. Now run along, be a good boy. Gotta be dressed by best tonight. Never know where a thing like this can lead.
No, you never know, do you, Lieutenant? But I knew. Little Gloria was wrapped up in the chase again, and this time she was out for a title as well as a man. Lord Farnley was happily married when he met Baby, And he had 2 wonderful children to keep him that way. Oh, but that meant nothing to Gloria. Broken homes were her specialty. And she also left a few broken people on the side of the track. Well, her romance was a fast one, and she thought she kept it under wraps from everyone, including me. But I wasn't the only one who knew exactly what was going on. Lady Farnley had a pretty good notion, too.
Are you Miss Hastings?
Yes.
I'm Lady Farnley, Herbert's wife.
I see.
May I come in?
I suppose so.
Oh, you have a very attractive place, Miss Hastings.
I'm glad you like it.
Yes, the setting's quite right for someone like you.
Come to the point, Lady Farnley. You didn't pay me a visit just to admire my furniture.
No, you're right. I came to discuss a very personal matter. It's taken me a long time to make up my mind to do it. But I find the situation's getting beyond my control, and I want to do something about it before it's too late.
What's on your mind?
My husband. And you.
As if I didn't know.
He's fallen in love with you, hasn't he?
Ask him.
I did.
And what did he say?
He seemed to feel that our marriage was coming to an end.
That's too bad.
It doesn't seem to matter to you that I happen to love him very much and that I have 2 small children who depend on him.
You're beginning to sound like a Class B picture.
I'm trying to be sincere, even though I realize that honesty is something you'll never understand.
I understand men, Lady Farnley, a lot better than you do.
Yes, you're very clever. And extraordinarily lovely. I can't compete with you on that score.
I'm glad you know it.
What do you want with my husband?
What do I want with him?
You have your career. Thousands of men would be happy to throw themselves at your feet. Why do you want to take the one man I love away from me?
Maybe you've had him long enough.
It's his title you want. It's his background that intrigues you.
What difference does it make?
None to you. You'd ruin a man's life if only for an afternoon's entertainment.
You've spoken your piece. Now you can leave.
I haven't quite finished.
You're like all the rest. You can't hold on to a man yourself, and you expect someone else to hand him back to you on a silver platter. Anyway, it's none of your business.
My husband's happiness is my business, Miss Hastings, and my children's, too. If I give Herbert his divorce, you'll make him miserable. You don't even know the meaning of love and respect. You'll take what you want from him and then discard him like an old toy.
That's his lookout.
I'll ask you once more, Miss Hastings, to leave my husband alone.
And if I refuse?
You'll regret it.
How?
Perhaps this will give you an indication.
What are you doing with that gun?
I want you to see it as a warning.
Keep away from me.
I want you to know just what I'm prepared to do to keep my home intact.
You must be crazy.
Yes, perhaps, but it's an insanity born of desperation, Miss Hastings, and I mean every word I say.
You wouldn't dare use that gun on me.
Wouldn't I? Don't put me to the test, Miss Hastings, I warn you. I'm leaving now, but if you make one more move in my husband's direction, I'll put a bullet through your predatory head. Goodbye, Miss Hastings.
Well, there you have it, Lieutenant. Suspects number 1, 2, and 3. Any one of them could have put that slug in Gloria's body just as easy as spearing herring in a barrel. Which one, Lieutenant? That's the $64 question, but maybe I can answer it. None of those suspects is guilty, Lieutenant, and I guess I ought to know. How do I know? Why, because I killed her myself, Lieutenant. I put that bullet in her pretty head. You see, I left out one minor item in the story of Gloria Hastings. She was my wife.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, Elaine Rost, Wendell Holmes, John Sylvester, Sarah Burton, and Stotts Cotsworth. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a ghost falls in love with a living man and pursues him relentlessly in The Chase.
The Chase came to you from our studios in NBC Radio City.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And the chase becomes a terror-ridden nightmare when the pursuer is circumstantial evidence.
Yes, sir? Oh, Wilton's the name, Edward Wilton. I've got a reservation.
Oh, yes, Mr. Wilton. Single room and bath. Rates $4.50. Sign here.
$4.50? You boys seem to have a Ritz complex.
Palace Hotel may not be as big as the Ritz, but it's the biggest and best in Webb City, Mr. Wilton, and we don't mind letting foreigners know it.
Foreigners? 200 miles from Chicago and you're out of the country, huh?
Do you want the room or don't you?
Oh, of course I want it. Don't get sore, just pulling your leg a little. Let's have that pen, huh? There you are, my friend. Edward Wilton, Esquire, Middle Western Sales Representative for Ideal Air Conditioning Incorporated, the air conditioning of the future.
Is that what you sell, young man?
What else do you think would bring me to a burg like this?
What's that?
I said I never saw a town like this. Yes, I'll bet a lonesome young guy might have a little fun if he knew the right people.
Nothing much doing in Webb City at this hour, especially on a Tuesday night.
How about the hotel? You got a bar here?
Nope.
What does a man do to get himself a beer, for instance?
Well, there's Biff's place just down the street to the right. If it's a drink you're hankering for, he's got it, although you might not like the crowd.
Oh, why not?
Well, they're kind of jivey, so to speak. Most of them are mill hands and their girlfriends, and they keep the jukebox going till way after midnight.
My, you don't say.
Are you trying to kid me, young fella?
Wouldn't think of it for the world.
If there's anything I hate, it's fresh salesmen. You fellas think you own the world.
No offense.
What's that you got hanging on your wrist?
Oh, that's an identification bracelet.
Looks sissified to me.
Oh, no. Lots of people wear them these days. Sophisticated people, that is.
Like you, I suppose.
You know, you're not very polite to the customers. Better not let the boss catch you talking to his favorite clients that way. He might can you.
That's so?
Yes, I happen to know him personally.
Well, I happen to be the boss, mister, and chief desk clerk. The name is Grimes.
Uh-oh. That's one for the house.
We serve breakfast from 7 to 8:30. Get down late, you eat in the diner across the street, and no smoking in bed. Good night, Mr. Wilton.
Good night. Cheerful. Yeah, I was in quite a mood that evening, but what can you do? The road gets lonesome after a while when you're footloose and fancy-free, and even kidding a hotel clerk is a way to pass the time in a town like Webb City. I went up to my 2x4 bedroom and stared at the walls for a while, and then I washed and went back outside. The evening was warm and the streets were quiet, and as I strolled along, that lonesome feeling got even stronger. So I decided to step into the beer joint Grimes had mentioned, Biff's place. There were only half a dozen people inside, and the jukebox was running overtime. Most of them seemed to be mill workers having a nightcap before ambling home. It wasn't until I picked myself a booth and ordered a scotch on the rocks that I noticed the red-headed girl. Or rather, I heard her laugh. She was pretty cute as small-town cuties go, and she was dancing with a guy in a tight-fitting suit and slicked-down hair. I watched her as I finished my drink, and I ordered another. And I kept on watching until I downed 2 more. And she looked my way. There was something in her eyes, the way she smiled for a moment, that attracted me. And with the music and the drinks, well, I must have got a little tight, because I found myself getting out of my chair and breaking in on the 2 of them. May I have this dance?
Hey, what's the big idea?
I asked the lady if I could have this dance.
You can also have a sock in the puss if you want one, wise guy.
Oh, act your age, Carl.
Huh?
This is 1953. All he did was ask me for a dance. Don't look like you've been insulted.
What kind of talk is that from you, Hazel?
Here we go again.
Look, if he wants to rave, let him rave, beautiful. Meanwhile, let's you and me dance, Hazel.
Why, you...
Carl! I wouldn't if I were you. First of all, I've got at least 2 inches and 15 pounds on you, and I used to fight semi-pro.
You gonna tell this jerk to get out of here, or do I go, Hazel?
I think your last suggestion's the best, honey.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the 2 of you can drop dead.
My, got a temper, hasn't he?
Oh, he's just a small-town boy with a mind to match.
Well, shall we dance?
That's why you joined the party, wasn't it?
Check.
Music's nice.
So are you.
Little city boy trying out his line.
I'm a salesman. Can't blame me for trying to make a pitch.
You'd be surprised what sales resistance I've got.
You'd be surprised how I can sell.
What's your name, Curly?
Wilton. Eddie Wilton.
Mine's Hazel.
Yeah, so I heard. How about a drink after this dance? Well, it lasted until 1 a.m. Then someone suggested a ride. We walked back to where my open convertible was parked and started off. I should have known better than to drive on liquor, but there was something about the evening and the girl that made everything all right. Well, where are we going?
You got any ideas?
There's a moon out, the road's empty, so let's just travel for a while.
Suits me fine. Are you married?
This is a fine time to ask.
Just answer the question, Junior.
I am as free as the breeze. You too?
Mm-hmm.
Who was that square you were dancing with before I broke in?
Carl Bleeker? He's just a dumb town kid. He gives me a pain.
Why go out with him?
There isn't much of a choice in Webb City.
You're a good-looking number. Did you ever think of trying your luck in one of the bigger towns like Chi? You might get something in show business.
Stop handing me that moolah. Give me a cigarette.
It's in my left-hand pocket. Yeah, you'll find matches there, too.
What's that on your wrist, Eddie?
It's an identification tag.
Last time I saw one of those things was on a GI.
That's where I got the habit.
It's cute. Let me have it.
For keeps?
Well, it isn't worth much, is it?
Well, no.
Well, then don't be a cheapskate and hand it over. We'll probably never see each other again, and I'd like a keepsake.
Well, it's yours, baby. Here, unhook it.
Thanks.
Huh?
What's the matter?
I don't know. Something wrong with the motor.
You're not going to pull that old gag on me. I thought you weren't small town.
No, on the level. It's not a gag. She's conked out. Holy smoke, I'm out of gas.
How convenient. You picked a nice place to park, too. Right under a stone quarry.
Okay, baby, if you think I'm that crude, excuse me.
Where are you going?
We passed a gas station a mile or so back. I'll get some more fuel.
You mean you really are out of gas?
While I'm gone, you can figure that one out for yourself. She got me sore, putting me in the same dumb class with her small-town boyfriends. And it didn't improve my disposition any to find the gas station closed for the night. By the time I got back to the car, it was almost 3 in the morning. And as I neared the open car, I could see Hazel slumped in the front seat, fast asleep. Hazel, no dice. The station's closed. Come on, wake up, baby. We'll have to walk. Hazel, Hazel, wake up! But she wouldn't wake up. Not in this world, anyway. Because Hazel was lying dead on the front seat of my car with her skull cracked open. It was one of those accidents that can happen once in a million. I'd parked near a stone quarry in an open car, and while I was gone, a rock had come loose, maybe 50 feet above her, and caught her square on the head. For a minute, I almost got sick. Then I pulled myself together. I had to get help, and a car rolled up as I staggered back to the highway, waving like crazy. Stop! Stop, will you?
What's the trouble, Bud?
There's been an accident.
Where?
Over there in my car.
Get into a crack up?
No, nothing like that. A girl, she... Hey, pretty bad, huh?
Pretty bad? She's dead.
Yeah, I thought so.
How'd it happen?
A rock. It must have fallen from that stone quarry.
A rock from that quarry? Well, that hill's as smooth as a glass up there.
I don't care how smooth it is. That's what happened. What are you looking at me that way for?
What way, mister?
Hey, where are you going? Wait a minute. Come back here. Don't leave me like this. Come back. I stood there for a minute as he roared away, trying to figure it out. And then it hit me. He thought I'd killed her. He thought I was a murderer. It was all wrong. She was hit by a falling stone. And then suddenly, I remembered to look for the stone. I ran back to the car and scrambled around. I had to have that rock to prove it was an accident. And then, just as I saw it near the left front fender and picked it up in my hand, another car rolled up. Hey, mister! Mister!
Don't move, wise guy.
Bleecker.
Stay put or I'll blast you with a shotgun.
Oh, put that cannon down, you idiot.
Shut up. Hazel, get out. She's dead.
I know she is.
You killed her.
You're out of your mind.
You brained her with that rock you're holding in your hand.
Oh, stop talking like that. It was an accident, Bleecker. This rock came from the quarry wall above her head. She was waiting here for me when
I knew my hunch was a good one. That's why I decided to follow you out. You dirty murdering bum. We'll hang you for this.
Bleecker, you're off your beam.
Shut up.
I tell you, she...
Shut your lying dirty mouth before I plug you here and now.
All right, so you think I killed her. We'll leave it up to the cops.
Sure. We'll leave it up to the cops. And if the cops can't handle it our way, maybe I'll get a couple of the boys together for a little string and bee. Come on, get into my car.
Just take it easy, Carl.
Get in and shut it for a trap. You'll drive, I'll sit behind. And one false move, wise guy, gets you a head full of lead pellets.
I didn't argue with him. He looked crazy mad to me, and besides, I knew when I gave the police the facts, they'd... Yeah, but how was I sure? 2 guys in a row took it for granted that I'd killed her. Why should the cops think otherwise?
You look nervous, wise guy.
All right, if it makes you happy, I look nervous.
And I don't blame you.
No?
First-degree murder gets the chair in this state.
I'm not getting any chair.
No?
No.
You won't get any asbestos either to keep that hot seat cool.
You'd like to see me get it, wouldn't you?
I not only like it, I got a stake in it.
Yeah?
I'm gonna help put you there.
That's interesting. How?
I practically saw you kill her, didn't I?
You practically saw me what?
Stick to your driving, wise guy. I'll do the yelling from now on. You were standing there, weren't you, with the rock in your hand?
I just found that stone when you drove up.
Sure.
What are you trying to do? Frame me on a murder rap?
Frame you? You don't have to be framed, wise guy. You set it up for yourself.
I'm telling you for the last time it was an accident.
When they put you in the chair, you can also tell that to the guy who throws the switch.
Suddenly, I got panicky. I didn't want this moron driving me into the police as if he'd caught me red-handed. I wanted to tell them my story in my own way, a voluntary statement, not a forced confession. I had to get away from Bleecker before we reached town, and there was only one way to do it.
Turn left, wise guy. It's a shorter route to town.
Whatever you say.
Now you're getting smart. Don't give me any lip, and maybe you'll reach the police chief all in one piece.
Got a cigarette on you?
Since when am I supplying you with smokes?
All right. I'll take one of my own if you let me stop the car and reach into my pocket.
You're stopping no car, wise guy. Here. I'll be sporty and give you one of mine.
Thanks.
Keep your eyes on the road.
Got a match?
Want me to smoke it for you, too? Here.
Now let go of the gun, Bleecker.
You choked me.
Let go of the gun.
The road. You're driving on the...
As I lost control of the wheel, the car had swung left and hit a soft shoulder. I'd felt a sickening lurch as it had rocked back and forth and then had completely turned over. For a second, I was stunned, and then I slowly crawled out of the side. It was a miracle as far as I was concerned, because I didn't have a scratch, and then I remembered Bleecker. Frantically, I started to pull the twisted metal apart, and there he was, lying across the seat, dead with a broken neck. That made two dead. Two people I hadn't even known before that night. How could I explain it? What could I say to defend myself?
You all right?
Yes, officer, I'm okay.
What happened?
We hit a soft shoulder and turned over.
We?
There's another fella in the wreckage. I think he's dead.
Stay put. Yeah, he's dead, all right. What's your name?
Edward Wilton.
Where do you live?
I'm at the Palace Hotel in Webb City. I'm a salesman from out of town.
What's the name of the deceased?
Carl Bleecker. He lives in Webb City.
And who was driving?
He was. Don't ask me why I lied. I don't know myself. I only know that I was scared, and I acted instinctively to protect myself. Next thing I knew, I was inside the prowl car, and we were on our way, but not towards town. For some reason, we were headed back towards my car and Hazel's body. Aren't we going back to town?
Sure.
Well, this isn't the right direction.
Coroner lives up this way. I want to notify him before I book you.
Before you book me?
Don't get nervous. It's just a technicality. If you weren't driving, we won't place a charge against you.
But I told you I wasn't driving.
Okay. I didn't call you a liar, did I?
Why, I'm sorry. The accident rocked me a little. I'm all nerves.
Sure. Now, just take it easy. What's that ahead of us? On the side of the road?
I don't see anything.
Looks like a parked convertible. Funny time of night to be parked out near that old quarry. I think I'll have a look. You can stay here if you like.
Well, I just want a breath of air.
Holy smoke.
What is it?
It's a girl. Looks as though she's been slugged.
Is she dead?
Just as dead as your friend was. This is getting to be quite a night. This kid was murdered.
Murdered? No.
She certainly didn't conk herself on the head. You drove past here before your accident. Did you notice this car?
No.
Are you sure?
Positive, officer.
Funny. I'd say she'd been dead at least 2 hours. The engine hood is cold. Car must have been parked here for a while. Let's have a look at the license plate.
I think I'll wait for you back in the prowl car. As I got back inside the prowl car, I watched him take down my license number. Then he walked around to the front seat again and looked at Hazel once more. I saw him reach over and lift her arm, unfold her fingers, and take something out of her palm, something that glinted in the glare of his flashlight as he carefully examined it. Then I remembered what it was, my identification bracelet with my name engraved on the plate.
Hey, you!
must have been insane to steal his car, but I couldn't control myself anymore. Everything seemed to be building up against me. I was being strangled with circumstantial evidence, so I just obeyed my instincts and ran for it. I didn't know where I was going. I just followed the road as it twisted and turned with my hands gripping the wheel so hard my fingers ached. Was it an hour or 2 hours? I don't know. I kept on driving, trying to escape. And then with one of those ridiculous impulses a raving maniac might get, I turned on the shortwave radio in the prowl car I'd stolen.
Attention all cars. This is Chief Dundee once more. I repeat the description of the man we want. Name, Edward Wilton. Age, about 32. Height, approximately 5'11". Weight, about 185. Wanted for murder and suspicion of manslaughter. Driving stolen squad car. License number 17113. He may be armed. If he offers resistance, shoot to kill.
Yes, what can I... You? Yes, it's me, Mr. Grimes. Don't move. Just first listen to what I have to say.
Well, I've been up all night, Grimes.
Have you?
I've been driving around like a man who's been doped. They're after me.
I know they're after you.
They want me for murder.
I know that, too.
Do you know why I came back?
Why?
Because I don't believe they'll do it.
You don't believe they'll do what?
Convict an innocent man.
Of course they won't. All you got to do is give yourself up, son. You'll get a fair shake.
Do you think I'm a murderer, too?
No.
The evidence is bad, I know, but you can see it was an accident. You've got to see it. And the others, too. You don't know what it's like, running away from something like this. All night I drove, thinking they'd shoot me down on sight. And I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to give myself up. I couldn't live like that for another day.
Want me to call Chief Dundee?
Yes. Just tell him I'm at the Palace Hotel. I was beaten, and I knew it. But then I thought if I could just give them my story. Grimes seemed to feel that I wasn't guilty. That's how he acted, until 10 minutes later when the chief of police walked in.
Here he is. Here's the thief and murderer.
Now, wait a minute.
Keep your hands where I can see you.
Handcuffs?
What'd you think you'd get? Medal? I knew he was a killer when he checked in here, Chief. He had that look in his eye. And then when he started asking me about girls.
No, I didn't say a word about girls to you, Grimes. I just asked you where I could get myself a drink.
Drinking too, eh?
I just had a couple. I mean...
Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her, Chief.
No? Then who did?
It was an accident. A rock fell down from the quarry wall.
And what about Carl Baker? Did a rock fall on him, too?
That's enough, Mr. Grimes. I'll handle this myself.
You'd better, or the town will handle it for you.
I don't like that kind of talk from you or anyone else, Grimes. As long as I'm police chief here, the law takes its own course. Do I make myself clear?
Just as long as this double murderer gets what he's looking for.
All right, Wilton, let's get started.
What does he mean? The town will handle it for you.
Nothing. Let's go.
But I was going to find out later just what Grimes meant. After they had me down at headquarters, they questioned me, and I gave them all the answers I knew, but somehow nothing seemed to satisfy them.
All right, Wilton, we'll start all over again. What did you do when you stopped the car?
Nothing, I tell you.
Was she trying to get out when you hit her with a rock?
I didn't hit her. I swear I didn't.
What about Bleecker? They found a shotgun near his body.
He had you under arrest when you slugged him, didn't he?
I didn't slug him. He had a gun, yes, and he scared me. I tried to wrestle the gun out of his hands when the car went wild.
He had the gun in his hands, driving at the same time?
He wasn't driving.
That isn't what you told the man in the squad car, Wilton.
I swear it's the truth. No, leave me alone. At last, they gave me a chance to sleep. They put me in a cell, and I dropped like a dead man for over 10 hours. When I woke up, it was dark again, and there was an ominous rumble coming from somewhere outside the jail. Chief! Here, let me speak to the chief!
Feeling stronger, Wilton?
Oh, yeah, sure. What's the noise out there?
Never mind. As long as you're in my custody, they'll never get you.
Who's they?
I guess I better tip you off, just in case things get really rough. That crowd out there's in a nasty mood. They're liable to do anything.
Like come in here after me?
I've got 5 men inside, Wilton, and that mob will have to come in shooting if they figure to take you away.
Well, what about me, Chief? I've got a right to defend myself, haven't I? And I can handle a gun.
Well, I'll bet you can. You'll stay right here, Wilton. We don't give firearms to confessed murderers.
Confessed murderers? I never confessed.
No? You didn't know it, but you spilled the works last night while you was asleep.
I what?
We had a stenographer and 2 witnesses, Wilton.
What did I say?
You killed the girl in cold blood, that's what you said, and you finished Bleecker, too.
Oh, no, that doesn't make sense. I couldn't have said that.
But you did. You're virtually convicted of murder in the 1st degree right now. Sounds like that mob's coming up here to the jailhouse.
Chief, it's a wild bunch out there, and they're talking lynch.
How many do you think there are?
Must be 500 easy.
Maybe we better call the governor for the National Guard.
Too late now, Chief. They're starting to break down the door.
Come on. I'll see if I can make a last-ditch plea and stop them.
But the last-ditch plea didn't help. And then when I heard the door come down, I knew I was through. They're tearing through the front of the building now, and they'll be pouring into this cell block in just a second. They're coming. They're almost here. No, they can't do that to me. Don't let them find me. Don't tell them where I am. I didn't do it, I tell you. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Oh, no. I'm innocent. I didn't do it, I tell you. Don't let them find me.
Hey,
Mister, wake up.
No, don't let
Wake up, wake up. Wake up, you're having a nightmare.
Nightmare? You mean this is all a dream?
Judging by those empty glasses on the table, you had one too many.
You're not dead. Neither is Carlo. And I'm not in jail, and there's no lynch mob or confession, is there?
Lynch mob?
What's going on here? This wise guy trying to get fresh?
Oh, no, not at all. I don't want to dance, and I don't want to take your girl away. I just want to go home, see? Back to my hotel. Yes, sir, right now.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Heard in the cast were Don Briggs, Jane Webb, Ted Osborne, Ken Williams, and Joe Latham. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Two weeks from today, a hard-working accountant begins a game of pressure against his employers as he tries for success in The Chase.
This afternoon, it's Adventure with Counter Spy on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And frustration is the key word when you chase a phantom murder victim and try to find a little woman who wasn't there.
You won't believe it. So help me, Hannah, you wouldn't believe it if I took an oath. But I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because the yarn's so screwy I can't get it out of my head. Now, don't interrupt me. Just listen. It started in the office. I worked for Dateline, the magazine that gives you a weekly digest of the news. You've seen it on the stands from New York to San Francisco, which, incidentally, is my headquarters. I've been slaving over a hot typewriter in the Frisco office for years, beating my brains out for senior editors like McFarlane. But if I never socked away $1 million, at least I felt the job was healthy until this thing began. You sent for me, Mac?
Yeah. What are you doing right now?
Crystal gazing.
What?
I'm trying to interpret the latest Soviet news.
Turn it over to Eddie Monaco and follow this up.
What is it?
Personal interview. There's a countess coming in on the Orient. Docks at 4. The name is Athena. Countess Athena.
Greek?
Haven't the slightest idea.
What'll I ask her about?
Her clothes.
Her what?
She's supposed to be one of the 10 best-dressed dames in the world. Get a human interest story. Ask her how it feels to struggle along on last year's sable coat.
What is this, a gag?
No, it's not a gag. We've got orders from our Rajah in New York. He thinks we're losing out on female readers. We're to ship out anything that might perk up feminine interest. Let's see what the Countess has to offer.
Everything happens to me.
All right, Sonny, I'm busy. I'll see you later.
Yes, sir, boss, sir, yes.
Now bring something back with femme appeal, and when you pass the drugstore in the lobby, tell them to send up a hot pastrami on rye.
The Orient was a brand new ship just ending its first round trip to Hong Kong and points east. The decks were crowded with passengers and their friends when I got on board, and it was 15 minutes before I finally collared the purser for directions to her ladyship's suite. Excuse me, fella, you the purser?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I'm Jerry Combs, Dateline Magazine. Is there a Countess Athena on board?
Oh, boy.
Where is she?
Just up forward. You looking for an interview?
Yeah.
Oh, she's a honey. Come with me.
Good to look at, huh?
Haven't seen anything better since Dietrich. Suite 907. She's in here.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, my name's Potter, and I just love to see it in print.
I'll bet.
Come in. Yes?
Excuse me, Countess. My name is Combs. I'm from Dateline. It's a weekly magazine.
Oh?
We thought you might favor us with an interview.
About what, may I ask?
Anything that may be of interest to the average woman.
And exactly what is the average woman, Mr. Combs?
I suppose she's a housewife with 2 kids and, say, look, who's interviewing who?
Well, I do not have much time, Mr. Combs, but I will be glad to answer a few questions. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Speaking. What? Oh, yes. Yes, as soon as possible. Of course. I'm stopping at the Hotel Metro. And thank you for calling.
Something wrong, Countess?
I'm sorry, but I must ask you to leave.
But I just...
Please.
You say you look upset. If there's anything I can do to help you...
There's nothing. Goodbye.
I stood outside her cabin door for a minute trying to figure it out. What made her go pale so fast? It could have been bad news about her family, or she may have found out that the mink she just bought was really a muskrat in disguise. But thinking about it seriously, it occurred to me that she looked for a moment like a panic-stricken animal that had been chased through a field and finally cornered by a pack of hungry hounds. Curiosity and the fact that she mentioned the Hotel Metro was enough to lure me over there that evening. And as I crossed the lobby on my way to the desk, I ran into the Orient's purser, who sounded as if he were enjoying shore leave.
Well, well. If I live and breathe, it's Richard Harding Davis in person.
Hi, Admiral. What happened to your uniform?
Oh, on shore, my friend, I am but a humble civilian, like you. How was the interview?
It wasn't.
Oh, she wasn't nice to you?
She was preoccupied. I'm going to try again right now.
Hey, she has a suite in this hotel, you know.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Let me take you up there.
But you know the number?
Oh, I know everything. I'll introduce you to the Countess all over again. You know, she was awful nice to me aboard ship. She smiled twice. Well, how about a little drink first?
Well, the drinks are on me after I get my interview.
Okay, then hoist anchor, as they so quaintly put it in the Merchant Marine, and let's set sail. 79, 80, 81. This is it?
Maybe I'd better go in alone.
Oh, why?
Well, you may be on the gay side tonight for a countess.
Well, you think I'm a bit high, won't you?
And it could be.
Oh, now, don't you be silly. Besides, the party needs a chaperone. Me.
Guess she's out.
Oh, no. Couldn't be.
Why not?
'Cause I saw her come in and take the elevator a minute before you arrived.
The door slid open. Must have been ajar.
Well, come on. Let's go in. Oh, the room's empty. Well, maybe I was wrong.
Her hat and purse are on the table.
Yeah, so they are.
Let's look in that room.
Empty in here, too.
Not quite.
Hey, who's lying over there? Behind the chair.
The Countess. She's got a bullet through her head.
Holy smoke.
Now, take it easy.
We better call an ambulance.
Make it a hearse, but first get hold of the police.
The police?
Don't stand there, make the call. But don't use this phone.
Why not?
Never mind, why not? There's a hall phone in the lobby. Use that one.
Oh, okay.
And hurry.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, give me McFarland's desk, quick. This is Jerry Combs. Hello, Mac. I'm in the Hotel Metro, Countess Athena's suite. She's been murdered. Yes, shot through the head. But how do I know why? All I know is that your feminine interest yarns turned into a whodunit. I'm waiting for the cops right now. Yeah, I'll check back later. But robbery? No, I doubt it. Her pocketbook's on the table inside, and I don't think it's been touched. But I'll try to come up with a couple of answers, if there are any available. I checked the room before the police arrived and found everything in order. No sign of a struggle, no evidence of strong-arm stuff of any kind. I was on my knees examining the blood stain on the carpet when a police lieutenant walked in.
Not disturbing you, am I?
Police?
Lieutenant Byron.
My name is Combs, Dateline Magazine.
Yeah, I know. Your sidekick said I'd find you here when he called.
My sidekick? Oh, you mean the purser. Where is he?
Home in bed, nursing a hangover.
You look like you're in need of a little sleep yourself.
No, thanks. I'm staying for the party.
What party?
This is no ordinary homicide, Lieutenant.
Oh, no?
The gal's a countess. She just got off a boat. I was in her stateroom when she got a call that scared the living... Say, haven't we met before, Lieutenant?
Maybe.
About 5 years ago, wasn't it? I was with...
We'll exchange reminiscences some other time. I got work to do.
Yeah, well, go right ahead. I won't be in your way.
I'll say you won't. Out.
What?
You heard me. Out.
Now, listen, Lieutenant. I'm a member of the press. I've got a right to get my story.
What story?
This story.
It's just routine. I tell you what I'll do. I'll call your office myself after we're finished.
Oh, no, thanks. That's my job. I don't think this is routine either. That woman just checked in about an hour ago.
I know all about her.
You do?
Sure, and I suppose you run along back to your office and leave the detective work to me.
Now, wait a minute.
I said blow reporter.
Oh, this is a fine brush-off. What's the idea of the Tough Lieutenant Act? Since when does the press get a runaround in this town?
I got a...
Now, look here,
Throw
Lieutenant.
this bum out.
Okay, you asked for it. Our magazine goes to press tonight, and when I write this yarn, I'm giving you special mention, Lieutenant Byron.
Remember, I spell my name with a Y. Just like the poet.
I was sore as a boil by the time I got back to the office. In all my years on the press, I've never been treated like a high school kid with the end for sensationalism. And on top of that, I was practically a material witness. I found the body. And that dumb flatfoot didn't even bother to ask one single question. Come to think of it, that was the craziest thing of all. He didn't even question me. But that was only the start of a screwball night. Mac!
Oh, hello, Jerry.
Listen, Mac. I just got a pushing around from the carpet department. There's a story in that Countess murder, and Lieutenant Byron didn't give me a chance
What murder?
The Countess Athena killing. What else?
Have you been drinking on company time, Combs?
Have I what?
Countess Athena wasn't murdered.
She wasn't? Well, then what did she die of?
A stroke.
A stroke? This gal was shot through the head.
Listen, Jerry, you're giving me a headache. Why don't you forget the entire business and go home to bed?
Am I really nuts? Is this you I hear? We've got a murder in our laps and a deadline to meet in 2 hours. There's a chance we can scoop all the dailies, for the love of Mike.
That murder story is a figment of your cockeyed imagination.
What?
The woman died of a stroke. It's been absolutely proven. Now get out of here before you can.
It almost made my whiskers curl. My own boss, a man of intelligence, was telling me that the woman I saw with a slug in her brain died of natural causes. There was only one explanation. Someone gave him phony facts for some ulterior motive. And there was only one way to set him straight, and I took it. Half an hour later, I was outside the Countess' suite again, ready to risk another scrap with Lieutenant Byron.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I must have the wrong... Wait a minute. This is suite number 881?
Yes, it is. Can I help you?
Where's Lieutenant Byron?
Lieutenant who?
The police. Say, how long have you been occupying this suite, madam?
I've been here since yesterday. Who are you, young man?
You've been here since when?
I'm afraid I...
Wait a minute, excuse me.
How dare you enter my apartment without an invitation?
Yeah, this is the same place, all right. I remember that cracked mirror on the wall and those pictures.
What on earth are you talking about?
You took the words right out of my mouth. You hadn't been in this suite since yesterday, lady.
You must be insane.
Where's the Countess?
Who?
Where's the body? Say, who are you, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm Mrs. Lucille Carvel. And if you don't leave this apartment at once, I'll call the police.
I'll go right after I have another look at the carpet in the other room.
You lunatic! Now stay out of that room, do you hear? Stay out!
Empty.
What did you expect to find in here?
Even the blood stain on the carpet, that's gone too. Maybe you're right, lady. Maybe I am going crazy after all. I walked out of the suite with a muttered apology and a ringing in my ears. What was going on here? A dame with a hole in her face isn't something you dream up every day in a week. This Carvel woman acted as though the Countess never even existed. She almost made me feel I was chasing a mirage. I needed a drink. Good three-fingered hooker and a chance to think this out. And as luck would have it, I ran right into Potter, the purser in the bar.
One more, barkeep.
Oh, Potter.
Oh. Hello, Combs.
What are you drinking?
Buttermilk.
Butter what?
With a little lemon on the side.
Potter, boy, am I glad I ran into you. Something absolutely screwy is going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Countess, you know, the dame that was shot. My boss was told that she died of a stroke, and now...
Dame? What dame?
I beg your pardon?
I said, what dame? Barkeep, will you hurry up with that buttermilk? My ulcers are crying.
Potter.
Yes?
Tie a can to the gags, will you? I'm talking about the Countess Athena.
I never met the lady. Is she married?
Potter, play footsie with me and I'll knock your teeth out.
Take your hands off me. You'll crease my lapels.
All right, what is it?
What's what?
I'm willing to bite. What's the angle?
Angle?
Did you see a woman named the Countess Athena with a bullet in her head?
No.
She wasn't on your passenger list aboard the boat?
No.
And you've never even heard the name before?
No.
Potter, you're a liar.
And you're a nasty man.
For the love of Harry, is everybody trying to drive me nuts? Am I really chasing an illusion? Is it possible to dream up a corpse that never existed?
It's possible to drink too much.
Oh, is it?
And you were as drunk as a coot when we met about 2 hours ago here in the bar.
How interesting.
You were flat on your back, fella. Well, I had to take you home. Well, that Countess Athena you were talking about was riding a pink elephant in your brain.
That's a lie, and you know it.
One more buttermilk, barkeep, will you, please? And make it a weak one.
Potter.
Yes?
For the last time. Are you going to level with me instead of trying to drive me crazy?
Look, will you go peddle your weeklies, friend?
I don't know why I hit him. Guess it must have been just a little too much. Everybody was acting like I was insane. But that sock on the button brought 3 cops on the run. And 15 minutes later, I was standing in front of a desk sergeant in a local precinct.
Drunk and disorderly.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. I wasn't drunk.
Then how did you come to be brawling in a bar, mister? High spirit?
I was frustrated.
You were what?
I've got nothing personal against the man I hit. It's just that he...
You felt like exercising, so you tried to break his jaw.
Well, not exactly, no.
Not exactly. Well, now, maybe the judge will give you not exactly 30 days, me bucko. He'll make it 29. Book him on a D&D.
Wait a minute, you can't do that.
Oh, no, I can't.
I've got a right to make a call first.
Well, that's correct, Sergeant. He's got a right to make a call.
Byron.
Lieutenant Byron, to you.
Boy, am I glad you're here.
Well, you flatter me. What happened? Did they catch you stealing apples from a pushcart?
Listen, you remember Potter, the purser?
Potter?
Yeah, Potter, the guy who called you tonight when we found the Countess's body.
Oh, yeah, Potter.
Well, at least you admit you remember the murder.
What murder?
Come again.
This man doesn't seem to be sober yet, Sergeant.
A night in the cooler will fix him up.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You deny you investigated the murder of Countess Athena in the Hotel Metro tonight?
Nobody was murdered, mister. The lady's still alive.
She's still... But she can't be.
No?
She was killed instantly.
You better lock this boy up for a week, Sergeant. He may be dangerous.
What kind of a deal is this, anyway? Is everybody trying to drive me up a tree?
What's the charge, Sergeant?
A D&D.
Anything else?
Well, no. He could have been resisting an officer and flouting the law.
Yeah, hold him for trial on Friday.
Friday? You mean you're going to keep me here for the rest of the week?
If you like, you can stay 2 weeks. We'll give you a room with a view.
I've got a right to make a call.
You said that before. Okay, 1 call. Who's your lawyer?
I want to talk to McFarlane at the Dateline office.
What's the number?
Wharf 79311.
Dial the number for him, Hogan.
Yes, sir.
Look, Lieutenant, I'm just a poor, dumb bunny who's trying to turn an honest buck. All night long, I've been chasing a corpse that everybody tells me doesn't even exist. All right, now what's the gimmick? Please, let me in on it before I break a blood vessel and really go off my trolley.
Hello, Dateline office. Sergeant Hogan, 11th Precinct speaking. I want to talk to Mr. McFarlane. Right. Just a minute.
Here, mister.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Mac. Listen, Mac, I'm in a jam. I got into a brawl a little while ago, and they're holding me on a disorderly conduct charge. Yeah, Lieutenant Byron's here, too. So will you get a bondsman down and bail me out? What? You want to... Oh, sure. Thanks, Mac. Yeah, he wants to talk to you, Lieutenant.
With pleasure. Hello? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see. I'm sorry to hear you say that, Mr. McFarland.
What?
Yeah, I understand. Well, it's all right with us if it's all right with you. So long.
Well?
He says he doesn't care if we keep you here until you're too old to walk out.
He said what?
Book him, Sergeant. Put him in a nice warm
Wait
cell.
a minute. You can't do this to me. I got a right to legal advice.
Just a moment, please. I represent this gentleman.
Who are you?
Rannick is my name, my card. I'm an attorney, and I'm prepared to furnish bond.
In any amount?
In any amount.
You know this man, Combs?
Hi.
He has known me for years.
Yeah, sure, for years. Hi.
You cannot hold him indefinitely on a charge like this, Lieutenant. I demand that you bring my client to night court so that his case may be tried immediately. He will plead guilty, of course, and as a first offender, he will be released after payment of a small fine. That, I believe, is the legal procedure.
Pretty smart, Mr. Rannick.
Does he go over to night court, Lieutenant?
No, release him.
Right now.
We'll withdraw charges. Let him go with his Mr. Rannick.
Rannick was Santa Claus. A Santa with a sallow face and a toothbrush mustache who looked more like a soapbox orator than a lawyer. But he was just what the doctor ordered as far as I was concerned. He didn't say a word until we hit the street. And then he murmured something about a cup of coffee, and he steered me into a cafeteria across the way. I don't know who sent you, Mr. Rannick, but you're the answer to a prayer.
I was in the Metro Bar just before the fight began, Mr. Combs. And I followed you to the station house.
Yeah? Why?
Because your story was so interesting.
My story?
The one you discussed with the young man you struck. The man who was purser on the Orient with the Countess Athena.
Oh? You know the Countess Athena?
I've heard of her. According to what you told the purser, the lady was murdered.
Yes.
When?
Tonight.
By whom?
I don't know. Your interest seems to be more than casual, Mr. Rannick.
I assure you it is. However, I must believe your story first before I can tell you just why I'm so concerned.
Oh, you're going to tell me I've been seeing things too, like everybody else?
Oh, on the contrary, I'm most anxious to have your story proven, if that is possible. You must admit, however, that the pursers seem to feel you were intoxicated. And the others...
Seem to feel I'm crazy.
However, there is one way to verify your story, Mr. Combs. I must see the body with my own eyes.
And how do you think you're going to do that?
There is only one place the corpse would be, is there not?
Yeah, the morgue.
Exactly. You have a press card. That should be enough to pass us through. Finish your coffee, Mr. Combs. We have an interesting evening ahead of us.
Ever been to a morgue? It's a dandy place to spend an evening. It's always quiet in the icebox, and the inmates sleep with that restful quality that only a Skid Row bum knows. We went from crib to crib.
Let's try this one, Mr. Combs.
Yeah, it's a man.
Must have been in an accident. Automobile, perhaps careless driving, seems to be taking a heavy toll of your countrymen.
Huh? My countrymen?
Let us try the next one.
That's her.
Yes. That's the Countess. As you say, she's been assassinated.
What? Assassinated? You mean you think it was political?
Her real name was Maroff, Mr. Combs. She was a traitor.
Say, who are you, anyway?
I'm afraid I have work to do, and I have no further time to waste on you.
Wait a minute.
Let go of my arm.
What's that crack you made before about my countrymen? What's all this about the Countess being a traitor? I don't dig you,
Stand back, you fool!
That gun loaded?
You're an idiot, Combs. I have half a mind to leave you here in an appropriate state, but I have other things to do that are more important.
I'll say you have.
Byron!
Stay put, Rennie.
There were 3 FBI men there with Byron, and it was the 4th of July, and fleet maneuvers rolled into one. By the time it was over, Rannick had a hole in his chest, and Byron had one in his leg. As for me, I was on a slab right next to Countess Athena, and I'd have stayed there if the slug that hit me had traveled just 2 inches to the left.
Hello, Jerry. How's the boy?
Never felt better, Mac. A slug in the shoulder in a hospital cot is just what I needed to build me up.
You'll be out of here in a couple of days. Take it easy. I brought you some marshmallows to munch on to while away the time.
Listen, you...
Hey, Jerry, you mustn't exert yourself,
I've only
boy.
got one arm left to use, but I'll slip it around your stubborn throat if I don't get an answer and a good one now.
Sure. I'll explain it all. Only don't excite yourself.
Start talking and make it good.
Well, you guessed yourself that Rannick was a foreign agent, and so was the lady who called herself the Countess Athena.
Go on.
As a matter of fact, she headed a spy ring in Asia, presumably for the Iron Curtain boys. Actually, her sympathies were on our side. She was counter-espionage for the West.
Who killed her?
One of Rannick's men. But the guy was picked up before he could inform Rannick what he found out about the Countess and that he had killed her.
That's why Rannick was so anxious to get the facts from me.
If Rannick had discovered that Athena had been murdered, he would have known why. And he would have gotten word to his chief in Asia. Every one of Athena's assistants overseas would have been suspect as counter-espionage agents and executed. That's why Athena's death had to be kept under wraps. The order came straight from Washington.
But why didn't you let me in on it, too? Even Potter must have known the facts.
Sure, but you were the only one Byron wouldn't trust. He said you were headline crazy. You pulled a fast one on him 5 years ago. You blew a story you wanted kept out of print for 24 hours. He gave us orders to keep you in the dark.
I knew I'd seen him somewhere before.
Oh, incidentally, that dame you met in Athena's hotel suite...
Mrs. Carvel?
Was a policewoman, one of Byron's plants. Now, does that explain everything, Junior?
Oh, sure. But you could have saved me a bullet wound if you'd have told me exactly who she was.
Who was?
The Countess Athena.
Who's she?
Get out of here, you...
Jerry!
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Heard in the cast were Stotts Cotsworth, Bryna Rayburn, Chester Stratton, Ian Martin, Joseph Boland, and Roger DeKoven. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a penny-pinching husband and wife industriously weave their own shroud in The Chase.
If you want your child to have the best education you can give him, won't you get a pencil and paper and take down the address I'm going to give you at the end of this announcement? Unless we start preparing now, in a few years our public schools will be as behind the times as the Little Red Schoolhouse. It is estimated that by 1956, there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than they are now. More equipment will be needed, textbooks. To help assure your children a proper education, write for free information about how citizens in other communities are improving their schools. The address? National Citizens Commission for Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York City. Tonight, it's Adventure with Countess Spy on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
The day I finally made the switch from Detective Sergeant Peter Peru to Detective Lieutenant Peter Peru should have been a happy day because it's just what we've been waiting for, Joan and I. The promotion. Oh, how we chased that promotion. Maybe you didn't know it, but the difference between a sergeant's pay and a lieutenant's pay is $9.62 a week. Not much, but all the difference, Joan always used to say, that we needed to get married on. Well, now I've got the lieutenancy, and I've got the miserable $9.62 more a week, but now I haven't got Joan. What stopped us? A little piece of nothing shaped like a dog collar, narrow as a postcard and flexible like celluloid. A dictation tape. Yeah, that and a miserable dictating machine and the man who used them. It all started the night I went to pick Joan up at the office where she worked as a secretary. Generally, I knocked off duty at about the same time she finished work, but if I was tied up on a case, she'd just stay on doing some freelance typing job she'd picked up from an employment agency. It only brought in a couple of bucks, but it was her way of chasing our wedding day while I chased the promotion. Hi, Joanie.
Oh, hello, sweetie. Be with you in a minute. Just finishing this page.
Oh, come on. The strong arm of the law has a weak stomach crying for food.
Just a minute.
Hey, I haven't seen you use your boss's dictating machine on your outside typing jobs before. What is it? A new job?
Mm-hmm. Just got it from the employment agency today. I'm working for a writer after office hours now. Good pay, too.
Oh, yeah? What is it, a book?
Yeah, it's a novel. It's kind of gory. It's about a shy young man who's going crazy and knows it.
Oh? Who's writing it?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know. These dictation tapes are delivered to me every couple of days. I type up the pages and mail them to the agency.
Oh, that's simple.
Sure. South Pacific was dictated on tape that way.
And you never see your boss?
Never. He just sends my hard-earned pay with the tapes.
Well, that should make for pleasant employer-employee relations. And now what about the food department?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I'd like to see this man. He sounds brooding, sensitive, lonely. Real romantic type, Pete. I can't help wondering who he is, what he is.
Oh, fine.
Why, Peter, you're jealous. You're jealous of a voice.
Look, when you're ready to quit, let me know. I'll be in the coffee shop downstairs. Just poke your head in, okay?
Okay. I'll poke my head in on the end of a stick.
You'd better give that writer up, Joni, old girl. Give that writer up. But Joan Clinton didn't give her writer up. I should have stopped it when she went from simple interest to fascination. And as each day went by, she looked forward with more impatience to the delivery of the little tapes that brought her into a strange, one-sided communication with a man she'd never met. After a while, all she could ever talk about to me or to her office friends was her wonderful writer.
Oh, say, Annie, you want to hear something really good?
Oh, Joan, have a heart. I heard that tape twice this morning.
Oh.
Still hearing from your writer, huh? How's that story coming? The one about the shy fella going nuts.
Oh, Annie's just wonderful. And today he added a postscript on the tape. He said when the book was finished, he'd find out who I was and he'd come to see me. Last night I typed up 27 pages, and on each tape I listened to, he sounded chipper and cheerful and happy. Oh, he was so gay, just like a little boy.
No, night work lately, Joan. How come?
I don't know, Pete. I don't know. I suddenly stopped hearing from him. His last tape sounded so sad and strange. And that was 10 days ago.
I don't mind telling you that I was glad. Yeah, I'm no Gregory Peck, you know. I'm not even a fair Humphrey Bogart for looks. But when a guy finds himself competing with a voice coming off a dictation tape for his girlfriend, it's a little unsettling. So I was glad. Until I went to pick her up a couple of days ago at her office. I'd left my partner, Sammy Sampson, in the squad car downstairs. And no sooner did I open Joan's office door...
Pete? Oh, Pete, I'm so glad you're here.
Joni, what's happened? What's the matter?
Listen, Pete, listen to this. I got this tape tonight. The first one in 11 days, and it has something on it that... Oh, wait a minute. I'll turn the dictating machine on. Listen on these earphones.
Mm-hmm.
This should start as a new paragraph chapter. The driving force within him no longer raged. He was calm, for he knew precisely what he must do. He listened for a moment to the foghorns in the bay, and then he opened the shop door. He saw the frightened face of the old man staring up at him. He paused. Then with great precision and almost no effort and absolutely no emotion, I took the sword from under my coat, and with it, I killed him.
Well, do you see?
What do you want me to see?
This man dictated the story saying he listened for a minute to the foghorns, and he used the word he when he said he opened the shop door and he saw the man. But when he came to the violence, the killing, he said I. I took the sword, and with it, I killed him.
Joni, what are you driving at?
Pete, this man's been writing about someone who's lonely, moody, depressed, about someone who's going mad, someone who kills. He's not writing just about someone. He's writing about himself.
Lots of times a writer, to help his thinking, will mentally exchange places with his lead character, and I could understand how this writer had put himself in the place of the killer he was writing about. That's why the guy on the tape had said I instead of he, that's all. I read it someplace, and it made sense, but it took me 15 minutes of the biggest salesmanship I could deliver to bring Joan to the point where she agreed with me. Oh, here, Joni, drink this and you'll feel better. Then I'll drive you home, and I want you to forget all this stuff. You just haven't been your old self, sweetie.
Guess I've been working too hard, Pete, and thinking of this voice. Oh, he's probably a timid little man of 50, married and henpecked, and using the story as a release for his inhibitions and frustrations. I'm sorry I've been such a jerk, and I've been so unfair to you. Oh, Pete, how could I be so silly? Oh, Pete.
Forget it, kid. Yeah, this is worth it.
Pete! Pete! Hurrah!
Holy cats, I forgot all about Sammy Sampson.
Oh, it's my fault. I'm sorry.
Pete!
Here, hold this glass, Johnny.
Uh-huh.
In here, Sam.
Pete, I just picked up a general alarm on the squawk box in the car.
What is it?
Murder.
Where?
On the waterfront. An old man killed with a sword.
It didn't take long to check with the cops at the waterfront shop and find that fact meshed with fiction point by point. By my book, that much of a coincidence just couldn't happen. I asked the precinct to send a couple of men to meet Sammy and me at Joan's office, and the chase was on. Here was the chance for the promotion. Without even looking for it, the biggest case of my life was right in my lap. The only thing wrong was that my only lead, my hottest lead, was my own sweetheart.
Who is he, Joan? Where is he?
Oh, Sam.
She's told us 10 times, Sam. She doesn't know.
Someone must. Look, let's run this down. The Harriet House Employment Agency got Joan this typing job, right?
Right.
This writer mails 2 or 3 tapes in a plain white envelope to Joan's home every couple of days, right?
Yeah, but with no return address to give us anything to go on. Except this one's postmark shows it was mailed last night from the main Times Square postal station.
Oh, swell. The biggest in the city. That should be cute to trace. Okay. Then what?
After I type up the script, I send the pages back to the Harriet House Employment Agency.
Well, he must pick them up there. Andrews.
Yes, Sarge?
Get the squad car, Andy. Find a Mrs. Harriet House and pick her up. She runs the Harriet House Employment Agency in the drill building. Take her to her office. I'll meet you there in 20 or 30 minutes.
Right, Pete.
Now, look, Joan, were you ever given any reasons why he didn't have you come to him where he could dictate directly to you?
I wish he had me come to him. If he's mentally ill, if he's sick, I might have helped him.
All right, Joan, cut it out.
The woman at the agency only said he likes to work this way. You don't know him like I do. He's sensitive. He's easily disturbed.
Yeah, he's sensitive, all right.
You're not fair. You haven't proved anything yet. Why should you be so sure he's the killer?
Aren't you?
Pete, could it be possible, just possible, that this sword murder at the waterfront and the killing that Jones' writer describes is just a coincidence?
Sammy, I just...
Sergeant Peru!
Andrews, I thought I sent you to find Harriet House.
She's been found, Sarge. A cleaning woman from her office building just called into headquarters. Harriet House is at her office, dead. Some nut killed her with a sword.
Any questions, Sammy? Joan? The once whitewashed walls and ceilings of the Harriet House Employment Agency would have to be whitewashed again. The job that was done there had certainly been that of a madman, but a madman who undoubtedly had lucid moments. Because the file folder that had held the scripts Joan Clinton had so carefully typed was found next to the destroyed body of Harriet House. Empty.
She's been dead for some time, even before the waterfront killing.
He's had a busy day. You know, this guy may have shown no outer symptoms of paranoia at all for weeks. And then maybe something happened yesterday or the day before, and off he went.
Pete, I've been through this joint from top to bottom, and there's not a single piece of paper, a note, anything that leads to this guy.
Now, you missed this.
What?
A dictation tape. It was halfway under the desk.
Let's see what it says.
Yeah, plug that machine in, will you, Sammy?
Okay. You got it on right, Pete?
Wait a minute. There it is. It's all right.
Dear Mr. Author, my name is Joan Clinton, and I'm the Miss Whoever you are who's been typing up your book.
Holy cats, it's Joan.
After listening to your voice for so long, I thought you might want to hear mine. I hope I'm not being presumptuous. I'd like to tell you that I think your book is going to be a really fine one. And I hope that once it's completed, we might meet for a drink to celebrate. I haven't received any tapes from you in over a week. And I hope those headaches that you mentioned from time to time haven't incapacitated you. If there's anything I can do to help, I wish you'd let me know. Good night.
Pete, is she in love with him? Is she in love with the voice? If she's holding out on us...
Keep your shirt on, Sammy. That was sent before tonight. She must have thought he'd pick it up when he came for his scripts. Let's get back to Joan's office.
Pete, I wonder if he did pick it up and listen to it before he left here.
Yeah. I wonder.
Joan, I want you to stop pussyfooting around. We're losing time, and you haven't told us everything we should know.
Now, take it easy, Sammy, and back up or I'll back you up. If you think I'll watch you give Joan a going over, you're nuts.
You listen to me, Peru. There's a maniac loose somewhere out there, and also out there are lots of men, women, and children. People are in line for murder if we don't get that killer first. Now, you get out of my way.
Pete,
Yes, Joan?
the murder he described on the tape we heard before?
The waterfront killing?
Yes. It's not the first murder he wrote about, and it's not the first time he substituted the word I for he. I've got copies of everything he's dictated, but there's a tape on the machine right now. I got it 3 weeks ago. I was listening to it again. You'd better hear it.
Hello, Princess. This will be short. I'm tired. The headaches again. Ready? When the ferry docked, the boy got off with the rest of the passengers, but he was able to keep himself hidden as he followed the girl home. At her door, I stopped her. The street was black and quiet. She shrank away from me, and the rage that began on the ferry burst through full bloom. When she started to run, I caught her and held her. She whimpered. I ripped the little fur collar off her cheap brown cloth coat and rammed one end of it into her mouth. Then I stabbed her in the back. He put her away and went to an all-night movie, and then home. Well, that's all for tonight, Princess. Once I get rid of these headaches, I'll be able to write more each day. And we'll get this book done more quickly. And we'll sell 1 million copies and start another. Good night, Princess.
Operator, get me police headquarters. Give me homicide. Hello, Johnny, this is Pete Peru. I want this done fast. See if you have a card in your unsolved murder file. Victim, young girl, blonde, wearing a brown cloth coat with fur collar at time of death. Stabbed in the back. Oh, about 3 weeks ago. Call me back. Yeah, thanks.
Pete, do you think he might be planning another killing like it? He wrote the waterfront killing before he committed it, you know.
He didn't write about Harriet House before he killed her, did he? A habitual criminal has a definite pattern. You can follow it. How can you anticipate what a madman will do?
I don't know.
Hello? Yeah, Johnny, this is Peru. Shoot. Got it. Thanks.
What is it, Pete?
Well, there's nothing in the unsolved murder file, but Johnny checked missing persons. They reported a blonde girl of 19 disappeared 3 weeks ago, Muriel Graham. She was last seen alive by some friends who put her on the New Jersey-New York ferry. She never got home. When last seen, she was wearing a brown cloth coat with a little fur collar. 15 minutes later, we stood in the blood-drenched waterfront shop staring at the body and the double-edged sword. Sammy Sampson, New York, partner, a husband, a father, and a cop for 22 years, clenched and unclenched his fists in his pockets. Then together we turned to our detachment of detectives and uniformed police and set the citywide chase into full power.
Mike, get photographs of that sword. Take a detail of men and hit every antique shop, every museum, every kind of shop or institution that can give you a lead on this sword and its owner.
Okay, Sarge.
You, go back to Joan Clinton. She has a copy of this killer's script. Have it mimeographed immediately. Then take a detail of men and go to every publisher in the city. Have them read it to see if they can recognize the style of any writers that they know.
Here's a list.
You two, as soon as it's morning, round up the sales managers of all the dictating machine outfits in town. Get them into headquarters by 10.
On your way, boys. You take this envelope down to the lab. See if you can lift any prints.
All right, you two. This job isn't nice. Remove that sword and take that poor guy down to the morgue. A homicidal maniac was loose and raging in a city of 7 million. But by noon, the manhunt had blanketed the city.
Sergeant Peru, I got a list showing the names and addresses of all the people in the entire city that company sold dictating machines to.
Okay, thanks, Andrews.
Yes, sir.
Our friend probably did his writing from home. Eliminate all the business addresses on this list and have your details start their investigations in the residential areas first. Check the salesmen. See if they recall selling dictating machines to anyone who might be a writer.
Gotcha.
In the meantime, reports started coming in, none of them good. The detectives covering the antique shops got a lot of offers from dealers to buy the sword when it was found, but none of them had ever seen it before.
Hey, Sarge, not one of the publishers could recognize any particular style in the script.
Okay, that's all.
Wait a minute. A number of them offered to buy it. You see, the publicity value is great. Even though the construction is erratic, the dialogue vague,
Thank you, Clifton Fadiman. Now get back to your beat. The chase continued through the rest of that day and the night. The populace of all the 5 boroughs in the city, not knowing where the killer prowled, cleared the streets by nightfall. It was a Jack the Ripper panic. Nightclubs, theaters, and movie houses lost business, and the papers screamed. And to Sammy Sampson, myself, and the other jokers on the job, on duty and off duty were only figures of speech. Then we got our first break. The killer contacted Joan Clinton.
I got it in the late mail.
A tape.
Where's the envelope it came in?
Here.
Mail last night. There's your postmark, Sammy. Ansonia Postal Station. That's almost in the center of town on the west side.
Yeah. That section runs from about West 59th Street to West 74th or 75th Street, and from 5th Avenue to the North River.
Hello, Homicide. Johnny, Peru. Get on this right away. Get that list of people who bought dictating machines in the city. Get it narrowed down to just those people in the Ansonia section of Manhattan. I want that list. Then call in men working on the antique shops, the ferry boats, the Navy Department, all the men we've got on the case. Put them all in the Ansonia section. One of the people in that area using a dictating machine is our man. Right.
Pete, listen to this. This is the tape Joan got.
Thanks for your little speech, Princess. I listened to it. You're very kind. I have a poem for you. Oft in dreams tender and smiling, thy fair face cometh to me. Oft in dreams thy lips beguiling, murmur soft, you love but me. Oh, my beloved one, you love but me.
Joan, listen, I don't know how I let you get into this, and I don't know what the score is between you and me right now, but there's a murderer Sammy and I have got to find. But for you, there's a lunatic lover you've got to stay away from. I'm putting some cops near your house. He may try to get to you. If he does, I don't know if he'll try to love you or kill you. But it can be easily both. It took time to bring our men in and concentrate them in the Ansonia section. The Ansonia section of Manhattan is a mixture of enormous apartment houses and filthy slum areas. The number of people packed into this 1 square mile easily exceeds 250,000. On top of this, the number of people there owning recording machines proved to be many times larger than we anticipated, and the work of finding and questioning dragged slowly. When night fell that day, Joan and I piled into Sammy's squad car for a lift home.
I'll drop you off first, Joan. There's a plainclothes man in front of your apartment house, so you don't have to worry. But keep your door locked and stay near a phone. If this guy doesn't go berserk again tonight, I think we'll have him by morning.
Good night, Pete. Sammy?
Good night, kid.
Joan, is there anything you want to tell me?
No, Pete, there's nothing.
Well, I'll call you a little later then. Now get some rest.
I will. Good night.
Evening, Miss Clinton. We'll see that no one gets in to harm you.
Thank you, officer. I'm sorry to cause the trouble.
Hello, Princess. I've been phoning her for the last 20 minutes, Sammy. I got worried. Now she doesn't answer the doorbell.
I'll get this open in a minute.
She's not in the bedroom.
She's not here.
Well, look, her bag is still here, so's her coat.
Those couch pillows half on the floor. May have been a struggle.
Where's the cop you had on duty?
He's checking the basement. Oh, here he is.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I didn't think she tried to slip out. I was just looking out for someone trying to get in, you see.
What'd you find?
There's a door in the hallway that leads down to the basement. It connects with the apartment house next door. She must have slipped through it and out the back door of the other building. No one saw her.
Did you ever think that somebody came in just that way and snatched her out? You should have checked.
Well, I
Forget it.
What do you think, Pete?
Well, I'm afraid to, Sammy. I'm afraid to. Hello, homicide. Johnny, I want you to put out a description alarm for Joan... What? Go ahead. Holy cat, when? Listen, get all the prowl cars in that district to converge on that block and tell them to be on the lookout for Joan Clinton. I think he's got her as a hostage, if he hasn't killed her.
What happened, Pete?
Missing persons closed their file on Muriel Graham. They just found her in a refrigerator in a basement on the west side. She died from dozens of knife wounds in the back. She was still wearing her little brown cloth coat, and the fur collar was stuffed in her mouth.
You got the address?
Yeah. Right in the middle of the Ansonia section. With Sammy at the wheel, it took only 4 minutes to get to the broken-down brownstone. The neighborhood was alive with fear and excitement, and the little janitor who'd found the body of the girl in his basement was telling his story for the 10th time.
I'm open the refrigerator door, and Mamma Mia, the girl.
Okay. Do any of your tenants use a dictating machine?
A what?
It's a recording machine. Businessmen use it to dictate letters. It records the voice. Writers use it, too.
Writer? There's a loony in a 3C, he says, the writer. Always he carry the books. Always talking to himself.
Talking to himself?
Yeah, lots of times I go past his room. No one in there but him. But he's a talker a mile a minute.
That's him. Tom, get that crowd back. Get some men in the back of the building and a couple on those roofs. Sam, you come with me. Now, you two lay back and cover us.
Everybody call him a loony because of the way he look and he talk. He's a craze.
Why didn't you tell the authorities about him then?
Why? What's the matter? He's no hurt to nobody.
Look, mister, you've been a great help, and thanks, but you'd better stay here. Come on, Sammy.
3C must be on the next floor.
All right, don't move, Sam. There he is at the top of the stairs. Put down that sword, fella, and we won't hurt you.
He's coming down, Pete.
He's still got that sword.
Watch out, Pete, he's going to throw it!
As I stepped over the lifeless body of the killer who terrorized the city, I realized he was only a boy, no more than 23 or 24, and in death his calm face showed none of the violence that had twisted his poor brain. I raced up the stairs to 3C. I kicked open the door. Joan Clinton, the girl I'd loved, the girl I was going to marry, the girl who wanted my promotion even more than I did, sat stolidly, mechanically at a typewriter. At her side was a dictating machine, and in it a tape was slowly spinning. Her clothes were disheveled. She was completely white, and her pupils showed she was near complete shock. Joan, are you all right? What happened to you?
He's dead, isn't he? Just a boy. He made me come to finish his book. He said he'd give himself up if I promised to finish it. He was completely lucid for a while. Now, everything's settled, isn't it?
Joan, he didn't do anything. He didn't hurt you.
Hurt me? Hurt me? He was very gentle. Really very tender.
As the earphones slipped from her fingers, I picked them up and listened to the tape spinning over and over again, its final sentence.
Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess. Good night, Princess.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. In tonight's cast were Grant Richards, Anzie Strickland, Ann Thomas, John Raby, John Gibson, Walter Black, and Guy Rep. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. This is Arthur Gary speaking.
Great chimes mean good times on NBC. In coming weeks, there'll be some changes. Tuesday, the 26th, marks the return to the air of Cavalcade of America. Thursday, August 28th, welcome back the King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers.
National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There's always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always, there is the chase.
You a tourist, mister? I know just as soon as I saw you standing up here at the bar. Hoyle's my handle. Most of the old China hands call me Tattoo Charlie. How do you like Hong Kong, mister? Ain't she a great little town? I've been here off and on now for the last 5... What are you looking at, mister? This gimmick I got here in my hand? It's a Chinese Buddha, made of gold. And it could have bought and sold Hong Kong twice over not so long ago. I can see now that you're laughing, just like all the rest. But if you set me up a beer to wash the clinkers out of my crew, I'll swap you a yarn that'll make your eyes pop out like oysters on a half shell. I'm not superstitious, mister. Get that straight before we begin. I can't help thinking it was Saturday the 6th of June when this rhubarb commenced to start. I was an able seaman first class when my ship put into Hong Kong harbor. As soon as I got shore leave, I headed for Lee Hip Singh's joint, just off Queen Street near the main drag. Lee Hip's a tattooer, the best in the East. And I wrote him in advance to make a date and add another masterpiece to the collection I already got on my arms and back.
What do you want Blitzer this time, Mr. Charlie? We have very little room.
Can you fit it in here between Betty Grable and the Taj Mahal?
Blitzer bit too small. So turn around.
What's under my shoulder blades?
On left side is Eiffel Tower, nothing on right.
And start your needlework.
Hold still. You just in from what port, Mr. Charlie?
Manila?
From here?
Formosa?
Formosa. Taipei?
Yeah. Take it easy with that needle. You bend down a little hard.
When you sail for Formosa, Mr. Charlie?
5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Why?
Nothing important. Except Lee Hip have good plan on Formosa. Maybe you take him small flavor for me?
Hey, you want me to deliver something?
His good luck Buddha is made of gold. Lee Hip plus Tattoo Charlie. No, good luck Buddha be delivered okay.
You got a Buddha made of gold?
Wait here, Mr. Charlie. Hip Sing, show you.
He shuffled out of the room in his black pajamas and slippers and come back a minute later with something in his hand. It was a laughing Buddha, made of gold. I kind of lost my interest when I saw it was only maybe 2 inches high.
A Buddha bling lock, Mr. Charlie, is very important. He reads my friend. Address on paper inside base.
Ain't very big, is he? What's he worth?
It may be 600-700 Hong Kong dollar, but worth lot more to my friend in other way. Mr. Charlie, you bring Buddha to Formosa and do Lee Hip good turn. One day, Lee Hip do good turn for Charlie, too.
Hey, you got a telephone, Lee Hip?
Well, must be restaurant upstairs. You stay here one moment. Lee Hip, go see.
He was lying, and I knew it. That phone ring was coming from his bedroom next door. While I was wondering what a guy who made coolie money was doing with a phone in his dump, I heard him jabbering away in the next room in Chinese. Old boy was getting excited. He sounded scared. When he come back 2 minutes later, his skin was as green as that band on your Panama, mister. He looked like a man who just got the fright of his natural life.
Mr. Charlie! Mr. Charlie!
Hey, what's
Charlie.
with you?
Mr. Charlie, remember, Flynn. Please, no more.
He hit the floor like a sack of flour and didn't move. He croaked just like that right in front of my glimpse, mister. Not a scratch on his side. Must have been his ticker. An excitement on the phone. I wasn't waiting for no medical reports. I jumped into my shirt and started for the street. But I only got as far as the door. There were two of them, mister. And one in front was built like a wheelhouse. With a fat poker face and eyes that reminded me of floating marbles in a pot of blubber.
Wait.
Who are you?
You step inside, please.
Now, wait a minute.
Why Lee Hipsing on floor, please?
He's dead.
You kill him, please. My name, Lieutenant Choi. Hong Kong Police.
Oh.
You friend of Lee Hipsing?
I'm just a sailor, Lieutenant, on the China Doll. We sail for Formosa in the morning.
Formosa, please?
Yeah?
You do some favor for Lee Hip on Formosa?
How'd you know that, Lieutenant?
You come with me.
You ain't gonna jug me, Lieutenant.
No argument, just come. Please?
Next thing I know, mister, he's pushing me into a banged-up Jeep and we're driving to the ferry. 20 minutes after we were over Victoria Bay and heading across the Kowloon Peninsula with the lights on Hong Kong Island fading out behind us. And the red frontier moving closer up ahead. Hey, where are we going, Lieutenant?
I tell you soon.
Now, wait a minute. This is highly irregular. You know that, don't you?
Please?
I'm a United States citizen. I got a right to my rights. You listening to me, Lieutenant? Where you taking me? The Commie border's only 20 miles away. I gotta get back to my ship, Lieutenant. We sail in 6 hours. Don't you hear me? Let me loose. Let me loose. Maybe I'm slow on the uptake, mister, but I ain't so thick I didn't figure he was taking me for a one-way ride. My lieutenant gag was just a come-on. I knew I had to talk fast to swap my one-way fare for a round-trip ticket. Look, is this trip necessary, Mr. Choi?
Quiet, please.
Oh, I ain't giving you no arguments, am I? Why the rough stuff? If there's something you want out of Tattoo Charlie, just ask for it.
We ask when we come to border. Soon now.
You mean you drive me over the British line? You must be a commie agent. What do you want with me? What's the matter?
Cow block road.
You want me to move him?
You stay, please. I move cow with this.
He pulled out a cannon as big as your leg and fired twice in the air. The cow jumped one way and I jumped the other, right out of the side of the Jeep and into a ditch. As I picked myself up and started to run, I could almost feel the slugs from his partner's gun as they slid past my ear. What happened? Well, I'm here, ain't I? My luck held out. That was only the beginning. Wrestle me up another lager, mister, because now it really gets to be a yarn. It took me 2 hours to get back the ferry slip, and I'm acting like a scared rabbit all the way. I knew they was chasing me, searching in the scrub the way a hound dog scratches for fleas. But by the time I'm on the ferry moving back across the bay, I'm feeling easier. Well, I'm back on Queen Street and heading for a British copper precinct when I run smack into Eddie Trock, third mate on the China Doll. He's got more than a couple in him already, and he's looking for a fight when he spots me coming up the sidewalk, grabs my arm.
That dude, Charlie.
Eddie.
How you been all night, you stupid slob?
I've been busy.
Busy? When you ought to be getting tanked? We sail at 5.
Something happened, Eddie. I gotta go see the coppers.
The coppers? What for?
I've been kidnapped.
Kidnapped? You? What'd they trade you back for, a hunk of rusty bulkhead?
They wanted this, Eddie. What do you think of it? See?
What's that?
A Buddha.
A Buddha?
Made of gold.
Hey, you thirsty, Charlie?
Dry as dust.
I'll buy you shopping. Right in here, Charlie. Now maybe we'll go and see the coppers together.
We had some scotch after that, and then we tried a little Hong Kong gin. By 3 a.m., mister, the world was getting cozy again. Solid gold, Eddie. Must be worth a couple of $100 American. No question about that. You've noticed so little.
Only a couple of $100? And went all that trouble to take you for a ride?
Funny, eh?
Yeah, it's a scream. I know you had it all the time, only they didn't try to grab it.
Huh?
Never mind, Charlie. Have another drink. You just got time for 3 more fingers before we sail.
It was them last 3 fingers that did it, mister. I passed out like a light. When I come to and shook the busted glass out of my skull, the joint was empty. Eddie was gone. So was my little gold Buddha. It was Eddie who crossed me, and I should have known. He cut his grandmother's throat for a chew of tobacco. When I turned around and started walking back toward Princess Street, I passed an alley, and I heard something groan. It was Eddie Truck, lying flat in his face. His shirt was torn nearly half off his back, mister. He had a 10-inch butcher knife sticking out of his side. Eddie, what happened?
Watch yourself, Charlie. They'll get you, too.
He rolled over once, mister, and he stretched out his hand. And he opened his palm as he kicked the gong, and a laughing Buddha rolled out at my feet.
Hello, please.
Joy.
No time now for ride, please. Turn.
You ain't gonna shoot me in the back, Joy.
Turn.
Hey, what are you doing? Lay off my shirt. Stop pulling at me. Let me go. He was tearing the clothes off my back when the cop blew his whistle. As Troy made a run for it, I slid down against the wall on rubber legs. 20 minutes later, I was sitting in the city brig, wondering if they was going to hang me for murder.
Yeah, that's you, huh? My name's Howard, old boy, British intelligence. Yeah, how do you feel?
Oh, great. I'm booked for murder. I'm in a regular holiday mood.
Did anyone mention murder?
What'd you lock me up for?
You're free to go whenever you please. After you answer my questions.
I told that desk sergeant everything I know. I found Eddie Truck in the street with a sticker in his bag. The commie agent was the one who done it after he tried to take me for a ride.
For this?
Oh, you got my Buddha.
It's rather interesting. Where did you get it?
I told that to the sergeant, too. Lee Hip Singh gave it to me to take to a friend.
Oh, yes, the Chinese tattoo artist who died of a heart attack this evening.
And it was his heart.
Very interesting, but let's get back to the Buddha. You say he asked you to deliver it to someone. To whom?
Well, the name was inside the bull.
We found the slip of paper in the base. Was anyone else mentioned?
Say, what is this? Why should a 2-inch hunk of gold start a ruckus this size?
The Buddha isn't gold, old boy. Merely gold-filled.
And it ain't even worth 200.
As an ornament? Hardly. Here.
You giving it back to me?
Naturally, it's yours.
Thanks. Can I go now?
Of course.
Just like that?
Just like that. Oh, and incidentally, you'd better buy yourself another shirt before you're pulled in again for indecent exposure.
I couldn't believe it, mister. They let me sail out just free as air. I had a feeling there was a hitch. And I was right. 5 minutes later, as I'm walking down the street, I get the feeling I'm being tailed. I look behind me and I see a tall guy with his hands in his pockets staring inside his store window, just like that's all he had got to do. I walk a little faster. He's still behind me, keeping step. So I start to run. He starts to run. The next thing you know, I'm tearing down the street like a wild man with my engine in high. They were hounding me. Chase was on again. What did I do? What did they want from me? For the love of Mike, what were they after? I give him the slip once more. I duck into Repulse Street where Sugar Bowl Annie lives. Annie's an old China hand, mister. She's been here 40 years. She speaks Chinese like a native. But the Sugar Bowl's always good for a handout when the going gets rough. Annie? Annie, wake up. Let me in. Annie!
Who's out there?
Tattoo Charlie. Let me in. That was close.
You being followed?
Yeah.
By who?
Everybody in town, practically. I'm getting so popular they're even tearing souvenirs out of my shirt.
What have you done, Charlie?
Nothing.
Who did you croak?
I didn't croak nobody, I tell you. Let me sit down, take myself a breather. I'm fresh out of lungs. Take a look out of the window, Annie, and see if there's anybody on the street.
Stay put.
Well,
There's a tall guy outside moving up and down.
you recognize him, Annie?
There's nobody I don't recognize in this part of China. He's a British agent.
What about a Chinese named Choi? Ever hear him?
Small guy, built wide, with a face like a Siamese cat.
That's my boy.
Red agent. Works in and out of Hong Kong and Macau. All right, Charlie. Mooch along.
You ain't throwing me out, Annie.
I ain't running a rooming house for hot ones like you, Charlie. That's a cinch.
All right.
Wait a minute. I got an old shirt left here by a crumb bomb, I know. Maybe it'll fit you. The one you're wearing is falling off your back.
Ah, thanks, Annie.
You can go up on the roof and cross over to the Chinese chow joint next door. The guy outside will be looking for you to come out of this house and not the next one. And don't come back here, savvy?
This is shirt?
Yes.
You could have washed. It smells like Bill's pipe.
You want me to drown it in French perfume? Put it on and get.
Okay, take it easy. Just let me change shirts. What's the matter? What are you staring at?
Your back, Charlie.
What about my back? For crying out loud, what are you gaping at? Tell me.
There's a kind of a map tattooed on your back with some Chinese writing under it.
A map?
Get over here by the mirror and twist your head.
Now, what would he do that for?
Who?
Lee Hip. I told him I want a picture of a dancing girl in that spot. Why? Annie.
What?
Eddie Trock. They found him with half his shirt torn off.
Who's Eddie Trock?
And Choi. He's the guy who tried to rip my shirt off, too. Now I get it. In the dark, they must have mistook Eddie Trock for me. And this tattoo must be what they're looking for, Annie. Can you read what it says?
No.
Well, you told me you could read Chinese.
It's a different dialect. Must be from Mongolia somewhere. I can't make it out, but I know someone who can.
Get him.
Now?
Oh, no, next Thursday. Let me wait till I got what Eddie Trock got before I find out why I'm the patsy.
I'll be back in half an hour, Charlie. And don't open this door to anyone else but me.
You get it, mister? The answer was on my back. Lee Hip tattooed a message to his pal in Formosa. The laughing Buddha was just to identify me. It was the tattoo that was important. Anyway, the sugar bowl come back about 20 minutes later with an old Chinese with a beard this long. Who's there?
It's me, Charlie. Open up.
Who's this?
His handle is Henry Putao. What he don't know about Chinese dialects ain't worth knowing.
Well, let's see if he can read this Chinese.
Turn around and let him look.
Well?
The dialect is a very ancient one. It hasn't been used for many years.
Well, never mind the double talk. What's it say?
It says, the gold is hidden in the cave. Follow the red line.
What red line?
There seems to be a red line that runs through this diagram tattooed above the message. Perhaps it refers to that.
Gold. You hear that about gold, Charlie?
Does it say anything else?
No. However, perhaps I can supply a few details.
You?
I was here in Hong Kong during the Japanese occupation. I recall a rumor that suggested they had hidden a great hoard of gold bars on the island, stolen from the various banking organizations.
That adds, Annie. Don't you see? The commies want to know where that gold is hid. So do the British and the national government of Formosa. Lee Hip was sending the dope to Formosa on my back. Henry, you got any idea how much gold is hid?
A few weeks after the liberation, the British posted a reward for information leading to the whereabouts of $500 million in gold bullion.
$500 million?
Charlie.
How much was the reward, Henry?
If I recall, perhaps 150,000 Hong Kong dollars.
Let me see if that British cop is still outside.
He ain't there anymore, Charlie. He was gone when we come in.
Now that I want him to grab me, take some powder. All right, I'm going back to that limey jail. Ho, ho, ho! I'm going to sell a hide off my back, Annie. For 150 grand. Ha, ha, ha! Now, when I left Sugar Bowl Annie's, if I'd have walked straight up Queen Street, this yarn might have had a different ending. Well, I figured I'd be safer if I picked my way along the waterfront and then cut across. And I kept a sharp eye on every hole in the walls. I moved down along the road that skirts the bay. I was halfway over and just about to cut away from the walls when I noticed him. When he raised his head, I saw it was Choi. I started to run, but I soon changed my mind, mister, because there ain't no way I ever heard out to outsprint a 45. Okay, I'll wait.
You don't move, please.
What do you want, Choi?
You come, please.
Where?
Sampan at end of wharf.
We going for a boat ride?
No talk. Walk.
He walked me to the end of the wharf and shoved me into a dirty sampan with a tin roof and ragged sail. It was a tough-looking monkey in a coolie hat fooling around with an inboard motor. As soon as we hit the deck, he turned her over and she started to move, heading for the harbor entrance in the open sea. Where are you taking me?
Soon you'll see.
Well, can't we talk this over?
No talk, please. Just sit.
Now, I'm warning you, Choi. I got my rights. When the American ambassador hears about this, it's going to be trouble. I'll be an international incident. That's what I'll be.
You'll be food for fish, Tattoo Charlie. Nothing more.
Listen, the tattoo's on my back. Copy it down and let me go, will you? I won't horn it. You can take the gold. They're shooting at us. They're shooting at us from that boat off the port side. Let me out of here.
Don't move, please.
Let me out. Let me out. How do you like that, mister? Sounds like a moving picture, huh? Saved by the British Horse Marines in the nick of time. It was a harbor patrol boat. Half an hour later, I was inside that British jug again. Only this time, it was a pleasure. Ah, right, Mr. Howard.
Get a bit of a soaking, old boy?
Oh, that's all right. For the dough I'm getting paid, I'd swim in the China Sea.
You're getting paid, are you? By whom?
You?
For what?
The tattoo map I got on my back. There's a reward out for that gold, ain't there?
I see you've learned quite a bit since our last meeting.
You figured I had some dope on that bullion haul, didn't you? Well, you were right, only I didn't know about it until an hour ago. Lee Hip put a tattoo on my back that's worth $500 million to you and 150 G's to me, Captain. Have a look. Well?
I don't see anything except some silly pictures.
Oh, the map. The Chinese writing under my shoulder.
There's nothing there but a smudge of dirty paint, old boy. Sorry.
A smudge of dirt? It can't be. Give me a mirror, quick. He was right, mister. There was nothing left of the map of the Chinese writing. See, Lee Hip was in a hurry and he didn't have time to use his needle to make it permanent. He just used his tattoo paint and it washed right off when I went overboard. Well, that's the story, mister. All I got left is a little gold Buddha I'm holding in my hand. What's that? You want to buy the Buddha for a souvenir? I couldn't do that, mister. I got a sentimental interest in this little guy. Manner of speaking. 10. Well, now, listen, I wouldn't do this for everybody, but I can see you want to give the folks back home a thrill. So I'll make a sacrifice. It's yours for sawbuck. And good luck to you, mister. You a tourist, mister? Ha, I know just as soon as I saw you standing at the bar. Hoyle's my handle. Most of the old China hands call me Tattoo Charlie. How do you like Hong Kong, mister? Ain't she a great little town? I've been here off and on now for the last 5... what are you looking at, mister? This gimmick I got here in my hand? That's a Chinese Buddha. Made of gold. And it could have bought and sold Hong Kong twice over, not so long ago.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast was Kermit Murdoch. Others were Santos Ortega, Donald Buca, Leon Janney, and Abby Lewis. This is Mel Brandt inviting you to tune in next week when a man makes a bargain with death and finds his creditor in full pursuit in The Chase. The Chase is transcribed and directed by James Harvey.
Now you can enjoy Dragnet Sundays on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted. Hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
There it is, Ed. 3 sweet thousand in cash.
I told you I didn't want any part of it, Mr. Horgan.
Now listen, Ed, we've been all over that. It isn't as if I'm asking you to get up in court and fake a story for me. But if they call you, all I'm asking is you say you don't remember one way or the other.
But I do remember. You used to see Big Davy all the time.
Now look, Ed, if you think it's your job to try to frame Big Davy...
My job's fixing cars. Has been since I found out the score and quit driving for you. I'm not volunteering testimony to frame anybody.
That's the way, Ed. Mind your own business and let these blue-nosed investigators mind theirs. That's just the way the other 3 drivers are figuring it.
Well, they can figure it any way they want. If I'm called, I'm telling the truth. Anything I remember and they ask me about, I'll give straight.
And now, wait a minute.
I got to be getting back to the garage.
I'll tell you what, Ed. Suppose we talk again in a couple of days when you've had time to mull this thing over.
Won't do any good, Mr. Horgan.
Well... have a cigar anyway, and I'll stop by next time I'm in town. You know, Ed, come to think of it, maybe you're right at that. When they put me on trial there, maybe I'll just stand up and tell the plain, honest truth myself.
That's for you to work out. But you might sleep better if you did.
Maybe so, Ed. Maybe so. Well, I'll be seeing you next time I come through. And give my best to that nice little wife of yours.
Horgan?
My name's not...
It's okay. I'm Steve Owens, and this is Johnny. Our Chicago manager said you wanted to see a field man about some service.
Oh? It seems I did put in a call sometime yesterday about...
You put the call in at 3:24 p.m.
Yeah. Yeah, won't you come in, Steve? One man was all I asked for.
We're breaking Johnny in on the territory. Won't be any extra charge. Johnny, shake hands with Mr. Horgan.
Glad to know you, Mr. Horgan.
Johnny's just learning the business. He's coming along fine.
Just learning?
Don't worry, I'll be in charge. Can we talk here, or...
We can talk here. That chair's the comfortable one, Steve, if you...
Oh, the bed's fine. You and Johnny can have the chairs.
Cigar?
No, thanks.
You, Johnny?
Not for me, Mr. Horgan.
I got some pretty fair bourbon here.
You can skip the salad dressing, Horgan. Johnny and I got a real job coming up back east when we finish for you. We can't give this more than a couple of days.
A real job? Didn't the district man tell you I wanted...
He told me what you wanted. It's just a $2,000 deal, isn't it?
Chicago tell you that?
Yeah. Now get to it, Horgan. Who's your friend? What's the problem?
Does Johnny have to be around while we...
I told you, I'm breaking him in. Look, do you want the service, or do we take off now?
The man I'd like you to get in touch with is named Ed Tarchik.
Tarchik?
He works as a garage mechanic for a man named Chance in a small town about 40 miles from here. Place called Alcudia. Now, I'll give you a marked road map later.
Let's have it now.
And there's a snapshot slipped in there that I'll take back after you've seen it. Tarchik's at the garage from 8:30 to 5. And usually goes straight out to work on a little place outside town he's just finished building for himself.
Married?
Yeah, her name's Stella.
Kids?
None so far, but I believe they're expecting.
Mr. Horgan, this Tarchik, a young guy or what?
He's older than you, Johnny. Probably not as old as Steve. I'd say about 28.
You know if he had any overseas Army service?
2 years, I think. Why?
The outfit likes to know. Okay, some Army service will allow for it. What's this sketch clip to the road map?
The back roads leading out to Tarchik's place. It's on some old farmland his father-in-law gave them.
Right.
Now, do you need anything else?
Some down money and C notes. Old bills.
It's in this envelope.
Are you checking out of this hotel this afternoon?
Tonight.
Want to be phoned back at your own place after?
No. All I want to do is pick up the Alcudia paper 2 days from now and read that Ed Tarchik is dead. And the further back in the paper I have to hunt for the story, the better I'll like it.
You'll like it. The outfit's customers always like it. Take it easy, Johnny. Don't do over 40.
And that sign back there said 45 was all right.
We'll be in Alcudia in plenty of time. Stick to 40.
I head for that Chance's garage when we get there, right?
No, you pull up at a gas station. I'll pick one out when we hit town.
Hey, Steve, you know what?
What?
You didn't even ask Horgan how come he wants Tarchik tagged.
Any reason we have to know?
Well, I only thought
Listen,
that we...
when you're working for the outfit, all you have to know is who and when, not even how, because that's up to us. Who and when, that's all. Get into any more and it starts to get tangled.
I wasn't trying to tangle it, Steve. I was just wondering.
Look, you wonder what horse you like in the fourth. You wonder maybe when you can get the green light for some guy's girl you want to move in on. You don't wonder about any part of any job. You get the assignment, you set it up, you wrap it up, and you get out. That's all.
So you don't know what this Tarchik did to get out of line?
Of course I know.
Well, how'd you find out, Horgan?
He didn't have to. I read the papers, and the district man had the rest of it. You know, Horgan's trial comes up next week, don't you?
Well, I knew there was that investigation of his companies on, sure, but
Tarchik did some driving for one of the dummy corporations back 3 or 4 years. Of 4 witnesses who could hang Horgan up by the heels, Tarchik's the only one stupid enough not to get in line. The way it stands, they call him and it's shaving a haircut for Horgan.
Why would a guy get foolish enough to go against Horgan and Big Davy?
Don't wear your brains out. It's the way I told you. All we have to know is who and when.
Okay, Steve, okay. Hey, what's the play at the gas station?
Your part's simple. Ears open, mouth shut.
Okay, Mac. $3.20 on the gas, and you don't need oil. You want me to check the tires?
Nah, they're all up. Here's the 4. Call it square.
Well, thanks, fella. If you want your windshield washed,
You
or the
can
battery...
give me a steer if you live here in Alcudia.
Sure, I'm from town here.
Well, there's this guy who wants to sell my friend a used car, but we're not so smart about motors.
Well, who is?
You don't do repair work here?
No, you have to go to Chance's for anything like that.
Chances? You know any of the guys that work at Chances?
Well, there's just 2 of them, Jake Lessler and Ed Tarchik. Both good guys.
Huh? Where would I find Lesler when he's not at the garage?
He boards over at Mrs. Fisher's, just down the street here.
Mrs. Fisher's, huh? And what about Tarchik?
Well, Ed's place is about 3-4 miles out of town, out on an old dirt road that takes off from the Blacktop Road to the lake. Maybe it'd be easier if you lined up Jake.
No, it's out past the lake, they say this car is. This Tarchik's place might be right on the way.
Well, he's pretty far back in off the blacktop, and no neighbors around there to ask if you get mixed up on the turnoff.
We still got some daylight. Tell me, Tarchik got a phone out there in case we wanted to call him?
Well, not yet. He and his father-in-law, that's old Jim Hallinan, they've been trying to get lines run out that way ever since Ed built his place, but I guess there ain't enough other houses near to make it pay out for the telephone company. You know what I'd do? I'd just go over there to the garage and look up Jake or Ed right there.
It's after 6. They'd have knocked off over at the garage by now, wouldn't they?
Well, I guess they would at that.
Look, Steve, we're losing time. Hadn't we better
Take it easy, kid. Take it easy. Guy buying a car or lining up a girl, he's got to take his time and get it set up right, the way our friend here says. By the way, Mac, would it be okay to use your name in case we look up Lesler or Tarchik?
Oh, sure. I'm Sam Corbin, and if it'll help put Ed or Jake in the way of picking up an easy outside 10 or 15, go right ahead and say we were talking.
Thanks, Sam. All right, kid. We can take
Or
care of
if you want me to phone over to Mrs. Fisher's right now and see if maybe Jake's there.
No, let it go. You've been helping enough as it is.
Well, wouldn't be no trouble to do
Thanks
it.
a lot, Sam. We can handle it from here. Be seeing you. Okay, Johnny. In under those trees would do it.
Hey, you want me to pull in all the way?
No, I can see there's enough cover. Swing around and head back for Tarchik's turnoff.
Steve, you figure we're ready to take him now?
Just about, Johnny. Just about.
You sure this is still a road, Steve? Those trees lean in any closer and we'd need a bulldozer to get through.
We're all right, Johnny. Ought to be there around this next bend ahead.
This Tarchik must think he's a Donald Boone or something. What's a guy want to live way out in the woods like this for?
Daniel.
What?
It was Daniel Boone, not Donald.
Oh.
This is just overgrown farm country. That was an old pasture back there a ways. Pull up a second, Johnny.
Yeah, I don't see no house.
He'll be there in a minute. I want to check the guns. Now, let's see yours, Johnny.
Yeah, she's ready to go, Steve. I
Let's
always
see
keep...
it. Okay. Now remember, you just pump for the belly. Or if you're behind him, for the middle of his back. No fancy tries for the head or the heart. Big thing is, get a couple of slugs in fast.
Hey, you gonna let me take him, Steve?
I might, if we can get him away from the house without any trouble.
That the way you're gonna work it, Steve? Get him into the car and down the road somewhere?
That's the way, if he'll play along. It'll give us a better start out of here.
Hey, you know, Steve, I was just thinking.
Just thinking what?
It's like we was closing in on an animal or something. With a real operation going, a guy like Tarchik, he's got no more chance than a rabbit.
You ever knocked off any rabbits, Johnny?
Of course not. Where would a city kid come up against a rabbit? Yeah, but there was a while there we used to try out our zip guns on alley cats.
You're out of the zip gun league now, kid. Get the car going and let's get there.
Yeah. What about his wife, Stella, Steve? Do we take a little extra time with her afterward, the way Horgan said, to make it look like
Never
we was...
mind what Horgan said.
Yeah, but if this Stella kicks up any trouble,
If
couldn't
she
we...
kicks up trouble, Horgan gets 2 bodies for the price of 1. Easy, there's a house up behind those trees.
And that must be Tarchik's car there, pulled off the road.
Swing around and park facing back the way we came. Better make it so as we block off his car.
Right. Car motor on?
Off.
Yeah. Nobody out on the porch there. Figure they might still be having supper?
It's getting on for dark. They'd have eaten half an hour ago.
What do we just go up to the door or what?
What else? Go ahead, knock.
Well, there's somebody in there, all right, Steve.
What are you getting jumpy? Keep your hand away from that shoulder holster.
I was just straightening my ties.
You tighten up and I'll...
Good evening.
Oh, evening, Mrs. Tarchik. Ed around?
Well, if that isn't a relief. You fellas are friends of Ed?
Not exactly. Sam Corbin sent us.
Sam at the gas station?
Yeah.
Oh, I heard your car pull up, and then when I looked through the window, I couldn't think what in the world 2 strangers might want out here at this hour, but as long as Sam sent you...
My friend here's got a used car he's thinking of buying, and what Sam thought was maybe Ed could do us a favor and go take a look at it for us, seeing as Ed's a mechanic.
Well, I'm not sure that...
There'd be 10 or 15 bucks in it for him, Mrs. Tarchik, whether we buy the car or not. Could you tell him we're here?
Well, that's just it. Ed's over at my father's.
Over at your father's? Isn't that Ed's car parked down there?
Yes, but Pop's place is just in back of us here. At least it's only 5 minutes or so to walk. Ed went over right after supper to help Pop get his water pump going again. Pop needs a new pump. That's what it really comes down to. But he keeps getting Ed to fix his old one up.
Hey, wait a minute, Mrs. Tarchik. This is the end of your side road, and there's no turnoff. You telling us your father's place doesn't even have a road leading to it?
No, Pop's on the next road over, the other side of the brook.
What name will we look for on your father's mailbox?
Hallinan, James Hallinan. I'm sorry we haven't got phone so I could call over and save you the trouble.
Oh, it won't be no trouble, Mrs. Tarchik.
You can't miss Pop's place. There aren't but 3 houses on the road, and there's a big boulder backing up his mailbox.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Tarchik. We'll find it. Let's go, Johnny. Okay, Johnny. There's the mailbox and the boulder.
We both go in?
No, you hold on here. I can get them out. You, Mr. Hallinan?
Certainly am.
I have been for just shy under 68 years.
Well, your daughter said I'd find Ed Tarchik here. It's about some business.
Well, you just come from Stella's?
Yeah. Would you tell Tarchik I'd like to see him a minute? There's some money in it for him.
I can't.
Can't what?
I can't tell Ed. He's not around.
Look, your daughter said he was over here fixing your pump.
Why, he fixed it and went back.
Listen, Pop, a few people are trying to give me the runaround.
Runaround? How? Ed know you was coming over here for him tonight?
No, but... Well, we just came from Tarchik's and drove all the way around to get here, that's all. Now you tell me...
Well, now, if you'd taken the shortcut over the brook, you'd have met him on the way. Ed couldn't have left here much more than, 5 minutes ago. It just goes to show you young fellas take a car to keep from having to walk a couple of steps, and you lose more time.
All right. So we drove around and we missed him. Do we find him back home now, or is he headed off someplace else?
Why, there's no place else to head for out this way. Ed ought to be set into his paper right about this minute.
Thanks, Pop. We'll make the tour again.
Nothing to thank me for. Not unless you're trying to sell Ed something.
We're not selling him anything, and we're not bill collecting.
Just kind of personal business?
Yeah, you could call it that. Take it easy, Pop.
Tarchik's car's still there, Steve. He's got to be home this time.
Let's go.
Man, when it gets dark out in the country, it really gets dark.
Wait a minute, Johnny.
What is it?
Look at the house. Not a light showing.
Steve, what's going on out here? First, the guy's supposed to be over at Hallinan, and then he's supposed to be back here. Now it looks like nobody's around.
Well, maybe they hit the sack the way real farmers do, right after dark.
Look, Steve, look. I'm straight city raced, and I like to see some lights around. What do you say we take off now and line up this guy in town tomorrow?
Get organized, Johnny. We hold off till tomorrow, and the whole town will know we're looking for him.
It wasn't 20 minutes ago we was talking to Mrs. Tarchik. And if Tarchik's back, he couldn't have got here more than 5 or 10 minutes ago. Well, they rock off to sleep that fast, they'd need knockout drops.
So they still ought to be awake in there. Come on, we'll get them up.
I told you, Steve, there ain't nobody in there at all.
Shut up.
Look, Steve, maybe it's this way. Tarchik gets back, see? The wife tells him a couple of guys have gone over to Hallinan's trying to hand him an easy $15. He swings around, takes the shortcut back to the old man's to catch up with us.
What about Stella? She go off picking blueberries in the dark?
Well, it's her own old man in the other house. Well, she could be over there keeping him company, couldn't she? Don't you think that's how it could be, Steve?
Sure, and they could have built themselves a raft and gone touring down the brook. But I think they're inside right now. Tarchik and his wife both. Let's see if we can get any of these windows open.
Hey, wait a minute, Steve. We start busting windows and...
Who has to bust a window? Here's one standing a couple inches open now. Tarchik, we're the guys Sam Corbin sent about casing the used car. How about opening up?
Look, Steve. Either they're out or there's something creepy going on here. Couldn't we be waiting down on this road tomorrow morning
Fine through, Johnny.
Wait a minute. Steve, we've been figuring this Tarchik for easy going and not too bright. But Horgan couldn't jockey him an inch. What if he came back? Heard there was a couple of guys looking for him, but didn't fall for this used car deal. Couldn't he figure out
I'm
that...
through, Johnny.
Okay, Steve, you'll be covering me?
I'll be covering you. Tarchik. Ed Tarchik. Watch it, Johnny. I'm coming through after you. Yeah. All right. Let's get some lights on and look around. Tarchik. This is Tarchik. You don't have to be scared. We just thought we'd wait inside here for Ed to come back.
Are you talking to yourself, Steve? There's no one around.
Hey, we'll check the kitchen, this bedroom and back.
There's your answer right there, Steve. Bed all made up and nobody here, unless they're hiding under it. Hey, there's a nightgown laid out, Steve. What do you figure?
Yeah. Let's get back out to the car and work this out. Maybe Tarchik and his wife both are a lot brighter than we gave them credit for.
Ain't that what I tried to tell you before
You're
when
jumpy. You were looking for any excuse to get back to town.
I still am. You saying you're not ready to pull out of here yet, Steve?
Well, maybe we'll wait in the car, maybe we won't. But turn these lights out and let's get going.
Back inside. Kick that door closed.
Steve, those are rifles they got out there.
They?
Tarchik and the cops, they tried to knock us off without even giving us a chance.
Pull out of it, Johnny, or I'll really give it to you. We're not up against cops out there.
Yeah, but
There's
Steve...
no phone here or at Hallinan's. No place else near enough to reach. They couldn't have called any law, and if Tarchik thought he could get out by car before we turned back into this road, he'd have been miles away by now. Okay, so he's got his figure the way it is, but where's it going to get him?
What do you mean, where's it going to get him? That rifle slug wasn't 6 inches from my head when it hit by the door there. Oh, we're the guys being hunted now.
Get organized. We know there aren't neighbors around. There can't be anybody outside there but Tarchik himself.
His wife and the old man. There could be 3 of them out there, and with rifles. That's not even counting maybe Hallinan gets in his car and goes round.
What are we supposed to be, pushovers? Come on, we'll get out through the kitchen and back and knock off this grease monkey before he knows what hit him. Wait, kid. When you get out, dive for the dirt on the right and keep on your belly till I tell you to move.
I ain't going first this time, Steve. I'll cover for you, but I'm not...
asking you to go first? I'll be out and moving left before you start. But slide out right after me. And don't let the door slam after you.
Okay, Steve. I'll be right after you.
Get the door open.
Yeah.
Okay. And remember, you keep low the way...
Hey, that guy's got an army out there. Steve, can't you hear me? Are you hit?
When I catch one, it won't be from a yokel like Tarchik. He creased my arm, that's all.
We're the animals now, Steve. They're safe out in the dark there, and they got us trapped in here.
I warned you, Johnny. Get organized, or so help me, I'll blast you myself.
But if he's got guys with rifles front and back, how
we... figured we'd try through the kitchen. That was automatic after he blocked off the front door. This house has got windows on 4 sides, Johnny, and that's no 4-man squad Tarchik's got out there. Now, let's get moving.
But where? To do what?
Bedroom first, then front, both sides and back. Crouch down and smash out every window you come to. We'll show these punks they're up against operators.
That's the last one, Steve. That got it. And we've knocked out every pane of glass in the place.
Okay. Get over to the other side of the house and pump out a couple of fast shots.
Well, will you get away on this side?
I'll be waiting outside the window here for you. If your shots don't draw them off, I'll get it first, won't I?
Then I tear back and pile out this window as soon as I get off the shots, huh?
Tear back, but you don't pile out. Be quiet about getting over the sill and dropping down.
Steve, you wait up for me. You won't run out.
I'll be waiting for you. Get going. You all set?
I guess so.
Let's go.
Steve. Shh. Steve, this is worse than before. They must have heard us. Why ain't they shooting?
Shut up.
Steve, let's go in for the car.
Keep that on your belly. From here we crawl.
Down toward the car.
Okay, down toward the car.
Good. Steve, we keep inching along this way. We'll never get to the car. Tarchik could be anywhere here, Steve, just waiting for us.
There's someone moving back by the wall. No. I guess not.
I'm making a break for the car, Steve. You coming?
Sticking your neck out, Johnny.
Our necks are already out. All the way out. I'm heading for the car and not on my belly.
Okay, but keep low.
Steve, the key's gone. The ignition's locked and the key's gone.
Look in your pockets.
I left it right here in the ignition. Tarchik's trapped us here. He's the one who's closing in, Steve. He's grabbed the key and he... Steve, where you going?
Let's get out of here.
Steve, wait up. Steve, wait for me. No! Steve, I got it in the leg that time.
Tough luck, kid.
Steve!
Swing around and fire when you hear them coming.
Hey, wait a minute, Steve. can't move here unless you give me a hand.
I told you I'd teach you the business, Johnny. Maybe it's time you found out about rule number 1.
Rule number 1?
When it gets really rough, it's every guy for himself. I'm taking off right now.
Steve, I'm hurt. You can't leave me here to be knocked off.
You got a gun, Johnny. You can still get tar chick when they close in.
Steve!
Take it easy, Johnny. I'm pulling out.
Steve, get back here. Oh, get back here or you're the guy I'll shoot. Steve, I'm warning you.
So long, kid.
Steve, I told you I would. Didn't I tell you I would, Steve? Didn't I tell you? Steve! 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 Steve, I just wanted you to stick with me. Steve, you gotta be alive. You gotta.
She's dead, Johnny.
Huh?
You can drop your gun now.
Tarchik. No, you guys are the ones better look out.
Not even close, Johnny. Drop the gun.
Where are you? Where are you?
Last warning, killer. Drop the gun or I'll blow it out of your hand.
Yeah, okay. I dropped it. How many guys you got out there with you?
I'll have your gun first, Johnny.
Hey, who's that? Tarchik, you can't let them rough me up. You can't let them hit a guy that's...
Shut up, or I'll clip you.
Ed, honey, are you all right?
Stella, I told you to get over to Pop's and stay there.
We heard the shots, and I had to come back. Pop's coming in with a shotgun. Ed, are you all right?
I'm fine. This guy's got a slug in his leg, and the other one's dead.
Tarchik, you saying that there wasn't no one here backing you up? Not even your wife and her old man?
It was tighter than that, killer. All the ammo I could find for my rifle in those couple of minutes before your car got back was 3 rounds.
3? Hey, but you fired at least 3 shots at us before.
Exactly 3. That bullet you've got in your leg was the last one I had.
Then we could have got away if I hadn't...
Sure, if. But maybe it was lucky those 3 rounds were all I had. This way you'll be alive long enough to help see that Horgan gets it.
Ed, you kept after these killers even with an empty gun when you knew.
I didn't know anything, honey. These 2 had all the answers. All right, killer. Let's get you lifted over to the car and go find ourselves some law.
The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Tonight's script written by Charles O'Neill. In tonight's cast were Ken Lynch, Bob Hastings, Bill Smith, Lawson Zerby, and Eileen Palmer. Next week, listen to a race for a fortune in a picture frame on The Chase. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. Fred Collins speaking. The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase. And sometimes the most important chase of all is to stop one you yourself have begun. Have you ever written a letter, then wished you hadn't? That's what concerned Hilda Bradley in Harry W. Junkin's famous chase story, Special Delivery.
Your loving daughter, Hilda. And that, my fine, prancing husband, will fix you. Brooks! Judge James T. Tommins, Washington, D.C. Brooks, email special delivery. Brooks! Where is that butler? Brooks!
Yes, Mrs. Bradley?
Oh, I want you to mail this. It's airmail special delivery.
Yes, Mrs. Bradley.
And if you hurry, you can catch the 1 o'clock pickup from the mailbox at the corner.
I'll hurry, Mrs. Bradley.
It's to Judge Tomlinson in Washington, and it's very important. It concerns Neil, Mr. Bradley. So run along.
Yes, Mrs. Bradley, I'll hurry. Would you like some ice cream for lunch, Mrs.
No,
Bradley?
I don't care. Just hurry with that letter.
All right, Mrs. Bradley.
P-R-S-U. U.S. Government. M-N-P. Post Office, 8th Avenue and 31st Street. Pennsylvania, 67099. E 6 7 0 9 9.
Post office?
I want to inquire about a letter.
Yes, ma'am.
A letter mailed just now from New York to Washington. Airmail special delivery. When would it get there?
Sometime this evening, madam.
Well, it would be picked up at 96th and Madison at 1 o'clock. Can't you get any closer than just this evening sometime?
Well, it should be there by 9 o'clock, madam. If it's marked special delivery, they'd send it right out.
You're sure it would be there by 10?
Well, of course I can't guarantee it, madam.
But you think it would be?
Yes, madam.
All right, thanks. Oh, Neil. Neil. Hello?
Hilda? Is that you, Hilda?
Yes.
Sound peculiar.
I'm all right.
Is it still convenient for me to drop in tonight?
I was expecting you. Brooke says the rest of your things packed. They'll be ready.
I'd like to see you, Hilda.
What do you want, a fond farewell?
Hilda.
I've got the evening all planned. We can toast each other in nitric acid.
I wish you'd listen to reason, Hilda.
Oh, raisin. Oh, you stallion.
We can't talk on the phone. You're so mixed up with love and hate, you don't know what to think. I don't want to leave you, Hilda. I love you. I've told you that 1,000 times. I've said it so often that...
You almost believe it.
Deep down, you believe it. Don't you?
Oh, Neil, I don't know what to think. 1 minute I could claw you apart. And the next minute I could...
Hilda, it won't hurt you to talk to me, will it?
It always has.
Hilda, I love you. You can't just throw me out like this. I swear there's nothing with Sharon. There's never been anything with Sharon.
Oh, if only I could...
Hilda, it's true. Honestly true. I just can't believe that this is happening to us. Please see me just once more. Please, Hilda.
Neil, do you really think we could...
I'm sure we could, Hilda. I love you. If you could only trust me, but you're so...
Eaten with jealousy.
Yes.
Oh, Neil, I'd give anything if we could... I'd try to do... Well, not to be that way, but... You don't know what it's like. 1 minute
I know. Let's not talk on the phone. I'll be up tonight. Just remember that I love you.
Want to come for dinner?
Hilda, you'll never be sorry. If we can get back together again, you'll never be sorry, I promise.
Maybe we can. Maybe I want to terribly. Neil, I can't talk anymore. come about 8.
All right, Hilda.
Goodbye. Why? Why is it that one moment I love him so much and the next moment I want to kill him? Oh, Brooks! Never mind that letter, Brooks. Brooks? Oh,
Perhaps if I parked in the shade, Mrs. Bradley, the car would be cooler.
No, this is all right, Brooks.
Be no trouble to move.
No, this is all right. What time is it?
25 past 1, Mrs.
It says
Bradley.
on the letterbox that the pickup is at 1. Do you suppose we could possibly have missed him?
We were here at 1:45.
Oh, I know, but... Oh, if only I'd caught you before you mailed it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradley. That was too bad.
Too bad. Brooks, where can he be?
Well, he'll be along.
Oh, I've done something dreadful.
What's that,
I wrote a silly, ridiculous letter to a judge in Washington. A silly letter that can ruin... Oh, Brooks, where can he be? Nobody's ever on time anymore. If it says 1 o'clock on the box, why don't they clear it at 1 o'clock? You think we've missed him?
I wouldn't know, Mrs. Bradley.
Well, I'm going to ask for the letter back, Brooks. Do you think you'll give it to me?
I really wouldn't know.
After all, I wrote it. It's not as though it were somebody else's letter.
No, Mrs. Bradley, not when you wrote
The
it.
devil, doesn't he come?
Well, he'd probably be along soon, Mrs. Bradley.
I'd only caught you before you mailed it.
Well, if the postman won't give you the letter back, you can write the judge again and explain whatever it was.
Oh, some explanation. Oh, Brooks, there he is.
You want me to come with
No,
you?
you wait here. I won't be long. Young man.
Yes, lady, what is it?
Are you going to open that letterbox?
That's what I get paid for, lady.
Well, you see, I mailed a letter. I wrote it, too, just a little over an hour ago. It's in this box, and I must get it back.
What?
Well, I must get it back. I can prove I wrote it. I brought a sample of my handwriting so you'd know that I wrote it. It's addressed to Judge Tomlins in Washington. It's airmail special delivery, and it's terribly important that I get it back. I forgot to put something in it that I should have, and it's terribly
There
important.
isn't a chance of you getting the letter back that's been dropped in this box.
But why? I wrote it. It's mine. It's mine, and I shouldn't have written it. It's a terribly bad, wicked letter that I shouldn't have written.
First you say you left something out, now it's wicked? What's in the letter, lady?
No, please. Please listen to me. I must get it back. It's a matter of life and death. Oh, listen, I'll give you $500 for that letter.
You will?
Yes, right now. I'll give it to you here. The money's right here.
Keep it
right in
there.
my purse.
Keep it
What?
No, across the street. He's watching us. Look, it's broad daylight. Don't start waving $100 bills at me right under a cop's nose.
$500 for my letter.
Must be some letter.
Will you give it to me?
That's your car over there, the big one with the chauffeur?
Yes, what of it?
Make it 1,000.
I can't. I can't. I can't get $1,000 without my husband wanting to know what for.
Tell him then. This letter. You, having a little fun on the side?
Oh, you. How can you be so stupid?
Have it your way, lady.
Here, $500 right now.
You
Please,
flash
take
that
it.
dough again, and so help me, I'll lace you one. That cop's coming over. Shut up, can't you?
I'll follow you in my car.
Beat it. Beat it.
No, I'll follow you.
All right, but beat it.
I'll follow you in my car and find a place that's quiet. I'll follow you. Brooks, surely you can hang on to a mail truck with a Cadillac.
Don't worry, Mrs. Bradley.
Oh, where's he going?
Probably to another box on
Well,
his
then watch
route.
him.
Traffic's getting
Oh, Brooks, he's
heavier.
making that light. Go on, Brooks. Never mind the light. Go on. Go on.
Can't, Mrs. Burke.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you've lost.
Well, I couldn't help it. I've run down the traffic.
Okay, you see the mail truck?
Well, I think he turned the corner as soon as the light
No,
changes.
don't wait for the light. Go through it. Go through it. I must catch that mail truck.
But the traffic cop will
Oh, we've lost him. He's gone.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we've lost him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradley, but if I'd kept on going, I'd have run down that policeman.
Oh, it's all right, Brooks. It's not your fault. I guess you better take me home. U.S. government. MMNOP. Pennsylvania 67099.
Post office?
Oh, who's in charge of everything?
Well, just what was it you wanted?
No, I asked you a perfectly plain question. I want to know who's in charge of everything.
Mr. Rogers is the postal
Well, let me speak to him, please.
Well, just a moment, madam.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Rogers speaking.
Mr. Rogers, this is Mrs. Neil J. Bradley speaking, and I must see you. Something very important. If I come right down to your office, could you see me?
Well, just what was it you wanted, Mrs. Bradley?
I can't possibly tell you about it on the telephone. But I must see you, Mr. Rogers. Please. Please let me come down.
Well, if it's that important, why, certainly 8th Avenue on 31st Street.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'll be right there.
Sit down, Mrs. Bradley.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
Mr. Rogers, are you married?
What?
Are you?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I am. Why?
Do you love your wife?
Mrs. Bradley, what are you talking about?
Do you?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I love my wife.
Do you love her so much that sometimes you want to kill her?
Really, Mrs. Bradley, I can't for the life of me understand what it is you want me
Well,
to do.
I wrote a letter. A special delivery letter. A dreadful,
letter.
terrible letter that well, it isn't true at all. And it's terrible. And I've simply got to get it back. If I don't get it back, my husband's life and my life and... Well, I've just got to get it back.
Mrs. Bradley, there's no use you're going on. If you've come down here to get a letter back, it's quite impossible. Quite impossible.
No, listen to me. Please listen to me. You don't know what was in the letter.
It wouldn't matter.
That 2 lives will be hopelessly wrecked.
Sorry?
How can you be so callous?
Mrs. Bradley, the moment a letter is mailed, it becomes the property of the addressee. It's an absolutely unbreakable regulation.
But this letter is murder.
What?
Yes. Yes, murder. Do you hear that?
No, Mrs. Bradley, you'd better go home. You're upset.
Please let me tell you, please. My husband and I were once very close. Very close. We were very deeply in love, and I think we could be again if... Anyway, he was overseas for 4 years, France mostly, and I took it very badly. Very badly. I was awful about it. I cried at the slightest provocation. I imagined him with all sorts of French women, and I know I'm neurotic, but I just can't help being that way. Jealous. I've always been jealous. I fight it. I swear I'll never again be suspicious or horrible, but I am. I was always that way. Jealous of his work, his business, his friends, everything. And then we lost a baby, and well, I'm a little older than Neil, and I was afraid that...
Now, Mrs. Bradley, this is very hard on you. Why don't you let me send you home in my car?
I was afraid that he was
use
beginning
now.
to think that I was too old for him. Too old for him to love. And he began to see something of another woman, Sharon Elders. I thought I'd go crazy. I used to plan how I could kill her.
What?
And then kill him.
What?
Don't look so stricken. I never got to the point that I attempted murder, but I reached that point today.
What do you mean?
There's murder in that letter.
Please, Mrs. Bradley, people will hear you.
I was going to kill him tonight. Yes, it's true. I was going to kill him. I planned it all week. I was clever. There's an old saying, hell hath no fury, and it's true. I was cold and relentless and incredibly clever. Every last detail was planned. The police would be fooled. Everybody would be fooled. It was perfect. It was a perfect murder.
Now, Mrs. Bradley, you're not going to kill him, are you? You're going home. Now, please, Mrs. Bradley, let me take you home.
You don't understand. I was killing him tonight by by taking my own life. He would have been executed for my murder because it would have looked like murder. Don't you see? Can't you understand?
You mean you actually planned to kill yourself and have your husband take the blame?
Yes. The letter was to a judge in Washington, Judge James T. Tomlins. The letter was part of the plot. I said that I knew Neil would kill me tonight, and the letter was to be the final piece of evidence. Please help me. Please, please.
Really, Mrs. Bradley, you make it so difficult for me to know what to do.
Well, if you can't, you can't. That's all.
Well, wait a minute. Hello, give me the special delivery desk on 3. That was a special delivery mail?
Yes. Mr. Rogers, you'll never be sorry, I promise you. If you help me, you'll never regret it. I swear.
Hello, who's this?
I'll never tell.
Oh, Johnson, would you see if you've got a letter for Tomlins? It's Judge James T. Tomlins, Washington, D.C. Huh? Tomlins.
Yes.
All right. They enter all special delivery letters in the book.
Oh, I see.
What? Oh, when did you mail it?
Today. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock today. It's airmail to Washington. That's right. Huh? All right, Johnson. Thanks.
Well?
Your letter's gone, Mrs. Bradley. It'll make the plane that leaves for Washington in 35 minutes.
Faster, Brooks. We've only 10 minutes more.
We're doing 70.
Well, then do
Mrs. Bradley.
90, do 100. Please, God, help me. Please.
Passengers for Flight 7 to Washington. Flight 7 to Washington, now loading to gate number 2.
Miss.
All aboard, please.
Is that the next flight to Washington?
Yes, madam. We're leaving in 3 minutes.
Oh, well, I want a seat.
I'm sorry, madam. The flight is full.
Got to get on that plane.
Well, there might be a cancellation on Flight 8, madam. If you'd care to stand by for an hour, I'll see what I can do.
Who's in charge of the mail on that plane?
Well, just what
now,
is it you
want to talk
want?
to whoever's in charge of the Is that the ship out there? The big silver one? Is that the one that's going to Washington?
Yes, madam, but it's quite impossible for you to get... Madam! Madam! Come back here. Now, you can't go through there. Madam!
Mister, you. Yes, you. I got to get on this plane. Would you sell me your seat for $500?
I beg your pardon? I don't quite understand.
I'll give you $500 for your seat on this flight.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I have to be in Washington myself tonight.
Excuse me. Let me buy. Let me buy, please. I beg your pardon.
Your
let me
ticket,
buy.
sir?
Please let me.
Seat 16, sir.
Stewardess, I don't have a seat, but I must get on this plane because I've written a letter that's being carried on it, and I have to get to Washington when the letter gets there so that perhaps I can stop it from being delivered. I shouldn't have written
Madam, have you a reservation on this flight?
No, I just told you that, but you'll have to put somebody else off. I must be on this plane. I must.
But, madam, if you haven't a ticket...
I'll buy a ticket. I don't want to ride for nothing. But there aren't any tickets left.
Will you please see the ticket agent in the airport?
No. It's this flight I want. I must be in Washington before a letter that I wrote that's on this plane. It's a very silly letter.
Would you mind stepping aside, madam, please? You're preventing the passengers from boarding. Your ticket, sir? Seat 4, sir.
Stewardess, it's a letter that I wrote is on this plane, and I simply must get it.
Your ticket, miss? Seat 11, miss.
Stewardess, I must get to Washington before that letter does. I may be able to explain
your
why
ticket,
I wrote it.
Yes, that's seat 6. Thank you.
Stewardess, for heaven's sake, listen to me. I've written a very silly letter that I shouldn't have written. And if I don't get it, my husband...
Your ticket,
will...
madam? Yes, that's seat 4, madam.
Please, stewardess, can't you help me?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't mean to bother you, but it's so urgent that I get on this plane.
9, 10, 11, 12... 13,
if you don't just let me explain that...
17, 18,
Stewardess,
19,
for pity's sake, listen
20,
to me. It's a matter...
21,
Will you listen to me?
Madam, I'm sorry. I don't doubt that your trip is urgent, but you haven't a seat.
I'll stand up. I don't need a seat. If only you'll let me
Madam,
go.
we're ready to take off. Now, you must leave the ship.
Please let me stay. I'll give you $500 if you'll let me stay, please.
Madam, if you won't get off, I'm going to have to put you off.
No, I won't. I won't get off.
Mr. Hill, will you help me, please? I can't do anything with this woman. She simply won't get off the ship.
All right. I'll get off.
Home now, Mrs. Bradley. Mrs. Bradley.
Oh, what?
Home now.
Yes. Mr. Bradley will be home for dinner. Some coffee, Neil?
No, thanks. Aren't you well, Hilda?
Yes, I'm fine.
You seem awfully nervous.
Nervous?
I've never seen you like this before. Hilda, please don't worry about things. It's all settled. Isn't it?
I guess so.
You guess so?
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Hilda, I don't understand you tonight. Of course, I never did, I guess.
What time is it?
It's 10:15.
Any minute now.
What?
Oh, nothing.
What do you mean, any minute now?
Nothing.
You must have meant something.
No, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Hilda, please, don't brood anymore. I thought that I'd come up here and, well, we'd just settle it all. I even told the hotel I'd be checking out tonight. I thought maybe I'd come back here tonight, Hilda. I thought you'd want me to.
You thought I'd forget all about Sharon, didn't you?
No, you haven't changed. You still think I'm cheating, that I always do.
I can't stand anymore. I can't stand anymore.
What is it? You've been acting so strangely all evening. Please don't cry, Hilda. Tell me what it is. I can help. Hilda, it kills me to see you like this. There's nothing to cry about now. Everything's gonna be all right.
Stop. Leave me alone. Don't touch me.
Hilda.
You might as well go to her. There's no use you staying any longer here.
Darling, I've never seen you so upset. Here, drink this, please. Have some coffee, please.
I don't want it, coffee.
Please. Here, drink it.
It's cold.
It'll do you good. If I dropped that cup, you'd have murdered me.
Don't.
What?
Don't answer it.
Hilda.
No, don't answer it, I tell you.
But you can't answer it.
No, leave it. Let it ring.
Oh, Hilda,
I
don't be
don't
silly.
want you to touch that phone.
All right, Hilda. That does it. You still behave like a crazy woman, and you always will. Jealous, lying, scheming.
I didn't want you to touch it.
Sure, a whim like your other whims. Well, I've had enough. I've had plenty. More than any one man could be...
Let me tell you
Shut
why
up, Hilda. For once, shut up and listen. I came here tonight to do one of two things. If we could reconcile our problems, we'd try to keep the marriage, but you've shown me you'll always be the same, and on that I can't stand. So I'm going to do the only thing left me.
What's that?
Kill you.
Neil, where'd you get my gun?
I know you'll never let me live happily, and I can't take any more.
Neil!
Yes?
Mrs. Bradley, please.
She can't come to the phone now. This is Mr. Bradley. Can I help you?
Oh, Miss Bradley, this This is Rogers of the 31st Street Post Office.
Yes?
Will you give your wife this message? Just tell her the letter came back just now.
Letter? Came back?
She'll know it was incorrectly addressed. It'll be in her mailbox tomorrow morning. I know how important it is to her.
Thank you, but it doesn't matter. Bye.
Oh, Mr. Bradley,
Yes?
look, well, it's none of my business, but I am a married man myself, and I think you'd better have your wife see a doctor. She told the craziest story today, something about killing herself and framing you for a murder. I know it's just neurotic talk and silly, and I tried to humor her, but, well, you never know what these women may do. She may do away with herself.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Thank you very much. Bye. Get me the police. Hello, I want to report an accident. It's my wife. She's been threatening to do away with herself. She's just killed herself. Suicide.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. The script was written by Harry W. Junkin. Heard in the cast were Jan Miner, Maurice Tarplin, Shirley Blank, Bill Quinn, William Keane, and Ian Martin. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a New York cab driver finds himself the object of a statewide hunt in a pursuit featuring a fabulous bracelet and a beautiful corpse in The Chase.
Tonight, Bob Hope meets the Veep on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There's always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme.
But always there is the chase. And sometimes, while sitting in a chair with merely a phone in your hand, the chase can reach its climax in a matter of minutes, with the course to be followed marked out by a telephone wire that stretches between life and death. NBC is proud to present one of radio's outstanding chase stories, Long Distance, written by Harry W. Junkin and starring Jan Miner as Mrs. Leon Jacks, who is at this moment seated at the telephone in her home.
But, Warden, you don't understand. After all, you're the warden of the prison.
Mrs. Jacks, I just can't act on your say-so. You've left it too late. I'd like to help you, but...
Warden, try to understand. I've called the governor, but I can't get him. This letter proves that my husband didn't commit the murder. Why can't I make you see? My husband would never have been found guilty if we could have produced this letter at the trial.
Mrs. Jacks, we always have these telephone calls before an execution. I know just how you feel. I'm terribly sorry for you, but there's nothing I can do. You didn't produce this letter at the trial.
I know we didn't produce it. That's what I'm telling you. I found it tonight, quite by accident, between the lining and the covering of my overnight bag. If we could have produced it at the trial, my husband would never have been... Well, the case would have been dismissed. Can't you understand that he's innocent? You're executing an innocent man.
But, Mrs. Jacks, I tell you it's not in my power. I know how you feel, believe me, I do, but you telephone me half an hour before an execution and start talking about some letter you found. I just can't do it, Mrs. Jacks. It's something that's out of my hands. I don't have the proper authority.
Oh, you're so stupid. I tell you, this letter changes everything. At least you can delay the execution for 24 hours until you've investigated. You can't kill him, I tell you. It's monstrous, wicked.
Mrs. Jacks, believe me, I can do nothing for you.
Well, then who can? There must be somebody.
The governor. The governor is the only man in New York State who can stay an execution.
But I tell you, I called him. He's out of town. The lieutenant governor's out of town. Everyone's out of town. And it's only half an hour until they...
Mrs. Jacks, believe me, I'd like to help you, but
But you can't do it, I tell you. You can't. He's innocent. This letter proves he's innocent.
Well, Mrs. Jacks, who was the appeal judge?
McLean. Judge McLean.
Yes, well, under the circumstances, I mean, naturally, we do want to be just. Look here. Mm-hmm. If you can get Judge McLean to phone me here at the prison, I'll delay the execution 24 hours.
You will?
Judge McLean is the only man who can help you. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks. I'll call him. Oh. MC. McLean. Oh, here it is. Judge John C. Eldorado 50599. Eldorado 50599. B. 50599. Please, God, let him be in. Answer. Oh, answer, why don't you? Please.
Hello?
Oh, is Judge McLean there, please?
I'm sorry, he's not. He's out of town.
Out of town?
This is Mrs. McLean speaking.
But where is he?
Well, he went to San Francisco the day before yesterday. Who's speaking?
You mean he's on a train somewhere?
No, he flew out. Who is this speaking?
Oh, Mrs. McLean, it's Mrs. Leon Jacks speaking. Mrs. Leon Jacks. Do you know who I am?
Oh, yes, I
Well,
know.
Mrs. McLean, you've got to help me. I don't know if you remember at the trial, there was a lot of talk about a letter which never turned up. We couldn't produce the letter that would prove that my husband was in Canada on Armistice Day and couldn't have committed the murder. Well, I've never given up looking for it, and tonight I found it. Quite by accident, it slipped down between the lining and the covering of my overnight bag. I knocked the bag down off a shelf, and it sprung open, and the letter fell out, and Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, well, I phoned the prison for a moment. I was so stunned. Anyway, I phoned the prison, and they told me that Judge McLean was the only man who could stop them from killing Leon. If I could just talk to Judge McLean, he'd recognize at once the importance of my finding this letter. The man at the prison doesn't understand that the whole prosecution rested on the fact that we couldn't produce the letter at the trial.
Mrs. Jacks, when's the execution?
In a little over 20 minutes. I've never given up. That's why I'm not at the prison with Leon. I've never stopped working to try to prove his innocence. I just got back from Canada tonight and was going out to be with him when and then I found it. Mrs. McLean, I've got to talk to your husband.
Mrs. Jacks, phone him in San Francisco. He's at the Golden State Hotel.
Golden State Hotel?
Yes, he always stays there. I'm sure you can reach him.
All right, I'll try. Thanks.
Please let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Yes, thank you.
I know it'll be all right. I just know it will be.
Thank you. Goodbye. Long distance. Forever. Long distance.
Long distance.
Long distance. I want to call San Francisco, the Golden State Hotel, Judge J.C. McLean.
Judge J.C. McLean.
That's right.
Is that capital M.C., capital L.E.A.N.?
That's right.
Golden State Hotel, San Francisco.
Yes, operator.
And what is your number, madam?
It's Regent 49970.
Regent 49970.
Yes, operator.
And your name, madam?
Mrs. Leon Jacks. Jacks.
Thank you, madam. I will call you.
Operator, this is a very important call. How long will you be?
The circuits are busy, madam. I will call you.
But how long will it take?
It's hard to say, madam. I'll call you as soon
Operator, I have to know how long this call will take. It's very urgent. It's very urgent.
The circuits are busy west of Chicago, madam. There are several calls ahead of yours. I'll put it through as
Let me
quickly
speak
as
to the
possible.
chief operator, please.
Yes, madam. Just a moment, please. Chief Operator, Miss Milton speaking.
Operator, I'm calling San Francisco on a very urgent matter, and I've got to get through as quickly as possible.
Whom do you wish to call in
No,
San
operator, you don't
Francisco,
understand. I gave all that information to the other operator. She said the circuits were busy. I just wanted to tell you why it was so important that my call be put through at once.
Yes, madam.
My name is Jacks, Mrs. Leon Jacks. My husband is Leon Jacks.
And your phone number, madam?
What difference? It's Region 49970, but operator.
Region 49970.
Yes, operator, my husband. I don't know whether you read the papers or not, but my husband is being executed tonight for murder. For a murder that he didn't commit. Do you understand that?
Yes, madam.
Well, this man in San Francisco is the only one who can stop the execution. I've uncovered, quite by accident, I've uncovered new evidence. I've got to speak to Judge McLean quickly, because the execution is, well, it's in 20 minutes, less than that now, and he's the only man that can make them stop. Operator, it's a matter of a man's life. Do you understand that?
I'll see that your call is put through as quickly as possible.
Ahead of the others?
I'll do the best I can, madam.
Well, may I hold the line?
I'll call you, madam.
Oh, all right, but hurry, operator, hurry. Please, God. Let him be near a telephone. Don't let him be out. Please, God. 15 minutes more, oh God, help me. Please. Please, God. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Oh God, don't let them kill Leon. He didn't do it, you know he didn't do it. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Leon never hurt anybody in his life. Please, God, let him save him. Oh, God, I love him so. Oh. Hello?
Your call to San Francisco, madam, for Judge J.C.
Yes,
McLean.
yes, have you got him?
There is no Mr. McLean. I mean, no Judge McLean registered at the Golden
Oh, but
State
operator,
Hotel.
he must be registered. His wife said he always stays there.
Just a moment, madam. I'll check them again. Hello, operator?
Yes, operator?
Would you check that name again, please? J.C. McLean. My party is sure that Judge McLean is registered.
They have no Judge McLean, operator. They have a Mr. McLean in 701 from Toledo, Ohio. That's the only McLean registered.
Operator?
Yes, madam?
That must be the right McLean. His wife told me just a minute ago that he was there. He always stays at the Golden State Hotel. Please, have them check it again and hurry, operator.
Just a moment, madam. Hello?
Oh, for heaven's sake. What are you doing, operator?
Hello, operator? This is New York on circuit 412. Is it clear? Hello?
Hello, New York.
Operator, will you connect me with the room clerk of the Golden State Hotel, please? This is an urgent call.
Right.
Oh, hurry, hurry. What on earth are they doing?
Just a minute, sir, please. Hello, room clerk.
Hello, sir. This is New York calling a Judge J.C. McLean. I believe you have a Mr. McLean registered from Toledo.
What is the name again, operator?
McLean, M-C-L-E-A-N.
Yes, that's right, operator. Room 701.
This is an urgent call, sir. Are you sure that he is not Judge J.C. McLean of New York City?
Oh, no, operator. Mr. McLean is from Toledo, all right. He stays here quite frequently.
Operator?
Just a moment, sir. Yes, madam?
Operator, can you find out if they sent Judge McLean to another hotel? He should have arrived sometime yesterday.
Just a moment, madam. Hello, sir?
Yes, operator.
Sir, can you tell me if the hotel has any record of... I want to try and trace Judge McLean. If he applied for a room yesterday and you sent him to another hotel, would there be any record of that?
Well, would he have a reservation, operator?
Just a moment, sir. Did Judge McLean have a reservation, madam?
Oh, I don't know whether he had a reservation or not. I thought if the hotel was full and they sent him someplace else, they might know where, that's all.
Hello, sir?
Yes, operator.
My party does not know whether Judge McLean had a reservation or not.
No, he didn't, operator. I have the reservation list here. There's nothing for a Judge McLean.
Is there any way we can locate Judge McLean that you know of, sir? The call is urgent.
Urgent? It's a matter of life and death. Oh, what are they doing? Hello? Hello? Operator? Oh, what's the matter? Why didn't you answer me?
I'm sorry, madam. There seems to be no way of tracing your party.
Oh, operator, what can I do? I've just got to find him.
In case Judge McLean does register at the Golden State, madam, I can try in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? But I told you that... Oh, never mind. Let it go.
You wish the call canceled, madam?
Yes, yes. No. Oh, Mrs. McLean, please. Oh, please answer, Mrs. McLean, please. Oh. Oh, God.
Just a minute. Just 1 minute, please.
What?
Good evening, Brent Theater.
Oh, no. Oh, dear God, help me. Help me. McLean, where is it? McLean. Here it is, Eldorado. Oh, 50599. Eldorado 5. Oh, 5, 9. Please, McLean, answer.
Hello?
Mrs. McLean?
Yes?
Oh, it's Mrs. Jacks again. I can't locate your husband. He's not at the hotel, not registered even. Is there any place else? Any other hotel where he might be?
Try my sister. It's Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive. That's C-Y-P-R-U-S Drive, Oakland.
D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive. All right, thanks.
If he isn't there, she'll know where he is. Yeah. I can't understand why he isn't at the hotel. He always stays
thanks,
there.
Thanks, Mrs. McLean. I have to hurry. Goodbye. Please. Please.
Long distance.
Let me speak to the chief operator, please.
Thank you, madam. Just 1 moment, please. Chief operator, Miss...
Operator, it's Mrs. Jacks again. I have a call to San Francisco again. I want to put it through again. It's Oakland.
Yes, madam?
It's to Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive, Oakland.
D.C. Elder, is that C-Y-P-R-E-S?
U.S., operator.
C-Y-P-R-U-S, Cypress Drive.
That's right, and hurry, operator, please.
Yes, madam. Hold the line, please.
All right.
Chicago.
New York calling Oakland, operator.
Right. Circuit's a busy, operator.
Will you ring me, operator?
Just a moment, operator. I can take it now. Oakland.
Information, please, operator.
Right. Information.
Operator, the number of Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive, New York calling.
Elder, just a moment, operator.
Right.
I have a D.C. Elder, 1138 Cypress Drive, Montclair Highlands. The number is Lakehurst 39136.
Lakehurst 39136.
Right.
Thank you, operator.
Operator.
Lakehurst 39136, New York calling, operator.
Lakehurst 39136.
Mrs. D.C. Elder.
Mrs. D.C. Elder?
Right. You're still calling from Regent 9?
No.
4970?
No.
Oh, pardon me. Regent 49970.
Yes, that's right, operator. Please, hurry. Oh, what are they doing? Oh, hello, operator. What are they... Operator, answer me. Oh, please. Operator.
We're ringing Lakehurst 39136 for you, madam.
Oh, God, please. There's less than 10 minutes left. Why don't they answer?
Hello, operator. Lakehurst 39136 is DA, operator.
Right, operator. Hello, madam. They do not answer. I'm sorry. Shall I try them again in 20 minutes?
No, I told you, you stupid. Oh, what's the use? don't give up. I'll get him. I'll get him if I have to. I don't know what. I'll get him, please, Mrs. McLean. Please. Okay.
Hello?
Mrs. McLean, I'm nearly out of my mind. Your sister's number doesn't answer. Mrs. McLean, is there nothing I can do?
Oh, Mrs. Jacks, I'm so sorry. They're probably all out to dinner or cocktails or something. They're 3 or 4 hours behind our time out there,
Oh,
aren't they?
Mrs. McLean, what can I do?
Well, there must be somebody else you can phone here. Surely they wouldn't go ahead with the execution if there was any reasonable doubt of... Well, if there was any new evidence...
I've been all through that, Mrs. McLean. I've tried to get the governor, but, oh, what's the use? The prison authorities said that your husband was the only one. And I'm nearly out of my mind. I can't stand to
Mrs.
have
Jacks,
this
listen. My sister has very dear friends. They live right across the street. It's just possible they might be there. Their name is Henderson. I think it's Robert. Yes, that's right, Robert Henderson.
Henderson?
Yes, on Cypress Drive. You phone them, and in the meantime, I'll phone the governor's office in Albany and see if...
Henderson?
Yes, that's right.
All right, I'll try. Long distance, please. Please. Long distance, that's it.
Long distance?
The chief operator, please, and hurry.
Yes, madam. Chief operator, Miss Milton?
Operator, this is Mrs. Jacks again. Operator, see how quickly you can get me San Francisco again. Oakland. Robert Henderson. It's Mrs. Robert Henderson. Cypress Drive again, Oakland.
Mrs. Robert Henderson, Cypress
It's
Drive.
why you repeat everything. Yes, that's right. And hurry, operator, hurry.
Chicago.
New York calling Oakland, operator.
Right. Hold the line, operator.
Well, can't you tell him to hurry, operator? There's less than 10 minutes left. It's almost time. I've told you how urgent this call is. Operator, can't they hurry it up or something?
Putting your call through as quickly as possible, madam.
Oakland.
Information, please, operator.
Right. Information.
New York calling operator. The number of Mrs. Robert Henderson, Cypress Drive.
Henderson? On Cypress Drive, operator?
Yes, operator.
I have a Robert L. Henderson on Craftswood Road.
Oh, for goodness sake, how can you be so stupid? It's on Cypress Drive. Now, they're right across the street from my friend's sister. You must have them listed.
Hello, operator?
Yes, operator.
Operator, Craftswood Road and Cypress Drive intersect. The houses might be like kitty corner from each other.
Yes, that's it. Ring them and hurry, operator.
What is the Craftswood Road number, operator?
That number is Lakehurst 38197.
Right.
Operator?
Lakehurst 38197, New York calling operator.
Lakehurst 38197.
Mrs. Robert Henderson.
Mrs. Robert Henderson?
Right. Are you still calling from Regent 49970?
Of course I'm still calling from Regent 49970. For goodness sake, stop asking me stupid questions. Don't you understand that I'm trying to save a man's life? Why don't they answer? Oh, God, please, make them answer. There's only 8 minutes left before...
Hello?
Oh.
Hello, sir. New York calling Mrs. Robert Henderson, please.
She's not in at the moment. This is Mr. Henderson.
Oh, he'll do, operator, he'll do.
Very well, madam. Go
hello,
ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello?
Mr. Henderson.
Yes?
Mr. Henderson, I can't go into a long story. Do you know Judge McLean? I believe his wife's sister lives across the street from you. Well, it's very urgent that I contact Judge McLean at once.
Oh, yes, I know Judge McLean. Drove him to the railway station this morning.
What?
Yes, he caught the Southern Pacific West Coast Limited for Portland this morning.
Oh, Mr. Henderson, I'm in terrible trouble. I've got to locate Judge McLean.
Well, I don't see how you can. He took the train at 10 this
Mr.
morning.
Henderson, my husband, he's being executed tonight for murder. For a murder he didn't commit. Judge McLean was the judge, and I found that there was a letter we couldn't find all during the trial, and I found it tonight quite by accident. And they told me at the prison that Judge McLean was the only man who could get them to put off the execution. If I don't get Judge McLean, they're going to kill Leon. And I'm almost sick. I can't talk right. Do you understand me? Do you?
Yes, I understand. Wait a minute, let me think.
What'll I do? Oh, God, help me. I love him so. die if they... Please.
Mrs. What's your name?
Jack. Mrs. Leon
Listen,
Jack.
Mrs. Jacks. You might get him at Dunsmuir. It's a town along the line. He phoned some friend to meet him there at the station. The train stops for 15 minutes. Let's see, it's 5 to 7 now. Train arrives at Dunsmuir at 6:50. It'll be there now. Try it. Dunsmuir's a small station. The train will be there now. It's worth a chance.
Dunsmuir?
Dunsmuir. The West Coast Limited's a train. And it's Dunsmuir, California. Try it. It's a chance.
All right, hang up quickly. And thanks. And come.
Have you finished, madam?
Is that the Oakland operator?
Yes, madam.
Operator, you may not be able to do this. A man's life is just... Operator, can you get me the railway station at Dunsmuir, California? The railway depot.
I can connect you with the Dunsmuir operator, madam. Just a moment, please.
Just hurry.
Dunsmuir. Oakland calling, operator. I have an urgent call here from New York City. Can you connect me with the railway station?
Yes, operator. The number is 395.
Can you connect me, operator?
Yes, operator. Just a minute.
Will you just talk to anyone there?
Yes, anyone. Oh, God, if you've ever helped anyone, help me now. Leon's only got 3 minutes left. I'll die.
Hello, sir. New York calling. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Is there a train in there now, the West Coast Limited?
Who is
Listen, whoever you are, listen. This is a terribly urgent call. I've got to locate a man who's on the... Did the West Coast Limited just come in there to Portland?
The West Coast Limited is here now, madam. Just come in, leave it again in 5 minutes.
There's a Judge McLean. Have you got that, McLean?
McLean? Judge McLean?
Yes, well, he's on the he's in the station somewhere. He was meeting a friend of his who lives in Dunsmuir. Listen, if you can get Judge McLean to the phone, I'll give you $1,000.
What was that, lady? What's that about
Listen to me,
$1,000?
McLean. Have you got that?
Yes, you said that, McLean.
Judge McLean, yes.
Yes, Judge McLean.
Tell him, say that a letter... Tell him his wife's been killed, but get him.
Okay, lady, I'll try. Judge McLean. Urgent call for Judge McLean.
I'll get him.
Judge McLean.
Hurry. Hurry. What's he doing? Oh, Leon. Leon, it's too late. They started doing it. It's too late. They killed you. They've done it. Oh, God, make them wait just a little longer, please. God, make them wait. Don't let them do it. Just 5 minutes more, God. Make their clock slow, God. Anything to save him. Save him.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello. Judge McLean?
Yes, this is Judge McLean. Who is it? Where's my wife?
Judge McLean, there's nothing wrong with your wife. This is Mrs. Leon Jacks. Judge, I found the letter. You know the letter? The one we couldn't find at the trial. It proves Leon and Hilliard were in Montreal. That you know.
The letter?
Well, listen, Judge. They're executing Leon tonight, right now. It may even be too late. You know what this letter means? The whole prosecution rested on the fact that we couldn't produce it. Well, I found it. Tonight. Quite by accident, do you understand? It proves Leon is innocent. Do you understand?
Yes, of course I understand. What time was the execution?
Now. 11 o'clock. They're doing it right now, this very moment.
Get off the phone. I'll call the prison at once. Get off the phone.
It's too late. They've done it, and I killed him. I should have found it before. Oh, Leon. I should have found it before. Oh, Leon. No, you don't need to tell me. I know. You killed him. You killed the only man. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Oh. Hello. What? Leon! Darling! Oh! Leon!
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Tonight's script was written by Harry W. Junkin and starred Jan Miner as Mrs. Leon Jacks. Also in tonight's cast were Connie Lemke, John McGovern, Abby Lewis, Pat Hosley, Bill Lipton, Martha Barron, Sylvia Davis, Sylvia Lee, Mildred Clinton, Cliff Owen, Rosemary Murphy, and Eugene Leonard. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, a predatory woman pursues fame and fortune with no holds barred and no quarter given in The Chase.
In this national election year, one obligation of citizenship heads all the rest. The obligation of every qualified voter to go to the polls and vote. The ballot which you will receive this year is a symbol of your personal dignity. On Election Day, you will have as much power, as much responsibility in the shaping of your country and your way of life as the wealthiest or most influential person.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
What's with you? How's the bookie trade? No, this ain't a business call, Sam. Strictly social. I ain't placed a bet in years. Well, it's a long story, Sam. You got time to listen? You'll die when you hear what happened. It'll positively kill you. Sit down and take a load off your arches. This is strictly for the birds. You know how I love the horses, like a mother loves their son. Me and Francis used to hit the track 4 days out of 5. Jamaica, Belmont, Havre, Degrassi. I guess I was chased by the gambling bug, but good. But I was improving the breed, wasn't I? The only trouble was I never won. I don't know what was wrong with me. When I went to the track, I studied the charts and figured the percentage and worked them out like a handicapper. But go tell a horse he's figured to win. He's a dumb animal. He can't read the odds.
What do you like, Ethel?
Looks to me like Sister Katie in the fourth.
Sister Katie?
She can't lose. Placed and showed the last time out. Today she's racing with pushovers.
I don't know.
What you don't know?
I got a tip on Waltzme.
From who?
A guy who knows. He sells hot dogs in the booth near the paddock.
Listen, it's Sister Katie by 3 lengths.
How much you gonna bet, Ethel?
$6 across the board. You want to split?
No, I'll stick with Waltzme.
I gave her the tip, but she didn't take it. Oh, she thought she knew it all. Sister Katie beat Waltzme by 5 lengths in that race. They came in 6th and 7th.
It's Johnny Q, Matador, and Thirsty Boy in that order. They're making the turn into the stretch. Now it's Matador, Johnny Q, and Thirsty Boy. Thirsty Boy coming up. Matador holding the lead by a length. Johnny Q second, Thirsty Boy third. Matador at the finish. Please hold your pari-mutuel ticket.
What horse did you have, Ethel?
Speed Demon. He just passed the 3/4 turn.
It's Shuffle in the stretch, followed by Mr. Cooper. Dark Eyes moving up to make a bid now.
Dark Eyes, come on, you Dark Eyes.
Dark Eyes passing Mr. Cooper, moving up on Shuffle. Neck and neck, Shuffle and Dark Eyes.
Dark Eyes, you'll get him, Dark Eyes. He's moving up. He's passing Shuffle. Look at him, Francis. Look. What am I yelling for? That ain't my horse. And that's how it went, Sam. If I picked a sure thing, they scratched him. When I took a chance, I lost. Hard luck, Ethel, that was me. And like Francis said in the subway that day when we was coming home from the track.
You know what, Ethel?
Huh?
You ought to quit.
The horses?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're jinxed, Ethel.
Well,
you lost everything but your permanent this afternoon.
Oh, but I like to play the nags, Francis. It's so exciting.
It's too rich for your blood, Ethel.
Well,
with me, it's a passing fancy. With you, it's like a disease. Why don't you settle down with some nice guy and raise a family? If I had your looks, I'd have been married years ago.
Men don't interest me. Only horses.
Then marry a horse.
Francis.
You're better off married to one than losing your pay on him every week.
I guess you're right, but,
What are you looking at?
That sign, the advertisement, up there over the seat.
For hair bleach?
Next to it, the crystal ball. Look at what it says, Francis. Madam Zaza solves your problems, foretells the future. Private consultations arranged.
So what?
I'm going up to see her, Francis.
What for?
Don't you get the angle? If she can look into the future, maybe she'll give me some hot tips.
Oh, Ethel, are you cracked? If she knew a good horse, she'd play him herself.
Oh, anyway, I'm going tomorrow. You want to come, Francis?
I got better ways to waste my money.
Oh, you don't believe in fortune tellers?
No.
Hey, here's my station. You sure you don't want to see Madame Zaza with me?
Positive. They're fakes, every one of them. But, Ethel, if she does give you a hot one, you may as well put down 2 on the nose for me.
Well, Sam, the next day was Saturday, and I went up to Madame Zaza's at noon. A guy with a turban on his head and a ring in his ear let me into the apartment and sat me down right in front of the crystal ball and then called his boss.
You wish to consult with me?
Madame Zaza?
Yes.
My name's Ethel Hoyt. I want my fortune told.
Sit right where you are, my dear, and face the crystal ball.
Like this?
Scheherazade, dim the lights. Gaze into the crystal, my dear, and tell me what you see.
Nothing.
Keep looking into the depths. Soon you will see your future, foretold in all its glory.
Oh, you mean it?
Gaze. Do you have any questions of import, my dear?
Who's gonna win the 5th at Jamaica this afternoon?
Huh? I beg your pardon?
The 5th, the Buckle Cup Handicap.
You are speaking of racing, Miss Hoyt.
Natch.
I am not a professional tipster, my dear.
Oh, but I thought you could see into the future.
Of course. However, I deal in more important matters than horse races. Gaze. Gaze down into the crystal ball. Gaze.
You see something?
Yes.
What?
I see that you will become lucky very soon.
You mean I'm gonna win once?
More than once.
Yeah?
5 times the goddess of luck will smile down at you, and 5 times you will reap a reward. It is written in the stars.
5 times? Oh, boy. With a 5-horse parlay, I'll be in the chips.
But beware.
Of what?
I see a man.
A man?
He is tall and he is handsome, and he will follow you and chase you until he traps you.
Traps me? Why?
Because, my dear, he wants to kill you. That will be $2.
$2. $2 I had to pay her to tell me that. It scared the daylights out of me. It worried me so much. I could hardly read the dope sheet on my way to the track that afternoon. And when I met Francis near the clubhouse.
Ethel!
Hello, Francis.
What's the matter? You're so late. You missed the first 2 races.
I know. For a while, I didn't think I'd get here at all.
You're kidding.
I went to that fortune teller.
Yeah?
And you were right. She's nothing but a fake, Francis. Everything she told me was eyewash.
Mm-hmm. When Francis Becker gives you advice, you take it.
Yeah.
You only wasted your cash, you see? She didn't give you a tip, huh?
Tip? She didn't even know what a horse race was. Strictly a square, that's all. Strictly...
They're off.
There they go, Ethel.
Yeah.
It's Georgia Peach on the outside for 1 lane. Private Eye, second.
Private Eye, that's my nag, Ethel. I got 5 on him to place.
Private Eye moving up on Georgia Peach. Turntable now make a bid, followed by Beelzebub.
Private Eye, right on, cowboy!
Ethel, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Didn't you place a bet?
Yeah, I bet.
What horse?
He ain't in the money.
Now it's Private Eye going to the lead in the second turn. Turntable passing Georgia Peach. Beelzebub coming up to make a bid.
Private Eye, oh, you kid!
Rumba moving up from 6th place to 5th. No, 4th. Rumba in 4th place. Private Eye, Georgia Peach, and Rumba in that order as they come into the stretch. Rumba now passing Georgia Peach, running neck and neck with Private Eye. Rumba passing Private Eye to win. It's Rumba, Private Eye, and Georgia Peach.
Well, I placed anyway. Let's see what the odds on the board are going to be. Ethel.
Yeah?
Snap out of it.
Huh?
Hey, there's the odds.
What?
Private Eye pays $6.20 per place.
What?
Look at the odds on Rumba. Holy smoke, he was a 50 to 1 shot.
Rumba?
Yeah. Who'd you have?
Rumba.
No.
Yeah. Number 3. Look at my ticket.
You got it, Ethel.
I just bet blind, Francis. I didn't even remember my horse's name until...
What did you bet?
$5 on the nose.
Oh, sister, you're in for 250 smackers. Ethel, you hit the jackpot at last.
5 winners.
What?
She said I'd have 5 winners.
Who said?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a horse and grab the dough.
Ethel, are you crazy? You gonna pick a horse with your eyes shut?
It doesn't matter.
What are you gonna do, Ethel?
I'm gonna bet my girdle.
It's Kiss You in the lead, coming down the stretch. Sway back, moving up, sway back, passing Kiss You. Sway back at the finish, Kiss You next. Please hold your pyramid.
Sway back. That's you, Ethel. Yeah. Oh, look at the odds. 30 to 1. How much did you bet, Ethel?
250 clams. Eeny, meeny.
Ethel again?
French toast.
It's French toast in the fifth. French toast? That's a candidate for the glue factory. I checked the odds on him myself.
He can't lose now. I'm getting on him.
For how much, Ethel?
The works.
The results of the photo finish, ladies and gentlemen. French toast, followed by Gollywog.
No question about it.
I think I'm going to faint.
Let's see now. 7,500 at 2 to 1. That's 15,000.
Ethel, quick. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, what for?
Before you lose your money.
Don't be ridiculous. Evening, meaning.
Ethel, if you dare pick another horse in that crazy way.
Bedtime story.
Who?
Bedtime story 3 to 1. That's for baby. Now that gives me 45,000 clams, Francis, or roughly 9 mink coats.
Ethel.
Eeny, meeny, miny.
No.
No what?
I won't let you do it.
Oh, just one more race, Francis, and then I'm through. 5 winners, she said, and I got 4.
Excuse me.
What?
Haven't we met before?
Well,
No. Ethel.
we never seen you before, mister, never.
My name is Bertram.
Francis, what? Let's go.
But ladies, I didn't mean...
Stop pulling me, Ethel.
We gotta get away.
Ethel, stop. Now, what's got into you? He didn't mean any harm. He's such a nice, tall, handsome gentleman.
That's the trouble.
What's the trouble?
Madam Zaza told me.
He's walking our way again, Ethel. And you know, I'm almost sure I've seen him
said you
someplace.
wanted to go home, Francis. Come on.
But Ethel!
Run, Francis, run. He was just like Madame Zaza said he'd be. Tall and handsome and maybe looking around for a piece of throat to cut. She told me I was going to get me 5 winners, and so far she was right. But if I could help it, that was the only part of her prophecy that was going to come true.
Who's there?
Ethel Hoyt, Mrs. Ryan. I got the rent I owe you. It's $80, ain't it?
Well, yes, it is, and it's a mighty welcome sight you are to see, I can tell you, Miss Hoyt.
Oh.
Seems today is my lucky day. I just rented my last room about an hour ago.
65, 75, 80.
That's right.
And here's $50 in advance.
Well, saves a lie. Did you come into a fortune, Miss Hoyt?
I'm doing okay now.
Staying away from the horses, are you?
Horses?
Well, now, don't take no offense, girlie. I was just saying to my old man Ryan himself, I was saying, a nice young girl like that losing all her money at the races. Well, she should be taking care of a mess of kids, I says.
Yeah, but I won, Mrs. Ryan.
Did you now?
Thousands of dollars.
It's alive, you don't mean.
I'm rich. And don't be afraid, Mrs. Ryan. I ain't moving. I like your boarding house, and I like you,
Oh,
too.
well.
Yeah, I'll keep my room no matter how much I win.
But why the sudden change of luck? It seems to me that you was always the loser, wasn't you?
I had my fortune told.
Oh, you did you?
Madam Zaza. For $2, she said I'd get 5 winners in a row, and so far I only got 4. So you see, that gives me 1 more to go, Mrs. Ryan. And if I bet my shirt, I'll end up so rich, I'll take my baths in malted milk. Excuse me. I better call a bookie. He'll have to set up a corporation to handle a bet like mine. Sam? Oh, well, where is he? Oh, well, who's this? Louis, Ethel Hoyt. Sam knows me. I want to place a bet tomorrow in the first race. What horse? Well, name some names. Yeah. Wait. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Louis, I'll ride my dough on Scatterbrain. That's right, Scatterbrain, the first. 45,000. You heard me. So what? Get yourself a syndicate. Can you handle? Okay.
Oh, good evening to you, Mr. Parks.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'll call you.
You didn't give me a key, Mrs. Ryan.
Well, I left one in your room. You'll find it on your dressing table.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, he's a fine young man, isn't he? Why, Miss Hoyt, what's wrong with you? You're as pale as a ghost.
Is that your new boarder, Mrs. Ryan?
Yes, Mr. Bertram Parks.
I gotta get out of here.
What?
He's a tall one. The guy at the track. I gotta move.
What, Miss Hoyt?
I'll write and tell you where to send my clothes. Keep that money I gave you instead of notice. But don't tell him here. I don't want him to follow me. I don't want Madame Zaza to turn out to be right. He must have known. He must have known just where I lived, and he followed me. The first thing I thought of was leaving town, and then I figured I'd see Frances first and ask her advice. So an hour later, I wound up in her apartment. Hello, Frances.
Ethel, what are you doing here?
You don't mind my waiting in your flat, do you? The landlady let me in.
Gee, what's the matter with you, Ethel? You look like you're gonna be sick.
I ain't gonna. I am.
What happened?
I saw him again.
Who?
The guy who spoke to us at the track.
Oh, you mean Bertram?
You know his name?
Sure, he mentioned it, didn't he? Besides, he called me up.
He called you up?
You want to know something funny? We both work in the same building. That's why he said he saw me someplace before. He must have seen me go into my office once because he phoned while I was typing a letter for Mr. Sweet. Gee, Mr. Sweet was fit to be tied.
Never mind, Mr. Sweet. What did he want?
Bertram?
Yeah.
He wanted your number.
My number?
Where you work?
Did you give it to him, Frances?
Well, yeah.
Oh, Frances.
Oh, now look, honey, you're taking this Madame Zaza too serious. This fella's such a nice-looking guy, honest. If it wasn't that I got my bill, I'd go for him myself.
Oh, but Madame Zaza...
Oh, now look.
Well,
how do you know this is the guy she meant?
Well,
anyway, it's all a lot of malarkey. You won them races because you got the breaks.
Oh.
Not because Madame Zaza said you'd win.
Well...
Now you got a chance to meet a clean-cut fella for a change. Oh, don't be a lemon, Ethel. You can't stay single for the rest of your life.
He did look nice, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. He looks like a sport. Listen, if he calls you up, let's make it a foursome. You and Bertram, Bill and me. How about it?
Well, I don't...
We could go to a Broadway show, maybe. If he calls by tomorrow night.
Oh, well...
Let's look up and see what's playing in the papers, huh?
Papers? Well...
How about a musical?
Oh.
Let's see.
Frances.
What's the matter?
The headline. On the back.
What headline?
Woman strangler on the loose.
Police looking for slayer of 2 girls.
Have they got a description of them?
Well, let's see. 5'11". Dark hair. Wearing a light gray suit.
That's Bertram.
Oh, now wait a minute.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. He's a nut and he wants to kill me.
There's a million guys who look just like this description.
Not for me, Frances. Not after what Madame Zaza said. Oh, but now I can't even leave town.
Why not?
I bet all my money on scatterbrain, and the first tomorrow I gotta wait to collect. Oh, what am I gonna...
You really are worried, ain't you, kid?
Maybe I ought to call the police, huh?
But what'll you tell him? He ain't done nothing yet.
Yeah, but that description in the papers...
You still ain't sure, Ethel.
Well,
you can't go making trouble for an innocent guy.
Oh, he ain't innocent, Frances. He's the fella Madame Zaza was talking about. Oh, Frances, what am I gonna do?
Gee.
Huh?
You want to stay here?
I guess I better, huh?
The couch opens up and there's plenty of room. After a good night's sleep, you... Hello?
Is this Miss Decker?
Yeah.
This is Bertram Parks.
Who is it, Frances?
Oh, now calm down, Ethel. What is it, Bertram?
Don't tell him I'm here.
Can you give me Miss Hoyt's home address?
Her home address?
He's lying, Frances. He knows where I live. He moved into the same rooming house.
I'd like very much to get in touch with her, Miss Decker.
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
You, don't know where she lives?
Well, I used to, but she moved.
Well, no matter. I'll find her home address when I call her office in the morning. Thanks anyway.
Don't mention it. He sure is anxious to get hold of you.
You're telling me?
What are you going to do, Ethel?
Collect my winnings tomorrow and blow. Lock up tight, Frances, huh? And put that dresser in front of the door. I'm staying for the night. But I couldn't sleep. All night long I dreamed about Bertram. He had 4 legs and a tail like Whirlaway. And instead of words coming out of his mouth when he talked, he neighed. And then once I thought I heard the window open. I lifted my head from the pillow and saw him sneaking in. with a butcher knife in his hand and murder in his eye. Francis, wake up. Francis.
Don't bother to call her Miss Hoyt. She won't hear you.
Well, what do you mean? She won't hear me?
I drugged her with horse liniment.
What do you want?
You, my dear.
Gonna kill me?
Natch.
But I ain't done nothing to you, Bertram.
You're alive, aren't you? That alone is an insult.
You're cracked.
Like a plate glass window.
Look, I got money. I'll win a big stake tomorrow, and I'll give it all to you.
Money doesn't interest me. I'm only interested, Miss Hoyt, in you.
No, keep away from me.
Only in you, Miss Hoyt?
Ethel, wake up.
Don't kill me, don't.
Ethel!
Francis, where is he? He was standing right there with a knife in his hand.
Oh, you poor kid, you must have been dreaming.
Dreaming?
There's no one here but us.
Oh, what's that?
Take it easy. Easy. It's just the alarm clock.
Well, another day, another dollar. Time to go to work.
Oh, don't leave me, Francis.
Oh, but I gotta get to the office, kid.
I'm scared to be alone.
Well, I tell you what. You stay here until I get back this afternoon. Meantime, I'll make inquiries.
What kind of inquiry?
About Bertram. I'll do a little detective work. And if he sounds like the nut the cops are looking for, I'll give them a ring.
All right, Francis, I'll wait. I locked and bolted the door after Francis left, and then sat near the window with a hammer in my lap. As the hours went by and it got to be post time, I started wondering about the race and how it was working out. And happiest one, I tried to get Louis on the phone, but I got no answer. And by the time it got to be 2, I just had to look at a paper to get the first result. So I took a chance and left the room. Walked down to the corner newsstand. The street was empty and everything looked copacetic until I reached the stand. There was a guy with his back to me as I started to buy a paper. And when he turned around, I saw it was Bertram.
Miss Hoyt, how nice.
Don't come near me.
Why, Miss Hoyt? What's the trouble?
Don't come near me or I'll yell for a cop.
But, Miss Hoyt, come back. Come back. I want to talk to you.
I ran like a derby winner until my legs turned to rubber. And when I got to Francis's house, I tore up the stairs into a room and then grabbed the phone. But it was out of order. Operator! No.
Miss Hoyt, are you in there?
No.
Miss Hoyt, may I speak to you for just 5 minutes?
Get away from the door! Get away before... The door. Like a dope, I left it open. I ran into the next room looking for a knife, a hunk of wood, anything to protect myself. But when I heard him behind me, my mind got paralyzed again and I couldn't think. And then I saw another door, and I opened it and then jumped through. But it was too late to do anything when I found I just walked into an empty closet.
Miss Hoyt, where are you? Miss Hoyt.
I'll bang you with this hanger.
Miss Hoyt.
You killer, you.
Ethel. Ethel, you lost.
What?
Scatterbrain came in 5th. Madame Zaza was wrong, Ethel. What's so funny? You just lost a mint.
But don't you see? Bertram here. If she was wrong about the last race, she must have been wrong about him, too.
If my phone wasn't out of order, I could have told you. I tried to reach you 2 hours ago. They caught that crackhead. Bertram ain't the nut.
I'm sorry if I startled you, Miss Hoyt. I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were ill when you ran away from me, or else I wouldn't have chased you down the street.
But what did you want, mister? Why were you after me in the first place?
Well, you see, I'm an artist, Miss Hoyt.
An artist? Oh, you mean you draw pictures and stuff?
For breakfast cereals.
For what?
You know, breakfast cereals. Shredded wheat, cornflakes. He draws the pictures on the boxes.
And in the advertisements.
I just found that out a little while ago myself.
I'd like you to pose for me, Miss Hoyt. You see, you're the picture of health. A typical American girl.
He'll put you on every box of grape nuts in town, Ethel. You'll be famous.
Will you pose for me, Miss Hoyt? For a fee, of course.
I'll I'll do it for nothing. And Bertram,
Yes.
you can call me Ethel. Now that we're really gonna get acquainted. So that's the story, Sam. I've been posing now for the last 2 years. Maybe you've seen me once or twice. I'm in all the supermarkets. Bertram, we got married, Sam. And we're expecting a colt of a baby from the stork. Bertram's just as nice a guy as he can be, and we're both so happy. The horses? Oh, I never play the horses anymore, Sam. I swore off for good. As far as I'm concerned, the breed can improve without me. But, Sam, if you happen to be near the track tomorrow, just if you happen to be near, put $5 on Fleet Filly for me to win in the third.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. In tonight's cast, Norman Rose was heard as Andre. Others in the cast were June Foray, Edgar Staley, and Stephen Schnabel. The Chase was engineered by Lee Kramer, your announcer, Fred Collins. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Walter McGraw. Next week, a toupee transforms a bald-headed man into a fugitive from death in The Chase.
Starting the 18th, enjoy The Best of Groucho on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There's always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme.
But always there is the chase. And what more strenuous chase could you ask for than one that includes a meal ticket and a wayward cat?
Emma Stilson, do hereby make, publish, and declare this as and for my last will and testament, hereby revoking all former wills or testamentary dispositions by me heretofore made. First, I direct my just debts and funeral expenses to be paid as soon after my decease as may be practicable. Second, I direct that all inheritance, estate, transfer, or succession taxes or death taxes be paid out of my residuary estate. And third, I give, devise, and bequeath all the rest, residue, and remainder of my estate, real, personal, and mixed, of whatever kind and nature, and wheresoever the same may be situate, of which I may die seized and possessed, to which I may be entitled at the time of my death. To my beloved cat, Stanley. In trust, nevertheless, for the following uses and purposes.
But it's ridiculous.
Utterly ridiculous.
Nevertheless, it's perfectly legal, Miss Van Allen.
How could you, her attorney, permit her to even consider such an idiotic thing?
Your Aunt Emma was not a woman to argue with, as you very well know. She insisted on leaving her entire estate to her cat, and she did.
How much does the estate amount to?
$1,347,621.79 after taxes.
I'll sue. That's what I'll do. I'll contest the will.
Inasmuch as I drew it up very carefully, Miss Van Allen, I suggest that you spare yourself the unnecessary expense. The will is incontestable.
And they called her eccentric. Eccentric? Aunt Emma was insane. It's insufferable. Incredible. Didn't she even mention me in the will at all?
Yes, she did. Let me see, on page 9. Oh, yes. I quote, "To my niece Adelaide Van Allen, a clothes horse and a snob, with the intelligence of a backward chorus girl and the personality of a praying mantis, I bequeath my muskrat muff and direct..."
Her muskrat muff?
Yes, Miss Allen.
The woman was crazy. Stark, raving mad. I tell you, it's outrageous.
Yes, Miss Allen.
And who'll take care of the cat? Who'll see that her beloved Stanley is happy?
If you had been present during the reading of the will, Miss Van Allen, you would have learned the details. Stanley was left in the custody of Mr. and Mrs. Archie Bird, who will receive a weekly stipend.
That's the last straw. The Birds. The Brooklyn Birds. She's married to a cab driver. A cab driver, mind you. Why, we practically exiled that branch of the family.
Who will receive a weekly stipend so long as Stanley shall remain in their care and in excellent health.
So long as he shall remain in their care, did you say?
Yes.
And if something should happen to Stanley, Mr. Whitsby?
If Stanley dies, the estate goes to charity. However, should he be given away to someone else, that person would automatically be appointed guardian and would receive the stipend for Stanley's upbringing.
I see.
And now, Miss Allen, I must leave for Brooklyn to pay a visit to the Birds and apprise them of the contents of the will. I'm sorry.
It's quite all right, Mr. Whitsby. You can run along. But before you go, let me have Archie Bird's address, won't you? I want to send Stanley my congratulations.
Archie. Archie.
What?
It's 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock? So what?
Time to go to work. Get up.
Oh, stop poking me. Will you stop jabbering? I'm up, ain't I?
Fine time for a man to have his breakfast. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Why don't you get the day shift and keep decent hours?
Well, can I help it if I gotta drive to Hack all night? I'm waiting my turn for the day shift, ain't I? What do you expect me to do? Cut my throat and bleed to death on account of... Oh, there they go again, them pesky cats. Let me at that whip.
Archie!
Get out of here. Get off of that fence.
Not my shoe,
Yeah.
Archie.
All day long, they kept me awake. I hate cats, Fanny. I hate cats like poison. If I had a rifle or even a .22...
Oh, stop shooting off your mouth and eat your breakfast. Your eggs is getting cold.
Got enough troubles without adding cats to the list.
Oh, I'll get it.
All day long, they kept me up. All day long.
Mrs. Bird?
Yeah?
My name is Whitsby.
Oh, not today, mister. We don't want any.
But I'm not a salesman, Mrs. Bird. I'm an attorney.
An attorney?
Yes.
You mean a lawyer?
Exactly. May I come in?
What's up, man?
There's a guy here, Archie. Says he's a lawyer.
Lawyer?
You didn't hit nobody with that hack of yours, did you?
No. Please, let me explain. I'm here in regard to your late aunt, Emma Stilson.
Who's that?
I never told you anything about her, Archie, and I ain't seen her in years. Anyway, she ain't even my aunt. She was my mother's aunt.
In spite of the fact that you know very little about her, she knew quite a good deal about you, Mrs. Bird. She used to refer to you as the only member of her family who never asked her for money or a favor of any kind. She said you were independent, and she admired you in many ways.
Well, what do you know? I just never went near her, that's all. She was Park Avenue, and I'm Brooklyn. Besides, Did you say she was my late aunt?
Mrs. Stilson passed away a week ago tonight.
Ah, that's too bad.
She left a will, Mrs. Bird. She left all her money in trust to Stanley and put Stanley in your care. You're to get $500 a week as long as Stanley remains with you.
Did you say $500 a week?
Yes. It's for Stanley's care. Well, and your own welfare, because you'll find that Stanley requires very little in the way of...
I gotta sit down.
Oh, Mrs. Bird.
$500 a week.
I'm feeling kind of woozy myself.
Well, Mrs. Stilson was a wealthy woman. You'll both have an independent income as long as Stanley remains with you.
You ain't kidding us, Mr. Whitby. This is on the level.
Oh, I assure you that it is.
Hey, Fanny! Fanny, what a break, huh? Remember how we said one day our luck will change? Well, here it is, the jackpot. We're rich, Fanny, we're rich.
But we gotta make sure that Stanley gets all that's coming to him, Archie.
Huh?
Poor little guy losing his mother that way.
Oh, but Stanley wasn't...
Tell me, how old is Stanley, Mr. Whitby?
He was 5 on his last birthday.
5? Aw, ain't that cute, Archie?
Cute.
Where is he now, Mr. Whitby? Who's taking care of him?
Why, he's right here. Here, yes, in this basket.
In that basket?
Yes.
Kind of small for his age, ain't he?
No, as a matter of fact, he's large.
Did you hear a cat just now, Fan?
Yeah.
Well, here, let me take Stanley out of his basket here.
Fanny,
Stanley's a cat?
get him away from me. Keep him off now. Take him away.
Archie, control yourself.
What?
Why, Mr. Bird, don't you like cats?
Oh, he's nuts about cats, ain't you?
Yeah, nuts.
Now, I have here the first payment of $500 made out by check in your favor.
What?
You'll receive a like amount every week from my office.
Look, Archie, 500 smackers.
Yeah, that's a lot of dough, ain't it?
You understand, of course, that Stanley must have the best of everything. He's used to the finest food and the best of accommodation.
Oh, I'll get him a real bed, Mr. Whitby, and he'll eat fine.
Yeah, that cat'll eat like a horse.
Yes, well, I'll leave you my card, and I'll drop by on the first of every month to see how Stanley's getting along. Well, I'll say goodbye to you now, and good luck.
Thanks for everything, Mr. Whitby.
Yes, so long.
What are you looking at?
Stanley.
He's, cute, ain't he?
Makes me sick to my stomach.
Oh, stop talking that way. When have we ever seen $500 come so easy? And it comes once a week, too.
But you know I'm allergic to cats, Fanny.
You're also allergic to quitting your job and living like a king, Mr. Dope?
No, that part's fine.
Then don't argue. Stanley stays and we treat him with respect. 'Cause he's our breadwinner now, ain't you, Stanley? Oh, ain't you our itsy bitsy moo and dawa catsy cat, huh? Here, Stanley, time for your cream.
Where's my coffee, Fanny?
You'll get it later. I'm feeding Stanley. Here, Stanley boy.
Fan, where are you?
I'm in here. I'm busy.
Oh, where's my new electric razor?
I'm using it on Stanley. I'm giving him a trim.
I can't sleep on the floor. I tell you, it hurts my back.
Oh, you can sleep there and like it. Stanley's just using your bed till his mattress gets fixed.
Stanley! Hi.
Hi.
Dinner ready?
Not yet.
Hey, what's this, steak? It's kind of expensive, ain't it?
We can afford it.
Hmm? Yeah, I guess we can, huh? Well, I don't mind a good hunk of sirloin every now and then.
Oh, that steak ain't for you, mister. You're getting spare ribs. The steak's for Stanley. What's the idea?
Nothing.
Oh, why don't you be more careful with my plate? I better clean up this mess before the doctor comes.
Doc, are you sick, baby?
No, Stanley's doctor.
Wow.
I thought I heard him wheeze last night. I'm giving him a thorough checkup with x-rays and what they call the electrocardioscope or something.
Oh, that's great. Maybe you want me to push him to the hospital in a wheelchair, huh?
Oh, stop being comical. You're knocking yourself out. Stanley boy.
Was he happy today?
Stanley. You know, that's funny. I ain't seen him around for the last 2 hours, come to think of it. Stanley! Come to Mama! Where is he?
How should I know?
Archie, he ain't in the apartment.
Maybe he went out to see a movie.
Cut the comedy. If something happens to him, we're out $500 a week. Stanley! Answer me! Stanley!
Hey, you mean he really ain't around?
Archie,
Huh?
the cat's gone. He's disappeared.
Well, that's Staffy. He never had it so good.
Archie, we gotta find him. Get your coat on. We're gonna search the neighborhood.
Stanley!
Maybe he's in this alley, Archie.
Well, it's got a dead end, and I don't see him.
Stanley! Archie, there he is.
Where?
Near the garbage can.
No, that ain't Stanley. He's all black. Stanley's got a white spot on his neck.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Stanley!
Fine thing to be doing, chasing a cat.
We'll chase him until we drop if we have to. We gotta find him, Archie. Don't you realize what it means? We lose the money if Stanley's gone. It says so in the will.
Stanley, come here, you little...
Oh, it's no use, Archie. Chasing up and down the streets this way ain't getting us nowhere. I'm going back to the house and call the police. Yes, officer. He's a black cat with a white spot on his neck, and he answers to the name of Stanley. Sure, there's a reward. Wait, $100. That's right. Yeah, I'll keep in touch. Oh, gee. Hello? Is this the fire department? This is Mrs. Archie Bird speaking. My cat's disappeared. You gotta help me find him. You got men on fire trucks all over the city. Tell them to be on the lookout for the... Hello? Hello? He hung up, Archie.
Oh, what do you think? The fire department got nothing else to do but look for cats?
Archie, maybe that's one of the neighbors. Maybe someone found the cat.
Mrs. Bird?
Yeah?
You don't know me. We've never met. But I'm a distant relative of yours. A third cousin, I believe. My name is Adelaide Van Allen.
How do you do?
May I?
Oh, sure. This is my husband, Archie.
Oh, yes, the cab driver.
Hey.
I'll tell you why I've come, Mrs. Bird. Several weeks ago, you inherited Stanley, Aunt Emma's cat.
Well?
You also came into $500 a week, which is rather nice considering your, circumstances.
What does this dame want anyway?
I merely wanted to see if everything was all right as far as Stanley was concerned. He was Aunt Emma's pet, and I feel it my duty to make certain he's happy.
Oh, he's very happy.
Tickle pink.
He grew a whole inch since he came here, and he gained 3 pounds.
Yeah, we treat him right, lady.
Some people say we even spoil him too much, but after all, he's an only cat.
May I see him?
Now?
Yes, of course.
He's busy now.
Busy?
Yeah. He's doing his homework.
Oh, Archie. He's such a kidder, Miss Van Allen.
Where is Stanley, may I ask?
Oh, he's around.
Would you mind calling him?
I can't do that. I mean, he's up on the roof somewhere, playing.
Playing on the roof?
Oh, he ain't in any danger.
I demand that you produce that cat at once, Mrs. Bird.
You demand?
There's something funny going on here, and I'd like to know just what it is.
Listen, Ritzy, where do you think you are? This is my house. And if there's any demanding gonna be done, I'll do it.
I see. In other words, something's happened to Stanley.
Who? Who said so?
Then why can't you produce him? You know, of course, that if he comes into someone else's possession, you've lost your claim to any money coming from the will.
Look, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to clear out of here. Then I'm gonna smear you all over the kitchen linoleum.
Don't you dare touch me.
1, 2, 3,
I'll see
4.
to it that you never get your fingers on another cent of Aunt Emma's estate.
There's one cat I wouldn't keep for all the dough on Wall Street.
She's gonna make trouble, Fan.
Oh, how can she make trouble? We'll find Stanley long before that.
What's the matter? What you looking at?
The calendar on the wall.
Oh, what about it?
Today's the 30th, and tomorrow's the 1st of the month.
Oh. Ooh, that's when Mr. Whitsby said he'd drop around for a look at Stanley.
We gotta do something, Archie.
Yeah, but what?
I'll make a list. Every pet shop in town. We'll hire a car and check every street from Coney Island to Borough Hall. We're gonna find Stanley if we gotta turn Brooklyn upside down. left on this street, Archie?
Oh, now listen, Fan, I'm poop. We've been chasing that cat all night. It's nearly 9 o'clock in the morning.
We ain't even started yet.
What?
We got a lot of pet shops we ain't even covered.
How do you expect to find him in a pet shop, for the love of Mike?
Maybe somebody picked him up and sold him to one.
Yeah, maybe we're running around for no reason at all.
No reason at all.
Yeah, for all we know, Stanley's dead. He might have got hit by a beer truck or something.
Ooh, bite your tongue when you say that, Archie.
What?
Stanley's our meal ticket, you dumb slug. Besides, I like him. Got kind of fond of that poor little mouse during the last couple of weeks. You think we ought to check with the morgue, Archie?
Oh, they don't take cats in the morgue, even $1 million cats.
Archie, stop here.
Oh, now what?
There's a newspaper office. See the sign on the door on the left? It says classified advertisements.
Oh, you want to put an ad in for the mouser?
Why not? Come on.
Yeah.
Yes, can I help you?
We want to place an ad.
Personals or classified?
Both. We're searching for a cat.
Yes, a cat.
Yeah, now here's the way the ad should run. Reward, black cat, white spot on throat, answers to name of Stanley.
Lost yesterday, somewheres in Flatbush.
Yeah, and we want it in big letters.
Now, that's funny. There was a gentleman here yesterday who had a cat like that.
What?
He said he found it and he wanted to put an advertisement in the paper for the owner.
Maybe it was Stanley, Archie.
Yeah, did the cat have a sly-looking face like he was always ready to spit in your eye?
Oh, I didn't see the cat, but the description was the same.
You got his address?
Why, yes. Wait just a moment. I have it right.
Archie,
Yeah.
maybe we're in.
Yeah, sure sounds like Stanley, all right. Unless it's just a coincidence.
What coincidence? We lost him yesterday. This guy found him yesterday, didn't he?
Now, here's the name. Nicholas Papadopoulos. He owns a restaurant. He was very...
thanks, lady. Come on, Archie. We ain't got a minute to lose.
You want to speak with me?
Are you Mr. Papadopoulos?
That's right. Nick Papadopoulos is the name.
You had a cat yesterday. A black cat with a white spot on his neck.
Yeah, Mr. Papadopoulos. You were going to put an ad in the papers about him?
Oh, the cat. Sure, I'm having the cat. See, he's walking into my restaurant here like a customer last afternoon. Hey, that's some cats. If it wasn't that I got 2 cats of my own
Where
already.
is he, Mr. Papadopoulos? Get him for us, will you?
Yeah, there's a reward.
Reward?
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking this cat is worth something at first, so I'm putting in the advertisements. It's too bad.
What's too bad?
This cat is gone.
Oh.
Gone?
A man, he see the advertisements. He's coming in last night. He says the cats ain't his, but he'll buy 'em anyway.
Where is he? Where does he live?
Just a minute. I got the address where he works here in my wallet.
Oh, quick, let's have it, huh?
Yeah. Is that the address?
Yeah, this card.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Papadopoulos.
Don't mention.
Fanny,
What?
look at this card.
What's it say?
Reginald Fletcher, taxidermist. You know what a taxidermist is?
Archie. He's an animal stuffer.
Oh, get a load of this dump, will you? He's got everything in here from stuffed bears to chimpanzees.
You see Stanley around?
Can I help you, sir, madam?
We're looking for a cat.
A cat?
Yeah, a black cat with a white spot on his neck.
Oh, yes. Too bad.
Too bad? What?
You didn't stuff him.
Well, I bought a cat that answered that description from a Mr. Popper.
Yeah, we know all about it, but where is he?
Well, I'm coming to that, madam. As I was saying, I bought the cat for a client, someone who wanted a mounted animal of more or less that type. The cat was an excellent specimen, I must admit.
Then, Stanley is kaput?
Is that... I beg your pardon?
Did you taxi him?
What did you do with him?
Oh, unfortunately, my client changed his mind, and as I don't speculate with specimens, I had to give the animal away.
Who did you give it to?
Well, the cat pound, of course.
The cat pound?
Archie! Maybe they'll gas him.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, drive like crazy, Archie. We gotta get to that cat pound quick. It's a matter of life and death. The man said we should should look in this cage, Archie.
Oh, this joint's a nut house. I never seen so many cats in my life.
Brown cats, black cats, white cats. Can you see Stanley in there?
No.
You keep on looking. I'll go back and talk to the man and see what happened to Stanley.
Oh, what a thing for a grown man to do. Here, kitty. Kitty. Hey, Blackie, come over here. Here, now, you. Let me take a little... God, you nipped my finger, you cute little... Here, kitty. Stanley. Can you hear me? Come to Papa, Stanley. Come here.
Stanley ain't in there.
No?
The guy told me there was a dame in here just half an hour before we came. She was looking for a black cat with a white spot, too, and she found one inside the cage. She took it home with her.
Well, did you get a name?
No, but he gave me a description. It was Adelaide Van Allen, Archie, my snooty cousin.
Wait, then she's got Stanley.
Yeah, but she'll only keep him over my dead body. Where is he?
Keep out of my apartment.
Where is he, you henhead? Give me back my Stanley before I tear you apart like a busted clock.
Now, Fanny, take it easy.
Make one move into this apartment and I'll call the police. You'll get 6 months for housebreaking.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she's right, Fan. We can't bust into her place like
Then
this.
tell her to give us back our Mouser. She's got him. She can't deny it. Stanley's inside. See?
I won't deny it. And you can't deny that you've lost your claim to Stanley. You took miserable care of him. You permitted him to run away. And if it wasn't for me, they'd have gassed him.
Why, you empty-headed...
Fan. She's right. We lost him, and she's got him now.
I'll say I have. And in exactly 2 hours, Mr. Whitby will be here. When he hears how I saved Stanley from certain death and how I plan to take better care of him than you can, well, you can figure out the rest for yourself. Stanley's mine, Mrs. Bird, for good. Goodbye.
Well, that's that, Fan.
Yeah.
Here goes our $500.
Oh, it ain't only the money. It's Stanley, too. I'm gonna miss him.
Maybe I better call the office and get my hack back, huh?
We were gonna go to Florida this winter and give Stanley a sunburn.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's forget about it, Fan. Hey, listen, we wasn't always rich, huh? But we were happy, huh? Money ain't everything. Is it?
No. But right now I can't think of a good substitute.
Did you hear what I heard?
No.
Yeah, maybe I'm hearing things, Fan, but I swear I heard something.
Archie, look.
Huh? Hey, it's Stanley. Baby, come to Papa, huh?
Where did he come from?
The kitchen. You see, the dumbwaiter door is open. That's where he was, Fan. He must have been locked inside the dumbwaiter all his time.
Oh, he's back, Archie. Stanley's back.
Quick, we gotta hurry. Grab him, Archie.
Huh?
We're gonna go right back to Adelaide's and show him to Mr. Whitby.
Oh, it's you.
It's us and Stanley.
You're out of your mind. That cat isn't Stanley. Mr. Whitby!
Yes, Miss Van Allen.
I just told Mr. Whitby the facts, and he agrees with me. You lost the cat, and I found him. And I can take better care of him than you.
But we didn't lose him, lady. He's right here.
That cat's a fake. I've got the real one inside.
She's off a trolley, Mr. Whitby. Take a good look at this mouser. You'd recognize Stanley when you saw him, wouldn't you?
Well, I admit it looks like Stanley, but you did lose him, didn't you?
She got hold of another cat to take his place. Maybe he looks like Stanley, Mr. Whitby, but you haven't seen my cat yet. Come with me. They may look alike, but she'll have to take it to court to prove that Stanley isn't with me. He's inside this closet in a brand new basket I bought lined with silk. Look.
Holy cats.
He looks like Stanley, but it's got 5 kittens.
Kittens?
My word.
Kittens. And they look like they've just been born.
Obviously, Stanley isn't the the kind of cat who'd have kittens.
Yeah, so your cat must be an imposter.
Then everything's okay? We keep Stanley, Mr. Whitby?
Why, of course, Mrs.
Oh, Archie, we're in. Oh, I could hug that cat to death. Kiss him, Archie. Show Mr. Whitby how much you like him. Give him a kiss.
I think I'm getting a cold, Fan. And you wouldn't want him to catch it, would you? Huh? But I tell you what, I'll do the next best thing. I'll take Stanley down to the corner drugstore, and I'll treat him to a chocolate malted.
Archie.
And a saucer.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in tonight's cast were Larry Haynes, Ann Thomas, Edgar Staley, Helen Clare, Roger DeKoven, and Frank Milano. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Edward King. Next week, a countrywide manhunt involves 3 cold-blooded killers and 2 lonely old women when we resume The Chase.
Tonight, it's Theater Guild on the Air over NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase?
So, you're leaving me, Monica.
Yes.
I won't let you go.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Stephen.
I thought we meant something to each other.
We did for a while, but it's finished.
You mean my supply of money is finished, is that it?
Now listen to me, Stephen. It isn't as if this is unexpected. You're not getting a raw deal. You begged me to marry you, and I did. Oh, that was 6 months ago.
6 months and $20,000 ago. Every dime I had in the world and every cent I could borrow.
You married a woman with expensive tastes, and you can't satisfy those tastes any longer. I warned you before we married, Stephen. I told you how it was. Money means everything to me. If I can't live like an heiress, I don't want to live at all.
I see.
Oh, don't feel sorry for yourself. I was honest with you. More honest than you were with me, darling.
How do you mean?
Well, you told me you held a vice president's chair in your bank. You're only an assistant treasurer.
I had to tell you something because you drove me crazy, Monica. I couldn't stand the idea of losing you. Oh, you're so beautiful,
Oh, stop
so
acting like a schoolboy.
What can I say? What can I do to keep you, Monica?
You can get yourself $1 million. Even $500,000 might help.
Now you're laughing at me.
Stephen, there's something you fail to realize, and I can't get through your head. I've got a $1,000 bill where my heart should be. I want enough money to do anything and everything I care to do. I'm no kitchen scrubbing housewife, darling. And the man who wants to hold me has to pay for the privilege. Well, I'm on my way.
Wait.
For what?
Will you stay if I make a killing?
What kind of a killing?
Never mind what kind. I think I can get my hands on plenty.
Where? Oh, Stephen, not the bank.
Yes, the bank.
You mean you'd steal for me?
Yes.
Well, now you're talking, darling.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it? You knew all along I'd finally stoop to that. You've been prodding me into it for months. And this gesture of leaving was part of it.
How much do you think you can take, Stephen?
Oh, $500,000. Maybe more.
And then?
Mexico first and then Europe.
But how can you plan it so that we'd have a chance of getting away?
My vacation starts tomorrow night. There won't be an auditing of the books until the 15th.
Uh-huh.
They won't connect the missing cash and my disappearance until my vacation expires on the 15th when the accountants come.
Don't tell me anymore.
What do you mean, don't tell you anymore?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, you mean you don't want to share the risk? Is that it, Monica?
Exactly.
All right. It doesn't matter. You've got me so insane, nothing seems to matter anymore.
Shall I get ready to leave tomorrow?
Yes. I'll enter the bank around 8 in the evening. Wait for me on the corner of 3rd and Main. I'll pass by with the car at exactly 8:45 and we'll leave the city.
By car?
It's the only way. I'll take $10 and $20 bills, easier to get rid of. It'll make quite a load, and it'll be handier by car. We can sneak past the Mexican border customs that way, too.
You got it all figured out, I see.
No. Decker, the night watchman, is ill. I was supposed to engage another man myself, but now I won't be disturbed at my work.
Oh, darling, you know, you're more of a man than I ever dreamed you were.
Do you love me, Monica?
Madly.
For how long? Until we're broke once again?
Well, $500,000 can last a long time, Stephen. And we'll have fun. We'll have glorious fun. Just the two of us. Mexico City, London, Paris, Monte Carlo. You'll buy me jewelry and expensive clothes. Oh, you'll give me everything I've ever wanted. Won't you, Stephen?
No. Monica. Monica. Seven, 4, 9 left, 6 right. No, 7 right. That's it. Now.
Stand where you are.
No,
Don't
what?
move.
What?
Don't move or I'll shoot to kill.
Oh, is that you, Decker?
Why, Mr. Poacher.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you showed up. I was just transferring some currency to vault number 4. You mind helping me?
Transferring currency, Mr. Poacher?
Yes. Well, don't stand there staring at me like a fool. Put that gun away and lend a hand.
But no one told me you'd be working here at this time of night, sir.
Oh, naturally no one told you. You were supposed to be at home, ill in bed.
Well, I called and said I'd be in this afternoon. As just a cold was all I had. But I don't understand about this currency transfer, Mr. Poacher.
Well, there's nothing to understand. The time lock's off on vault number 2, and I was supposed to make the transfer yesterday, but I didn't get around to it. I thought I'd drop by tonight and... What are you staring at?
That sack.
Well, what about it?
Mr. Poacher, sir, I'm sorry, but I'll have to put in a security call.
A security call?
I know you're an officer of this bank, but I wasn't notified, and it's after 8 at night.
All right. Whom do you want to call?
Mr. Canfield, the president.
He'll thank you for disturbing him at this hour, I'm sure. Well, go ahead. The phone's right behind you.
You meddling idiot! Stop, you joker!
Stephen,
Get in.
everything all right?
Get in.
Hey, wait, my suitcase. Hand me the trunk key.
The trunk key.
We'd have more room if I put my suitcase...
Get in and be quiet.
What happened? Stephen, what happened? Did something go wrong? Have you got the money?
I've got the money.
Where?
In the car trunk.
So that's why you... How much, Stephen?
Enough.
How much?
Over $1 million.
Stephen, darling.
Had to take it in hundreds and thousands. I didn't have time to grab small denominations.
No?
No.
I thought it was going to be fairly simple, Stephen. For heaven's sake, tell me what's wrong. Your face is running perspiration.
What's wrong? Everything's wrong. I killed the night watchman, Monica. I had to do it. He walked in unexpectedly. He was going to phone the president. It had to be done, I tell you.
Find him. Body in the morning.
No. No, they won't find his body.
They won't?
I thought of that, too. It would have finished us. They won't find a trace of him. As a matter of fact, why, if they discover the money is missing, they may blame the theft on Decker. Yeah. It's not bad, huh? I never thought of that before. Sure, they'll look for Decker.
Why won't they find him?
Because Decker, or what's left of Decker, is riding with us in the trunk of the car.
You shouldn't have killed him,
Stop
Stephen. You
that
shouldn't
chatter.
have killed him.
What's happened to your nerve? When you were leaving me tonight, you were a walking cake of ice. You took the robbery in your stride.
Robbery isn't murder.
No, it isn't, is it?
How can you laugh?
How can I laugh? I'll tell you how. There'll be no more farewell scenes between you and me, Monica. We're in this together now. You'll stick by me no matter what happens.
No, I didn't plan this thing. You can't drag me into it.
Can't I? Just try to leave me and see.
When are you getting rid of him, Stephen?
Are you referring to our traveling companion, Monica?
Can't we leave him somewhere in the woods along the road?
And have him found within 24 hours?
Well, then what are we going to do?
We'll merely relax and enjoy the trip.
With a corpse in the car.
Get that out of your mind, do you hear me? Forget about the body. We've also got $1 million, Monica. We'll dispose of Decker when the time is right. No, the gas gauge is low. Better take on some more fuel at the next station.
What are you doing?
It's turning on the radio. A bit of music would be refreshing. Here's a gas station. Let me do the talking.
Be with you in a minute, mister.
No hurry. What did I do in the wallet? Oh, I must have left it in my other suit. How much money do you have?
$10.
No more?
That's all.
We'll cash one of the stolen bills as soon as we get a chance. Meanwhile, let's have that 10.
Fill her up, mister?
Yes, with special. How far to Santa Fe?
Oh, 27 miles, straight ahead. Hey,
What's the matter?
your left rear tire here needs air, mister.
Does it?
Yeah, looks like it might be a slow leak.
Well, pump some air into it, will you?
Yeah, okay.
Slow leak. That's all we need right now.
We interrupt this program to make a special announcement. The state police request all drivers in roadside stands to be on the lookout for a green convertible. License number JX241. Last seen driving
That's
along
my
Highway
license plate,
7.
Monica.
What?
If anyone has any information regarding this car, please communicate immediately with your nearest police barracks. We now continue with our regular...
They know. They're looking for us.
Shut up.
I'm sorry, mister, but that rear tire won't hold air for too long. It's a slow leak, all right?
Oh, never mind.
I could change tires for you in 10 minutes. Just give me the key to the car trunk. I'll get you spare, huh?
I said never mind.
Whatever you say, boss.
Did you fill me up with gas?
Yeah, that's $4.85 even.
Stephen.
Here, keep the change.
What? Well, this is $10, mister. What?
This patrol car.
I know, but I'm sure he didn't spot us.
Stephen, hurry.
Is he behind us?
No, I don't see anything, but hurry.
I told you he didn't spot us. Now take it easy. It's all right.
What was that?
Oh, my soft tire. I've got to change it soon.
Stephen.
Oh, here's a side road. Let's see if I can find a secluded place.
Be careful.
Are you telling me how to drive? Here's a likely spot. Now keep your eyes open behind us. No one back there?
No.
Come on, get out.
Get out.
Snap out of it. You look like you're going to keel over. You've got to keep an eye on the road while I change the tire. And here, take this flashlight and hold it on the trunk lock while I open it.
You're going to open the trunk?
Naturally. My tools and my spare tire are in there. Hold that light steady now.
Can't bear to look at it.
It's strange. The body's changed position.
What?
He must have rolled over while we were driving. He's lying across the money.
Stephen, let's leave the car and get out of here.
Are you insane? Do you want to set yourself up for the chair? Now get hold of yourself. I'm going to change that tire.
Hurry, Stephen.
I can't fit this tire back into the trunk.
Well, can I help you?
Yes, by keeping your mouth shut. Wait, I think I've got it. Yes.
Stephen.
What?
I hear something.
Someone's coming.
Shut that trunk door.
Just a second, folks. Huh? Having a little trouble?
I was just changing a tire.
Changing a tire, huh?
Yes.
Let's see your license.
My license?
You heard me.
Who are you?
Special Highway Patrol, plain clothes. Skinner's her name.
A policeman.
That scare you, lady?
Here's my license.
The tire all changed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get in the back.
You want a lift, officer?
Right to the police barracks. It's 4 miles up the road. Afraid I'll have to pull you in.
Stephen.
But what's the charge, officer?
You're on private property. That's a misdemeanor in this county. Let's go, mister. Keep driving till I tell you to stop.
Look here, officer. Can we talk this over?
There's nothing to talk about.
Well, it's such a minor charge. I mean, we're on our way south, you see. My wife and I, we've just been married.
Congratulations.
You might give us a wedding present. You know, something to...
You got a radio in this car, mister?
Yes, I have.
Turn it on. Fellow down the road told me there was a special bulletin being sent out.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. My radio's broken.
Is it? Let's see. Got fixed mighty fast, didn't it? Keep to the left. Barracks are just up the road.
Well, now, can't we manage to smooth this over in some way, officer? If it's a fine I have to pay, well, can't I pay it to you and let it go at that?
Well, seeing as you're on your honeymoon...
Oh, thank you, officer.
Stop the car. You can pay me the fine and go on your way.
How much, officer?
$50 should do it.
50? Oh, well, yes. Oh.
What's the matter? Lose your wallet?
Yeah, I must have. Monica, are you sure that 10 was all you had?
Yes, Stephen.
Say, what is this, a stall?
No, I must have misplaced my wallet someplace.
We interrupt this program once again for...
Take your hand away from that radio dial, lady. Turn it up.
Please be on the lookout for a green convertible. License number JX241. It is believed this car is being used by the bandits who robbed the Baldwin County Bank of over $1 million in cash early this evening. We now return you to our...
This car's a green convertible, ain't it, mister?
Well, yes, it is, but...
Let's get out and take a look at your license plate. JX241. Now, ain't that a coincidence?
All right, you win. Take over.
Where's the money? Inside the trunk?
Yes.
And you really got $1 million?
Yes.
What a break. Here I thought I'd only clip you for a quick shake, and I run into a gold mine.
A quick shake?
We'll split the dough 2 ways, mister.
Wait a minute. You're not a cop. You're only impersonating an officer. You tried to blackmail me before.
Hurt your feelings, mister? Where's the trunk key?
Oh, in the ignition lock.
Get it. Now look. Don't step back into the car and try to drive away, see? I got a rod in my pocket, and I'll clip you before you even get your hand on the wheel.
Yeah, I'll get you the key. Let me have the ignition key, Monica. Leave the switch on, and when I yell, put the car into reverse, fast.
Make it snappy.
Yeah. Here you are.
Holy smoke. You got a stuff in here.
You'll find the money underneath him.
Look at that mola. Look at all that cash. Oh, brother.
It's in hundreds and thousands. Help yourself.
Hey, where you going? Don't move your head. Don't butt your up.
Now, Monica!
You sure he was dead, Stephen?
Positive. He ran right over his body.
Now we have two to account for.
What difference does it make? They can only hang you once.
What are we going to do, Stephen?
We're driving to the nearest airport. We'll stuff the money into your suitcase and take a plane south. We're not licked yet, my darling. We've still got $1 million, enough to live like Rajas once we
But
clear the
suppose
stage.
they're watching the airport.
They still haven't mentioned our names yet, only the car. Maybe they're not sure. Maybe I wasn't recognized. Put that radio back on, Monica. Hey, Monica, look. Those lights up ahead. Must be Santa Fe. We'll grab a plane there for Mexico City. We won't need a passport. We'll just...
We interrupt once again to repeat an important announcement. State police request all drivers and roadside stands to be on the lookout for a green convertible. License number JX241. This car is believed to be driven by the bandits who held up the Baldwin County Bank early this evening, escaping with over $1 million in currency.
They haven't said anything about the watchman yet.
Correct.
The stolen bills were in $100 and $1,000 denominations. All gasoline stations, roadside restaurants, and hotels, please stand by for serial numbers of these bills.
Serial numbers.
If an attempt is made to pass bills bearing the following serial numbers, communicate immediately with your nearest police precinct or barracks. Numbers 17743.
Does that mean we can't use the money? Stephen.
$1 million. $1 million in the trunk and we're broke. We can't use a dollar.
Stephen, for heaven's sake, get hold of yourself. What do we do now?
We drive.
Where?
Anywhere. What difference does it make?
Santa Fe isn't far from the border. If we can get to El Paso...
Yes. Yes, there's still a chance. We'll drive due south through the desert country. Yeah. Here, take this gun. Put it inside the club department.
Where did you get it?
I'm the watchman. Hold on to it. I intend to use it as a last resort if I must.
Stephen, wake up.
Huh?
I'm getting tired. You better take the wheel.
Oh, how long have I slept?
3 hours.
Sun's up. Where are we?
In the desert. We're 70 miles from El Paso. I just saw a sign.
You're certainly in a hurry to make me take over. Well, you could have let me rub the sleep out of my eyes. You needn't stop so fast.
But I didn't stop the car, Stephen.
What?
It stopped by itself.
Let me see that gas gauge.
It's empty.
But it can't be. We had over half a tank left before I fell asleep. Now let me out of here.
Well, Stephen?
There's a leak in the tank. Must have cracked the casing in one of the lines.
What do we do?
Get your suitcase. Empty it out and bring it here. We'll stuff it with bills and walk.
Walk where?
We'll cut away from the road and keep heading south. If we stay under cover, we can reach the border in 2 or 3 days. Get a move on, Monica. We've got to get away from here in a hurry.
Stephen, wait for me. You're going too fast.
We haven't got all day.
Son.
Get your mind on something else.
You haven't eaten in 24 hours.
Don't you think I know it? I'm empty myself. Just as empty and as dry as you are. But we've still got the suitcase. There's a black market in Mexico. We can do business there. Keep walking. Get up, Monica.
What?
It's almost dawn. Get up. We got to keep moving.
So tired. So hungry. Glass of water. Even if only I had
Get up and
a glass
start
of-
walking now.
Steve,
Now what?
I can't move another step unless I get something to drink. Something to eat. My legs, they feel like rubber, Stephen.
One more day.
Can't-
We can hang on for one more day.
Stephen, look.
Huh? What? It's a roadside
We
stand.
can get food there, a drink.
We must have doubled back on ourselves. It stands on the highway.
Stephen, please.
And have them put in a police alarm. They'd grab us just as soon as we showed our
This is so
faces.
far out of the way. Small stand like that, and you said they may not have identified us yet.
They'll identify the money, though. You can count on that.
Money?
The $1 million we've got in this bag. Or had you forgotten about it?
Oh, I'd give it all for something to eat.
Would you hang for a hamburger, too? Don't you realize this money is useless to us while the heat's on?
$1 million. $1 million. And we can't buy a sandwich.
Monica, car stopped up there on the road.
Car?
I think they've spotted us. Run for it, Monica, run.
Stephen,
Huh? What's the matter?
I can't make it, Stephen. I just...
Oh. So you're finished. You put me up to this. You drove me to it, and now you're
Don't
finished.
beat me, Stephen.
Could have been different. Your craze for money hadn't burned holes in your heart. Could have been a lot different, Monica. But no, you wanted me to buy you the world. Beautiful clothes, jewelry. Your rotten mind couldn't think of anything else. All right. All right, you wanted money? Well, here it is. $1 million in cash. Here's the clothes and your diamonds and your fancy habits. Take it. Take it and see if you can eat it. Monica. Hmm. All right. All right. Forget it. I'm not going to leave you. Get up. Get up, Monica. 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 No. No, you can't pass out on me now. I can't carry you, Monica. I can't even carry myself along. Monica, get up. Get up! What a fool.
Easy does it now, mister.
Food? I've got some food and some water.
Here, now give me that suitcase.
Oh.
Let me have it. All right. Lean on my arm to the couch over there.
My wife. She's dead. 5 miles. The desert dead. My wife.
Hey. Well, have a look at that suitcase. Connect me with Chief Hanley, Sheriff Scott calling Mountain View. Chief Hanley, that couple they've been looking for, I got one of them. Yeah, wandered right into my house without knowing who it was. Well, he's dead. Yeah, he keeled over right here on the floor. His wife's lying out on the desert. Yeah, I got the money. I couldn't say offhand, but it looks like it's all there. 1 million smackers. Funny. $1 million in his hand, Chief, and you may think I'm crazy, but in my opinion, he looks as if he's starved to death.
The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. In tonight's cast were Leon Janney, Kathleen Cordell, Santos Ortega, Scott Tennyson, and James McCallion. This program will be heard over many of these same stations at a new time beginning Thursday, July 10th at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Check your local newspaper for the time in your vicinity. Don't forget, on July 10th, follow the trail of a mysterious letter and a man whose life hangs in the balance on The Chase. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. This is Fred Collins speaking. The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
Now listen, I ain't nuts, see? I'm in full possession of all my faculties. Maybe it happened and maybe it didn't. Now I don't know. But I'm giving you the story just as it was, see? Straight from the horse's mouth. First of all, let me ask you, did you ever chase a buck? Well, not the way I chased it, mister. I've been running after that greenback until it's gone to my skull. I'm beginning to hear voices. Now, everybody's got a weakness, and I got mine. I don't drink or take snuff or run after blondes. I don't shoot craps. I don't play poker. The movies don't appeal to me, and the suit on my back is all I want to own. My weakness? Horses. Well, not the kind you ride. I'm talking about the pari-mutual type horse. Kind who figures to win, place, or show. Oh, I know it ain't right. I know I ought to get myself a steady job and make my dough the hard way. But every time I make up my mind to settle down, somehow I end up at the track, yelling my head off for some goat that's running last. Stay out in front, baby. Come on, you bum. Win for Papa. You got it. You got it. Yeah.
Well?
Well, that's how it goes, Flossie.
Who won?
Jackson D.
And what was your horse?
Mayonnaise.
Ooh, if I had a pot of it right now, I'd push it in your face.
Oh, Flossie.
Don't off-Flossie me. I hate gambling, and I hate guys too lazy to make a decent living. Sometimes I think you'd rather go to the electric chair than work.
Oh, ain't that remark a little hasty?
I'll give you hasty. Now, you listen to me, Harry Potter. I've been engaged to you for over 3 years, and I ain't getting any younger. You either find yourself some honest work tomorrow or we're through.
You mean you want me to get a job?
Ooh, even when you mention the word, you start to turn green in the face.
Well, look, I tell you what we'll do. You lend me another $2, just a double, see, and I'll make one last bet, and I can... Hey, Flossie, where you going?
As far away from you as I can get.
Oh, now, wait.
Well,
You win, baby.
you go to work?
I go to work. Just a second, Floss.
And where you going, Harry?
That's the nag I lost on just now. I'm just going to tell him what to think of him.
Oh, Harry, don't be silly. Horses don't understand English.
He'll understand my English.
Harry, come back.
You nanny goat. You three-legged cow. Had a fall back in the stretch. You couldn't take the pace, you old burning battle axe.
Harry, don't open that stable door.
They ought to send you to a glue factory.
Harry, look out. He'll kick you. Harry!
He caught me on the skull with his right hind leg, and then the roof fell in. But just before I conked, I could almost swear that nag understood me. Next thing I knew, I was laying in a hospital bed trying to listen to the voices that seemed to be coming from somewheres out in left field.
He'll be all right, Miss Hinkle.
Are you sure, Doctor?
He's out of danger now, but he needs a rest. He'll have to remain here in the hospital for at least another week.
Hospital?
Harry, he's coming out of it, Doctor.
What happened?
You were kicked by a horse.
By a horse?
You've suffered a mild concussion, Mr. Potter, but you'll be fine in a couple of days. How do you feel?
Funny.
What kind of funny, Harry?
Very funny. I hear bells.
Bells?
Maybe they're wedding bells. We're supposed to get married soon.
Oh, congratulations. Nurse, I'm going to prescribe a sedative for the patient.
Harry,
Yeah, Floss?
you scared me stiff.
I'm sorry, Floss. Right now, I just like to go to sleep. I must have slept for hours. When I woke up, it was dark. My head felt funny. I still heard the bells. But suddenly, I felt my strength coming back. Then I remembered the look on that horse's face when I started to talk. It was almost a human look, so help me. I suddenly had an irresistible impulse. I wanted to see that nag again. So I crept out of bed, slipped into my clothes, and sneaked out of the hospital without no one seeing me go. It was 3 a.m. when I reached the track, climbed a fence, crossed over to the stables. Then as I turned a corner, there was Mayonnaise again with his head out of the stall, just like before. You're a fine one, you are. Look what you've done to me. This bandage on my head is your fault. Well, maybe I had it coming. Maybe you taught me a lesson, you skinny plug. So long, horses, track, daily doubles. From now on, Harry Potter is through.
I'm sorry, Harry.
What? Who's that talking to me? I could have swore I heard somebody say sorry, Harry.
I did.
No. It can't be. Not a talking horse.
Listen, Harry, we horses talk all the time. Only you two-legged dopes call it whinnying. You know, Harry, you had that kick in the noodle coming to you. You got no right to call me names. But I'm gonna make it up.
Yeah? How?
I'm gonna tell you when to bet on me and when to keep clear. I'm running tomorrow in the 4th, Harry. The favorite is fruitcake, but the bum won't win.
No?
No, I will.
What makes you so sure?
I had a talk with him this evening. He ain't up to par.
Who's that standing in the stable?
Now, you better duck, Harry. Here comes your groom. Put your shekels on me tomorrow in the 4th, kid, and bring me a bag of oats when I come through.
Who's driving that horse?
Well, I got out of the park without being caught and went back to the hospital. I sneaked in again the way I sneaked out, but when I crawled into bed, my mind was jumping like a rubber ball. I pinched myself just to make sure I wasn't dreaming, and slowly fell asleep.
Good morning, Harry. Rise and shine.
Ah, hello, Floss.
I brought you some flowers just to make your hospital room look more cheerful. You like them?
Oh, they're fine, just...
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You look 1,000,000 miles away.
Come here. I got something important to say.
What is it, Harry?
How much money you got in the bank, baby?
Why?
I want you to give it to me, Floss.
What for?
I gotta make a bet.
A bet? You're laying there with a hole in your head an inch away from the grave and you still think a bet?
But this is different, Floss.
What's different about it? You ain't got a concussion, you got a disease. You got the 50-year hives to chase the horses.
I can't lose, Flossie. I tell you, this is in the bag. There's no two ways about it.
Huh. Who told you there wasn't? The horse?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
The horse told me. Mayonnaise.
You're feverish. You're sicker than I thought. Nurse! Doctor! Come quick,
No,
he's dying.
Flossie, pipe down. I was only kidding.
You were?
Sure, horses don't talk. It was just my way of cracking a joke. Forget it, Flossie. Flossie was out, and I didn't have a dime in my pockets. I had to get some dough before the fourth race that afternoon. I was desperate. But then I got an idea. Flossie left at noon. I called the nurse in, told her I didn't want no lunch. I said I felt I needed a long nap, 3 or 4 hours maybe. She slipped me a sleeping pill and said she'd make sure nobody'd come into the room. As soon as she walked out, I chucked the pill under the bed, got into my clothes, and crawled down the fire escape right outside my window. Then I headed for the nearest hawk shop and pawned my wristwatch for $9. Half an hour later, I was back at the track. I hung around the stables till the place was clear for a couple of minutes, and I sidled up to Mayonnaise's stall. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, you hear me?
Sure, I hear you, Harry.
And it's true. It ain't a dream. You can talk.
Where's my oats?
Oh, never mind the oats. I'll buy you a truck full after I make my pile. But first, I gotta win.
How much you betting?
$6 on the nose.
$6 on a sure shot like me? What a sport.
Well, that's all I could get. I got 9 on my watch. And it cost me $2.50 to get in here, and then there was subway fare and a sandwich.
$6, huh? What's the tote board say? How am I doing?
You're a 10-to-1 shot. Fruitcake's a favorite, like you said.
That means 6 will get you 60. Okay, that ought to make you happy.
Happy? I'm just getting started. By the time I'm finished, I'll be a billionaire. If you tip me off each time you run Mayonnaise, I'll...
Jeez, the groom.
What are you doing there, mister? Customers ain't allowed near the stall.
I was just looking them over, Governor. No offense. This one looks like a winner to me. I think I'll bet him on the nose. How about that, Mayonnaise? I almost couldn't wait till the fourth race began. I never was so nervous in my life. If the nag was right, I was in the money. I'd buy myself a limousine with a chauffeur built right in. I'd have a house in the country with a swimming pool and a mink-lined bathtub.
The horses are on the track.
And then it was time. I grabbed a spot near the finish line, watched them line up in the gate. My heart was in my mouth when I heard...
And it's Model T front with Jabberwocky second, Fruitcake and Mayonnaise in that order. Fruitcake taking the lead as they make the first turn. Model T second, Jabberwocky third, and Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise moving up to third position. Fruitcake and Model T neck and neck in front. Rounding the second turn, we have Fruitcake leading. Mayonnaise moving up to second position. And in the stretch with Fruitcake out in front by half a length. Mayonnaise coming up to make a bid. Mayonnaise neck and neck with Fruitcake. And now it's Mayonnaise out in front by a length to finish.
I was so dopey after it happened, I almost forgot to collect my money. A winner. After all these years, a real winner. And the best was yet to come. 2 hours later, I was back at the stables to have a heart-to-heart talk with my horse. We're in Mayonnaise. We're going to be the biggest winners in town.
Where's the oats, Harry?
I'll buy oats made of gold before we're through. Now, look, from now on, we're partners, see? I'll follow you around from track to track, and all you got to do is let me know when you're a sure winner. In 6 or 8 months, we'll both retire.
I got some bad news for you, Harry.
Huh?
I'm retiring on Saturday.
You what?
I heard my owner talking. He's running me for one more race, then he's shipping me to the farm.
But they can't do that to us. Not so soon.
I got nothing to say about it, Harry. I'm only a horse.
That's my luck.
You could still make a killing, Harry.
Yeah? How?
I told you I got one more race.
When is it?
Tomorrow. They're running me in the 6th.
How do you think you make out?
I'm a cinch to win.
You sure?
Don't be a schmo. The big money will be on Barber's itch. But the barber won't make it. My time beat his at the workout this morning, only nobody knows.
One more chance. I got one more chance to clean up, and all I got is $60.
You better dig up some moolah in a hurry, chum. And Harry, don't forget the oats.
Well, look who's here.
Hello, Big Ed.
How's the numbers racket?
Oh, I ain't in the numbers racket, Ed.
And who are you?
Well, I used to run your bets at the track maybe 5, 6 years ago. Harry Potter, remember?
What do you want?
Well, I got a deal.
What kind of deal?
I got a sure winner in the 6th tomorrow.
So have I.
Yeah?
Barber's itch. You can have the tip for free.
But Barber's itch ain't winning, Ed.
Who says he ain't?
The syndicate.
What syndicate?
Well, it's a new outfit from Detroit. They got the 6th race in the bag tomorrow. I heard them talking.
I know every hood from here to Kansas City. There ain't a bum comes to town without my getting wind of it, and I never heard of no syndicate.
All right. I'll take my custom somewhere else.
Don't move, Shrimp. Stay nailed. I want to hear more.
Well, there's nothing left to tell you except the name of the horse. The race is fixed. All the dough goes to the barber, leaving my nag with good odds. It's on the line.
And what's the name of this dog?
I ain't saying. Well, I make a deal.
What kind of deal do you want?
I want to be staked to a bet. You got nothing to lose. You get your stake back, and you'll also have your winner.
How much do you want to be staked to?
20 grand.
20 grand. That kind of dough don't come with a bingo prize.
The horse should run at 5 to 1. It's the easiest way of making hay since they invented this stuff.
All right. You're in, Potter.
You'll stake me to a 20 grand bet?
Yeah. Now, what's the horse?
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, huh? He won today in the 4th.
Sure, and I was backing him. That was part of the deal with the syndicate.
Tomorrow, just before the 6th is run, you meet me at the rail near the finish. I'll get the bets down right now.
Okay, Big Ed, thanks a lot. You mind if I asked you how much you're going to bet?
80 grand.
Hey.
With your 20, it means I'll have 100 on the line. And if that nag don't come in, Potter, they'll be picking you up with the tweezers before the jockey gets to take his shower.
When he said it, he looked at me with them fishy eyes of his, and then I got the funny feeling that I should have stood in bed. Suppose something did go wrong. Suppose... Oh, it couldn't. Didn't Mayonnaise tell me? But still, I figured I better go back to his stall once more just to double check. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, wake up.
What's the matter?
It's Harry Potter.
Oh, you got the oats,
Oh,
Harry?
never mind the oats. Listen, I dug up 20 grand for the 6th tomorrow. Big Ed Morgan's staking me. And he's putting 80,000 down for himself. It's in the bag, ain't it?
What's in the bag?
The race, you jerk. You said you were sure to win.
Oh, well, I ain't so sure anymore, Harry.
What?
You better forget about it.
Forget about it? You're nuts. The dough is down, I tell you. If you don't come in, I'm finished.
Well, I hope everything works out okay.
What do you mean, you hope? You said you were a cinch.
Yeah, that was before I saw the afternoon papers. The groom left them in my stall.
What's the papers got to do with it?
They say it's gonna rain tomorrow.
Rain?
And I ain't no mother, Harry. I can't run on a wet track. It gives me chilblains.
Well, you gotta run, you hear?
Well, maybe the papers is wrong. You know how them weather forecasts are.
You don't know what you're saying. Rain or shine, you gotta win. My life depends on it now.
I don't know, Harry. Weather clear, track fast, I'll come in by 3 lengths. But once that track gets soggy... See what I mean?
Yeah. I see what you mean, all right.
But maybe the rain won't come down, Harry. Keep your fingers crossed. Good luck.
I didn't sleep a wink all that night. I just walked the streets like a zombie. Every time I heard that thunder, I lost another 2 pounds. But it didn't rain. Not yet, anyway. So far, it was what they call an electrical storm. All noise, no water. But all the next morning, the sky was cloudy. When I got to the track, it was getting darker by the minute. Just before the 6th race, I spotted Big Ed down by the rail, waiting for me. For one split second, I wanted to run. Where could I hide? Ed would follow me even if I got myself a flying saucer. So I slowly pushed my way down to the rail and hoped for the best.
It's about time you showed up, Shrimp.
Hello, Ed.
I got the dough down with 3 bookies. All we got to do now is wait until the nag comes in and collect.
Sure.
Sure what?
All we got to do is collect.
Looks like rain.
Don't say that.
This cow we got our dough on is a mudder, ain't he?
Mudder?
Wet or dry, he likes the track, right?
Right.
The horses are on the track.
There's mayonnaise. Number 2.
Looks good, don't he?
I seen jackasses that look better. There's Barber's Itch, number 7. That's a fine-looking oat burner, if you ask me.
Oh, mayonnaise got more on the ball head.
He better have. Starting to rain.
No.
Thought I felt a drop on my nose.
No, I didn't feel nothing.
I think they're almost ready now.
That's peculiar.
What's peculiar?
I just thought I heard some bells.
Bells?
A tinkling in my ears. They're gone now.
You got all your marbles, Potter?
Sure.
It's Barber's taking the lead with Mayonnaise second and Flatfoot third. Baby Me, Jump Switch, Mama's Angel, Fortify, Insignificant in that order. And now it's Barber's and Mayonnaise neck and neck as they round the first turn. Baby Me, Flatfoot, and Mama's Angel. Mayonnaise taking the lead by half a length. Barber's second. Baby Me dropping back to fourth, and Fortify coming on.
Oh, my gosh, it's raining.
Front by half a length. Barber's coming on again. Coming up now, neck and neck with Mayonnaise. Neck and neck, and it's Barber's. Barber's the winner.
Well, that's life.
So the syndicate said it was in the bag.
One thing you can never figure out, huh, Ed? Women and horses.
$100 grand. 100,000 pieces of lettuce down the drain.
I'm sorry, Big Ed.
You're going to be more than sorry.
The bells. I hear the bells again.
I'll give you bells.
I guess I was lucky at that. All he did was clip me on the skull with a billy and knock me cold. He might have finished me then and there if one of the track cops hadn't spotted us and hauled Big Ed off to the cooler while they were taking me back to guess where.
He'll be all right, Miss Hinkle.
Are you sure, Doctor?
I think he's coming out of it now.
Harry? Oh, Harry, honey, it's Mama.
Ah. Hello, Floss. Where am I?
You're back in the hospital, Mr. Potter.
With another lump on your head.
Big Ed. What happened?
He's been taken care of by the police. Now, try to relax.
I shouldn't have listened to that talking horse.
Doc, he's off again. His brains are scrambled for sure this time.
Just a moment, Miss Hinkle. What's all this about a talking horse, Mr. Potter?
Well, Doc, you asked for it. You see, it was this one. So I told him a story, every word of it from beginning to end. He just watched me as I talked without saying a word, just nodding his head from time to time. He was a great guy, that medic. He didn't laugh once or call me a liar or say I was cracked. He just listened very serious till I finished, then gave me his verdict.
What happened to you is not so uncommon, Harry.
No?
You had hallucinations, that was all.
Mean I imagine the whole thing?
Obviously. Now, you say you heard bells ringing every once in a while?
That's right, Doc.
Do you still hear them?
No, they're gone.
It's quite possible that the second blow on the head you received was an antidote for the first one.
You mean I'm cured? I'm all better?
Physically, yes, I'd say so. But there's still the psychological side. You've got to convince yourself, Mr. Potter, that the voice you heard, the horse's voice, was an hallucination.
How can I do that?
We'll go down to the stables together and prove it to your satisfaction.
You mean now, Doctor?
Tomorrow morning.
The next day, the doc drove Flossie and me to the track. We walked over to Mayonnaise's store. For a second, I got scared when I saw him and felt a little woozy. But then the doc patted my shoulder and it was okay again.
Is this the horse, Mr. Potter?
Yeah, that's him. That's Mayonnaise, Doc.
All right. Talk to him.
What?
Talk to him. See if he'll answer you.
Hello, Mayonnaise. You remember me, Mayonnaise? I'm Harry Potter.
Say something else.
You let me down, Mayonnaise. Then you said you couldn't run in the mud. Or did you say it?
All that horse can do is whinny, Harry, and he's not so good at that either.
Are you convinced now, Mr. Potter?
Sure. Sure, I'm convinced. This horse can't talk. No horse can talk. I'm cured.
Now, there's another cure I'd like you to take, Mr. Potter. The gambling cure. You've got a fine girl here in Miss Hinkle, and I wouldn't want to lose her if I were you.
Don't worry about that, Doc. I'm finished with the races.
Do you mean it, Harry?
Word of honor. I'll never bet another nickel as long as I live. I'm getting myself a steady job, Floss, like normal guys, and we'll settle down and raise a family, huh?
With no horse players?
No horse players.
Oh, Harry, I'm so proud of you.
And how about you show it with a little kiss? Flossie leaned over and kissed me and took my hand. We started to follow the doctor back to his car. But you know something? I must have had just a little bit of a hangover left from that sock on a noodle I got. Because just as we were leaving, I swear I heard a voice behind me saying,
Harry, where's the oats?
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted. Hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. But who is to judge precisely which is the pursuer or the pursued as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Heard in the cast were Kermit Murdoch, Ann Thomas, John McGovern, and Charles Penn. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, this program concludes the present series of The Chase. Next week at the same time, over many of these same stations, we invite you to join us for the NBC summer concerts featuring the NBC Symphony.
The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. In the animal world, there's the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? And although most of us are pursuing something, the chase is seldom as frenzied as when it is motivated by the urge to obtain for nothing something of immense value.
Doctor, don't leave me, please.
Mr. Lesko, you're all right. Now, please keep your voice down. You'll wake the whole hospital.
What time is it?
It's 3 in the morning.
Oh, it's so dark. Can't I have a light on?
Now, you've got to rest. I'll be in again right after breakfast.
No, don't go, Doctor. Please don't leave me alone.
All right.
Stay with me.
Yes.
You don't know much about me, do you, Doctor?
I don't need to. My job is to get you up and around again.
Oh, I'm an artist. Freelance. Not a very good one.
Mr. Lesko, now, please don't talk.
I want to talk, Doctor.
All right. What shall we talk about?
I'm a lousy artist. Commercial. Girdles and ties and peanut butter ads. I'm the best drawer of Squirrels Henley's peanut butter ever had. That's something. And I'm broke. That's how this whole thing started. I was broke and fed up and hated what I was doing. You know what that's like?
What's what like?
To hate your job so much you could...
No, I'm pretty much absorbed in what I do.
Well, you're lucky. I wasn't. I hate squirrels and I hate my work. That's why when I saw the picture frame, I thought right away I could be rich. It was like getting hit in the stomach. I thought I could tell the world to go hang. The frame was in the window of a shop at 3rd Avenue and 27th Street. John Marks, interior decorating. For a minute, I thought I was seeing things. It couldn't be the same one. Not here, not in New York. But it was. I recognized a nick in the lower right-hand corner. I'd looked at that frame every night and every morning for 132 days. I knew every scroll, every filigree. Through the window, I could see a big guy inside the shop. He had a sun lamp tan and curly hair. When I could stop shaking, I went inside.
Good afternoon, sir. Is there something I can show you?
That frame in the window.
Ah, yes. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
Such a simple, almost biblical purity. Has a sort of lyric emotion, don't you think? Is something wrong, sir?
Are you Mr. Marks?
That's right.
You own this place?
Yes, I do.
Where did you get that frame?
Well, I bought it.
Where? Who from?
Well, as a matter of fact, from a woman who runs a rooming house around the corner. Why?
What's her name?
Hirsch. Mrs. Hirsch.
What's her address?
Now, look, what's this all about? It's just a picture.
What's her address?
Well, it's 518 East 27th Street, but I don't...
Yes?
Mrs. Hirsch?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you something.
Well, don't be nervous about it, young man.
Well, you sold a frame to the decorating shop at the corner. John Marks, a picture frame?
Well, what if I did?
Where did you get it?
Say, what is this? Who are you?
Oh, no, Mrs. Hirsch, there's nothing wrong, nothing. I'd just like to know where you got it.
Why? Hey, listen, are you a cop? Was that picture hot?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Listen, just for the answers to a few questions, here's $20. Now, where did you get it?
Oh, from a roomer. He got sick on me and died.
Sick?
Lobar pneumonia. He owed me a month's rent, and all he had was this picture.
The picture was in it?
Oh, what good's a frame without a picture?
Was he French?
How did you know? Say, what is this anyway?
Was his name Roubault? Jacques Roubault?
That's right. Hey, for Pete's sake, Matt, what's this all about? Hey, Mac! Hey, wait a minute. Listen, Well, that's certainly the easiest $20 I ever made.
Mr. Marks,
You back again? You went out of here so fast, I thought you'd been taken sick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought you were chasing a rabbit or something.
I didn't mean to be rude.
Oh, in this business, everybody's rude. Now, what about this frame?
Mrs. Hirsch said there was a picture in it.
Yes, there was.
What did you do with it?
I cut it out.
Cut it out?
Well, it was a horrible picture, and... Say, what's going on here, anyway? Why all this mystery about a picture?
Well, where is it now?
I sold it.
Who to?
I don't remember.
Try. I'll pay you.
Pay me?
$100.
Just to tell you who I sold it
That's
to?
right.
Well, I guess I could find out by looking through the sales check.
Well, then look, please, look right now. Tall, tanned, and curly started through the sales checks. I knew I'd made him curious, too curious, and I knew that was a mistake. I just couldn't help it, Doctor. I couldn't stop trembling. If you knew the secret, that picture was worth $250,000. That's enough to make anybody tremble. When Curly found the sales check, he made a noise like a seagull diving on some floating orange peel.
There. I knew it was here somewhere.
Let me see it.
Supposing you tell me what this is all about.
Let me see it.
When you answer a couple of questions...
What kind of questions?
What's your name?
Lesko, George Lesko.
And what do you do?
I'm a commercial artist. Now, let me see that sales check.
Hold it, Mr. Lesko. You come into my shop and practically take a fit over a picture I know is worthless.
Look, you made a bargain. $100 for the name on that sales check.
You said that, but why? The picture's no good.
I didn't say it was.
Then why? What gives?
Let me see that sales check.
Are you crazy?
Let me see it.
Baby, you asked for it.
Curly was tougher than he looked. He knocked me halfway across the store. I fell into some fireplace junk, and somehow, Doctor, I came up holding a poker. I knew this was the wrong way to do it, but I just sort of went nuts. Tanned and Curly didn't bat an eye. His nostrils gave a funny little quiver, and he set his legs, waiting, then licked his lips and smiled. We stood there, staring at each other.
Put the poker down, buddy.
Look, mister, we don't have to fight. It's just that...
Then put the poker down.
I want that picture.
Why?
Who did you sell it to?
Why do you want it?
I'll give you $200.
The picture's no good, I know. I've been in the business for years. It's not worth $10. And you want it so badly you got a poker in your hand and something else in your eyes. The pupils have changed to dollar signs. Now, let's be reasonable. I know where the picture is. You want it. You tell me why. And I'll tell you where.
The picture is valuable.
You're crazy.
It's worth, well, a lot of money.
Buddy, I've been around pictures all my life. It's a big blob of nothing.
That's what you think.
That's what I know. And you ought to know, too. You're supposed to be an artist. The picture's a mess.
That's right.
Any art student in town could do better.
But you're not in on the secret.
Secret?
Ever heard of Douai?
Who?
Douai is a town in France, just south of Lille in Calais province.
No, I never heard of it.
When I was with the Air Force, I got shot down on a bombing mission over Lille. I ended up hiding with a family in Douai named Rubal.
Let's get to the point.
Were you in the Army, mister?
Now, look, Bud, put the poker down and start making sense, will you? I'm waiting for the punchline. If I don't get to it in 5 seconds, I'm calling the cops.
The punchline is...
No! Oh!
I hit him once, and then just for good measure, I hit him again. The sales check was in his pocket. He'd sold the picture to a Mrs. Millard Stamfield on Sutton Place. And I took a cab up. On the way, I stopped at my place and put a Band-Aid on the nick he'd taken out of my chin with his ring. I also picked up a gun I'd gotten 3 years ago in my apartment house. Had a series of break-ins. 35 minutes later, I was ringing Mrs. Stamfield's doorbell. Yes, she'd see me. After one look, I knew she'd see anything that looked like a man. She wasn't just a cutie, Doctor. She was gorgeous. I followed her from the door into the living room with my eyes glued to the back of her hairdo and my mind working overtime.
Sit down, Mr. What did you say your name was?
Harrison. George Harrison. I'm an artist.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
At what?
Commercial. Nothing very glamorous.
Oh, I see. Now, what picture are you talking about?
Well, 6 weeks ago, you bought a picture from a shop on 3rd Avenue. John Marks?
How do you know about that?
Oh, Mr. Marks told me. Do you remember the picture?
Yes, very well.
A castle overlooking a moat about 18 inches by 15?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Have you still got it?
Yes, I have.
Well, it was painted by a friend of mine. He never got very far financially, and last week he died. I'd particularly like to get the picture back to give to his widow. It's one of her favorites.
Really? It's a hideous picture.
Well, you apparently didn't think so when you bought it.
On the contrary. I thought it was hideous the instant I saw it.
Well, then why did you buy it?
Have you seen John Marks?
What's that got to do with it?
He's the reason I bought it. He's rather sweet.
Oh.
You gotta like Mr. Harrison.
Oh, yes, certainly.
Thank you. That's a most interesting light of me, I see it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Mrs. Stanfield, I'd like to get that picture back.
Well, that's all right with me.
You've still got it?
Mm-hmm.
Then will you sell it to me?
I don't see why not. It was a wasted investment anyway.
I'll give you $100 for it.
$100?
$200 then. That's a lot more than you paid for it. I saw the sales check.
Oh, then you know that you're offering me too much. Why?
Well, I want to be fair.
Do, you want your lighter?
Oh, yes, thanks.
Why don't you sit over here, Mr. Harrison? I can see you so much better. Good. Now, what's your real name?
What?
I noticed the initials GL on the lighter. That's why I asked to see it.
Oh, well, I won it at poker.
Mr. Harrison, one of the reasons that I have 3 mink coats is because I can tell when a man is lying. You're not used to lying, and you do it very badly. Now, your name isn't Harrison. Or if it is, you'll undoubtedly have several things in your wallet that you can show me.
Is my name important?
Apparently, or you'd have told me your real one.
Can I have the picture?
Maybe. Is that Band-Aid covering a razor cut, or did somebody hit you?
Now, look, Mrs. Stanfield, I'm trying to be reasonable.
Mr. Harrison, when you want something from somebody, you've got to be casual. Because when you aren't, the person who has whatever you want gets the idea that you place a value on it high enough to make it worth keeping. So, let's take our hair done. And let's tell each other our secrets, shall we? I've nothing to do for the entire afternoon. My husband is in Philadelphia.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll just take a look around.
Yes, do. And then I'll be on the house phone in 5 seconds.
Look, I've made you a good offer. Why can't you just let me have the picture?
Because you want it so badly. You want it so badly I can smell it.
500.
Oh, dear. Isn't this a cunning little mystery?
Then make me a counter offer.
All right. It's been some time since I've been kissed by a man with a mustache.
That can be remedied?
Can it?
Will you come and get it, or shall I deliver it?
Oh, Mr. Harrison, I am one of the laziest girls in town.
You're quite something, aren't you?
So are you. All trembling and anxious about a picture.
No, not about the picture. About you. You let one peep out of you and I'll break your arm.
For heaven's sake, if you're going crazy.
Where is it?
I haven't got it.
Another inch, Mrs. Stanfield, and I'll have to put your shoulder joint back together with thumbtacks. Now, where is it?
It's at my summer place.
Where?
Little Tupper Lake.
You're making that up.
I'm not. It's near Cat Mountain in the Adirondacks.
How do I get
Oh,
there?
for heaven's sake, will you let me go?
All right, I'll let you go. Now, look, Mrs. Stanfield, you're quite a dish. You've got $1 million face and figure, and I'm not interested. I want that picture, and I'm going to get it if I have to chase it all over New York State. Now, get out a pencil and draw me a map. If you don't, I'll get really tough.
You're crazy.
Maybe so. I know I'm doing this the wrong way, but it's the only way I know. I haven't got much time. I never fired this gun in my life, but there can always be a first time.
I don't know what this is all about.
You don't have to. Just sit down at that desk and pretend you're an artist. She was frightened, and that suited me fine. The map wouldn't have won any prizes, but it was clear enough. The Taconic Parkway to Kingston, then number 9 up through Albany and Glens Falls to Warrensburg and across to Little Tupper Lake. Oh, Doctor, I was in so deep by this time that I couldn't get out. So even though I hated to do it, I clipped her with the butt of the revolver. Her head slumped down over the mahogany desk like a lily on black water. I ripped the plugs from a couple of lamp cords and tied her hands and feet, and I put a wash rag in her mouth and tied it with a hand towel around her face. Then I covered her with a piano shawl. Looking down at her, it occurred to me that Stamfield was a lucky guy. I was at the front door of the apartment when I heard the phone ring back in the bedroom. Phones bother me, especially when they ring and ring and ring. I knew instantly what had happened. She'd come to and wriggled to the edge of the desk and heaved over the telephone to the floor.
Mrs. Stanfield! Mrs. Stanfield!
Mrs. Stamfield, I hate socking women. I want you to know there's absolutely nothing personal in this at all.
Are you sure this is Mrs. Stamfield's apartment?
You kidding, mister?
Well, I know she's in. Use your pass key.
Now, just because I'm superintendent of this building doesn't give me the right to go...
Now, look, something's wrong. Open the door, will you? You can come in with me. What do you think I'm going to do, steal the place bare?
Well, I don't...
Open the door.
Well, okay.
Mrs. Stamfield. Mrs. Stamfield.
She ain't here.
Well, somebody answered this phone 10 minutes ago and then hung up without saying anything. What's through there?
Bedroom.
Come on.
No.
See? What did I tell you? Mrs. Stamfield. Mrs. Stamfield.
Hey, she ain't dead, is she?
Untie her hands.
Hey, I better get a doctor.
You shut up and stay put. And do as you're told. I'll handle this. Here. Drink some more brandy.
No, I'm all right.
Was it Lesko?
Hmm?
The man about the picture.
Yes.
I thought he'd get to you. He clipped me with a poker.
Was it you who telephoned?
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Stamfield, you want I should get a doctor or something?
Smitty, just go away, will you? I'm fine.
Yeah, but if you was beat up or something, I ought to go.
You heard what she said. Blow.
Now, look here, Mr.
Smitty, please just go and don't say anything. I'll see you about it tomorrow. Now, please go.
Well, something sure is wrong when a dame gets slugged and tied up and everything. Just being a respectable building, I don't see...
Now, for heaven's sake, what's this all about?
I don't know. He's chasing that picture as if it were gold.
Is it valuable?
Well, it's got to be. Otherwise, he's crazy. He attacks you with a gun butt, me with a poker, not over a worthless picture. And yet...
Yet what?
Well, I know pictures. And that thing's a mess.
You didn't say that when you sold it to me.
Did you give it to him?
No, it's at my summer cottage. You made me tell him. Now, you listen to me. If that picture is so important to him, it could be just as important to us.
What do you want to do? Follow him?
Why not?
I don't have a car.
Well, I do. It's fast, and I know a couple of shortcuts. He's only had a little over 20 minutes to get started.
Yeah, well, okay, if you think so.
I think it might be very wise of us to chase this thing down.
Where's your car?
Downstairs. And Mr. Merks.
Yeah?
In the drawer of the bureau is a gun.
It took me 11 hours to get to the Stamfield place on Little Tupper Lake. I got lost twice, and around midnight it started to rain. It was a cinch getting into the cottage. I did the downstairs first. No luck. Then in one of the bedrooms upstairs, I saw the picture on the wall above a dresser. I kept my flashlight on it for a long time. I felt as if I were looking at a miracle. And then I heard the door open behind me.
Don't turn around, Lesko. Just stay facing the wall. I've got the gun this time.
Oh, Marks, listen.
Shut up. You're caught in the act of breaking and entering. And the police up here would probably give me a medal for shooting you. Now keep your hands up and come on downstairs. We're all going to have a long talk.
Mr. Lesko, you don't seem to understand English. We can take you into court on 3 charges.
Assaulting Mrs. Stamfield and assaulting me.
And breaking into my cottage with intent to steal. You know, our local police up here are very stubborn. All I have to do is lift this telephone and you're finished.
So talk.
What about it? No? Well, all right, you asked for it. Operator, this is Mrs. Millard Stamfield at White Point Cottage.
All right, I'll tell you. Hang up.
I haven't been up here for a while. I was just checking to be sure my telephone was working. Thank you, operator.
We're waiting, Lesko.
We'll have to split it 3 ways.
No conditions. Talk.
You can't avoid the conditions. It's 3 ways or nothing.
Are you going to talk or do I have to bash your head in?
The picture is a Corot original. The Belfry of Douai.
Corot? This thing? You're nuts.
It's worth $250,000.
200. Mark says he crazy.
Corot painted in the May of 1871. It hung in the Louvre until the Germans invaded France.
This blob of nothing, Corot? Why, you're out of your mind.
It was disguised by the most expert artists the Louvre could find in Paris.
Disguised?
This isn't a castle at all. It's the Belfry. And this isn't a moat. It's the street.
Why, it's incredible. Fantastic.
Well, it had to be. The Germans had art experts, too.
How do you know all this?
And I was on a bombing mission over Lille. I got shot down. Finally, I made my way via the underground to Douai. A family there named Roubault hid me.
Roubault? He was Mrs. Hirsch's boarder.
That was the son. Monsieur Roubault, his father, was assistant curator of the Douai Museum. Well, as you know, when the German invasion of France became imminent, the Louvre treasures were shipped all over the world. The Houdon sculptures came to New York. The Byzantine ivories to Montreal. The statues and marbles went into vaults. Paintings were disguised and hidden all over France in the homes of trusted people. An expert painted in tempera over all the oils. It was done with tremendous skill and patience. And the Belfry of Douai was sent to Monsieur Roubault.
And he told you?
The painting and I were both hidden in the attic. I was an American and an ally. He got drunk one night and the old man talked. They expected Hitler to clean out the Louvre just the way Mussolini looted the Borghese Palace in Rome.
Corot. Sweet jumping Judas.
Monsieur Roubault had a son, Jacques. When the war ended, he stole the picture and cleared out. His father told me in a letter. Broke the old gentleman's heart. But that picture hung in the attic right over my bed. I hardly took my eyes off of it for 132 days.
And the kid ended up on 27th Street in Mrs. Hirsch's boarder.
It took him 7 years to get the picture out of France. A week after he made New York, he died of pneumonia.
I just can't get it through my head that this thing is worth all that money.
The Louvre agents have been looking for it since 1945.
Can we sell it?
When it's cleaned up, there are half a dozen bootleg art dealers who'd bleed at the eyes to get it.
He's right. Some of these rich collectors have the urge to own things
For an original Corot, they'd pay, and no questions asked.
$250,000 on the wall in my cottage.
Oh, don't get that gleam in your eyes, Mrs. Stamfield.
Why not? It's mine, isn't it? I bought it.
It's ours. All I have to do is telephone a friend in the National Gallery in Washington and tell him that a Mrs. Stamfield has Corot's Belfry of Douai, and the authorities would pounce on you before you could show your pretty white teeth. Of course, they'd pay you back your original purchase price.
Of $50.
Mm-hmm.
So that, Mrs. Stamfield, is that. Now let's get back to New York.
Well, it stopped raining.
Yes.
About time.
Oh, I just can't stop thinking about that picture.
Yeah, neither can I.
So brilliantly disguised.
Well, it had to be. Everything the Germans saw in France that even smelt like treasure they took back to Berlin.
Marx, please don't drive so fast.
The limit's 50.
The road's wet.
Oh, relax.
It's ridiculous to take silly chances. Don't pass that trailer. There's a bad curve just ahead.
Hey, Marx is carrying gasoline. Take it easy.
Don't pass it. Don't!
Mrs. Stamfield.
I'm all right. Get the picture.
I can't.
Get the picture. It's burning. Do
$250,000 is burning!
We skidded on the wet asphalt, Doctor. We sideswiped the trailer, and trying to avoid us, the driver swerved and turned over. We were drenched with gasoline, and unfortunately, Mrs. Stamfield was smoking. In 5 seconds, we were in flames.
Miss Lesko, it's almost morning now. Please try to get some rest.
Marks was wonderful. I didn't know he could be like that. He dragged me out. Is he all right?
His hands were badly burned, but yes, he's all right.
And Mrs. Stamfield?
Mrs. Stamfield won't be beautiful anymore.
Oh, that'll really bother her. Beauty was about all she had. And $250,000 worth of picture burned. I'm broke and burned and beat up. I wish I was dead.
You're very lucky that you're not. After all, what's a picture compared to life itself?
Pictures are important to me, Doctor. I'm an artist.
Well, Mr. Lesko, I'm sure you'll...
Yes, explain it, Doctor. Just tell me how an artist, even out of squirrels, can make a living when he's blind.
In the animal world, there's the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, chicken and worm. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Tonight's script was written by Harry W. Junkin. Featured in tonight's cast were Vinton Hayworth as George Lesko, James Monks as John Marks, Joan Mosman as Mrs. Stanfield, with Irene Hubbard and Scott Tennyson. Next week, Death rides a roller coaster and haunts a house of fun on The Chase. The Chase was directed and transcribed by Dan Sutter. This is Arthur Gary speaking.
Tonight, Dragnet brings you authentic adventure on NBC. The National Broadcasting Company invites you by transcription to join The Chase. There is always the hunter and the hunted, the pursuer and the pursued. It may be the voice of authority, or a race with death and destruction, the most relentless of the hunters. There are times when laughter is heard as counterpoint, and moments when sheer terror is the theme. But always there is the chase.
And no one joins the chase with more determination than the fortune hunter.
You see this item right here in the obituary column, friend? It's only 5 lines wide, but there's a story behind it that you could stick between the covers of a book. The story starts with a guy named Keith Claiborne, whose real handle was plain old Artie Snide. He grew up tall, dark, and handsome. with a smile like a toothpaste ad and only one ambition, to marry $1 million. He didn't care who she was or what she was, as long as she had the Mazuma. And while he waited for a wealthy widow to chase, he polished up his manners until his style was smooth as silk and just as creepy as the worms that make it. His big chance came on a plane bound from Chicago to New York, where Artie found himself sitting beside something fair, fat, and pushing 50, but rolling in mink. One glance at the rocks on her fingers had Artie drooling like a horse. The first thing you know, he'd turned on the charm. Molars, mustache, and all.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes?
Would you mind very much if I smoked?
Oh, I know, of course not.
Thank you. I hope you don't think I'm being rude or inquisitive, but I'd greatly appreciate it if you'd autograph this envelope for me.
You want my autograph?
Yes, Miss Ellington.
Oh, my name isn't Ellington.
It isn't?
Oh, I know.
Oh, I thought you were Dorothy Ellington, the moving picture star.
You did?
You look so much alike.
Oh, no one's ever told me that before.
It happens to be true.
Well,
Oh, please forgive me. I realize we're total strangers, but I just couldn't
oh,
help.
don't apologize. It's quite all right.
Is it?
Why, of course.
My name's Keith Claiborne. The Chicago Claibornes.
I'm Eloise McKendall.
Miss McKendall?
Mrs.
Oh,
I'm a widow, you see.
a widow. A widow at your age?
Well,
You poor child. Please accept my condolences.
you needn't feel so sorry for me. My late husband, George McKendall, died some years ago. I've gotten over it.
Did you say George McKendall?
Yes.
The copper magnate?
Did you know him?
I believe he was a close associate of my brother's. The Claibornes are steel.
Well, how interesting.
This is an amazing coincidence. Why, we're practically old friends.
Well, yes, we are, aren't we?
You're going to New York, I take it?
For a visit. My home is in Montana.
Well, then you must let me show you around.
Oh, no, I couldn't impose.
Impose? I never consider it an imposition to put myself out for a beautiful woman.
Why, Mr. Claiborne.
Please, call me Keith. If you want to see the real New York, I'll show you places.
Artie's family was in steel, all right. His father was a riveter. But lying was part of Artie's stock in trade, and he was second to nobody when it came to cooking up a yarn. Well, for the next 2 weeks, he gave Mrs. McKendall a whirl. He put himself into hock to get the dough to show her around. Artie had nickels instead of red blood corpuscles and a cash register for a heart. But it didn't show when he dolled up in his white tie and tails and became the handsomest heel in town.
Oh, you dance divinely, Keith.
Only because I have an angel in my arms.
Oh, how you do carry on.
I've never been so happy in my life, Eloise.
Neither have I. It's too bad it has to end.
End?
Yes.
Come on, Eloise, let's sit down.
Well, all right.
Now, what's this all about? Our friendship ending?
Well, I'm going home, Keith.
Oh, no.
But I must.
Why? Aren't you happy here?
Oh, of course I'm happy. I've never been so happy in my life. But I can't stay on forever. I have my friends back home and the house.
The house?
Oh, it's so big, Keith, and it worries me. I don't see why I live in a 27-room mansion at all. I guess I do it because I'm sentimental. The house was George's favorite place for so long.
27. Eloise, you can't leave me.
But I have to go home sometime.
Do you want to ruin my life, my darling?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, that just slipped out. But that's how I feel.
Oh, Keith, please. We've only known each other 2 weeks, and you
I
act as if
can't
we...
help myself, Eloise. You're ravishing. My life had been meaningless before I met you. The same old round, the same old pursuit of financial gain on Wall Street. I have everything I need now, all the money in the world. Yes, I have everything. But real happiness, Eloise.
Oh, you poor boy.
You say that like you mean it.
I do. But don't worry. You're bound to find some sweet young girl a lot nearer your age.
A lot nearer my age? Well, you're just a child yourself, Eloise.
Oh, I'm a lot older than you think.
Well, what has age to do with romance?
Oh, Keith.
Don't turn away from me, my sweet. But just one kiss, just...
No, not here, not... Well...
I beg your pardon. My emotions carried me away.
Keith, take me home, please. At once.
Just as you say, dear Eloise.
He ran into a snag at that point, all right, friend. He didn't think the old girl would be so coy. But that didn't stop my boy for long. When you hunt for an easy fortune, you gotta have a bag of tricks. And Artie had 1,000,000.
Goodbye, Keith.
When that plane leaves the ground, my darling, it carries my life along with it.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't hold my hand that way. People may be watching.
Goodbye, Eloise. Remember, I'll be thinking of you always. And when you think of me, I only hope you'll shed a little tear for the joy we've known together.
Oh, Keith.
He stayed on the ground as her plane took off, but he didn't stop the chase for a second. First, he wired the airport at Chicago.
I'm miserable. Come back and let me live again for just a little.
Kansas City.
You can't do this to me, Eloise. I'll kill myself, I swear it.
And all points west.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
That finally broke her down, and he got himself an answer.
Well, you can visit me if you like. I'll reserve a room for you at the local hotel, but you must promise to behave.
1 hour later, he was heading west on a super Constellation. The old campaigner marching back to the wars.
Eloise. Oh, Eloise, I've missed you so.
Oh, now, Keith, you promised to behave.
And I'll keep my promise. Oh, you're so good to me, Eloise.
Oh, how you carry on. Your friends on Wall Street would be amazed.
Yes, they would be. But they wouldn't laugh. They wouldn't dare. I could wipe out half of them with one snap of my fingers.
Are you really that much of a financial power, Keith?
The Claibornes have always been wizards when it comes to money. That's why they've always been unlucky in love.
Well, I'm having a party tomorrow at my home. It's going to be a quiet affair, just 20 or 30 people, my closest friends. I want them to meet you.
Will any of your relatives be present?
Oh, I have no relatives, Keith.
Oh, no?
No. Why do you look so pleased when I say that?
It's just that I want you all to myself.
Oh, Keith, dear.
Eloise, will you consider me a suitor for your hand?
Oh, my goodness. We hardly know each other.
I feel I've known you for years, my darling, and I can make you happy. Let me take you away from all this on a cruise to South America.
Oh, dear, I don't think all this is very wise.
You've got to listen to me. You're alone in this world, and so am I.
Keith.
Don't give me your answer now. Tomorrow night at the party. But I promise you, if your answer is disappointing, I don't care what will happen to me.
Oh, you really love me that much, Keith?
That much, and more. Until tomorrow night, I'll be waiting. And I know you'll make me the luckiest man alive when you give me your answer and your love.
Obvious? Sure. Sickening? And how? Only Eloise wasn't sickened. Artie was getting to first base fast, and he was calling up his sluggers for the final inning. By 9 the next night, Eloise's 27-room bungalow was full of people. But Artie was conspicuous by his absence. In the first place, he wasn't taking any chances that somebody at the party might spot him for the fraud that he was. And in the second place, he was getting ready to play his trump card.
Another martini, John? Please, help yourself. We won't be serving dinner for 20 minutes. I'm waiting for another guest. Oh, that's the telephone. Please excuse me for a moment. Hello?
Eloise,
Yes.
this is Keith.
What's happened, Keith? Why aren't you here?
I couldn't face it, Eloise.
You couldn't face what?
Your refusal. I'm in my hotel room, darling. I just called to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
We'll never see each other again, my sweet.
Oh, Keith, what are you saying? What have you done?
Goodbye, my darling. And remember, I loved you to the last.
Keith. Oh, Keith.
She raced over to his hotel room like an ambulance driver, while Artie set the stage. And when she got there, she found him draped over the sofa with an empty pill bottle in his hand. The pills were only saccharin tablets. Artie liked to watch his figure. But Eloise thought he had taken arsenic.
Oh, how could you, Keith? How could you?
Love does strange things to a man, Eloise.
Oh, you must let me get a doctor.
Oh, no. I'll be all right.
Oh, but...
Just stay here, like this, with your arm around my shoulder, and promise me something.
Oh, anything. Anything at all, my poor boy.
Say that you'll marry me as soon as I'm back on my feet.
Oh, yes, gladly, Keith. Oh, gladly. I would have said yes to you long ago if it hadn't been
Don't talk anymore. You've made me very happy. We'll take out a license in the morning, Eloise, and be married as soon as we can.
Oh, yes, Keith. Yes.
Eloise, I'll never forget this day as long as I live.
The ceremony was brief, and the happy couple spent their honeymoon in Palm Springs. As a wedding present to himself, Artie bought 18 suits, 20 pairs of shoes, and charged them all to his wife's estate. He followed this up with a snappy convertible. But his past caught up with him a few days after the bride and groom came home.
Good morning, Pet.
Oh, good morning, Keith. Sit down and have some breakfast.
You know, we ought to serve this English style. Kippers on the sideboard and so on. The elite should live in elite fashion, don't you think?
This mail is yours, Keith.
For the mail? Oh, yeah. And what's this, some bills?
I think so.
Oh, but there's been a mistake. I had these items charged.
Charged?
To your account. I'm a bit far from home at the moment, dear, and a little short of cash, so I thought you'd take care of it temporarily.
Oh, but I can't, darling.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I said I can't.
You can't what?
Pay these bills.
What are you talking about?
Oh, well, dear, I don't have any money.
You're joking, of course.
Oh, no, I'm not joking at all.
But your late husband.
Oh, George. Oh, when he died, he was bankrupt.
He was what?
Oh, don't jump like that, Keith, darling. You'll spill coffee on your necktie.
Never mind my necktie. What's all this hogwash about bankruptcy?
Oh, I suppose I should have told you before, but you never asked me about money, and Besides, I knew you were so rich.
Never mind me. What about George McKendall?
Well, the copper vein petered out some time before George died. Oh, his partners warned him, but he kept pouring more and more into the mine, and finally he lost it all.
Then I've been swindled.
What?
I've been married under false pretenses.
You married me for my money?
You don't have any money.
Keith, all I have is the house.
What? This house?
Yes.
You own it free and clear?
Well, yes, but...
Darling, you must forgive me.
Well, I can't understand your attitude, Keith.
It wasn't your money I was interested in. After all, I have so much of my own, but for a moment I thought my beloved had deceived me. That she had married me for my money.
But I don't understand...
The house is proof enough, my sweet, that your story was authentic. After all, to own a home like this one, so big and so expensive...
But how could you have doubted me, Keith?
I don't know, Eloise. I must have been insane. It's my conception of you as being perfect that appeared to have been momentarily spoiled.
Oh.
Please, let's forget the whole thing ever happened. We'll call it our first lover's quarrel, shall we?
Well, whatever you say, dear.
I'll take care of these bills myself, of course. I'll wire my New York representatives to... Oh, great Scott.
What's the trouble, darling?
I almost forgot the merger completely.
Merger? What merger?
American Concentrated Incorporated is merging with United States BB&C, my dear. It's to be the biggest deal since 1885.
Oh?
I've been offered a chance to buy in. I wired my partners to do so.
You did?
Every dollar I own is tied up because of it.
Oh.
I won't be able to put my hands on any ready cash for months.
But what will we live on?
Well, my beloved, what did you live on before we were married?
Well, there was George's insurance. But that's all gone now. My jewels aren't real, so I couldn't sell those.
I see. What would you say this house is worth, Eloise?
Oh, it cost George $500,000 to build. But the houses this size have lost their market value, or so I've been told. The only offer I ever received came about a month ago from a man in Los Angeles. He wanted to convert it into a small hotel.
How much did he offer?
Oh, $167,000.
Really?
But I'd never sell.
What do you mean you'd never sell?
Oh, I really couldn't.
Oh, I see.
What's the trouble, Keith?
Oh, nothing at all.
But you look so unhappy.
Do I?
Oh, darling, have I said something to offend you?
It's just that you don't trust me, Eloise.
Don't trust you?
I'm in a spot right now financially, as I told you, yet you refuse to lift a hand to make things easier.
Well, if I had any money, I'd give it to you, darling.
Would you sell the house?
But I can't, Keith.
You can't?
No, I'd have sold the house a long time ago if I could. Heaven knows it's much too big for me.
Then what prevented you?
My husband.
But he's dead.
Oh, he specified in his will that the house must never be sold, or the money goes to charity. George wanted me to live in it, always.
Well, that's the most selfish gesture I've ever heard of in my life.
Oh, don't be angry, Keith.
You've got to live here until this house rots or it burns down over your head. Suppose it did.
Suppose it did what?
Burned, right to the ground. Is it insured?
Oh, naturally.
For its full value?
Just about.
If the place was destroyed, Eloise, would you lose the insurance money, too?
Oh, no. But that's impossible.
What is?
This house burning down. It's built so solidly. And George installed a lot of fireproof gadgets when he built it.
Such as what?
Oh, the entire basement and all the servants' quarters have sprinkler systems, for one thing.
What else?
Oh, the rugs and the drapes have been treated. Oh, it would take a lot to burn this mansion to the ground, Keith.
Would it?
Mm-hmm. Why are you so interested?
Only for your sake, dearest. I want to make sure that you're always protected against harm.
Oh, you're so thoughtful, Keith.
Where is the fire insurance policy?
In the library safe.
We'd better get it out.
Why, whatever for?
It's not a good idea to keep it here. I'll put it in the bank.
Well,
We, can't be too careful, can we?
Only a dizzy dame with an open heart and a mind like a vacuum tube couldn't see through Artie Snide. Eloise was just that kind of a dish. While she sat around like a lovesick kitten, Artie was making plans. And one of those plans included a visit to a gin mill on San Francisco's waterfront, and a certain leech-faced character who had been recommended by a mutual friend.
Is your name Fingers?
Why?
I'm Keith Claiborne.
So what?
I'm also known as Artie Snide.
Again, so what?
I'm a friend of Dipper Crowley in New York.
You know the Dip?
Intimately. He told me where to find you. Here's a letter he sent me, more or less of an introduction.
Uh-huh. That letter's okay, so you're okay. What can I do for you, Zaddy?
I understand you're a specialist.
Could be.
At arson.
I started a couple of bonfires in my time.
I've got another one for you to kindle.
Where?
In Montana.
What's in it for you?
Insurance.
And me?
$10,000 in cash.
What kind of setup is it?
27 rooms, no neighbors within half a mile. I'd have done the job myself, but I've heard these insurance inspectors are too smart.
Not for me. How's the joint built?
I brought a picture.
Let me see.
Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sprinkler system in the cellar and in the servants' quarters.
Sprinkler systems are my meat.
And the drapes and carpets are treated.
I've never seen a treatment yet for phosphorus.
Phosphorus? Is that what you use?
One of my gadgets. The joint is wood from the first floor up, right?
That's right. With a stone base.
When do you want it done?
As soon as possible.
Well, I got an auto job on for Wednesday, a barn gimmick for Thursday night. How's a Saturday?
Saturday's fine.
The house has got to be empty. I don't mix my trade with homicide. Catch?
Naturally, it will be empty. I'll take my wife out while you're at work.
You got a key?
Here you are.
How about the help?
We haven't hired any help since our return. The place will be deserted when you get there.
Check. That's all. Except, I want a G note on account.
But $1,000?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have it right now. But I'll have all your money for you when I collect the insurance.
You better have, mister. Because I can specialize in double crosses, too. If you don't want to look like a candle on a windy night, you'll pay up on time.
Don't worry about it. Then I'll expect you on Saturday night.
We got a date.
The following Saturday, Artie took his bride to a movie. And there was a glow in the sky as they walked homeward after the show. The fire was a dilly. As the engines roared up and the firemen went to work, there was another and warmer glow in Artie Snide's larcenous heart.
Get the fire out of the rat! Get that hose going!
Oh, Keith, it's awful.
There goes the second story.
But how could it have happened? Everything was fine when we left the house tonight.
Accidents will occur, Eloise, my sweet.
Are you sure it was an accident?
What do you mean?
Well, don't you think some vandal may have started it? Some dipsomaniac, maybe?
You mean pyromaniac, darling, and I doubt if that's possible. It was probably spontaneous combustion that did it.
Oh.
Oh, what? I took the precaution of removing that fire insurance policy to a safe place, Eloise. Wasn't that clever of me?
Oh, yes, very dear.
We ought to be able to collect on the policy within 2 weeks, just as soon as their inspectors check the incident.
Oh, Keith, someone's coming over here.
Oh, where?
See him? He's walking our way.
Oh, it's a policeman.
Are you Mr. Claiborne?
Yes, sir.
The owner of this house?
That's right.
You better come with me.
Oh, what for?
You're under arrest, Mr. Claiborne.
Under arrest?
On suspicion of arson and a possible involvement in a charge of homicide.
Arson? Oh, what does he mean, Keith?
There was a firebug trapped inside your house. A man named Fingers who's wanted in 7 states. He's badly burned and he probably won't live, but he's made a statement. You want to know what he said, Claiborne?
Never mind the details. I think I have a pretty good idea. Don't worry about it, Eloise. It doesn't mean a thing. I'll get myself a lawyer and I'll be free inside of 24 hours. Wait for me, Eloise. I'll be back.
That was 8 years ago, friend. And 8 years is a long, long time. Eloise waited as long as she could. And then she got pneumonia one winter afternoon and quietly passed away. That's what reminded me of this story, friend. It's Eloise Claiborne's obituary I spotted just now in this newspaper. How do I know so much about Eloise and her fortune-hunting hubby? Well, you see, my name is Harry Snide, and I'm Artie's cousin. But there's a topper to this story, friend. Something that Artie probably just found out. Eloise had a $500,000 life insurance policy, and Artie was beneficiary. Happy? Sure, Artie's happy. They gave him 30 years on the arson rap, an extra 20 for contributing to Finger's death. But why shouldn't he be happy? He's got his fortune at last. He'll be the richest man in the state penitentiary for the rest of his life.
In the animal world, there is the hunter and the hunted, hound and fox, hawk and sparrow, cat and mouse. We in the topmost species have also joined the hunt. But who is to judge precisely which of us are hounds or foxes as we enter the chase? The Chase was created and written for the National Broadcasting Company by Lawrence Klee. Featured in the cast were David Gothard, Arlene Blackburn, and Ralph Bell. The Chase is directed and transcribed by Fred Weihe. Fred Collins speaking. Next week, the story of a man with a dual personality. 2 people living in one and each fighting for control during the chase.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Countess Spy and Dragnet on NBC.